they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. Walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Hold up your sign though, they ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all it. They don't want all it. They don't want all it. Rush, rush. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it come across. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on it. They ain't count on it. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all it. They don't want all it. They don't want all it. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you will be waiting again. I know that
can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your under the throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
know.
They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring
don't think anybody else is going to forget.
We've already had teams sent home from Odense. It was a sad affair yesterday as people were starting to be knocked out of the tournament, Jason. But it carries on, it rages on as we get ever closer to the finals. Of course, it's the Season 10 Pro League finals. Things have been spicy. It was a good way to start off the day yesterday. Both of us had a fun time. You look a little bit more recovered and a little bit more slept now.
I'm a little bit annoyed that your hair gives you like 4 inches of extra height.
Yeah?
You look kind of like a bird to me right now, except I have the beak.
Well, you're the big bird. I thought we defined that yesterday.
Yeah, but most people don't understand what that is.
No, I'm pretty sure they do.
And I don't think you can talk about it on air, unfortunately.
No?
But we did have some teams go home. I think the music kind of perfectly fits how
it's a little bit somber.
Right?
It's a little bit sad,
it's a little
right?
sad.
You know, this would be sort of the backing track as they're walking out the door.
This is the music to like the B-roll of them, you know, walking out the door, packing their bags at the hotel, you know, like the sad shots of
with just the cameraman
at each other.
Doorway.
Yeah, and then going home, you know. But that's what's going to happen. You can't win games, you can't go through, and unfortunately some teams did lose 2 straight and did have to go home. Heroic being one of them.
It's very true. Tyloo as well, following suit. A lot of teams getting knocked out yesterday in that lower bracket. It's a shame, but obviously you have to so that the other squads can progress further, and that's what we're guiding through today. I believe we are going to be. That's a little bit of English to start us off, but I think we will be recapping as well what went down. So if you did miss yesterday's action, we'll try and get you up to speed with that, with some of the results that have gone through. We've got the brackets, so we can delve into this a little bit deeper with a finer
talk show. You know,
it's nice, isn't it? I think it's a good little vibe. You know, we'll keep it
very
casual.
mellow.
Keep it calm.
I don't know how calm I can stay. I mean, we got Na'Vi and MIBR ready to meet up head-to-head. We got 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, which is set to be an exciting match as well. I mean, you see what FaZe Clan lost their initial match, Heroic lost their initial match, Fnatic as well. Then you had Na'Vi end up against Evil Geniuses in the finals, and if I'm not mistaken, you win that. You're like straight into the arena. You're straight into the big boy group.
Oh, yeah.
This is where you play for the big times, for the money, to end off your year in a fantastic way. It's going to be an interesting one because Na'Vi have been on point. They have looked damn good. No one seemed to put up a good fight, but will it be enough for them to maintain that kind of form throughout the tournament? Have they peaked maybe a little bit too early?
We've seen 2 games of Dust 2 from Na'Vi so far over this Pro League finals, and both of them have been absolutely disgusting displays, Jason. Their Dust 2 is looking on point right now. It physically seems like if they want control of Long, you just have to give it to them. There is no way of stopping them right now.
I mean, at least for Tyloo, at least in that match, like they couldn't control Long, even in their match later on in the day. So I don't know. I mean, obviously Na'Vi to be an exceptional team playing with only 4 players and yet still able to pick up matches is definitely something that's impressive. And JKS, I know Tom was talking about Liaz quite a bit, being the big stand-up player for 100 Thieves yesterday. JKS for me over the course of the Pro League group stage was definitely the man to watch within the team. And then we had this cracker of a match, G2 up against Sharks.
Yeah.
That was a match that most people on paper would look at, okay, well, this is easy, right? G2's going to win this. But it wasn't so easy.
It was very much a classic tale of 2 halves. At one point, Tom himself even said, look, you can basically say they deserved a 16-3 loss. And then we get into the second half, Jason. They just started swinging, managed to bring it back to a 16-13 defeat. It was unfortunate for them, but we saw a true testament of just how confident they could be once they flipped on over to that CT side. It was actually quite lovely to watch, the level of lethality they had on that team. Moving over to the bracket A. Lower bracket, though, we can see the run that some of our teams went through. This is also the demise of some of our teams that went out yesterday, including Tyloo, that were overthrown by FaZe there fairly early on with a 2-1 loss. Yeah, that was quite a way for me to start off my Pro League finals. You know, flying 16 hours straight into 2 best-of-3s that went the full series. I was definitely feeling it last night. Definitely had about 6 hours of sleep, so ready to go, ready to rear. Pretty fresh.
Not really, no.
No.
But you know, with you here, I always feel so fresh. You know,
Oh.
it's always, you know, nice little cherry on top to my day.
I'll stop at you.
Because you're wearing a
wearing
shirt
cherries.
with
Yeah,
cherries.
I know.
But then, yeah, obviously setting things up for the lower bracket where teams will continue to go home. And Tai Lu, I mean, in this matchup, they started off strong. I remember Bentet, he got like a nice triple K on the T-side pistol round, the very first round of the game. He had a double that like should never have happened, and yet he was able to pull it off. And they looked pretty decent. But then we went on to Dust 2, and that's where things started to really fall apart for the team. They looked like, you know, a shadow of their former selves. They could not contest, and even Rain channeling his inner Scream impression there, as you saw, was one taps. A FaZe Clan, they held on. You know, they kept it together. They stayed focused. They played like we know they can, and they moved on a little bit further into the tournament.
I think Dust 2 was the defining match in this series. It seemed almost as if it just stripped Tai Lu of everything they'd been able to build up on Inferno, and it just went downhill. There was no chance for them to get back into it from that point as well. It's quite rough. It definitely was a bit of a sad state of affairs. And then this is the last series that you and Tom covered at the end of the night, Fnatic versus Heroic. What were the big takeaways from that one, Jason?
For me, that Fnatic, even though they won, did not look that great, to be honest. There's still a lot of like hit or miss points. I think for me, it was more about S-Tag, Stown, and Borup. Like the three core of the team just really able to put up some big numbers. But then again, when it came down to it, when it came down to having to perform to make sure you can carry through and advance in the tournament, they just didn't have what it took, unfortunately. You know, Kaden, he was hit or miss, I'd say. You know, I love the guy, and I don't mean to talk negatively about him, but he was definitely hit or miss. I think he was unfortunately carrying like the bottom of the rung for his team for the most part. But they looked decent. But I was hoping for a little bit more. For a team that won their group in the first group stage, I was expecting them to be able to get further on in the tournament. But then again, Fnatic kind of don't know what form they're going to have sometimes. You know, sometimes they play well, sometimes they play bad. They play kind of mediocre at some points. But hey, they're further in the tournament, so you can't really knock them too much, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're a tough nut to crack at the best of times, right? Fnatic can just be...
What is the toughest nut to crack?
I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Probably it's...
We'll do that. I mean, it's the little things you get here on the B stream, the little, you know, Snapple facts.
That's what we offer.
Yeah.
We are those Snapple facts. Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll get that ready for the first game, and we'll bring that back.
Well, what is the first game we're actually doing today?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, me either, actually.
Yeah.
I know we have Renegades versus Sharks, and we have North versus ATK.
It looks like Renegade Sharks will be our opening game. Actually.
Okay, so let's see the boys, the lads.
All the
Love a little bit of you know, Dick Stacy in the morning.
Oh, it gets you perked up.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, they got to sign up, you know, to a new organization.
Yes.
Greyhound behind, waiting for their chance to shine. Renegades keeping it, you know, Aussie all the way. I can respect that. And then we see 100 Thieves versus FaZe Clan to come up after that. Then MIBR against Fnatic. So we have some spicy matches, as you said earlier, coming up today. Honestly, the 100 Thieves FaZe Clan match, I don't know who would win. I know who should win.
Yeah.
Should be a 100 Thieves, the form they've had, but I don't know.
I think that actually will be quite a good game. Honestly, none of these look that bad at all. This is a pretty nice
close
way to
the entire
off.
way through, right?
Yeah, it's hard to call, right? It's one of those where it could very much be a bit of a coin toss going through here. Opening up with Renegade Sharks, though, that will give you a little bit of a limelight back into the Sharks boys, getting to see them once again. Not on the online season, but now finally at the LAN. So that could be enjoyable, especially with what was coming forth yesterday. The idea that potentially there's some peeping eyes on that roster from MIBR looking to try and snatch away some players.
Potentially, yeah, right? Mayon.
Yeah.
I mean, we had him get poached originally over to Sharks, and then he had to play against his former team, and then he beat them. I mean, when you're 17, when you're hitting shots like you are, when you're him, the sky's the limit. And, you know, if the rumors are true about MIBR potentially looking into him, that's kind of an interesting sign, right? Like, maybe that's MIBR saying, all right, well, you know, we've tried everyone we possibly could at the kind of level, or, you know, of the buddy system that we have. Let's just kind of spread things out, maybe look towards someone else. And Mayon, I mean, look at that, 159 and 118. He's been top fragging for his team. He's been really standing out for him. And maybe he's deserving of a spot, you know, deserving of a chance.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely showing that, you know, he's got the brawn for it. And being that young, it's so easy to mold him into a talent that will only get better with time. MIBR could potentially be the roster to do that to him as well and actually utilize the strengths he has, because right now it seems like they need a bit of a pick-me-up.
Yeah. It's a little bit sad to see, you know, the era of SK. You know,
the highest heights possible.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, once you kind of reach that point and then you fall from grace, you want it back even more. But every, like, little stumble you have, every trip up you have on that, you know, walk up that giant hill, it's very frustrating. And honestly, you know, with Fallen on the team, I wouldn't count them to always have a motivation within the roster.
Yeah.
So I want to, prep you up. So I want to talk you up and get you motivated. But yeah, we'll see. Obviously, time will tell what's going to be going on. We still have the holidays coming up. We have January. We still have a couple of tournaments left on in the year as well. And I bet all the players out there are really going to enjoy like a little bit of a holiday.
I think so. That down period over Christmas where things go a little bit quiet for some time. Yeah, well, it's the same thing.
But there's other
right.
holidays. It's just like happy holidays. You don't say Merry Christmas anymore because you're going to offend people. And we definitely don't want to offend people.
No, but, all right.
Just saying. I'm getting your back.
All right,
I'm protecting you from all the haters out there.
Chit, you blocking them out for me.
Yeah.
Nice guy. I appreciate
That's why I'm looking at you, because my nose covers off your face. And
it blocks it all out.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things, right? We're going to have a little bit of time off where people can sort of reset a little bit, potentially, if there is some time off.
I don't know if I told you. I probably told you already. I've only been home 4 days in 2 months.
I know, you've been a busy boy.
So, I mean, I can't quite, compare myself to like a Sponge, and Stunna. But I'm going to do it anyways. Us three, Sponge, Stunna, and myself have just been working so hard lately.
The boys.
We're all basically the exact same person. Definitely work the same amount. Yeah, it's tough. And I can't imagine the players. I mean, you had Astralis and Liquid. They had to play in ECS, then had to fly basically directly to Adenza to play in the EPL. Like, it's tough. It's a tough schedule. But, somehow Astralis is still able to show they can do that and still be the best team in the world.
Well, you know what? Well, you've been so busy, Jason. We're going to give you some time. We're going to go to a break.
Are we?
We're going to let you rest a little bit before we kick it off with our opening game of the day here. You will want to stick around, as it should be a fairly exciting affair. To start us off over on the B stream, rejoin us after the break where things will get real.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
It's game fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Sharks taking on Renegades is going to be our opening best of 3 of the day here over on the B stream, as we're going to be delving our toes into hopefully shark-infested waters once they get onto the server, Jason. Because otherwise, you know, they'd be worrying.
Why would you hopefully want to dip your toes
in this case,
in water with sharks?
Not normally, you know, but for the hypothetical reason of the game, we would now.
I mean, well, you would assume Renegades would have guns.
Yeah.
And nothing's easier than shooting a fish. You know, that's why I was just saying, you know,
like shooting
fish in a barrel. So Renegades wins.
Yeah, but they might need a bigger boat.
But this isn't Jaws.
But they are sharks.
Yeah, but you don't know the size of the sharks, right? You don't. It's not like great white sharks. It's just sharks. So they could be like this.
Could be a mixture. So maybe like one basking shark, one great white.
But sharks don't get along with each other.
Yeah, but in this case they could.
Hypotheticals. So we're making assumptions. You know what they say about assumptions?
Makes an ass out of me and you.
No, they're just not smart to make.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Can't say that word on air.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what can we expect out of this match? I don't really know, to be honest.
No?
I find it hard to favor really either team in the sense of like that there's like definitely a clear favorite matchup. I feel like Sharks have a lot of potential within them. I think so do Renegades. You know, thinking back to the minors in January, the last time I actually got to work with the then the Greyhound guys, now Renegades, good old Dick Stacy. They have potential, but I wonder if, you know, this new pickup, as we've seen, Renegades go 100 Thieves. They've been playing better. And they're already playing good before, right? Let's be honest. But, you know, it's like a nice little boost to their ego and the morale of the team, saying, hey, we got, you know, a bigger org behind us. Maybe an increase in salaries for the 100 Thieves guys, definitely. I wouldn't you when you're going 100 Thieves. But for the Renegades guys now, going from Greyhound to Renegades, like a lot of extra pride you're playing for. Trying to prove to your organization that you're a team that deserved to be picked up. So I think they're not only playing, you know, just to get further tournament, they're playing to like show that they deserve to be within this organization and deserve, you know, hopefully some salary increases for them and you know, deserve to be under the banner of Renegades that their fellow brothers already set for, the standards already set for them back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, right? Because
I think it's a beautiful little piece I said there as well.
That was nice.
You know,
good little bit of dedication. Came straight from the heart. But yeah, Renegades moving over, essentially the hometown heroes, really, weren't they, as Greyhound? And now they've got a banner that's had some of the biggest and brightest over the entire time we've seen that name from Oceania. So can they live up to the hype and do some damage? Time will tell, but I do agree with you. I feel like this one is going to be a very, very close affair.
I know Leo hates me.
Yes, I've heard about this.
Well, I don't know if he hates me. I know he's unhappy
with what you had said about him on broadcast.
Yeah, you know, talking about how he was like statistically the worst performer on the team, and I know he made a big fit about that on Twitter because I got tagged in it.
Yeah.
But you know, it's numbers. If you don't want me to say that, then perform better. It's pretty simple. I mean, yeah, like it's like saying, you know, someone's the best performer on the team, you know, because statistically they are. Works both ways.
It does. It does indeed.
I mean, you know, he's yeah. I was also trying to give him like some sort of like out in there, like maybe I should have called him out, but no, I'm doing my job.
You were going to try and like build that bridge back up, or what are you going with that? But you've just
probably not. No, he's got to reach out to me,
right?
And then we'll work on it. You know.
Well, who knows? Maybe one day prove you wrong in the server today.
Maybe. You know, if Shark's gonna win, I think he needs to. You know, Mayor and his back has to hurt a little bit. It's kind of insane to me to see so many teams in Counter-Strike have that like one player that just like flat out carries, like Ziwu. Like, I mean, come on, like that hurts, right? Like to be the only guy to be able to do that. Obviously, his team sets him up. All right, so he has a little bit of slack. The man who cannot be named,
of course,
him as well. Like, how many times does he have to have like a positive performance? Like how big of a game does he have to get them to win, kind of thing, you know? Mayer, maybe not the same kind of level as those two, but he's definitely on his way.
He still had a lot of impact.
There's a reason he's 17 and he's been climbing up the rankings. You know, if you're going from team to team, but like getting better and better every time. I think he's, you know, deserved it so far, and the more LAN experience he gets, the more time he's obviously going to continue that route. But there are like so many teams out there that just have that like standout player, that star they depend on. And you look at Astralis and it's like everyone's the star, you know? I don't know. It just kind of blows my mind that like teams kind of rely on that sometimes.
It's kind of it's odd if like
Noxy
sort of have people that are like that defined kind of mad fragger still, in a sense, where they can make that an actual title still and just pop off, do so much damage. It is pretty crazy. Hopefully he can display this, especially if he's got eyes on him. You wonder if the rumors are true, to be believed, of MIBR potentially peeping him and trying to see if they can go forward to pick him up, if that could be a little bit of pressure on his shoulders as well to try and display the ridiculous skill he has.
That's a good test if you think about it, right? If you want to test a player with pressure, obviously being on the roster with like the stars, the legends you have in the team is one big way, but also just putting the rumor out there that, hey, we might be looking at him. That's like a little test of if he can handle the pressure, if he can play and perform under pressure.
Especially like at a LAN event like this, as well as trying to think, oh, okay, I could be getting picked up if I do well. You're going to have to give it your all.
Yeah.
And the maps could affect that. So let's delve into the veto a little bit here and try and work out where exactly they're going to be.
I'm going to guess that Dust 2 is on the cards.
You think Dust 2?
I'm going to guess Mirage. And I want to throw like a little bit of Nuke in there, just because why not?
Wow, you're spicing it up.
I don't know. I mean, I know, Stunna does such a good job of it. I rubbed off on him a little bit. Rubbed on him off. I don't know. And I think I nailed this one.
Probably. Well, Dust 2 does come out as the first pick, Jason, so the clairvoyance is
I mean, that's easy because I can see it on the screen.
Yeah.
The other two.
Oh, wow.
Would
you look at that?
I'm not only a big nose, big brain as well.
400 IQ.
No, well, 700 was the number we were using yesterday.
All right. Well, that's declined.
Hey, 3 for 3.
Incredible.
You know
well done. A little round of applause for Jason Captain.
So someone get rid of, Pimp and bring me in.
Yeah.
Might not be as buff as him, but clearly my prediction game's on point.
But you could probably replace Dust if you want.
Yeah, I don't know. Dust does a good job. I don't know if I'd want to replace him.
No.
Puts in the work. I saw his laptop, his not thesaurus, his like giant book in Google Docs that he has.
He does also have a physical book as well. I've seen that before.
I mean, I have a physical book. I left it in my backpack.
This is much smaller.
Well, it's not about the size, okay? It's about the content in the book, first of all.
Fair enough.
Jeez.
My bad. It's like A4 folder. It's nice, though. It's quite nicely formatted. Yeah. It's got a lot of decoration.
It's not like a book. It's like a 3-ring binder.
Yeah, that's the one.
So those are different. Jackie, come on.
Sorry. Same, but different.
So these have hole punches he brings to events too.
It would probably have to if you wanted to try and add in new stats as you go.
I remember I used to have one that like fits on the 3-ring binder.
Yeah?
Yeah. And then you just hole punch.
Like a key ring hole punch.
It was actually like a full 3 hole punch. That wasn't like one and I had to like move it down the paper. It was actually like one I just closed it.
Oh.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
Pretty useful.
If you're asking, what the hell are these two talking about?
Sharks versus Renegades.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the game to start here. Which should be happening momentarily. So it was Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke. Dust 2 was chosen by Renegades. Mirage chosen by Sharks. That doesn't really surprise me. The South American team probably has Mirage under their wing. I guess they're a flipper. Yeah, Finn. Yeah. What's the difference between a flipper and a Finn? Flipper the tail? And Finn is the arms?
Probably. I mean, it's more like, I guess if you were a sea lion, you would have dolphins have flippers, but they also have fins. They don't have fins. They do have a fin, but they have one fin. I don't know.
So a fin is like
the back membrane?
Not a membrane. I was thinking like, I don't know. You know what? You know what you can do? Let us know. Tweet to us. Magic Kaplan. Jackie CSGO.
Yep. Let us know.
Is that right?
That is right.
How do I remember that?
Shark facts. That's what we're about. But let's see, as a matter of fact, who is going to be the victor here on Dust 2. We're ready for our opening match. It's a best of 3 between these two. Jason, you excited?
I am excited, actually. Like I said, I love a little bit of, Dick, Stacy in the morning.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I don't think there's a single person out there who doesn't enjoy watching this man play. Dexter as well. Obviously Renegades have had quite a big switch up in roster since the last time I cast them back in January. No Eric cast anymore on the team, unfortunately. But Dexter's still going to be there, and Dexter's a damn looking good guy. But here we go. I mean, Mayern, he's the guy to watch for me, right? He's the guy we've been talking about. He's the guy that MIBR is maybe like teasing, as the rumors have gone out there of potentially looking to pick him up. And now we see if he can live up to that kind of pressure that he's going to be under.
Yeah, the potential added pressure, obviously being at such a young age as well. 17. It's a huge LAN event to be contending at. And with the rumors floating around, if he's heard these, it could put a bit of a spin on his game. Right now, though, you've got the 4-player stack from the Sharks towards the A site. They're going to be bolstered up, holding towards short. Renegades taking a very slow approach into the round. They've got 2 smokes, 1 flash on Malta. JNT looks to get the first contact, holding a bit of a filthy Kurt angle here, Jason.
Oh, there you go. Sicko's going to fall. 4-man stacks up here at the A site to help defend this, and they're going to push straight up in towards the site. And, well, actually, City's going to take that away for them. Exit comes through with a nice little double. Lucan setting them up perfectly, and look at this. Dick Stacy is on the other side of the smoke. He's a little bit lucky because Mayern's not looking in his direction as he's distracted by INS, but Dick Stacy has so much work to do. Things are going to get very difficult for him. And unfortunately, he's going to not be able to pick up much of anything. But INS, speaking about picking up kills, gets himself a quick double. He still has 3 more to find, and Mayern behind him, and Sharks smell the blood in the water.
They bite down with all those teeth.
You know, don't Sharks have like 3 rows of teeth?
They do.
Why do you need that much teeth? I feel bad for the shark orthodontist out there that has to give him braces. Like, that's a lot of work. That's expensive.
It would be. Luckily, they get free healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere outside the United States gets free healthcare pretty much. Yeah. The U.S. being a third world country and everything. Anyways, they're going to come through. See what, 3 FAMASas, 2 M4s. Renegades going for the full save, not really getting the bomb down. They do have a P250 on INS, however. Since he got a couple of kills. I like this, though. Exit backing away, not trying to go for the challenge. Nade just blowing Malta up, unfortunately. And yeah, I don't know how they're still fighting this back. They lost 1 player. I mean, Dick Stacy got a little bit low in HP, but they still get a kill nonetheless. They're not able to rescue the weapon, though. Renegades should not be able to deal with the amount of damage they've been able to so far.
We saw 3 FAMASas being brought up as well from Sharks into this round. One of them's already just been left on the floor after Leo Drunky got laid out. However, they can't recover it. And they have deviated from the initial plan. They're sending back Dexter, with support of INS, over towards the B-bomb site. They're going to be coming up against Lucan. He'll be the first point of contact they have if they do try and sprint in. Most likely, we're going to see a fake being sold over by Dick Stacy and Sicko, and try and tease them into believing it will be an A hit. And then they'll just go in, see if they can get the extra cash over on B.
It's just a shame they don't have any utility, though, to kind of sell this. All they can really do is just like shoot a couple of bullets and hope it's going to turn the eyes of Lucan. He's still going to be waiting, tucked away in the site. Mayern, honestly, should be some easy kills for him. Gets the first. It's going to have to be go time at the B side. And, well, Lucan, he's prepared for it. Not going to work out for them. INS not able to get the follow-up shot. And Sharks going to still win the round, only losing 2 players. But again, like I said, they had 3 FAMASas, so it's not too big of a deal. Maybe some... Actually, no, it actually is a big deal, considering Renegades went for basically the full save, because now they're going to invest into this one.
Yeah, how close that round actually got, it's not too bad, considering it was like an investment into a couple of P250s. They did well to actually kind of make that long fight look very, very awkward. We're back in again, though. Round 3 now. And this is where it's going to get serious. Renegades with the AKs out to play. Sicko going full Sicko mode as he does don the AWP as well. Spending his time still over towards Suicide right now as he looks down by mid. No one going to be going across, so he can't get an opening pick. Good use of the Molotovs as well, as there's early aggression on display towards Short Chase, and Malta risking it. Oh, that naked hurt.
He's just pushing up catwalk here. Malta's able to get 1, but JNT is able to clean up the rest. I'm actually kind of surprised to see them just walk straight through. They didn't really have a flashbang to open things up with, and they just take the fight straight to the face. Meantime, the rest of Renegades looking to push out from long. Got Dexter and INS there. Sicko to back him up. Smoke's going to be going out. But look at this. The CT side Shark's going to push straight through the smokes. Exit, a little bit awkward, to be honest, as Mayern, not happy with the kills he has so far, takes out his teammate. And now it's actually a real possibility for the side of Renegades. 2-on-2. They have 55 seconds to work with, so time is not going to be a factor for them. They need to kill JNT, tucked away inside, and he spots him out. JNT, well played by him so far with a 3K.
What a terrible fate they've met now into the round. Sicko, did he spy out the arm? Peering over the top of the barrel, looking if he can actually punish, but he's not able to. Lucan was tagged. He's down on 15 HP. Sicko, he's got the glass cannon up, but he's being hunted. Flanked from the rear as Lucan's going to start to get a move on. Hustling and bustling as he comes from behind. Should be an easy frag with the FAMAS. Taps his way down. Will get the kill onto Sicko. I don't think he's going to be able to grab the AWP, though. He might get there in time. No, it's not to be done. 3 rounds picked up for Sharks now. But still, they're keeping it close.
I do want to say that, at least in that round, it shouldn't have been that close. Like, Sharks push through the smoke, exit, like awkwardly gets the first kill, and then Mayern just takes his head off.
Yeah.
A little bit of miscommunication maybe going on there or something. It should have been that close. Like, Sharks, I think, should have been able to win that round a little bit cleaner. But, I mean, either way, at least Renegades are going to keep their money in check. You can see a couple of Deagles bought up, a P250. So Renegade's still looking to continue to do some damage. Dick Stacy, 0-3 so far, a little bit unfortunate for him. And J&T is ready to just knock them down. Flashbang, will it come through? He actually gets caught, not even looking, trying to play anti-flash. There's going to be 3 players there, and they're still going to hold this angle, though. The nade comes through to some decent damage. A flashbang as well. And Shark's just able to clean this up with relative ease. If you were to be a shark, what kind of shark would you be and why?
Hammerhead shark. Just because I feel like out of all of the sharks, they'd probably be the most dapper. Also, they just look quite cool.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, what shark has the biggest nose?
Wouldn't you just be a swordfish in that case?
That's what I was thinking, but...
Yeah. How related are they to sharks?
Well, one's a fish. I mean, they're both fish, but... I think isn't like a swordfish closer to like a marlin? I don't know. At least we're asking real questions.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here. We like hard-hitting facts and journalism. Talking of hard-hitting, J&T is doing just that, as he's going to deliver some bullets straight into Dexter's body, and that is a 4th round picked up for the Hammerhead Sharks.
I actually want to look this up. You know, I'll do that in the break. I'll do that in the halftime, which might be coming soon enough because Sharks really looking unstoppable at the moment. They have, like, what, 7 deaths between the 3 of them after 4 rounds? Or between the 5 of them after 4 rounds?
Yeah. I mean, this is Renegades actually getting in like a proper buy, though. Sicko, not just on the glass cannon.
I mean, they had it in 1 round.
They did, yeah. They had
they went towards long.
But it was a little bit fragmented, and it was a very awkward round at that, right? The only reason it got close was because of the team kill. And I don't know, it was fluffed ever so slightly by Sharks. This time it's a lot better. They've got the Krieg out on INS as well. And him just holding towards long could work out very nicely if they continue on with this push. Does he realize J&T's got into long house, though, Jason?
No, he doesn't. Quick little kill comes in. The rest of Renegade's going to be pushing up towards short. Luckily, there's going to be no one on the A side to defend against this, but the retake going to be a very real possibility for the Sharks if they do head up towards the A side. And you can see Renegades don't really have the information knowing there's no one up towards the site. They're expecting the CTs to rotate back a little bit quicker. But speaking of rotating, they've been able to reposition themselves on the A site now. Utility going to be hurting a little bit here since they have 3 players over towards B. Malta going to be hit with a flashbang from a teammate. That's a little bit unfortunate. And just look how like cautious they are trying to push in. They're very afraid of where Sharks can be.
Sharks, they do have the manpower advantage though. They win this one in a battle of attrition. Nice double nade coming in to try and deny the plant. That was actually very nicely calculated. Unfortunately, it's not going to land close enough and do an awful lot of damage. Sicko, no stopping power from the Orca as he's down and out in a matter of seconds. Mayan starts to punish, slips his way up towards the bomb site. Everyone is getting removed. They're all going to crumble away. And the last 2 Sharks will win out the round on the clutch. They're taking it as a 5-0 now. Renegades, they're getting site control, but they just can't hold it down.
Well, that was the first round they actually planted the bomb, too.
Yeah.
So 5 rounds, 1 bomb plant, not ideal. This is their map choice as well. I mean, I don't want to be, too harsh on the Renegades, lads, but they got to start to step up here. You cannot really afford to lose your map choice, especially when the loser of this, well, you're going home. And for the Renegades, that's a very long flight.
It is indeed. They're not going to be too happy about that at all. And this is the one time we've actually seen an AWP now in play for Sharks. Previously, they didn't have to bring one out. They've been doing very well with the rifles, like shown there. Mayan, crisp as ever as he connects that headshot. Tastefully done. J&T actually falls though, Jason. It's the first time he's picked up the AWP, but he's not able to wield it to a high proficiency as he's dead.
Marin's still going to be alive. There's only 1 person in the site. They unfortunately don't know that for the side of Sharks though. I think Stacey going to be watching the rotations in from middle since he's over towards short, and the CTs with 3 players alive been able to dispatch him, so they forced the fight to be on one front. Marin still looking for a kill. It's flashed through, not able to quite get a shot onto INS though, back towards Car. What's the utility looking like? They got 2 nades, they got a flashbang. Renegades, they have no utility to defend with, and they're still struggling to get the bomb down as things are being thrown in. They've actually rotated Lucan in towards tunnel, so they're going to be hitting from 2 different positions. Dexter has to hit this shot to alleviate the pressure from tunnel if they want to have a chance to defend this.
It's not too bad. They all just need to go with the correct timing. They've got the flashes. They do have kits as well. Dexter, he's been spotted out, but Sicko's already bottomed the opening pick. They're going so fragmented as well. Now they might just want to call it quits. This is getting very bad very quickly, but they can't even exit to get away. Exit will fall. Fragged out by Sicko, and finally, Renegades get a round on the board.
I wonder, where did their nades go out of Sharks?
Well, the 2 HEs there.
Yeah.
So one of them was thrown through the door, and it went close by tunnels, and the other one wasn't used.
I was kind of maybe expecting like to throw them both through window and kill the guy in platform. Like you kill the guy back plat, you got tunnel can push out, and then you have like a potentially good retake.
Yeah. Well, the other nade at that point was in upper, so I guess it's kind of awkward what it was doing it. I think they only used one of the flashes as well, though. So it was just a bit weirdly timed.
Maybe it's a little bit of mind games, you know? Maybe they're just going in without throwing anything, so then maybe some things like, oh, why would they go in without a flashbang to set it up? I don't know. Either way, Renegades take the round. Well done. The initial kill they got onto GNT. Where's my mind at? You probably guess now. To the B site to open that one up.
Look how different this is already, though, Jason. The double AWPs come out instantly after they lose the first round. Before this, it's pretty much only been rifles, apart from the one AWP they scavenged from Renegades when they did win that round. God, Leo's nearly been burnt to a crisp.
I think that was all to a Molotov, right?
Yeah.
Why? There was no one there.
It was a bit cold.
I mean, it is like 1 degree here in Poland. In Denmark, I'm assuming it's around the same. Still so much utility left for Renegades to take this A site. Looks like a little bit of a standard 3-2 split. Leo with the SMG towards pit. Like, he has such a tough job here to hold on to alleviate pressure. I mean, Exit's going to have an SMG in sight as well. You have JNT with the AWP on the real rifle that they're going to have. He's going to need to hit these shots. That's the bomb now down. They can maybe force the rotations to come in from the B site, spotting that. JNT again peeks up towards long. This man is just not being stopped. Exit somehow gets a kill as well, using the smoke to his advantage, but JNT, could he hold on a little bit longer? 2 players left to find, one flanking in from long. The other trying to creep up to pick up the bomb with 17 seconds left. Speaking of catwalk push, we have the CTs rushing straight through. Mayer just jumps through the smoke, picks up the kill, and the Sharks, off the back of JNT, getting some massive kills. They hold the round back.
That's wild. Big round from JNT. A lot of damage done. Finally starts to punish with that AWP. They're going to keep the double AWP setup going as well. They were able to recover it, so it goes back over towards mine, and they can carry on. No cash for Renegades. You know, looking a little bit broken. Much like a rundown fairground, Jason. There's just not a lot to go on.
Yeah. Like a high school dropout. No class.
Ooh, this is a bit different. They're just going straight down mid. They've just waltzed their way through.
Well, they did something like this before, but Myron just took the head clean off the player who was in the front.
Yeah, but this time they're just playing from window to hold it. They do still have the setup to deal with this. They've got utility, though. 2 smokes. They can smoke towards CT if they want to, but then we could just see this convergence from short. Already they're trying to establish the short control. Nice flash. It's a standard setup where they're just playing anti-flash, so it's not going to matter. As video game drunky gets him killed Sicko.
I wanted to do my impression of him, but I don't want to get the stream comment distracted. So considering Renegades didn't have much behind this, just with the hero AK for Dexter, they've done a decent amount of damage to the Shark side. And actually, funny enough, even though the scoreline is 6-1, it hasn't been really that one-sided. It's not like we have money built up for Sharks. I mean, they have a 5-run advantage, and yet the most money they have on a single player is Exit on 1,200. Like, that kind of shows that Renegades, even though they have not been winning rounds, they have been getting kills. Oh.
Like, they've had at least 3 or 2 frags each round. This has not been that bad. Like, but the majority of the time they have been able to get
Can we look at that? Can we pull up the scoreboard and see like how many people survived on Sharks every round? Oh, we don't have the other UI. That's why. Oh, I'm a little bit sad. Yeah, well, I mean, you still see like the kills like 5, 5, 3, 4, 1. Like, maybe Nick Stacy's not pulling his weight necessarily, but they're still getting like consistent kills, you know, and it's preventing Sharks from really building up some steam. Like Renegades technically could easily come back with 7 rounds straight here if they're able to pull it off. They have a massive, you know, loss bonus, so they can afford to buy every round. It's just about dealing with this double op setup.
It's also the fact that Sharks are keeping on their toes. They're roaming a lot more. These AWPs have been a whole lot more mobile. Mine's not even really been tested with his yet towards the B site. The majority of the frags have all been found with his rifle, but that's going to work out very easily. The shish kebab as he ignites Dexter and then delivers a bullet straight into his chest.
I mean, if he's making a shish kebab, it would be like a skewer through his chest.
Yeah. Maybe it was a really long bullet.
Sounds like a railgun in Half-Life. Yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Crossbow gun.
The long bolts.
Yeah. Oh, Lucan, though, trying to defend. They've been actually able to penetrate middle, but they still have to deal with Mayern. He's able to get the tag, not able to pick up a kill, unfortunately, though, and they're actually able to push him down quite successfully. Bomb, though, going to be stuck in mid, and they need to reinforce him. Sicko's on 6 HP. If exit spots him out or just sprays randomly through the door, they're not going to have the ability to plant the bomb. Instead, he's going to look to hide away in tunnel. I wonder if they know the bomb's there. Well, they're going to know now. The bomb goes down. Sicko tries to get back through tunnels, or get back through middle towards tunnels, and now Dick Stacy up against 2.
If there was a round where you needed the Dick Stacy energy to come out, it would be right now. He needs to go big into this one, tries to punish with the Krieg and finds the first as J&T has been slapped back down to reality. And he's in a 1v1 now. Exit has bomb control. Not much time left on the clock either. It's all about the frag. It's not about the bomb. And Exit's doing a great job of punishing. Recovers one of the AWPs as well. And Sharks, it might keep getting close. Again, down to a one-on-one situation for them to win the round, but they do win the round. And that is the important fact.
I was actually surprised to see him not run away, exit there, just to like make sure he can survive. I mean, Dick Stacy's on 4 kills. 3 came from that last round. Again, Sharks lost out on 4 players, though, which is the unfortunate part. So again, Renegades are just consistently picking up kills, but they're just not able to win the rounds. And you have to wonder, like, will that potentially change? Like, it maybe just like a stroke of luck, which one round can get the snowball going, but at the rate it is currently, the Sharks have them red completely. This is Renegade's choice. Again, if you're just joining us, J&T opens up on a Dexter already off the bat. Gets tagged down from the scout, however. But I wonder what will change for Renegades. I like the little split, the 3-2 split in towards B, right? It wasn't even a 3-2 split because they lost Dexter early on. Like, I like the idea of it. It wasn't bad. The problem is they had the bomb on their upper and he was stuck in towards double doors.
Yeah, they got a little bit fragmented. Oh, they are incredibly fragmented now as everyone has been grinded to a pulp by Lucan. A free K already into the round. Showing his weight in gold there of how much value he has for this roster. And now it's back on Sicko. He's had the AWP. We haven't seen a crazy amount of damage done with it. With the scout, can he channel his inner Chris J? Let's see. Pushing out from short. Trying to make his move up towards the site. Exit should have spotted the top of his head. And he'll give him a free haircut.
9-1, wow. Again, like all 3 matches today that we have FaZe Clan coming up after this. Up against 100 Thieves. Yep. We got Fnatic up against MIBR. And then we have Sharks versus Renegades. All 3 matches seem like on paper to be extremely close, but Sharks are honestly proving that it's not really that kind of story. 9-1, like that's such a dominating scoreline, honestly. And yeah, I know it could switch up. It could like a 9-6 potentially. I'm still in favor of Sharks, but like Myron's hitting shots. The thing is, Myron hasn't even had to play like to his usual standard, right? I mean, you have Lucan hitting a lot of shots. You have J&T as well. Like everyone else in the team is playing pretty damn good. Of course, I talk about it, Leo just dies right there. But they haven't needed to unleash Myron, and that kind of scares me going into the next map.
Man on your screens right now, as you said, he's actually had a lot of impact. However, impact into the round could come from Exit. They've already killed 1 player in pit. They've only been playing 1 in pit, Jason, so they might not suspect the fact that Exit's just hiding in there, lying in wait for the right moment to strike. He might not even need to, as Lucan is just railing his way for everyone, and here he comes. It's prime time for Exit. You're not getting away. INS taken down, and it's all on Dexter. A 1v2. We're back into these clutch rounds. Is this the time when it will fall into the hands of Renegades?
Again, as you're seeing though, like Renegades are still doing damage. They're still picking up kills. They just can't win these rounds. Marin gets 1 there. That's on 8 for him. But you have J&T at 14, Lucan at 13 kills, Exit on 12. Like, I mean, you can't even like criticize Leo or Marin right now. It's like they just haven't really needed to pick up many kills because everyone else in the team is doing the work for them. Such a dominating performance so far of the Sharks. And I don't know what Renegades need to do differently. I don't know what they need to change here. I mean, besides the fact of just getting rounds.
Yeah, I mean,
how many bomb plants have they had?
I think it's 2. Yeah, what, 1 on A, 1 on B?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yeah, they won the round on B and they lost the round on A.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's also like, you can see how dynamic Sharks have been in their CT side play, which is really good to see. And this is just the classic play they've been doing as well. They play anti-flash towards Sean. They've literally won this every round. This is the first time that Renegades have actually been able to establish pretty good short control rapidly, as they're going fast as well. They've turned up the tempo. They could cause a mass over-rotation. If they can do a little bit more damage here, yeah, we see Myron rotate off. The bomb is waiting in towards tunnels, but Dexter, he's going back towards mid, Jason. It might not matter, though, as everyone is falling. Somehow, they've converted this into a massive advantage for Renegades, and Malta will strike with a scout. Exit is done for, and Renegades out of nowhere pick up a round.
So for them to win rounds, they have to have Malta get a double headshot kill the scout, and INS to get a headshot kill the scout too. Like that's not a great little sign. To be fair, I think Leo kind of fluffed it. He had the opportunity, like they were not even paying attention to him. They had two players with pistols, and he shoots between both of them, unfortunately, as he was able to push around the corner. I would have thought he was going to be able to at least get a minimum of one, most likely two. And then that kind of snowballed, unfortunately, against Renegades. They take a second round, but it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, they do have Sharks on low money, but Renegades have not been able to string together these rounds. So I still don't necessarily have the confidence in them to win this round, even though they have a far superior weapon advantage, because you have JNT on 14 kills and an AWP, and we already saw what he did earlier on it, playing towards short, getting the kill, dropping in for a kill towards long as well.
I mean, the one advantage they could have into this is, as you said, the buy they've got is so much stronger. And it's also, the rounds they've been winning have been very inconsistent. They're not that repeatable. It's only when someone's popped off for Renegades, right? But when you've got a buy this much better with all of those Kriegs in play, and you've started to be able to fight your way out through long, every time before, it's been such a scrap to gain long control. This time they've actually got out, and they've put a little bit of pressure on. Seeing that man towards top mid, when they spotted out INS, they've started to debate if this is going to be an A play. They're rotating 4 players over there. They're only going to leave Lucan on B. He has a scout, but he's going to be up against the trio looking to take that territory.
I feel like JNT is going to be able to get these 2 kills if they peek him. I don't think Lucan's going to be able to hold on with the scout, though, at the B site and backup platform. And they have 4 players towards A, like I said before, expecting this A site hit to come in. Obviously, we know it won't be happening. JNT's going to get the first. Kind of hoping they peek for information to kind of find out, since they are a little bit lacking on weapons. And now they're going to know. Lucan, with him going down, they know the bomb is going to be heading towards the B site rotations. I would imagine they're just going to be saving the AWP, or at least looking to try to. Malta's pushing up. Unfortunately, Malta won't be able to get any kills off that. So I think Sharks, they're going to save Marin. Yeah, he can afford to go into CZ. But that's still not a terrible round for Sharks, considering they didn't really have that much invested into it. Like, obviously, they threw everything they possibly could, but they didn't have the best of weapons, and they still get 2 kills.
And they're playing for the exit frags as well. I think they've just told Myron that there is another Krieg in towards long, because they wouldn't have been able to get rid of the gun. So he can go back, he can pick that up. I think it's in a pit somewhere, so that'll be fine. Yeah. Okay, they're not even going to play for the exit. Smart stuff. It was actually the AK that fell. So they're going to go through with all of these weapons. They'll be able to hold on to this. 10-3. Renegades need these rounds, though. That is the important fact, is they were so far behind. Any momentum at all they can gain going into the next half is going to be incredibly beneficial for them. So it's good they've woken up now. There will be a better buy coming out for Sharks. Actually, no, the cash is absolutely dreadful.
So I was actually going to say that. Like, I think they actually have a better buy with these 3 guns than they had in the last round.
Yeah, because what we saw, they did have the AWP, they had like an MP9 and a scout.
Yeah, and then they had a FAMAS as well for Leo. Like, it's really not that bad of a buy up here for Sharks. It's just if people can hit some shots. I mean, JNT's been doing fairly well with AWP. Renegades finally not having that pressure of, you know, having these not full buys, you know, with full utility to back up their weapons. They've finally been able to stabilize it a little bit. But the question comes, is it a little bit too late? 10-3 and Sharks, I mean, they're starting to kind of swim away with this game. This is Renegade's map choice, and their CT side, I don't know how strong it'll actually be for them. And I would imagine Sharks on the T side, like, that's when Marin's going to chomp down onto the Renegades.
Surprising fact is, versus G2, I feel like the CT half is where they really had some huge rounds and a big amount of impact. It's Dust 2, though. It's a whole different story. It's a whole can of worms as well. Sharks are playing very, very good today into this matchup. JNT. He's been pivotal to their success. Smoke's going to go down. Plays for the contact push. Goes around. Doesn't take any damage. Does get the leg shot off and towards Malta. And brings him down to 17 HP. And he's got the read from that. Dexter with the backstab. He needs to be able to find this frag and to exit. He will do so. They're crumbling. And the defense has been broken through. They've got in towards the bomb site. And Renegades are in a great position into the round.
Leo, though, he's still alive. Turns into a 3-on-3. Lucan's going to be on the delayed push through. There's still going to be a player defending, and Lucan actually takes the head clean off Malta. Inus, though, able to respond. It's down to now a 2-on-2. Sharks not able to get the man advantage they need to force this retake successfully. But Leo, I started talking about him before. He's able to hit some shots now. Sicko alone against 2 players. He hits the shot on Lucan, looking to play up close and personal against Leo. The time is ticking away. Leo spots him out. He gets the kill as well. And I believe he should have the time to pull off this defuser, and it looks like Shark's going to go up to 11.
I thought that was going to be a no-scope, honestly. I thought Drunky was about to get slapped in the face.
Is that
that's huge.
A jab at me? A nose scope?
A nose scope.
Wow. Jackie.
No, just an unzoom. Cheeky little unzoom frag with the orb.
Cheeky little banger.
Oh, hell yeah. Instead, it's an 11-3. Sharks, the more rounds they get on the CT side, the better right now, because they're playing just really quite beautifully. It's been working well for them. A lot of the clutches have been going their way. I mean, the one saving grace for Renegades, at least going into this, on round 15, they do have a very, very effective buyout. They've got Sicko back on the AWP as well.
It's kind of a shame for Renegades. They haven't been able to go for like a standard A hit, right? Like the Sharks have been holding Catwalk quite consistently, quite aggressively.
But they also lost like every long fight, didn't they, really, for the most part?
Yeah, I mean, when J&T's playing on top of platform, I mean, the only fights they did win was Leo when he was holding Pit, like with an SMG. So yeah, you're probably going to win those just based off the weapons alone. I mean, but it seems like Sharks are trying to read into a potential hit towards B. You've got Exit over here. You got Mayern. You got Lucan trying to play up close with the MP9. So leaving the A side a little bit open, but then again, they're playing for the retake. They're allowing G&T to hit some shots. I keep calling him G&T. He should just change his name. J&T playing with the op over towards Car. But it looks like it will come towards B. And this is going to be a tough take, I'd say. I mean, with the window hold they have currently set up for Sharks, they have a lot of information. But there you go. Dick Stacy strikes and slays Mayern.
Dick's taking heads, but Exit is taking names as he'll be able to come back through. Sicko's going to punish with the AWP. INS just lurking towards top mid does a great job as Leo Drunky wouldn't suspect it. Charges round into his own demise. They're all falling to pieces here in the last round of the first half, and it's all up to Lucan. One man and an MP9. You may have a dream into the round, but is that dream going to come true, Jason?
Oh, well. In the words of S Club 7, I've never had a dream come true, and I don't think it's going to come true here for him. And there you go. Dexter pulls off the final kill, and Renegades do take a couple of rounds back, but unfortunately 11-4 will be the scoreline at the end of the first half here of our first map in the series. We'll be heading to a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if Renegades can step it up.
one, Jason. 11-4 was the scoreline at the end of the first half. Sharks, they're doing damage right now. They have been biting their way through everything the Renegades can throw up, but can they break through the defense? J&T's been broken instantly, though. 11 HP to kick this off.
I was more concerned about how you break someone in, but you know, like I can understand like a saddle or like a baseball glove
as well. Yeah, you break in shoes if they're a bit tight.
Yeah. Well, right now we see Sharks looking to set up for a hit towards the A site. Malta's going to have to hit some shots, and he gets boosted up already off the bat and then overrun. Look at that. They take the 2 kills towards the players towards long A, and now it comes down to the hold from the last players in CT spawn. This is looking very tough for Sharks, especially since the bomb should go across here, at least be thrown across out of J&T. Did you know? So what would you, so it's not a cube, or I mean it is a cube technically, the bomb, but did you know that cubes can roll?
I did know that, yeah, it does. It does have a bit of a rolly physics to it.
Feels like it defies the laws of nature, to be honest, and right now Dick Stacy defying the laws of nature as he gets himself 2 kills in a situation he shouldn't have really been able to get 1, and now gives a chance for Renegades actually to take this round back.
Yeah, this is massive. A round for nothing potentially here, and Dick Stacy's going to be leading the charge, looking for even more, but here's the main man. No, he goes down, Mayan. He can't get success into the round. Lucan has to clutch it out. USP in hand, the bomb is down, time's ticking away. They have a kit on Dexter. He's going to jump on the bomb. He was trying to peek into it, looking for the frag on the diffuser, but it's not going to happen. Renegades, they clutch out that round, and it's all because of Dick Stacy.
BDS, man. BDS. Big Dick Stacy coming up massive. He really underperformed in the first half. I mean, he had, I think, like 7 rounds in, 4 kills, and 3 of those came from 1 round alone.
Yep.
But that quad kill really helped keep Renegades alive here, taking that pistol round. That was looking all the way of Sharks, honestly, and the Mayor kind of missed his shot as he pushes in towards CT spawn. Well done out of the Renegades, but now they need to chain these rounds together. They need to continue to win these time after time. Luke going to be tapped up in middle from Sika with the scout. It's not too bad of a start here, but then again, Sharks have not really invested into this round. They're going to go for the round 3 buy-up. You got the Deagles and P250s in there. But I would imagine Renegade should have this round. Though I'm getting a little bit scared, though, as time does tick away.
Ooh, they've been given the short control that they wanted, but it won't matter because the shooting range of the CTs is at least worked out as they punish them coming towards.
He's going to get the bomb down.
Yeah, as long as he gets the cash, he's happy. That's all he wants to go for. The nade knocks him to 12 HP. He gets the cash. That's a win in their book, Jason.
Oh my gosh, seeing that nade land like right next to him, it just hurts. It hurts to watch. But well done. I mean, to get the bomb down in that situation when all they invested was, what, 2 Deagles and I think a P250? That really shouldn't have been happening. But hey, a lot of extra money to spend. Look at that, 6K practically per player. And Renegade's the one going to be on the back foot. I mean, they have 4K on 3 players who need to buy up, or on the 2 players that need to buy.
Leo Junkie's on for a P90 buy. Curious to see what he does. I want a bit of Leo cam. I want to see if he's just going to absolutely wild out.
Just, yeah. He's going to tear into this round, hopefully, like video game Drunky did to Death Stranding.
Ooh, that is true. Let's see if they can survive this walking simulator, or if they're going to fall over on their way towards the B bomb site, Jason, as their path is blocked. Looks like they're not setting up the chiral network anytime soon.
He's going to charge the smoke. Come on. You know he's going to do it. P90, just hold that left click.
I mean, Dick might spam it.
Oh, P90, let's go. They get the bomb site. They get the bomb down. And I don't think Renegades should be able to keep all these weapons necessarily. J&T over towards Long House, looking to push out, gets killing a Malta. Now it's Renegades just trying to save this M4 and this Scout. Not the most ideal weapons to save into the next round, but instead he backs off. Not trying to punish them even further, and Sharks again, 12 rounds now. And Renegades aren't really going to be able to buy up to the next.
This is worrying as well, right? Because even the rounds Renegades have won now have still been so close, so clutch off of one player popping off, and it's just not sustainable. If you need Dick Stacy to get a 4K to be able to win one of those rounds, how many times is that going to happen? Whereas Sharks, straight into this, they just bombard out towards B. P90 shenanigans on display as well. At least he's got rid of it. He has picked up an M4, so it's not going to be too outrageous going forward. But Sharks, a clean round. Everyone survives. And they now have 12 in the bank. Talking of bank, not much money left for Renegades either, Jason. It's definitely going to be awkward.
I was just thinking like $12 in the bank doesn't really sound that nice.
No, probably not. I mean, you could get a hot dog maybe with that.
How expensive are the hot dogs that you're buying?
Like gourmet hot dog. $11
like truffles and like little specks of 24-karat gold.
Oh yeah.
I need it.
The bun is just made out of pure iron. It's really good. You need to get your iron into your system.
This isn't my fact. Dexter, in the meantime, looking to build a path, a bridge to victory here as they charge straight through and secure a weapon. Malta, with just the scout. He's going to be overrun here. Nice little use of the smoke, though, to play around. And a nade coming through can do some decent damage. Actually, doesn't really connect onto anyone. Drunky, though, down and burning. 35 HP, trying to go for the plant within the smoke. Mayer's there to protect. He should be able to hold on to anyone crossing from CT, but there still is one saving grace. It's going to be Dick Stacy coming in from behind, and that's where he likes to play. Mayer will fall, and it's down to the 2 players to defend this. Sicko with a jump shot takes down Leo. Now Luke, and can he hold on somehow against 3 players charging straight through? It's a shooting gallery for him, but he can't quite connect the bullets. Only able to get 1, and Renegades again will just skate by and be able to take this round.
Barely, though. 2 players surviving. At least they picked it up. Rounds are the commodity. It doesn't really matter too much about the cash because time is ticking away. Sharks getting ever closer to the Sweet 16 rounds they need to close this down. So Renegades, they have to keep carrying on like this. They've got to maintain this form. Scavenging some weapons is going to be good as well, so they can try and actually get out a very healthy buy with the cash they had available to them. Everyone's going to have rifles. 1 Krieg on parade as well, an INS.
I feel like losing the first half is just such a barrier, right? Because if Renegades win these rounds to try to, you know, catch back up, they have to fight against Sharks buying every round because of max loss bonus, right? And then even if Sharks like win a round, then Renegades might be hurting for money depending on like how many casualties they've had throughout the rounds. And then if Renegades win again, it's not like Sharks is gonna be hurting for money anyway. So it's kind of like this massive like uphill battle. I know explanation was pretty garbage, but I'm pretty sure all of you bright kids out there will understand what I mean. It's so tough to have to win every single round out, knowing the other team is basically gonna be buying against you every single time. You're not gonna have an easy round to accumulate some money, you know, to relax a little bit and take some time to think. I guess that's where the timeouts come into effect.
Leo taking a little bit of damage here. Down to 81. As again, they're allowing short control. Renegades, they're not actively defending or playing aggressively for it. They're not trying to push out and get the opening frags. Instead, they're going to concede it and try and clean up into the late round. Sharks, they've been able to get onto the A site multiple times so far on this T side half. But will they win the struggle for long? Malta, he's going to be the Lone Ranger trying to lock it down. Currently situated in pit. He has 1 flash, Jason.
I don't know, Malta's got a lot of kills to find. INS no flashbang either to help him out. They've actually not spotted out. I don't know why they haven't even checked his position. And, well, he'll only get 1, unfortunately. And look at this, he catches. How did Sharks just catch 2 players looking towards Mayer on short?
Well, he doesn't have any control. It's awful. It's a bit as well. Dexter's so lucky to even get 1 frag there. There was no control for it, right? So, like, literally, they could hate short whenever they want. They've realized this now because it's been the same thing each and every time with the way Renegades are playing it. It's so laxed. They're able to walk out. Sharks have their number, and Renegades have nothing. Literally nothing
right,
to buy up.
That's exactly what I was saying. Like, if you win these rounds, it's great, but if you lose a lot of players to win the rounds, it came down to 1v1 clutch, right? Where Renegades took a round prior. And then once Sharks win that 1 round against you, you're not going to have money. And even if you somehow pull that back, Sharks are still going to be buying into the follow-up round because of their loss bonus. So, such a tough hill to climb up for Renegades, especially being down almost double the rounds currently. After this round, they might be.
And this is just back to the classic that they love as well. They had them spawn towards the B site. They know they've broken the economy. You might as well just go for an attack on B. At least they find 1 frag as the players are rotating back round from short. They can pick up that Krieg and try and bring that out to slay. Dick Stacy, the silent assassin on the site, but he's going to be even more silent now as he's dead.
At least 1 SG for Renegades. I would imagine you're going to save this. Again, your money is terrible. They're not even going to have like a real confident buy into the round after this, but they're going to have to decide, do we force it up to prevent Sharks from taking the map? Or do we play for overtime? And yeah, like this series, I honestly thought, Jackie, I think we're both in agreement about this. We thought it was going to be a lot closer than it's turned out to be. Sharks have really come to play today.
Yeah. It's mad. Like, looking at it I thought Sharks might have a chance to actually take this as a series and walk away as a 2-1, but...
Does INS to you look like an Australian Tweede? Next time you see his...
I'll have a proper look.
Looks like, you know, because Tweede is German.
Yeah.
Looks like an Australian Tweede.
I'll confirm or deny in a minute. I'll see.
I can see it in the face. I mean, it doesn't have, like, I guess the biceps that Tweede has, but...
Yeah, it's got some big biceps.
Yeah. It's living the dream, you know, streaming, making content, working out. Giving me free knives.
You can dream on, Jason. You can hope. And Renegades need hope right now. This is better, though. They've actually tried to get short control early on. INS is pushed out. However, Long is incredibly open. Sharks, they might be able to capitalize off the back of this. We're also seeing Dick Stacy back up to his old shenanigans, playing exactly inside the smoke, but the flashbangs are going to keep it blind. He does push through. Oh, but the spam from exit completely removes any chance of this going their way, and they're already rotating off. Look how panicked they are.
I mean, their weapons are not ideal. The utility's not there either, right? So retaking B site's going to be too difficult to do. So they kind of need to reinforce to make sure they don't lose out on anyone more, give up too much of it. Dexter's able to chime back, though, and get one. See?
Yeah, kind of. I can see it.
Yeah. It's the eyes.
He's also got a Cadian look about him.
Well, that's just rude.
Oh, J&T. The double AWP shut down as Sharks need one more round here, Jason, and it's set up to be a little bit of a freebie. Renegades, they really don't have much cash. Wouldn't be surprised if it's basically just going to be a bit of a deco play coming through, potentially maybe a FAMAS if they want to try and risk it. It's an MP9, but yeah, likelihood of this is incredibly slim. This should be a 16-7 victory for Sharks on the map pick of Renegades.
I mean, that deficit's almost blinding.
It is.
7-15.
They're a shining light right now, Jason.
Yeah. Just the pistols, too. Sharks, you have to imagine it's hard to believe they're going to lose this one, especially with Lee already able to pick up 2. Exit getting 1 onto Dick Stacy. Lucan spots out Malta. That's going to be over towards Longhouse. Should be able to clean that one up. And it all comes down to Dexter. 1 versus 4. Wishing he had his kill room right now to keep Renegades alive. Looks like the police will spot. Oh my gosh! I was imagining J2 is going to close that out, but all right. So a little bit of life left within him. But the bomb, look where it is. He doesn't know it's down towards top of mid towards T spawn. But it's not going to matter. Leo gets the final kill. Sharks win the first map 16-7.
Yeah, big man Trunky coming out there as he will punish and find that final frag in the final round for Sharks. 16-7. A dominant victory and a dominant game, I'd say pretty much the whole way through for Sharks there. CT side looked tight. Their CT side compared to what Renegades were showing on Dust 2, it's night and day difference of how much more control they had.
It's 11-4 first half, and then Renegades took like first 3 rounds, I believe, or 3 rounds-ish on T side.
4K pistol.
CT side, yeah. I don't know. This was their map choice. They're going to Mirage next. Where Sharks, they were the ones that chose the map. I think the scariest thing is that Marin had 15 kills, but it wasn't him that needed to perform. You had, J&T hitting shots. You had Exit hitting shots. You had Lucan hitting shots. Like, seeing Sharks have 3 players stepping up and Marin not even having to be the big playmaker, I think for me, that's a scary thought. And I think that, to me, also shows that Sharks should be the favorite now after just seeing that map alone.
Yeah, well, that was what was worrying, because like looking at it initially, I thought, right, I kind of favor Sharks going into this. They had a great showing versus G2. They've been looking better and better. They've got a lot of talent. They've got a lot of firepower, and the firepower is out in full force. However, I thought it actually would go Renegades winning Dust 2, and then Sharks coming back in to take a 2-0 from that point. The fact they've won Dust 2, and they've won Dust 2 so confidently, Jason, going into Mirage, I'm scared.
Yeah, and I think we kind of should be. It looks like the lads might be, unfortunately, heading home after about a day and a quarter of playtime here. But I think the Sharks are hungry, and the kind of funny but frustrating thing for them, as we mentioned, towards the top of the match, is the fact that there's rumors that MIBR might be looking at Mayern.
Yeah.
And to be a feeder team has to be annoying. Like, obviously, Sharks can't really have the kind of capital to keep Mayern around that MIBR do have. I mean, just on a personal career-wise, I mean, going to MIBR would be a massive step up for you.
Oh, to play with some of the legends there and learn experience.
But the thing is, like, there is a lot of potential on this team. Like, again, Luke and JNT exit like performing so well. JNT hit a couple of really great shots and a couple of really important shots that like kept them in the lead, like kept them in the hopes of taking a round.
I think he was the star of the CT side. Like, without him being so proficient with the AWP and being able to basically get short control for them, or especially the way they were roaming once they started going for the double AWP setup, he was so impactful into the game that in reality we didn't really need to see Mayan do, you know, extra ridiculous things. He could just play consistently, which is a good position to be in. If your star player doesn't have to just go absolutely wild and can just live at a normal level, it means something's going right with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it was Luke in there. You saw him 21 kills. I didn't see what he was finally at the very end. But yeah, Renegades, like, what do you do now? You lost your map choice. You're going to Mirage. Sicko just was not really existent or impactful with AWP, whereas JNT was like the kind of complete opposite. No one else really kind of stood out with like big plays. Maybe you talk about Dick Stacy's 4K and the pistol round, but that's like it. Like, I can't think of any individual big plays that happen across the team. I think like Dexter maybe like once or twice got a couple of big kills to open up a site, but then again, they finished with 7 rounds. It's hard to really find anyone or any plays in particular that really were big enough since they only had 7 total.
Well, that's the problem, right? Is if you win one round that's like, it's not repeatable, it's not sustainable, where some individual player just has to do everything on his lonesome, it's not going to happen again, or it's not going to happen the following round. It's once in a blue moon, which it's not how you win rounds. It's not how you're going to be able to win the game of CS when your opponents, Sharks, everyone was looking consistent.
And why would you have a blue moon when you have a potential to just have a GNT? I mean, that's the roughest part about this for me. But I believe we're going to be heading to a break. Mirage going to be coming up next. We're going to find if Renegades can keep their tournament hopes alive here, though, after this short, what, Jackie?
Break.
They had one goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. And credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions. But you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Come over here, swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea, since you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah. Push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah, I ain't too far. I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know. somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. In the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight and break up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul.
The Sharks came out in full force to open things up in this best-of-3 elimination series versus Renegades, but there is more to go as we move on to Mirage. What's up, Jason?
They looked more like Street Sharks.
Oh, the big Muscly boys. Yeah,
the swole boys.
Yeah, I remember Street Sharks. They were good.
Yeah, I used to have some of their figures.
Did you have a Biker Mars from Biker Mice from Mars? Do you remember those?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, actually.
Oh, those were also good. They were of a similar vein of Street Sharks. Very similar, but they were swole mice, and they rode bikes.
What would you actually be scared of? We'll be serious in a second. What would you be more scared of, a swole mouse or a swole shark?
If they looked like the Biker Mice from Mars, I'd go for the mice.
Same.
But, you know.
I think a mousetrap would just piss them off.
Yeah, but they would probably use that as a weapon against you.
Exactly, and I don't want parts of my body put into a mousetrap.
No.
I'm sleeping.
At least there's not any shark traps.
At least without my consent.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, we have the Sharks up against Renegades. Sharks currently with a 1-0 lead. They won 16-7. 11-4 first half of them on Dust 2, which was Renegades' choice of map. And now we go to Mirage. And honestly, I'm trying to find a reason or find something within me that makes me want to believe that Renegades can take this back. We didn't really see anyone pop off. Like, no one had a strong game at all. Yeah, you could say, well, Jason Kaplan, J Kaplan with a one side of the L on Instagram, or J Kaplan on Twitter. That's what they say.
All the names.
But Jason, they only won 7 rounds. But even in those 7 rounds, we didn't see anyone really stand out. The only time we saw it was once with Dick Stacey in a 4K in the pistol round. That was it. No one really had a big game. Also, just for a correction for us at home, thank you for the 2 people who did hit us up about this. Ins, not INS.
That's our bad.
Ins and outs.
But now we've learned.
We have, so appreciate that one.
But the friends you make along the way.
I don't have many friends.
I'm your friend.
We're more like colleagues sometimes. But there's just no one that really stood out, unfortunately. Like, I really can't think of anyone else besides Dick Stacey in that one round. And you can't win against the best teams in the world without everyone being able to pop off. Yeah. And that's what Sharks have been doing. Like, everyone's been able to have some good rounds.
Well, now we're on Mirage. And this could be scary. This is the map pick of Sharks. If they win this, it will be a straight 2-0 sweep against Renegades, and Sharks will be the team that swim on further into the tournament here at Pro League Finals. But let's see. It's a new map, fresh mindset, fresh set of eyes to approach this one. Jason, let's see if it's going to be different. The pistol rounds have favoured Sharks for the most part so far in this series. Can they get another one under their belt?
I don't know. No, it's really... Wait, no one's taken a single point of damage on Shark's side as they walked into the site. That's really unfortunate. 1-for-1 trade comes in. Mayor, though, able to get the second. Gets gooshed up immediately, though, by Inns. But I don't know how are they going to retake this. And they do have a kit, luckily, on Inns, but he's now tagged up. They do have a flank coming in from behind. It's not even a flank coming from behind. The player just pushing straight up in towards the side, and actually he's going to come down to Luke, and he's going to be in a 1-on-3, and yet somehow Renegades do bounce back. Inns getting a double kill. They should be able to have the defuse here, and they should have the pistol round as well, but that honestly came too close to comfort, considering Sharks took not a single point of damage getting into the site and getting the bomb down. I was honestly amazed to see Renegades win the round.
Yeah, very, very close affair. Could have been quite scary, but luckily in the end, Renegades come back into form and do pick it up. They needed it. Alleviate a little bit of pressure from their shoulders as well, as they win a much-needed round going into the second map, and here comes the reinvestment. However, Sharks, they got the bomb down, so they're going to go all out with the Galils. Glorious stuff, as we see 4 of them picked up. This truly is the new meta, Jason. It's so cheap. It's like Black Friday, but for Galils.
So I would say more like Cyber Monday, because it's a video game. But they are guns. Maybe do you think there's a Black Friday on the black market? Or would that just be called Friday?
The Black Friday?
I don't know. I wonder.
We'll find out. We'll do some more research on that. All of this.
No one actually even hit us back up about the Finn thing yet, so. Anyways, we do have, like I said, the Galil galore for Sharks. Marin, the only one on the AKs, is able to pick up a double kill in the last round. There's really not much utility use. They're really relying on their just solid aim to crack open these sites. I never even also figured out which nut is the hardest to crack.
Oh god, yeah, there's so much to be done.
Just so little time. But Leo's been able to get in towards connector. Looks like they're going to rotate back in towards T-spawn and go in through A ramp. Just comes down to who hits the shots. I mean, Renegades do have some utility. Dexter, you can see the Molotov and the grenade. In's going to have the flash, and Sicko will have some offensive utility to use, but they need to hit their shots more importantly. It comes back to FPS 101, and In's going to lose out the duel in Palace. Leo just comes around the corner and takes down Dexter, and I think Sharks have just won this round.
Yeah, the Galil greatness is working out so well. All of the frags going their way thus far, and you can see Renegades, they are spooked. They want none of it, as they are going to sprint out of there as fast as can be. Sicko's the only one that's hanging around for now, but eventually he starts to make his move back. If they do go for the murder hole, they'll be met with an instant demise as Leo Drunky holds the angle. As they do just go for the save, they make their way away. Sharks tying it back up now, Jason. 1-1 apiece. Good stuff on display. They do trade out one of those Galils for one of the M4s they could find. That's going to be Leo that will scavenge that and bring it forward into the next round. And already this is a bit worrying, right? Renegades, they win a very close pistol, but there's nothing to be done on the follow-up.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think it's like, I'm not surprised anymore with teams in the first round getting the bomb down, buying up for the second round, then winning the round. I mean, I know Tom and I have talked about this a couple of times. It actually, like, works out better for you almost to lose that first round, then come back and win the second, because then you're guaranteed to get the 2 straight. But there was still, like, a lot of offensive utility to use. And honestly, it came down to timing. Like, Leo coming around the corner at the time he did in connector, killing Dexter, like, that was like the linchpin of the round. I feel like that. Like, once Dexter fell, Renegades collapsed. And obviously the kill by, I think it was Lukin onto Inns and Palace also helped out and allowed them to push in from a couple different angles. But that was just Sharks just out-aiming their opponents, honestly.
Ooh. Leo, straight 50 damage taken as that nade is going to roll in and blow him to bits there. Half of his HP gone already, a mere matter of seconds into the round. It's a good use of the utility. Dexter, got in a cover just in the nick of time, or else he would have been eliminated. So very lucky to still be alive at this point. It's established a slight amount of control towards underpass, and Sharks are backing off from B. They're going to head back around over towards the A site. They can recover the bomb. Everyone else is grouped up outside of ramp, ready for an A assault.
Well, he got the smokes to do it, right? 5 smokes to set this one up. Can make it very hard for anyone to hit shots. I mean, Dexter's going to have the deagle. Yeah, Seiko with the scout, and you do have Inns watching back from ticket booth with the deagle as well. But I do like how Sharks are kind of taking their time, trying to set things up. The big playmakers to do what they do best, honestly. But here we go, smoke's thrown down. They're able to get in towards the site. No one to defend directly. Renegade should be playing for the retake here, though they actually might push some smokes as well over towards Connector. Dexter able to pick up a double kill because there's a slight window within the smoke.
It's a 3 versus 4. It's finding an advantage for the CT side, but Lucan's looking to try and bring that back into a T-side advantage, but it's all the damage done from Malta. A massacre occurs as he's going to pop off with the M4, slays his way through everyone. And Renegades, they bring it back 2-1.
Yeah, Dexter's 2 kills. I mean, he got 3 in the end, but his 2 kills on the staircase, just perfect. If he didn't get those like that, that should have been Shark's round easily. I wish I actually saw like the angle they gave him shots at. If any of them were actually just through the smoke, or if he actually used that little bit of a pocket. Either way, we wanted to see someone step up within the side of Renegades. We didn't see it on Dust 2, and Dexter might have been able to show us they do have what it takes here to bounce back on Mirage. 3K to save the round.
Second time this nade has done so much damage as well. Just with a classic jump spot, as soon as you get contact, cast the nade out and try and do as much damage as physically possible towards the B site. Very, very beautiful hull. Jason, so many frags found already as they deny any push. Sharks, their feet barely touch the ground at B.
And now they have to save up. So Renegades, completely night and day between map 1 and 2, especially within the halves alone. They still don't have that much money saved, though. I mean, you look at Dick Stacy's on 5.3, but they invest into the op in this round for Sicko, so he can have a little bit of control in towards middle, or at least go for contesting it. But he's not really going to have the opportunity. I mean, it's just the Glocks. It's the full save out of Sharks, which you don't see too often anymore these days. Probably just going to barrel in towards the B site. At least I was imagining that. Instead, they're going through the underpass, and they're just being mowed down.
Oh, it's all about the utility usage. Nades, blowing Sharks to bit. Those numbers must be so inflated, Renegades. We could look into those. That would have been tasty, Jason. I imagine it's probably pretty high because he's been doing like 150 damage around towards B, basically, when he's thrown it out. We saw 50 damage in the first round. It was like 150 on the second round. There was a 2K with a nade then and a Molotov kill. Everyone is going to be living the high life when it comes down to grenade damage.
I see, though, now Sharks back buying up 3 SGs, 2 AKs, a lot of Molotovs and a lot of smokes. They're really looking for displacing people with the Molotovs and smoking off certain areas to push in towards one of these sides. They're actually kind of set up for a potential B play here. Maybe get the short smokes, Molotov off parts of the site, and hit towards B, but I am getting a little bit worried. Like, the B-side defense out of Renegades, bar the pistol round, has been pretty solid. And that came down to a retake for them.
Underpass control being taken as Lucan and Mine slowly make their push up. Sicko is waiting with the AWP. Zoned in, honed in, ready to punish. But he backs off, repositions over. Looking towards Palace, is going to be smoke walled off as well. Does get the Molotov out, so they can't actually charge up. Mid control has been taken by Sharks, but where do they go from here?
Well, no smokes left. They're going to go somewhere. They have to do it right away.
Leo Bernie.
I mean, yeah, he kind of ran into the Molotov, but I mean, that was his fate. He was trying to fake them out by, you know, assuming he's not going to run through the smoke. Ditko's still alive in the back of sight. Eventually will be cleaned up. Sicko, though, been relatively quiet on the op, I'd say, in the series so far. First time we're going to see him using it here on Mirage. 18 seconds left. There's no smoke for the cross, and he does get the first kill, but the bomb still will get into the site nonetheless. Coming down to the 2-on-2 retake for the CT side. Gonna be tough to do with the op, especially with Inns already dead. And now for Sicko, you're maybe thinking, I gotta save this for the next round. Money's not terrible, so they can obviously buy into the next anyways, but to give over the op to the side of Sharks could be detrimental. It's been spotted out by Exit. Exit will get the kill, they'll secure the op. And Sharks do bounce back. They do pick themselves up around.
I think this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker of a map. It's going to be
proper slapper of a match.
Rap. Yeah, like this is going to go the whole way, I reckon. Renegades, they're a little bit more fired up. They look like they're way more confident into it. Actually, we've seen some of the shots being hit as well. Malta's already there with 8 frags on the board. Potentially for me, if Sicko can wake up a little bit more and really have loads of impact with York, that would be a defining factor because, as you said, like map 1, he just wasn't there. It wasn't enough. And J&T was schooling him with that scope. So let's see if that will carry on.
Again, some decent utility damage done the Molotov, not really connecting, but the nade did once and twice.
The nades have been really prime.
Yeah, J&T's not spotted out a single player, and he won't see a single player. He gets naded twice, gets spammed through the wall, and he's dead. He's dead, Jim.
Rude awakening.
Well, I mean, he's not really waking up. He's more about going to sleep now.
Yeah, sleep with the fishes at the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, it's kind of funny because sharks can't sleep because they'll die.
I'll have to keep moving.
Yep.
Shark facts. To unsubscribe, text to 1-800-SHARKS.
Don't, because there's someone out there that probably will, and it's probably not what we think it is.
No. This message was not endorsed by Jason Kaplan Limited. Sicko, though, that'll definitely be endorsed by big man J Cap as they're punishing, trying to see how high he can be into the round as he's towering above the opposition here. Everyone is falling down. Mine and Exit, the last 2 that remain. Krieg and AK in play. They're going to attempt to try and slay, but it looks like they're just going to hit the DECK. Actually, the Molotov burns Ints out of the round. It's a 3-on-1. Exit doesn't have bomb control, and he doesn't have time either. It's all just about, really, the survival here. They're going to get some money into the next round either way, but if he can hold on to this Krieg, that's probably the best bet. A bit of typing going on as well, so I imagine we might actually see a pause going into the next round here, Jason.
I would imagine so. We haven't actually seen many pauses out of both teams, even on Dust 2.
I don't think there was one, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. And there won't be here. Okay.
Maybe just asking for HP, potentially?
Probably just telling them to like and subscribe and follow Jason Kaplan on Twitter.
Yeah?
Yeah. Or maybe Leah was preparing his next tweet to passively aggressively be mad at me. I'm talking about numbers. I don't know why I'm still bringing that up. I feel like not many people out there even saw it, but... Again, going back towards B. Exit down to 52 health. Just seems like every time they do go B, like you mentioned before, like the amount of utility damage they take is just ridiculous. So you have to wonder, like, when will they give up? I'm actually more surprised to see Sharks, maybe not in this round, but in general, just not really go for as much middle control. We saw them, like, if they were underpass to middle, and they got slaughtered by utility. And I think that was, like, the only round they've really gone in this direction. They went around prior where Leo did push the Molotov and got one, but then he did die to the Molotov himself. And they were able to get onto the B site from that, but they've really relinquished a lot of control to Renegades. And at their same rate, I'm kind of surprised to see Renegades not push up middle. Like, that's probably one of my favorite things to see on this map.
Sicko's keeping it very lax with the AWP. He isn't fully peeking out. Oh, the nade damage has been really so clean into this matchup. Ints as well. Beautiful spray. Gets himself 2, wants a third, and of course he's going to be able to find it. Exit is the Lone Ranger, the last one left on his Todd, stuck there towards mid with a Krieg in his hands. Not too much time to cause any chaos either. It's a 1v4. Sicko's got the angle. Oh, a bit overkill, but he is going to get the headshot, Jason. 6-2 now. Renegades, they are woke on the CT side of Mirage. They're looking so much better into this one. And a lot of it does genuinely just come down to the nade usage. Like, those numbers must be so inflated at this point. As you said, every round when they've gone towards B, that nade is hit. Like, it's crazy. They've been double nading it. They've been pretty much guaranteeing a frag, or at least bringing them up to like 70 HP off of an opponent every time they've gone there, even at mid. The mortar strikes that are coming in from Renegades are wild.
It's really making me wonder if like our veto graphic was wrong, even though I know it wasn't, because Dust 2 is chosen by Renegades, Mirage chosen by Sharks, and yet it's going the opposite way for both these teams. They've been able to get into the B site without taking too much damage this time. However, Malta's been able to play around the smokes and actually get behind the enemy team. Sharks not expecting him to be there. J&T will fight back and respawn with one, but one and done is unfortunately all he'll be. Renegades get 7 now.
They've gotten into B quite a few times when they have gone for a faster place burst, but they haven't been able to do anything with that. They can't establish control. Renegades just doing so much better right now, being able to frag out hard. Everyone is looking quiet on Sharks. It's a role reversal. Finally, they do go for a tactical timeout, though.
114 ADR for Malta, 102 for Dexter. 12 kills as well for Malta and Inns. I mean, only on 5 kills, but he only has 4 deaths. There hasn't really been too much action towards him, like we've been mentioning. He's been playing over towards Palace, and it seems like Sharks have been really barreling down onto the B site. Yeah, I don't know. Like, JNT hasn't had the impact he had on Dust 2. Mayor neither, only with 2 kills.
Well, JNT's had the AWP 1 round into this as well. Took it to B, hard scoped in. He didn't even see anyone, did he? Like, literally
he did,
double nade.
Just this last round, he got a kill with the AWP, didn't he? Yeah.
Did you get a second one out of them? All right. That's what I mean. Like, the difference is with that, it's been so quiet.
Well, to be fair, right, Dust 2 is his defensive AWP with the CT side that he did well with. This is the attacking side with the AWP, which is a little bit of a different kettle of fish.
He does need to get some opening picks on the board, though. Needs to try and get a little bit of momentum going. Round 10, it's a 7-2 scoreline. Here's the mid push you were asking for as well, as Dexter's going to establish control. As soon as that smoke dissipates, they're going to realize no one's at B, no one's outside of mid, everyone is on A, and now they are really on A. They start to swarm the site. INS shoots back, Ints rather, as he will get that kill across onto Drunky. Bomb goes down, but it looks like the T's are all going to be going down as well.
Yeah, kind of a shame considering they got the opening pick, but they weren't able to recover the AWP. That Sicko did drop. And a flank coming in towards A-ramp at the same time. Lucan's able to get one, but not expect Dexter to already be here. Now it's all on Lucan. Gets another kill again, trying to make it expensive for the CT side, but at least they get the bomb down, right? So they're going to have a very solid buy into the next. That was a hell of a shot, though, wrapping around straight into Sicko's dome.
Clean stuff. Good moves on display. Ints with a 3K as well into the round. And the AWP was safe. They can pass that back over to Sicko. Madness, though. The fact that this scoreline is already now better than all of the rounds they were able to achieve on Renegades on Dust 2, as they've now got 8. Sharks, they brought back up again. JNT does have the AWP out. Can they find an opening frag as they try and make the move towards mid early on? Leo Drunky, he's just going to be holding. They're going to be a little bit more paranoid, obviously seeing if there is going to be a mid push coming out here from Dexter. The smoke is down. Dexter pushes his way up. What can he find? JNT just watching the smoke towards the backside. But he's repositioned. So Dexter could actually have an opportunity to find an opening frag. It's going to be up to Leo Drunky, but he's just playing anti-flash, tucked into the cubby. Dexter's going to re-smoke it, though. Doesn't want to be too outrageous. Dexter, for a pixel-perfect gap, gets the opening headshot. He's got top mid control. If they push out through underpass, it's going to be so awkward because he can try and take them down. JNT's not able to hit the shot either. Malta's got the top angle as he's just sitting there on top of short. Everything that could go wrong for Sharks is.
Seems to be the story of the whole map for them, to be honest. A little bit of delayed take coming through, but Dexter, he's already ready for this one. But JNT's going to get the kill either way. Still have a lot more frags to find if they want to take this round back. It looks like, again, they're just going to walk straight in towards the B site where Dick Stacy will be waiting. Malta's there as well. 30 seconds left to go. Decent Molotov to actually push Dick Stacy out of that position, but the smokes are still going to be there, and they're still delaying for a lot of time. Exit's going to kill Mayer. That's the second time that's happened in this series, I'd say. JNT drops down, and he falls too. Renegades, 9-2. Completely different team than what we saw in Dust 2.
The second time they've had a team kill. That's not a great average to be hitting. Not really the most ideal situation, Jason.
1 per game, you know?
Yeah, that's acceptable. You can let that pass. The second time, it's a bit of a slap on the wrist.
I mean, you can let it pass, but I think the server won't. No. At least if you're playing matchmaking.
Dangerous territory. Start to get yourself into. All right, Sharks seem like they might actually try and go again for one of these B bursts. Or is it just going to be a bit of a contact play?
If it didn't work the first 5 times you've done it, it's got to work the 6th, right?
Yeah, I guess that is the mindset. I mean, the nades have just been the defining factor every time they've gone towards B. They've taken like 50 damage, especially if they're grouped up. Dick Stacy, all he needs to do is jump spot. As soon as he sees them, he'll chuck that nade out. And this will slow down the push and make it a whole lot more awkward. There goes the nade. Not that much damage this time. And Leo Drunky leads the charge. He gets it with the Mach 10. He's just going to be spraying away with the Biggie Smalls play. Let's see if he can punish. Dick Stacy dancing around a pole right now as he will find the opening frag. That'll be taken by Sicko. They've got control of the map. Can they get the bomb down?
Oh, jeez. JNT just gets dropped through the smoke. Dick Stacy is really not wanting to let control of this site go. 50 seconds left. At least there's time for Sharks to play with, but the rest of the CTs are going to be grouped up towards the B side with just Ins watching for a catwalk change, I guess, if anyone wants to come in that direction. Trying to play above the smoke here. Not a bad idea, but now Dick Stacy's going to know there's 2 players towards the back bench. Exit Lucan. Some massive kills they need. But again, they still haven't got the bomb necessarily, and they've been able to bait in more players around it. I don't know why Dexter went in by himself, because Inns was just not there to help him out. How did they win that round?
I don't know. One of the few they've been able to win. It's a huge result. They have actually got around the board as well, because they need as much momentum as possible going into the second half. There's the potential timeline. They do make this a 9-6. But considering how fragmented and few and far between the rounds they've got been, it looks unlikely. This would be the freebie if they were going to get one throughout the entire game, though, as Renegades finally not going to be investing into it. Just P250s on Parade and 1 Deagle to do some damage on Sicko. They have a single flash on Ints.
Like I said before, Sharks CT side yesterday and today seem to be their saving grace. I mean, even their T side wasn't fantastic on Dust 2. Let's see, a little boost into window. I think this is the first time we're actually seeing this, and Leo gonna walk straight around Dick Stacy. Free gun donated over to him. And I still don't want to count Renegades out now with just that kill alone.
Leon Drunky. He's the first casualty here, Jason. 55 seconds left on the clock as well, as time is starting to tick down. They've still got bomb control. That's going to be left towards T-spawn. It will be picked up by Exit as they do reposition. Deciding to set their gaze towards the B site here. Mauer. It's going for the vintage jump spot, trying to get the read. And Sicko's on short. This is where Dick Stacy could go for the swing out with the Krieg as well and really punish. He could get the backstab off, actually going over towards window. He's set up perfectly to dismantle them into the round, but he heads towards B early on. The back is turned though, and Sicko will find the opening frag. JNT, the quick switch onto the Krieg, and a quick kill onto Dexter. Malta as well has his lips removed by Lucan, and it's all going wrong now for Renegades into the round. But the bomb has to go down. They don't have time to mess about.
I think if Dick got that kill, they wouldn't have been able to get the bomb down, actually. But Inns, the quick rotate he was able to do, he's not been spotted out here. He might make some sound when he goes for the drop, and actually Marin turns around at the perfect time. JNT's like, hey, what's up? Free kill for me? No! Inns gets the kill. He's down to 9 HP. And Marin has to clutch this out. He has to somehow hold on 1 versus 2. The bomb going to be tapped. Marin going to jump around the corner, trying to pull them off of it. And now he's been tagged up here. He's going to have to contest this one at some point. Eventually gets around the corner, and Dick Stacy's going to drop him. That's a 3K. And yet somehow Renegades win that round with just pistols bought up. Not even armor.
That is absolutely wild. How on earth has he been able to find that frag? Sharks. Looking like the unluckiest team in the world right now, Jason. It's all going wrong for them. Wow. JNT, he got them back into the round, but it doesn't matter because of the shenanigans that are being brought out by Renegades. 10-3. That should have been around for Sharks, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, I mean, I kind of wonder if they didn't boost, is it Leo into window, and not giving the SG over to Dick Stacy, would they have been able to still win the round? Because they accomplished nothing with that boost up. They still got control of B in the end. Anyways, moving into the round number 14. He'll being dropped low in HP. Sicko gets the headshot onto him and does escape with his life. And still going to be here on the side to help protect. The bomb back towards A ramp. Mayer only had 4 kills. And will stay on 4 kills, unfortunately, as Ins able to secure one more towards his tally. But JNT's been able to sneak his way out towards B. He's going to spot out a player towards short. That's Malta going down. And now he has the potential flank. He actually has the B side, so they can run the bomb back. They have so much time left. And this should be the bomb being planted towards B. JNT could push up in towards kitchen if he wanted to. No one's even rotated to deal with him just yet. And Exits, I mean, he's left to himself. He's just trying to hopefully get a kill or two before he falls. Does give them the man advantage. Puts things into a 2-on-2 over at the B side if Sicko did rotate. But Sicko wants this kill. He doesn't want to let him go for free. Meantime, the bomb's going to be planted, and even Ins comes in to help out. So Exit's done his job. He's distracted for long enough to get the bomb planted, and for Sharks to get a 4th round on the board. Oh, they really want this kill.
It's gone rolling through. 3 HP left on Exit. Sicko going to be pushing up. Quick switches out for the M4. Pre-fires around the corner. They do get the kill, but they realize now what is occurring. The fact that the B site is the territory that was taken by Sharks is where they found the majority of their success. And they finally shut down around. It seems likely Lucan with a spam kills Ins. JNT will annihilate Sicko. 10-4. Getting closer to a 10-5 margin at the half, but that is the best they can hope for.
Why didn't they save the 2 weapons? They have 2 players who can't buy. Sicko could have kept his op. They could have dropped one to Malta. Don't know. I really don't know. That's a little bit awkward. Now they look at their utility as well. Like, just having those 2 weapons saved, we would have seen a way more fleshed out kit for the entirety of Renegades. But then again, they have 10 rounds CT side, right? So I can't harsh them too much. But this could be, you know, the little bit of a snowflake that starts to roll on the hill that eventually builds into a snowball here for Sharks if they can keep this momentum into the next half.
Majority playing a slow defense out towards the B site as they're just going to be waiting to see if there's any contact plays coming through from Renegades, if they do get a little bit antsy and push out. And we've got Exit just holding, looking for a ramp push. So he'll grab the bomb and start to link up with the rest of the squad. They are going for a split push here to gain mid control. Dexter peering over the smoke as he sits in connector. There's the flash to get out. And this is where the play starts to develop. Leo Drunky's going to smoke towards window. They can take mid control. First time we're seeing Renegades play so laxed as well. Oh, Dexter, that's disgusting. Through the smoke. The luck was behind it. And it worked in his favor, Jason, getting the opening pick. It's a good way to start off this 15th round for Renegades.
I'm really worried that Sharks only know how to go B. Like, honestly, they're coming through yet again. He walks through a smoke with the bomb. The bomb's now down. The rotations are going to come through. They even have Malta just tucked away in towards B halls here. This should be a free kill for him. And Sharks, like, they just threw away this round again. Why are they going B every time? It's not working out for the Mayor, though. 2 HP left won't be enough. And we're going to have 11-4 scoreline in favor of Renegades at the end of the first half. Oh, this is where I thought you would
I thought you were taking it out to the break.
Oh,
it looks
no,
like we'll come back in with this one after the break.
Wanted your thoughts.
Sorry. 11-4. Renegades looking like the complete role reversal here on Mirage, Jason, and Sharks. I don't know. They just didn't realize there was 2 sites on the map, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably like the best way to describe it, unfortunately for them. But hopefully their CT side will be better for them. In the meantime, Renegade's still trying to take it to our 3rd and final map of Nuke. Let's see. I mean, now I'm happy for Sharks because they're actually pushing up middle. I like this. You ask Tom every day of the week, and he'll say the exact same thing. I talk about it every single time on Mirage. But hey, they have them set up in a actually good position here. Dick Stacy's gonna round the corner and basically to his death. How is he not dead yet? How does it take 4 players that long to kill him? But luckily they're able to get the next 3 off that in total. So the bomb should be planted towards A, but it's a follow-up kill. It's all on Dex now in a 1-on-4. Shark should still... I like how Luka jumps right in front of his teammate when he's trying to shoot him. He literally gets right in front of him, so he can't shoot. He's like, nah, I want this kill.
Yeah. Thing is, Sharks have been really good on the pistol rounds over the course of this series. Like,
it's 2-2 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but like the actual shots they've been hitting, they've looked crisp on pistols. You know, we had the B site push where it went a little bit awkward after they had established control, and then the other round.
They didn't even get tagged going into the B site.
No,
like, that's how bad Renegades played it. But then they like lost 2 players and still were able to like retake 3v5.
Now then, Renegades. Previously, we saw the all-out Galil buy that came through for Sharks when they lost their pistol round. Whereas Renegades, they've gone for a Krieg, an AK, and a Galil. And they've got a couple of Deagles to back that up and round things out as well. But look, the difference here, they get mid control. They've gone for the all-out fight on mid. They're using their nades actually really well as well. They're going to force off all of the CT side defense instantly to open this up.
How did Mayern take damage, by the way? He was sitting like ticket booth. No one was peeking him. Did he nade himself, or was it like... Did he get knifed?
I'm not sure. There was a molly and there was a nade that went out, so... Ins trying to find his way in to the site. Malta as well with the Deagle. Oh, Jason, this has gone from bad to worse all of a sudden for Sharks.
JT's gonna need quite a few kills and not gonna have a chance. Dexter with the Galil gets one, and immediately Shark's gonna back away to save the weapons. Renegades lose the first, but then win the follow-up round off the back of the plant. And Dexter's even hunting for more. Spots to jump out of J&T, but he unfortunately will fall. And they still even have potentially Dick Stacy to come over here. So I'm trying to secure the M4 to back away. And a clean round. Well, I mean, honestly, well done by Renegades. I still kind of wonder why Mayern took damage early on, but then their entries into site were crisp. They were clean. They were as fiery as pizza rolls put into a microwave.
Yeah? Probably.
You ever had pizza rolls?
No.
They're really good.
Yeah.
And bagel bites.
Wouldn't they be like quite molten heat on the inside though, with a microwave that heats it right through?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you like, put them in an oven, they're really good.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say microwaving sounds quite.
And you wash them down with the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and it's just like the perfect day.
Sets you up for success on the server.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Sharks need. A care package delivered straight to them, potentially to try and get them into the right mindset to win this one. As they won the pistol, they lost out on the conversion round, and now they're back into a bit of a mix-up buy, whatever they could find on the back of the sofa.
Do you just have guns laying around in your sofa?
At times, it gets quite uncomfortable to sit on.
Yeah.
Renegades just falling back into the classic, really. Smoke take on A once the time is right to strike, and then Dexter's going to come barreling out through Palace and look to be a bit of a nuisance maker. Exit. Oh, he's boosted himself up. He's going to move to a bit of a better angle here with the MP9. They're peering over the smoke. He spots them out. He's taken a grenade to the face, and Dick Stacy has removed his face from his body.
They didn't even see him there either. They just threw the nade directly onto him. And the bomb's going to go down, and Sharks should be looking to save. Well, potentially save him. You got Dick Stacy a little bit low, but he's backed off in a T-spawn, probably wrapping him towards middle. Sharks going to continue to challenge. Leo's going to fall. You got the AUG and the M4, like, save. You can't really afford to, like, keep losing rounds and losing guns. It's going to be 13-5 at the end of this, and Renegades are pretty much about to take us to nuke.
The way this is going now, it looks like we're guaranteed a third map. Sharks have just put up no fight here. The CT side as well, they're getting overwhelmed. Renegades seem so much more confident going into this. They were a little bit timid at places in Dust 2. Some of the long battles they went for, they were struggling to get any kind of control. Whereas here, they're just running out and looking like they own the place. And at the minute, they definitely do.
I feel like maybe I'm putting too much pressure on this player, but Mayan has just been uncharacteristically quiet in this map. Only 9 kills. I mean, he's technically like 3rd highest on his team.
They're all hitting that as an average, really, aren't they? There's not too much of a difference between any of them. But that's the worrying part, is before, they all looked like they were stepping up, and he also had a good game. J&T had a good game, whereas here, no one really is.
You know, for the player that's being rumored to be looked at for MIBR, these aren't the kind of numbers you're hoping for him to pick up. And I don't mean any offense by this, but especially against a team like Renegades, you know? They're not necessarily like, you know, best in the world. And if you play on MIBR, who, you know, on the daily plays against top 10, top 15, you know, ranked teams. But anyways, maybe I'm reading too much into it. I mean, this is a very one-sided game. You didn't play bad on Dust 2 at all.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like on Mirage, they just kind of set themselves up for failure, going B time in and time out. But I wonder what they'll have up their sleeves when it comes to Nuke, because it's pretty much just going that direction.
Burst out towards the site, everyone's hiding, lying in wait for the right moment to strike, and strike they will. Mine gets one, but that's all he's gonna get. As right now it's the T side that are fragging out of control. Lucan will die, Leo Drunky Sachun follow suit, which he will, and that's Renegades of a 14th round. 2 away from victory here, winning the second map, taking the series in a 1-1 split, and then forcing us to nuke.
All right, gonna see up one of the final big buy rounds out of Sharks here. Got the AWP for GNT. JNT. I'm gonna get me a GNT later on.
Yeah,
the hotel status here. I've been here so much this year. Is upgraded, so now I get a free drink when I go there.
There you go, based on your favorite player.
Yeah. I feel like that's a good marketing tool. Like, have a GNT with JNT.
You could definitely get some brand deals.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the devil, 3 players pushing up towards A ramp, and he actually almost spotted them out. Not much utility left for Sharks either, and look at the side of Renegades, like the amount of Molotovs they have, the flashbangs. It's gonna be very hard for Sharks to hold on to this, especially when they have 1 smoke left on exit, and he's currently over in towards CT spawn watching window. Mayor now, his presence has been given up, not able to get the first kill as he does get the dink onto Dick Stacy. JNT now needs to start hitting some shots. No one in towards Palace, his opportunity to land them, but unfortunately he misses the first. Dick just hoping to get out of this difficult place he's put himself in with only 10 health. And JNT is actually just in the site now. Gets the first kill as they backed away. Bomb rotating back towards, it looks like the B site now, as Inz is going to be here to look to push in. And Leo, I mean, if he gets his first kill, they might have a chance in this round. But I don't think they're going to expect Inz to be here. They had no middle presence at all.
Inz, the backstab. He spotted out the rear of Leo Drunk. He sets up the shot, but he couldn't get the follow-up frag there on towards Lucan. Lucan trades out for the Kalashnikov, but he's not going to get a chance to fire even a single round from that weapon of mass destruction before he gets late to rest. Now we're into a 2 versus 3. It's full T-side control. Renegades. Match point is theirs. The CTs are going to save. They cannot afford to loot these weapons, Jasons, because they don't have any money.
And this is going to be Renegades on map point. 15 coming through from the boys of Down Under. I actually thought they were down and out after map 1.
Oh, yeah.
16-7 on Dust 2, and it was their map choice. Like, all right, well, you know, they might as well start packing right now, but credit to them to bounce back after the map. Have the same kind of first half scoreline, just inverse between Dust 2 and Mirage, and very realistic possibility now that we're going to nuke. I mean, look at the money that Sharks don't have. This buy-up is going to be very awkward. They had an op. I believe JNT is going to be the one to pick that up. But yeah, kind of a shame. Like, JNT is like technically like top fragging for the team with Lucan, but his op hasn't been impactful at all. Even in that last round alone, like maybe missed a shot or two in there.
Renegades going for the Sharks classic here as they head over towards the B site very early on. A lot of damage done to Inns though, as he's already pushed his way up. Taking a whole lot of utility damage, but does some of the damage back on his own. Chucks out the nade, 40 HP peeled off of Lucan. It's a good way to trade a little bit of early damage back.
This though, Malta. Yeah, this is basically it. As long as he doesn't miss his shots here, it's over. Lucan's gonna fall. Leo now realizes there's so much extra pressure on him. The bomb, and he making its way up into B halls. But ends rotating J&T. Oh my gosh, the timing. Oh. It's caught looking the wrong way here. And now Leo again has to go big. Mayer trying to rotate towards Kitchen. They do pinch him perfectly, and yeah, this should be it. Mayer in an exit in a 2-on-5.
Now confident enough to just swing out. Leave them lifeless as Dexter will get the final frag. They lock it down 16-5, meaning the series has gone 1-1. Just 2 goes the way of Sharks. Mirage is the map of Renegades, and we will move on now to Nuke to try and decide who is the winner in the series and who is leaving the event.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that we've had, what, out of our 3 best of 3s now over the course of yesterday and today, we've had it go the full 3 ways. And that's what you kind of expect, right? If it's the best teams in the world participating, and, you know, it's the best of the best of the best, sir. Do you know the movie?
Yeah. Well done.
Do you know the movie?
I can't remember the title, but I do know. I know the reference.
Then you would assume we're going to be going 3 maps pretty much the entire time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tom was saying that ATK, were at least before the second half began, we're like 10 rounds away from knocking North out. 6 rounds away from knocking North out. So if you guys are interested in watching that while we do set up the 3rd map, make sure you head over to the main stream at twitch.tv/ESL_CSGO.
Yes.
4 rounds now. Wow, ATK and North. Wow, that's a match I didn't expect to have go ATK's way. But nonetheless, credit to them and credit to Renegades, like we're saying, to bounce back into the 2nd map and to take us on to Nuke here. Obviously, we talked about before, you know, Greyhound Gaming turned into Renegades. You're trying to prove to your new organization that you're worth the pickup. You're worth the increase in salary they hopefully got. And this is one way to do it, you know. Get a little bit further in the tournament. Things are obviously not going to get easier here out. We still have 2 more matches to come up today. We've got MIBR playing up against Fnatic as our last match. Then we have 100 Thieves up against FaZe Clan as our next match. Today is just beginning, Jackie.
It is. We're just in the opening stages of it all. So much action to come over the course of the day. For Renegades, though, luckily they're going to provide us with some more as they were able to clutch it out and give us a much better display here on Mirage than they did on Dust 2. Sharks, it looks a little bit worrying though, Jason. No one was really performing like they were on the first map. Individually, that was what gave them the edge, whereas here, they look quiet. We didn't hear a peep from some of the big star names from Sharks.
Yeah, I can't think of like a single player who had like even really a standout round.
Oh, it was so average. Like across the board, they had pretty much the same KD.
Yeah, which is something that shouldn't be happening when you had, who was it? You had Lucan, you had J&T, Exit, I think like all around 20 kills on Dust 2.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it was a 16-7 scoreline, so they're going to have a lot of kills. But yeah, there wasn't really individual moments of brilliance. There was no real big clutches out of the team. Their T side definitely needs a lot of work when it comes to Mirage. Going B almost every round. I mean, you can't do that and expect to win, especially when you have Dick Stacy like nading you every time for what, like 50 to 70 damage. Yeah. Something has to change. Mirage clearly not working out for them on the T side, even though that was their map choice.
It didn't look like it was their map choice. And now we move on to the decider. Nuke, how is this going to go down? Time will tell. When we return after the break, we're going to kick it off. It should be a ridiculous affair. Stay tuned for Nuke after the break.
They had one goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. And credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Ulsan. Like came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Urense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got them coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh over stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah? Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
It's time for Nuke, the decider between Sharks and Renegades. We're about to kick it off. It's me and big man Jason Kaplan that are going to be guiding you through the action here. Sharks, they look dominant to open up the series, Jason. I think it's fair to say. Dust 2 was completely theirs through and through. Mirage, they didn't even look like the same team. They just struggled at every opportunity, and now we're here on Nuke. What do you expect?
It's an analogy you gave during the break. I don't know if you want to. I mean, if Sharks lose the series,
yeah.
Do you want to repeat that on air?
Which one?
Both of them.
Maybe later on. We'll see. We'll see if they lose.
Okay.
All right.
Promise.
Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right. Got it right here. Clip it.
Nice.
And if Sharks lose, you're gonna say the analogy.
Heavy fingers, isn't you?
How's it?
What? Spindly little long boys. Like salad fingers.
What does he say? Something about the spoon.
Oh, rusty spoon.
Rusty spoon.
Ooh.
There we go.
There you go.
That's a great one. Was it on Newgrounds?
I believe so. And then it was on YouTube as well, wasn't it?
Good times, good times. Not good times, though, for Sharks, as unfortunately they did lose Map 2 on Mirage after having such a dominant performance on Dust 2, but now we go on to Nuke as a third and final map of the series, so we're going to find out if they can maybe keep themselves alive, keep themselves from going extinct, because this is do or die time for these two teams, right? You lose this, you're out. You win this, it's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. One of these teams is going the way of the Dodos, and that's not what you want. Extinct, mate. Yeah, just in case you don't know. Apparently they were very delicious.
How would you know?
Well, you know.
I'm more worried that Tom looked at me and he's like,
yeah, that's why they got eaten. They were mass eaten.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're delicious. That just means they're terrible at escaping.
Well,
like hiding.
I suppose so. I reckon they would have been quite quick.
Like fast or?
Yeah. Like, no, like fast. I'm like, well, yeah, probably.
They couldn't fly, right?
No. They were flightless birds.
So, basically like a chicken or a rooster.
Yeah.
Or not a rooster, or a turkey.
A primal chicken. We're already in,
We're already in the game. All right.
My goodness. Right, well, let's eat our way through this one as it's already going quick. Mount has killed everyone, and so has Dexter. Renegades win the opener. There you go. That was the fastest pistol round in history.
Yeah. Would have been nice to see the whole, setup to it. But, Renegades still take it either way. And Sharks down on the T side. I guess they lost the knife round. Yeah, I have a tough time here. Very tough time. And especially trying to bounce back from the last map. Like, 16-5. Like, they couldn't get anything going for them. No one was able to stand out. No one was able to really step up for their team. Just kind of average play from everyone. I'd say below average, because if it was average play, I still feel like they would have put up more rounds than the 5. But let's see, though. It's not going to come into this round, so they only have the Glocks. To be fair, though, they have made things quite expensive in the past with just pistols alone. But Nuke is a different fish.
A nuclear fish?
No, this isn't Simpsons. They don't have 3 eyes.
That's what I was thinking. That was what you triggered in my mind. Sharks, just with the Glocks. Can they rock out with their Glocks out? Let's find out as they're going to push their way out towards the bomb site. It's not going very well at all, though, as they are being mowed down by the MP9.
Were they going to knife him?
I don't know,
I feel like Inns switched his knife to run and just...
He did whip it out, didn't he?
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
No stabbing here.
Clean round, though. A lot of money built up for Inns, too.
Mm-hmm.
Was it 3 kills?
Yep.
The MP9.
He'll be happy with that.
Well, we're going to see the back come in now, and I'm actually a little bit worried because you see Sicko on the scout still. You see the 2 MP9s, and a FAMAS. They don't have the best weaponry to deal with the AKs and the SG that's coming their way. But hey, the utility damage being carried over from the last round. Leo down to 5 HP off the bat. Mayon down to 64. Not the most ideal start here for the Sharks.
Yeah, already quite low on HP. They are attempting to gain that outside control. Sicko's there. It's not an AWP. It is a scout. How much can he punish with it? He will now have the knowledge that JNT's close by, up on top of the silo. He's back to watching towards the fence, though, on the outside angle. They have smokes. They've now drawn them as well, so they're going to cast those across. However, Dexter playing close and personal will really make it quite personal.
This is honestly
Strunky.
This is like a massive round for Renegades because it's kind of like a bonus round for them, considering they didn't really upgrade any weapons, and yet they have a realistic chance of winning this round, especially with JNT. Oh, no. That's gotta suck. Sicko tags him as he's trying to jump down to Mini, and he falls to his death.
Oh, look at the corpse as well. He's broken his legs and his back.
Broke his legs in 2 different spots.
Literally.
It's like he just fell down a ramp or something.
Weak bones.
Yeah.
Somebody call an ambulance.
Your milk. That's unfortunate now, because now it's Exit and Lucan. 2-on-4. And if they recover these weapons, if Renegades win the round and then they recover the weaponry, not only did they win the bonus round, but they get free upgrades. And I don't think I've ever heard anyone complain about free things.
How much of a mess can Exit make into this round, though?
Not much, because he only has 7 seconds left. I think he's just trying to save the SG. If he had more time, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But I also still think just saving the gun is more important than getting a kill or 2, because it's not like you're killing off, the AK or the M4s or an AWP. You're killing off an SMG or a FAMAS.
Well, he's also the one on the side that's in a much worse position as well. So survival is way better.
Or JNT, look at the score.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough sight. Luckily, his legs have healed quickly, though.
Yeah, he used his portal gun to go get a serum, where the entire civilization is so advanced that no one ages anymore, and you can buy, you know, a bone healing kit at a pharmacy.
Yep.
You can buy aspirin.
Great analogy, Rick. Dunkey doing damage, though, as he dons the deagle. And will scalp Sicko. Inns peering towards outside, going to be looking out through main. No one's going to be there to greet him just yet. Drunky has snatched away an AWP as well. This could get quite awkward. His teammates are falling like flies all around him as they're being swatted down by Malta. Drunky's in the elevated angle, but no one's there. And they're essentially just stranded towards outside. The CTs have this on lock at the minute.
I mean, Shark's able to recover the AWP at least, but Leo, like, he needs to make something happen off of the actual pickup, off the kill they got. There you go. That's a great shot onto Inns. He's going to need to find another one here, and well, Dick Stacy will return the kill. Multiple fall. In the meantime, with Lucan and the Deagle, they've made this very costly for the side of the Renegades. Though, with Dexter behind them and the bomb still down out in the open, it's going to be very tough to close this out. And again, Dick Stacy picks up 3 kills, 10,000 money. 10,000 monies.
That's a lot of money.
I'm not criticizing any denomination or any currency. He just has 10,000 monies.
Big money, big frags, big fun.
You know what? Would you like some Malaysian ringgit? Because I have some in my wallet.
You have some in your wallet? Yeah, I'll take some.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. They have see-through money. It's really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now you've perked my interest.
I know. Well, 4-0 start for Renegades. Dick Stacy spent 7,000 of that monies he had, unfortunately, but Dexter again gets an initial kill. Tough times for Sharks, and I'm actually a little bit scared that Nuke will play out in a similar way, similar fashion to the way Mirage did. Like, the T-side was so one-dimensional. I mean, obviously, only 4 rounds in, and this is only the second gun round for him, so I don't want to call that a little bit too early, but we need to see a little bit more out of them. We need to see some sort of fight.
Surprised Dexter actually stayed alive as well. That HE took him down from 7 till 2. Barely clutched on to this mortal plane. Getting down to the 60-second mark as well. 4 players alive for Sharks. 2 of them a little bit wounded in Exit and Lucan that have both taken some scraps. They're just going to burst out, it seems, potentially towards the A site. Try and make it work. They don't have a great chance, though, as they're still losing that manpower. Drunky's been taken out of the equation. Now it seems like it's just going to be a squeaky burst that isn't very clean at all.
It almost feels like they don't know what to do sometimes.
They do look a bit lost.
Well, they're able to get down to the vents, so she'll be able to get a plant off of this. Though Dexter with AWP is able to stop that. And wow, Lucan, another great shot comes through yet again onto the AWPer. At least onto the AWP that Dexter had, not the AWPer. And now Dick Stacy and Sicko have to work together here. You know, at least where one player is going to be. Maybe they can assume Sicko's going to be flanking in from behind. So very wary of the direction he'll be, and Mayron's already trailed directly onto him, and Lucan's unfortunately going to fall. Now Mayron has to get the kill. He has to alleviate the pressure from one direction. They know exactly where he's going to be. Dick Stacy can play around this. The bomb is taken away, though they do have the kits to defuse it. Mayron's get the first kill, but Sicko will be there for the return, and Renegades will continue on their streak and go up 5-0. JT has not gotten a kill yet either, by the way.
No.
That's unfortunate.
Still on -1. That's going to be so infuriating.
I mean, his legs might be repaired, but his morale is still broken here, Jackie.
That ankle's just not been the same, Jason. You know, since the break, his career form, I don't know. I feel like maybe he's going to have to drop down a league, see if he can train himself back up, come back in next season.
That's a little harsh.
Well, that's the thing about breaking a leg, you know. It can completely ruin your entire career.
Or, you know, your clavicle and wrist. But still perform well.
It's down to a 1v1 clutch, though, for Renegades to get themselves a 5th round. Will this round come any easier? Dexter, surrounded by smoke walls as he's shrouded, sees them through the smoke. I believe there he got a little bit of info, waits for the right time to strike, though. So much damage done, and a frag found. J&T and Myron both incredibly low as they bombard their way down towards the B site. Inns has the outs of this round covered.
He stayed alive off the kill, too. Shutting down Myron, who's Only 2 kills at the moment for him, but then again, with how these rounds have gone, it's kind of expected, but they still need that big playmaker to come through. They still have a delayed little rotation of Lucan, though. Oh, Ins. He's ready to pounce. JNT just turns at the right moment. So they know the bomb's still down towards lower. Lucan on the rotate, I believe that was, again, from the outside, is going to be dropped over towards CT Hell. And they have just no way, like, again, this is like them stuck in Squeaky, right? In the round prior. Like, they really had no idea where to go, what to do anymore, and after they lost the flank from Lucan that they were, I guess, depending on, they had no follow-up plan, and they die off, and it's a 6-0 start now for Renegades.
JNT gets himself back into the game, at least with a 2K into the round.
Yeah, that's nice, right?
Yeah.
No more -1. Looks like the ankle's healed up. The tendons doing better.
It's getting stronger again.
Stronger than he was yesterday.
Everything heals with time, Jason. Sharks, though. They need to start cutting their way through the defenses of Renegades. They can't mess about anymore. Dick Stacy towards the ramp. Hoping to go rampant with this M4. Pepper sprays onto the opposition as they do get past it. The Ins can probably clean up quite efficiently here, causing mass hysteria on a global scale as they're all going to be dropping to the ground. 3 Ts remain. The bomb's gone down at the very least, but they're still fragmented.
Drunk at Leo.
The A site.
Yeah, he's going to drop down vents. Yeah, she could be able to get around behind. I believe it is... Well, Malta, I'll have it confirmed there as he gets the kill. It's another weapon going to be rescued, but still going to be Renegades on the attack. Utility a little bit light. They still have some smokes to close off a lot of different angles here.
Oh, they double smoke doors? No, they just... This is a bit awkward. This is a 2v2. Oh no, the knife comes out. He's just going to swing wild. He can't find him. He doesn't know where he is.
He got the defuse.
Jason.
Pulled it off.
Oh no.
I don't know, that was the most awkward, like, whole skirmish that broke down, and that was still, like, the most awkward finish ever. The knife slash.
Which is a second too little too late.
If even that.
Goodness. Renegades.
Nanosecond away.
Still undefeated in their streak. 7-0.
I mean, the upside is, though, for Sharks, they've been able to do some decent damage, and they have at least Ins going to be on the SMG. And the utility's going to be a little bit hurting out of Renegade's side, though. But yeah, like that, the morale for the team for Sharks, that's so unfortunate, too. And again, the pace is going to be slowed up here. Dexter not going to be shrouded in smokes to use on the outside. But again, like, because Sharks have been able to, like, consistently just go outside, smoke off the wall, and, you know, get in towards lower, they have to fight for all this real estate because they don't know where Dexter's going to be hiding anymore.
Slow round here from the Ts, nothing too outrageous, just sticking to the standard moves they've been making. Once again, going for the outside control. Dexter, he's done a fairly good job of putting a full stop to it every time, but not now. Bullet straight to the brain. He's gone. Ins. Oh, depending on the timing here, he could actually slip down behind them. Actually catches JNT off. That's the bomb, Jason! Oh, it does roll away.
Yeah, it rolls quite forward, actually. But you can still see they're very scared to pick it up. He's trying to back away around the corner to survive. He's bought some extra time, however. Again, Lucan has control of the upper bomb side. They actually could just go upper now, and I think they've... yeah, they're going to actually back off into vents and go up this way. But Dick Stacy, oh my lord, he's in the perfect position. They don't expect him to be here. He gets the first, not able to get the second. The bomb going to be spotted yet again. And then with 8 seconds left to go, they need to get the plant down. They need to do it ASAP. Ins not going to contest it. And now Sharks get to play for the afterplant. Sicko and Ins with the double up setup. Not the ideal weapons you want to have in this situation, but let's see if they can somehow pull this back, or Sharks can finally get their first run on the board.
Lucan. Simple headshot found. I think that has closed it down. Ins retreating. Scoped in, but not quick enough on the draw there. Leo Drunky will get the frag and move on over, debating whether or not they wanted to pick it up, but they won't bring the AWP forward with them. They will stick to the Kriegs. 7-1. finally around on their T side, but it's taken so long for them to get into the game. And they need to try and link these together as well. They've got to maintain here. At least how close they've had the majority of these rounds going, where it's gone down to 1vx clutches. Renegades don't have any money, so they will only have the Deagles to play with. There's not going to be any rifles out on full force right now. Just pistols coming out to play.
I mean, luckily for Sharks, though, they've been able to break the economy for Renegades, right? So they can at least look to, you know, pair some rounds back to back here. Just about how many can they really get on this T side? You know, they're going to need much more than the one they currently have.
It's just not enough.
I'm still worried, though. I mean, these 5.7s can do some serious damage.
A stationary angle, if you you push into it, you're not ready for it, it can definitely leave you with an awful wound.
Still so much time being taken by Sharks just to try to be extra cautious about where they want to go. Smokes going back on the outside. I do like how they've been like kind of nading this door down pretty often, at least destroying it to use as another angle, especially with the SGs from range. J&T almost having flashbacks to a couple of rounds prior.
Dexter trying to play around this smoke. Could be so cheeky with a backstab. First bullet works, the second's even better. As he is dropping them all, he will finally go down himself. But the pistols, they're reigning supreme. The close angles are working so well, and it falls into a 1v1. A round where Renegades literally just had 5.7s and Deagles, and they win it.
Like I said, I won't count them out. 5.7's doing some serious work. Dick Stacy coming up big in the final moments. 8-1 now for Renegades. What do you do here for Sharks? I mean, you had every weapon, you had every piece of utility. You should have had the round.
And Dexter has basically single-handedly just gone, it doesn't matter, I've got a Deagle, I'm going to win.
Yeah. Fortunate times for the Sharks.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Unfortunately, it's been just the latter of those two for them. Nice little double-up kill for Malta there. Even a nade kill to Dexter. Tries to punish them, push it in towards... Actually, really nice round out of Renegades, funny enough. I think it's one of the first times we've seen them put so much utility early on in the round, kind of read into Sharks switch up and play. That's all on exit. And he might be making a swift one here as he's being flanked in from behind Dick Stacy. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I'm worried for the Sharks. I don't even know if CT side's going to be enough here for them.
Unless they build up more of a sustainable buffer, then it's going to be over. Exit. He can find frags, but I don't know if he's going to be able to find a round. It would be such a tall order for him to win this in a 1 versus 3 now. Peeks out. Sicko misses the opening shot with a scout. Malta follows suit as well. Molotov going to be cast out as they do push up close and personal. He's taking so much damage. He's being swarmed from the angles as well. Dick will get the kill.
Oh, he didn't get the AK. Yeah, they didn't get the AK there. That's unfortunate. Means they're going to have to drop one. Still, though, I mean, like, Renegades, like, what? I don't know what Sharks can do. I feel like, again, they're like a little bit scared, a little bit like caught off of what they're supposed to do on Nuke. But we're not seeing like the outside plays anymore, just to get the solid control and just use that as like another avenue to attack with.
That's also been like the only play they've gone for, right? Where they've sprinted their way down through Secret and just basically wilded out and gone, all right, let's go. We haven't seen a ramp burst really, apart from like one where it didn't work out. Dexter's had their number in pretty much every round. I think that's been fair to say. He's been the outside king against them. How does he get away with that? 12 HP, and he is still taking heads for his mantelpiece. It's not acceptable, Jason. You can't be doing these things.
Imagine his mantle's just going to run out of room.
I know, his whole house is just going to be covered in heads. He's a headhunter.
Maybe he's going to shrink them. You know, like an Adam's or not, Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Don't say that twice more.
What, Beetlejuice?
Once more. God, it'd be a nightmare.
Now it's J&T and Mayern. Oh, nice little kill. JT's been a little bit quiet. Him and MIBR now up against the 4. They have at least the bomb down here towards the lower bomb site, but they don't really have the utility to back up a potential plant.
2 versus 4. 30 seconds left on the clock. J&T.
Gosh.
He's trying to save it for him, but goes down. That's the bomb. Completely out of hand for Mayan. This is rough.
I mean, yeah, In's just trying to stall for time. They have the bomb, and he gets a kill either way. 10-1. These halves have been so dominating. Like, first halves out of all the maps now, we had 11-4 for Sharks and Dust 2, 11-4 for Renegades and Mirage. Already up to 10-1 on Nuke at the moment. And finally, the first time they're going to come in. I feel like that should have come in like 7 rounds ago for Sharks.
Yeah. I suppose the mindset you look at it, right, which always kind of happens, is when you go, okay, we've almost won this round, we've almost won this round, we've almost won this round. We're doing the right thing. We don't need to pause. We just need to do it again, but this time we'll win it. So you keep trapping yourself into this mindset where you feel like, oh, we don't need to take a time out, it's fine, we'll just keep going. Eventually, we'll actually win because of how close those rounds have been, where they've been going down to like 1v1 clutches, 1v2 clutches. But the problem is, by the time you realize, oh, maybe we should actually slow down and talk about this and not tunnel vision, the scoreline's 10-1 and the game's pretty much already over.
Yeah. I don't want to count them out just yet, but like every round that goes by, I find it even harder to believe that they can bounce back. And they got like a little ZAKs, an SG, 3 smokes. That's what kind of worries me. I feel like Nuke is one of those maps you just need 5 smokes almost every round if you want to be successful. Right, so there's the first smoke going through towards Mini. But they're not able to actually accomplish much off that, so they're just going to push straight out. This one comes in. Leo's actually able to get out pretty far ahead. The flash to the exit is going to be good, so they've been able to focus off on one direction, but Dex is able to spam out through that one. Malta in towards the back of the site, unfortunately, will fall. The Sharks have gotten control of the inner bomb site, but Dick Stacy's right behind them! And he only gets 1 kill. I don't know why I'm so high-pitched, but he still gets the kill either way. 2 on 3 now. Minute and 10 left to go. The bomb's still not being safe to plant. And they're giving opportunities for kills to come through. Now down to a 2-on-2. Oh my gosh, Sicko was able to connect yet again. And now Dick Stacy and Sicko can potentially play from the same angle. And they're actually going to save this. They don't have the greatest money. I think they're going to give this round away. Or are they just going to rotate Dick Stacy up towards Heaven?
So they've got a kit. They could try and go through Crows if they want to, and then they would have both angles covered, and it would be quite awkward.
Oh, they're not checking. They're not checking Heaven. Oh my gosh, he's going to come in. He's going to have free kills here. Flashbang. No one's even looking. Dick Stacy, they should be... Oh my gosh, looking to turn around at the right time, and Mayon as well. Sharks clutch out the round, but that still was way too close for comfort.
It's taken so long for them to get a second round on the board. But again, Renegades, they haven't been able to build up any bank whatsoever because of how many players they've been losing each and every time. So just losing 1 round will knock them into a spiral, a downward spiral at that. An MP9, 1 M4 on Dick Stacy, 2 5.7s and a CZ is all that's going to be coming out here.
I mean, they've done more with less, right? They went around with just 5.7s.
Yeah, that is true.
And they already have 10 rounds total, so I think they're still going to be, in general, pretty happy. Sharks exploding in towards the lower bomb site through the vent.
This is way better. First time we've actually seen something a bit different.
I want to say, like, maybe their Molotov missed, actually. Or was there a smoke to actually block it off? So I think there's a smoke to block it off, so never mind. But yeah, I mean, it's just, like, where's this kind of Sharks been? I mean, then again, Renegades don't really have the weaponry to fight off early on, so I'm going to expect them to be able to take this round. And if anything, Renegades are just going to keep their weapons into the next round and just try to do it all over again, right? There's no point to try to go for this when you're most likely going to lose the round. Next round, you're going to be saving anyway, so you might as well just save what you have and give it another go. Give it another try.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the rounds where they can afford to throw one away, right? So they literally have more money to play with going into the next. They'd have a bad buy. Instead, this way, they can afford to get a pretty healthy one out. It's only 10-3. It's not the worst thing in the world. Now they can reinvest if they want to. Try and get a bit of a better buyout. Or just hold on and then get a very good buy going into the last round of the half.
I don't know, 5 rounds for Sharks. Do you think that could be enough? Do you think their CT side's going to be good enough to, like, come back off of that?
I don't know. After what we saw in Mirage, and what we see on their entire T side, where it just looks so stagnant.
Did they just team nade, Lucan? I feel like they threw this, like the second nade a little bit early. Yeah. The door wasn't exploded yet.
JNT, he's got his trusty AWP back in his hands. He's up top on silo. Peering out towards outside, seeing if there is anyone that he can find. Sicko's just firing off wildly into the smoke. Oh, and he hits the shot as well, Drunky. Oh, he's gonna be furious. Sicko's actually finished him. It's all about the no-scope spam.
Dexter's got an AK off of that. Inns has the M4. I think Dick Stacy and him just traded. Sharks will have control of ramp. They're going to be running out of time, though, and I mean, Dexter should really be able to hit too much through the smokes. Molotov going to be thrown in to maybe delay the plant from going down. But it's actually not going to be in a position. Sicko, though, is actually going to stop the bomb from getting plants. He's going to look to shut the doors to get to save some time. JNT gets caught reloading. Sicko gets himself a double. Gets caught reloading himself, but he gets away. It's going to be a 2-on-3 now in Renegades. Although they save until last round, might have been able to take their 11th, but Exit might have something to say about it.
It's a 2v2. A clutch round once again. Lucan suspecting the push to come through, trying to bait out Sicko as he taps to drop the bomb. Sicko gets the kill with the MP9 though, and it all goes down to Exit. He has HP, but he doesn't have time. He would have to plant the bomb right now, meaning that Sicko is going to be able to take the round 11-3.
5 kills. Sicko gets the ace with the SMG. That's a lot of money for him. He also recovers an op in that round. And Renegades put themselves up to 11. Money, still decent amount for Sharks to use, but that has to be so hurtful, again, to the mentality for Sharks. And that just shows, like, you know, Renegades' mindset, right? They could have fought in the round prior, try to get a couple of kills, but they save everything to the next round. Sicko gets a little bit lucky with a scout through the smoke to catch on to Leo, so they actually drop an AK over to Dexter. But they still, like, stay composed, and they still take the round. But knowing how these halves have gone so far, this is going to end 11-4. Already had 2 of them. Number 3, will it be in the cards? Will it be in the stars?
You've got to trust in the heart of the cards, Jason.
You do. Maybe they need Poland Exodia right now to come back on the CT side. Or maybe some Blue Eyes White Dragons. See, I don't think I can make that reference with Tom.
No?
I don't think so. I don't think he knows that show.
Not a fan of it?
Yeah.
Wait, he knows the name. He's aware.
Yeah, just like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Tom's got no idea.
I like how he's trying to talk to us as if we can hear him through our headphones. No, we can't.
Crazy stuff. Another slow round, though, from Sharks, as they're taking their time here. I won't do anything too sporadic or crazy and throw it away.
I mean, they're going to explode into upper. Inns, though, in a really good position here. I don't think they're expecting to be up this close inside of Hut. That's the first, not able to get the second, though. Myron's able to respawn, and the second with the transfer onto Malta. Leo gets one in the meantime, and actually, Sharks might be able to pull off the 4th round of the T side. I don't think Sicko can pull off another 5K. Even at more than maybe 1 or 2. He has the op this time, but Dick Stacy has to be the one to help out here. Sicko's trying to rotate in towards Mini to spot out the player there.
This definitely could still be their round. They've got a kit. They don't have any utility, but neither does Sharks. Dick Stacy has a lot of damage to do, though, as he comes out. Exit is the only player that's full on HP. Ready with the Creed, gets the headshot, cross flashbang goes out. Lucan will land the shot onto Sicko. 11-4 at the half. Sharks finally get a little bit of momentum. Can they carry it onto the second half, though? We'll find out after the break. 11-4 are the scores on the doors. Renegades smashing their way through Sharks on Nuke. We switch things up now, though. Renegades moving over to the T side. Sharks, they've had some good CT halves throughout the day. Can they do it again here?
I was almost expecting, actually, Renegades to just nade open the door and rush straight down through vent.
Instead, it looks like it's just going to be an old rampy ramp burst.
Big fan. Big fan of the rampy ramp.
Rampy McRamp face?
No, you can't do that. The boat earned its title. Looking for the shot here, though. I think only one player was spotted as he closed the gap. Luca needs to look to run away here and actually not die, but does have Lido support. Meyer in there as well, and, well, hey, look at that.
It's a classic Sharks pistol round.
Where's that Myron been?
Yeah, I know, right? He's finally woke up. He's come back into the game in round 16. Is it sustainable, though? Because they need it to be on their CT half. At least they've got the opening pistol. If Renegades took it, this series scoreline would get incredibly, incredibly bloated.
We've had a 16-7, a 16-5. If any map to come back and have a close match, it's going to be here on third and final one of the series. We still have FaZe Clan against 100 Thieves next. Myron, some decent damage done. Did they actually get the bomb down towards lower? Yeah, well, the bomb's there, but unfortunately there's no players to rescue it. As we're going to see, the rest of Sharks just clean them up. Dexter alone now with just a block, and it should be Sharks' 6th round.
Renegades, here comes the investment as the AKs are coming out to play. One Krieg on Dexter. And they've got utility. They do have 4 smoke grenades. There we go. Inns gets the final one, so they're going to have 5. So they will be happy with this. It will allow them to do whatever they want in terms of their strategy going into it. I wonder if we will see the outside control. Actually, no, once again, just going for more of their standard defaults so far.
I did want to see some presence out of them, though, right towards outside. Don't give free reign over to JNT. Well, he has the scout, too, so it's not like you would have to really worry too much about him if you got the proper smokes down. But like I said, I guess trying to feel out their opponents. And the lead they did have, they obviously have some rounds technically to give. They're getting super worried about the flashbangs coming through. What a couple of shots onto Dexter there. Is there an early man advantage? Able to rescue the weapon. He gets a second as well. They need to deal with this, man. He gets a 3rd. What's going on here? Lucan almost win the round by himself. Gives him such a massive lead. Dick Stacy down to 1 HP and Inns. He's got the health, but they don't have the numbers.
Lucky to be alive as he found both of those frags. The ferocity was on point. I don't think he's going to be able to keep up these atrocities down into just a 2 versus 3 with a single point of health. As they are making their move down through ramp. They've got 30 seconds to strike here. And B already has a defense built up. Exit and Mayan both there, waiting for the push to come in. Dick Stacy will lead the charge. Trying to play for the headshot angles. Flashbang goes across, sprints onto the site, hoping to get the bomb down. Exit will open the door. Luckily, he has a little bit of cover to play with, and they will get the bomb planted.
Inns gets a kill, alleviate some pressure towards ramp. It's actually going down to a 2-on-2. They have to worry about Dick Stacy. He only has 1 HP, but he still has the AK, and that's all he needs is 1 bullet. And Inns able to help cover him off. Like, as long as Dick just stays back there, he's going to watch the crossfire when they come through. Now, Dick Stacy's going to know. He just needs to survive a little bit longer. And he gets him so low in HP. 14 health for Mayern. Exit on 24. Still, the round will be taken, though, for the Sharks. And Renegades don't have the best of money here to spend up. Maybe they'll go do some pistols and some armor. But the Sharks are just trying to come back.
I mean, their CT sides have definitely been when they found a lot of their form. And here, once again, it's looking good. JNT's on the AWP as well. Defensive AWPing has been his forte. He's looked so good with it. We didn't see that many opening picks. I mean, they couldn't really do much towards outside anyway because Dexter just didn't allow them to get any breathing room. Now he's the one that's going to be locking it down with that scope gun. Let's see how things will change.
Well, smokes go in. They rush straight down through Secret. Rotations will come through here. Dexter gets an early kill onto Exit. Leo, though, looking for more. Comes out of vent, drops the bomb. And she will fall to Seiko from behind, and it's still technically even trades. 2 for 2. Dexter has the upper bomb side as well, so he can rotate the bomb back up through vents to get here. JNT be the lone defender, but with the op, he's not going to be able to spot out the bomb being planted, and has to be very careful about peeking in. Realistic possibility that Renegades can take this round here. Considering the money that Sharks don't have, I better roll it into 2.
Bombs down, time's ticking. They've arrived back over on the scene, but they need to burst in. Bring the ruckus here. Dexter with one, nearly on the flick up, finds the second. Ince might be able to save it, but no, he's spammed away. There's not much time. They jump on the bomb. Lucan luckily has a kit and will walk away with the round. Sharks, they're picking up everything right now. They are on a hot streak on their CT side. 11-8. They're bringing it back.
Honestly, didn't expect them to pull off that retake. But at the same rate, Renegades only had pistol and armor. They're going to be coming back in with the weapons. This is where things are going to get tough for the Sharks. They should have the op for JNT, I would imagine. Yeah, I think he bought himself back up into that. Myron as well, 16 kills. He's starting to step up here. We were kind of wondering, where has that Myron been after the pistol round? Well, he's starting to continue that route, continue getting kills, and 110 ADR as well, considering it was 11-4 half. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, he was too quiet for too long. So it's good to actually see him making a peep and returning to his fragging. We know how strong he can be individually, and how much Sharks need him to show up.
Oh, smokes again towards the outside. And this is kind of what I was saying before about Sharks on T-side. I'd like to kind of see, even if they don't commit to it, just kind of continue to do that every round. So the enemy team does not know if you're actually using it or not. JNT. I mean, it's fair. Seiko did that to the other team anyways, with a scout. It was on to Leo, at least in that case. But it also does confirm for Sharks that, hey, they technically have pushed people in towards Secret because of that kill. So they're actually reinforcing lower a little bit more. So we can see, though, it looks like the bomb in the hands of Dick might come back out of Secret. Oh.
Comes to play towards A. Exit, trying to slam down, really looking to defend as main control has been taken. JNT doing a lot of work with the AWP. The flick out from Dexter is very clean. He's into a 1-on-2 now, surrounded from both angles, trying his best. Back between a rock and a hard place, nearly gets the kill on Myron, but it's not good enough. His head has been popped, and Sharks are very close to tying up the score line now.
Their money's going to be really rough, though, after this round, because they've lost players quite consistently. They're just going to have to invest a lot of money into this. And Renegades, with the lost bonus they have, are going to be able to fully buy up again. So, again, if Renegades can take this round, they should be able to roll like 1 or 2 off of that, too. So it's not really a terrible place to be in, though. I think every round that Sharks do get, I think that momentum's starting to build up. That snowball we talk about is continuing to grow. Confidence rebuilding within the team after Mirage. Renegades are just going to charge straight through towards Secret another time, leaving Dexter towards upper. We've already seen this, kind of like a bread and butter for the team. Dexter will sit there, maybe they'll go back up vents if he's able to realize that upper is clear. But it's just going to be JNT by himself towards lower. He needs some backup. He's going to have finally Luke in there to rotate in from ramp. But I feel like Dexter's holding off quite a few people. Oh, he's not going to expect this.
Leo. He has been sat down by Dexter. Renegades get the first pick into the round. 60 seconds remain, and Dexter is doing above and beyond right now. He is popping off for the side. Finally eliminated, and they're left into the 2 versus 4. They have swarmed the B bomb site. They're all over it. They've infested it. And Lucan has been forced out of dark spot. He's got to advance further up. Spammed in the back by Malta. He goes down. At this point, you might just want to save that AK.
Yeah, you need to, again, they've got really no money. If anything, getting a couple of kills wouldn't be terrible because Renegades are still hurting. Oh, I don't know if that's a missed jump. I feel like it was. Why would you go back down there? And he's going to fall. Myron does get cleaned up, and Renegades finally take their first round here of the T side of Nuke. But will they be a one-hit wonder here is my question, Jackie.
It's possible. But Sharks, they instantly take a timeout, probably due to the fact their economy's been so low because of how many of these rounds have gone down to clutch rounds each and every time. Very, very reminiscent of the first half. It's just that Sharks are the team that are actually winning the clutches this time, but they still don't have much money. 1 to 2K split across the board. It's not great. It's not pretty. But Sharks at least go for the smart play. They use another tactical timeout here to talk about things, hash it out before they come back in. But Renegades, in reality, this could be a 13-9, Jason. At that point, it's pretty dire territory.
Yeah, indeed. And again, for the stakes, for people who are just joining us, you know, loser, this one's out.
Yep.
It all comes down to this final half of this final map of the series. And Sharks, I feel like they've done a little bit better than Daytona did last season finals. Daytona was the team that came through the South America group. But I feel like they want more, especially Myron in particular, considering he's got rumors of MIBR looking to pick him up for the team. Wants to kind of earn his spot, show he's worthy of joining the legendary Brazilians. Looking at the Deagle. And a couple of good plays towards ramp before, but Dexter's getting the better from this time. Currently on 20 kills for him.
Sicko. Good stuff. As he gets the opening pick down towards ramp. 2 players remain now, just mine and exit. I don't think they're really going to be able to achieve much. This should be a 13th as expected for Renegades. It's been fairly clean as well. 4 players will survive the round if they carry on in this form they've already shown. As yeah, they're just going for the save, Jason. Can they recover the AK?
I mean, this is similar to what Renegades did, right? On the CT side, they like forced up into round with pistols and some armor, and then they didn't really do anything. They didn't lose anyone, so they just saved for the next round to do it all over again. This time, Iron, like you said, able to recover the AK. Still have the SMG for exit too, and they still have a little bit of utility to work with, so can't really count them out the next round, though it's still going to be rough. Their loss bonus only starting to build up after this round. But Renegades are getting ever so slightly closer to closing out the series.
Round 23. Sharks. Split cash. Nothing at all, really, in terms of investment. It's not great. Just going to be using the firearms that they brought over from the previous round, the stolen AK and the MP9 that's in the hands of Exit. That's all they have to put up a defense. Renegades, as long as they use the range advantage they've got with a full buy, this should be 14-9. And then it's only a matter of time. At that point, it's just delaying the inevitable unless Sharks start playing absolutely out of their minds. They don't have any room for error.
Oh, cheeky little boost up for Exit. I actually like that. Throw something a little bit different here, considering when he got to lose. Well, in Mayern's case, he's lost the AK.
He's also lost outside control.
So careful and so cautious for Renegades here in this round. They realize it should be a round that we're going to win. We should do it cleanly so we can stock up on some money.
More leg breaking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sound, if you ever heard that in real life, you would not be able to walk after that.
No, yeah, it's not good. That's both bones gone.
Kneecap just impacted.
Shin shattered.
28 seconds, though. Renegades are definitely running this extremely close. They're going to collapse now onto the site. Lucan recovers the AK from Myron from before. Let's make it a little bit costly for the side of Renegades, but the bomb should be planted here momentarily. Make its way in towards the site. Wow. Now exit alone against 3.
There's that potential timeline where exit goes through hut, somehow gets the angle and denies the bomb.
Yeah, the 14 million different possibilities that, you know, Dr. Strange looked into.
Yep.
That was the one, and unfortunately, didn't have the end game.
No. I am exit. There's the 14th round, though, for Renegades. That is going to be theirs to walk away with. Exit might actually find himself a nice little exit frag. Will do someone to Dick Stacy. Recovering the weapon is probably going to be achievable now. They've actually bailed out of there completely. Oh. Snatched that. He's taken damage, but he's fine.
I thought the nade might have been enough to finish him off with the explosion. That would have been sick.
The bomb radius is actually smaller on Nuke, so it's not as bad.
You're smaller on Nuke.
Yeah. There's only 2 maps that it's different on, and it's Nuke and Vertigo, where the bomb radius isn't as big as it is on all other maps. Hot fact of the day. Another Snapple fact for you.
Yeah,
well done. 14-9 though, Jace. It's not looking great at all. Sharks, at least they've got firepower. JNT's back on the orb, but they need to do something. We need some kind of... I don't know. Big round at the basics.
I'm so glad you're not a coach for a team.
We need a big round, boys. Get out there and do it. Is this seasoned?
Leo in a decent position here. 3 players on the other side of the door. Malta has been able to get down towards the lower, though. He has a 1v1 up against Lucan to potentially pull off and to open up things. Looks like he might try to go up a ladder. They might try to explode in towards the site, but Leo should be able to spot this, and well, Malta will escape. Will live to fight another day. Smoke comes in as well to delay the pushing from Squeak, and they realize, all right, maybe we need to change some things up. Malta has been cleaned up, though, by Lucan, the sole B-site defender. It's back to the drawing board for Renegades.
It's not over yet, though. Sharks are not out of the woods. It's only 1 frag. Leo Drunky playing towards Squeaky is going to be tested here momentarily. You'd imagine as the burst comes through. There's the Molotov to open it up as they ignite CT side vent. They do start sprinting in. Myron finds a frag. Leo gets 1, but Dexter trades it. Lucan out through the vent. It's trades galore as they're all going 1 for 1, and it all comes down to Dick Stacy, who's stuck in the open and overthrown by Exit. 14-10. Keeping it close, Jason.
The money's not quite there, though, for Sharks. Look on the other side of the camp. I mean, Dexter was on 6K. He buys himself. He drops one, I believe, and buys himself up a Mac 10. So he's still on 4K. Like I said, Sharks not out of the woods just yet. I know Tom's gonna be excited. We got the XM picked up for Leo. First time we're seeing it so far in the series.
What, the blue spruce?
Yeah. Lucan's been so dominating towards ramp, and he's going to do it yet again here. 2 big kills come through. Inns is able to respond. They know that Lucan's going to be low HP as well. Down to a 3-on-4. I wonder what Leo's going to do, if he's actually going to push somewhere to maybe use the XM or just try to hold an angle. He's going to be down towards the lower at the moment. Dick Stacy has given them up control. If he goes up, you know, towards heaven, if they can just kill Exit, and they have that upper bomb site taken.
So they've gone for a Bogdan's Law with the auto shotty, and they've given that over to Lucan. Lucan not getting a chance to fire a single round, but it does work out well as Leo Drunky will be able to trade it back and get the advantage now for Sharks in a 3-on-2. Leo doing work right now with that M4 he's picked up as he's slain Sicko, and it all comes down to Inns to try and win the round. 40 seconds left. Needs to get some 1-taps off with an AK, but it's not to be. Sharks, they're keeping this close. They're really bringing the game back.
Lucan on 22 kills. Mayern at 19. On the other side, we've got Dexter on 22, and no one else surpassing 20 at the moment. Now the money, it's kind of broken for Renegades. I would imagine Dexter maybe just going to drop some pistols over to his teammates. Actually goes for the hero AK.
the sleeping giants of Sharks have definitely woken up. Mirage was a blip. Their T side, they struggled. They were keeping it close, but they weren't really getting the advantage, whereas here on their CT half, they're hitting all their shots, and the team play is working out so much better for them. If they can just hold angles, they're living the dream. When they actually have to try and go for the executes, that's where the issues start to arise for this team.
I think I'm just going to walk around the corner, hoping that Dexter's going to get the first kill. Here's Lucan. And Lucan's been so solid on towards ramp. Renegade's really banking on Dexter hit this first shot, or potentially Malta to look for an opener on the outside. And J&T will take down Inns. Dexter backs away with the AK, and maybe they're going to switch it up, maybe try to head in towards upper now, but still find it hard for them to take this one. Myron dropped really low on HP, actually. Takes way more than Malta did. Luckily for him, the rest of his teammates on the upper bomb site have been able to defend here and clean up the remnants of the Renegades. And they'll put themselves up to 12.
They've been ravaged as they all fall to pieces. It's only down to Malta. It's a 1 versus 5. This could be a very, very clean round for Sharks. For Malta, he's just going to try and see what he can do. It doesn't matter if he dies, that's probably the dream scenario for him. He just wants to push in. Does land the no-scope, but the style points he gets from that isn't really going to help him out. Sharks 2 rounds away from equalizing.
Style points, really as effective as exposure points.
Pretty much. They don't mean much.
No.
But they do bring clout.
For all those clout chasers out there.
It's all about the clout.
14 to 12. Buy-up coming back in for Renegades. Utility there as well, so decent chance to pick up a round, though they've struggled before. Myron actually switching things up, going back over towards Secret. It's been punished here before. I think that was more towards Staircase, not towards the lip of the ramp that he's holding on.
It's a war zone on the A site. Exit holding with a creep, looking to try and punish. Dick Stacey will be able to knock his block clean off there. Sicko as well coming out to play. All of a sudden, Renegades, they're back on top. They're slaughtering everyone that dares to try and defy them. Lucan, the HE might net him the kill. Will take down Texter, but it's still a 1 versus 3. Dick Stacey's low, but he's got backup of Malta, so they should be able to efficiently trade if he goes down. They're dropping towards the B site. And Lucan is following close behind.
I was really confused why it took him so long to drop down lower when they already knew the last player was in towards heaven. Lucan, though, this is definitely the person I would want to have in this clutch situation with how he's been playing so far. 23 kills, but he's got 3 players to find, looking for 26. He's got some utility to use, so he could actually smoke off the bomb. Even potentially open up the first kill that he's going to need. So he knows at least one player is going to be a Sicko. Use the smoke to block his off. His field of vision. Our time's running out. Is he just going to save this now?
Yeah, he's conceded it. That's why he's backing off. Realized that he couldn't get the round at that point. He did have a kit, but time had already got so far through that it wasn't worth risking it. Backs off. That's match point. It's Renegades who've got themselves 1 away from winning it. Jason, they're going to have to play for OT.
I thought there was a chance Dick Stacey was going to kill Luke in there too, on the outside angle. But either way, I mean, they got 5K on exit, 5.2 on Leo. Time going to come through and talk some things over here and figure out what they can possibly do in this round. They maybe need to do something a little bit cheeky. Maybe bring out the XM again.
The auto shotty. You never know. They have to do something because this is your last chance, Saloon, really. There's no room for error. And they don't really have any breathing room either. Sharks, they've been playing literally just worlds better than they were on their T side here on the CT half. They're all hitting shots. Individually right now, they're being able to overthrow in a good majority of the 1v1 fights they're having in the raw aim battles versus Renegades, but it's not going to matter too much if they lose the round.
I think Dick Stacey actually stepped up quite a bit. He's had some really good entry frags for Renegades in the last few rounds to help get them to this 15 point.
He's had a lot of influence, yeah.
A lot of clout. this round.
And he does have a lot of clout.
Yeah.
The cloutiest.
Well, again, quick little play for Renegade, just sending Ins down in towards Secret. Myron won't be there this time to stop him. And it looks like Dixie might try to play on the other side of the smokes here, so maybe trying to catch someone trying to flank in towards Secret. But it comes down to, again, to like a 1v1 towards the lower bomb site. It's going to be between Lucan and Ins. I think Lucan won this the last time. He had an intruder in his area of the map. And Ins, well, he's going to win. So now they have lower control. The bomb going to be heading back towards the lobby, I thought for a second. So I think they actually might try to hit upper, trying to bait in more players down towards the lower bomb site.
JNT plucks Dexter out of the air. It's a 4-on-4 now. So making the move back around. 40 seconds left on the clock. Renegades, if they want to win this round, they would be walking away with a 2-1 win over Sharks and sending Sharks home. They would be the winners of the series and progressing on in the tournament here at Pro League.
I mean, they have 20 seconds left. They're taking so long. They could have just gotten through Secret before. I guess maybe the smokes dissipated, which is why they decided to go this route. But they're going to have to just rush in on towards the site. Luckily, they have that full control because of the kill Ins got before. They will get the bomb down. It comes all down to this Jackie. Sharks have to defend this bomb or defuse it to keep their hopes alive in the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. Let's see if they can pull it off.
It's go big or go home time as they head over towards the B site. Sicko playing close towards the ramp will be eliminated. Thrown out of the server by Leo Drunky. Time ticking through. The bomb timer doesn't have much left to work with. It's into a 2v2, Jason. They're on the bomb, but they've got to try and get the defuse off. Baiting them out. The door's open. JNT hits one. He has to commit to this essentially now. He doesn't have any time to play with, and that's going to be the frag found. Ins closes it down. 16-12. Renegades walk away as the winners in the series. It's a 2-1 pickup for them. As Sharks, they are going home. They'll be joining the other teams that have already left the tournament as Renegades will carry on with their run.
Sure, so it took a lot of time, though, for them to close it out. It was 11-4 first half for them on the CET side. Credit to Sharks to be able to bounce back like they did when they swapped over, especially in the Pistron, starting things off really strong. A little bit sad to see, but I think they gained a lot of experience over the entirety of this season. I don't believe they played last time. They were able to top their group over in Group D in Americas, and they were able to get through into the finals. They, you know, had some decent plays. They've had some like good signs. My question is, will they return next season with the same 5, or will someone be plucked out of the team and brought up to the big leagues?
That's a good point, right? Will we see the rumors come true of MIBR? How will things develop going forward for the squad? But as you said, in terms of actually showing growth and a display that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best here during Pro League finals, they did just that. They had a very
G2,
close
right?
game versus G2. Exactly.
Didn't get a win, unfortunately. They did get a map win, though, as we saw. Very one-sided map win on Dust 2, to be fair. It looked like a pretty good map for them. Though Renegades maybe taking some time to warm up into the series. Mirage went their way, then Nuke as well. But I still kind of wonder, like, for Renegades, this doesn't look like a team that will beat like any of the big dogs that come down to lower bracket. And I'm a little bit worried for them in like kind of the grand scale of the entire tournament, right? Like imagine if like, you know, Navi's down there, or I mean, I guess they can't because they're not in the same part of the group. You know, just any team that kind of drops down that's within the top 10, I don't think they're going to be able to contend against. At least with what we saw there. Like,
no.
I hate to kind of say it, but Sicko was not really a dominating force on the AWP. Dexter had a couple of good rounds, like a couple of good openers, like Dick Stacy as well, but it just wasn't like the well-ironed team that I expect to see beat, you know, the likes of like a G2 or, you know, a Fnatic even, or a FaZe Clan or an MIBR.
I think they were the only two that really sort of impressed for the most part there was Dexter and Dick Stacy, the double D combo. They were the ones doing the damage, Jason. Other than that, it was a bit of a struggle. But Renegades, they are the team that come out on top as they overthrow the Sharks and take the series 2-1. More to come today, though, Jason, as we're not done yet. I believe you and Tom will be taking on the next series that will be coming up after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
It's game fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told Stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song. Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Welcome back to day 2 of the ESL Pro League Season 10, live from Odense in Denmark. And, you know, we're going into a game that I think should be a banger. We've got 100 Thieves facing off against FaZe Clan, two teams that have had some sort of reasonable results so far, but definitely maybe a bit of a disappointing start.
I do want to point out one thing. We are not in Denmark, though. We are here in Katowice, Poland.
It'd be weird if I said we're here in Katowice, Poland, while they're showing videos of Denmark, and while all the teams are there, and all the staff, and all the videos, and everything else that's going on.
Not all the staff. Our lovely staff here.
Most.
I mean, that is technically true. But yeah, we've had these two teams, unfortunately, going to be playing in the loser side of the bracket. Lower bracket. It's the loser side, let's be honest. You lost your match, you're down on the loser side, you're not on the winner side. People are too butthurt these days, they're too sensitive. But we had 100 Thieves lose against Evil Geniuses yesterday, which I don't want to say necessarily was expected. I feel like personally Evil Geniuses have been really rocky in their performances lately. It's been very hit or miss every once in a while. I mean, off the back of winning, was it New York? Yes, the one New York. Like, they then showed up at, was it DreamHack the next event? And then just like got knocked out in the group stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did put that down more to jet lag than anything else. Like, there's always excuses there, but I don't know. I don't think that anybody, at least in the EG camp, is going to be worried like coming into this event. Like, we saw them Pro League, obviously, and sure, it was like they had a bit of a rockier road than we expected. Like, some of the games were close. I think they dropped a map or so here and there, but
100% did. I think it was the thing is, they lost a map too.
The thing is, they still, well, I think that was one of the ones where I've realized that a lot of teams recently have been losing to United on Overpass. Like, they're clearly a decent Overpass team.
Yeah.
But at the same time, EG should be taking that every day of the week. But even still, they got through all of it. They won 3-0. They made it a fairly easy road through to the finals, and I don't think I'm going to expect anything less from them facing off against 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves had to go through the second stage. Obviously, that was based on playing against Liquid.
Exactly, right.
Even still, like, we look at the EG, like the recent tournaments, the team they lost to was Astralis. You can't really say anything about that, and they're one of the only teams that's been able to consistently beat them previously. So
I'm confused. I heard that Grass Faction shaved his mustache. Is that true? I remember seeing ESL CS on Twitter do a little meme about it. I want to see if it's actually happened, because I'm going to be a little disappointed, because that was the power for me for Grass Faction, was the mustache. JKS doesn't have a mustache, but he was able to put up some serious numbers with the SG. I heard from you that Liaz was really popping off yesterday in their match on Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he was the best player in the server, and considering how consistently good JKS is, to out-frag him, to outdo him is always going to be an impressive thing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you never know, he had sort of traded some of his Counter-Strike talent for beauty. You know, like a Wicked Witch had turned up and he decided, you know what, I need my fragging power back, so he had to give up the mustache.
See, but then how did you get both? You got the beauty and you got the fragging power.
I definitely don't have either of those things, but you know.
We can see stats overall from the tournament. I believe, I want to say it's the last, is this just group stage really? That's some like ridiculous numbers actually, like JKS almost plus 100. I feel like that can't be possible. I feel like that's like last 3 months.
Maybe includes
too much.
Maybe includes
the
rest of Pro League.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, that would make more sense. But I mean, almost plus 100 right now. Leah is just barely positive. I think you're definitely right. It's kind of over the course of the entire Pro League season 10. But JKS for me,
otherwise in like 3 maps, he's dropped 100 kills a map.
Yeah.
Also died.
Hey, maybe they had like sextuple overtimes.
Oh god! Even though I'm pretty sure, didn't they get smashed in their game early? Either way.
That's where he got his deaths from.
But yeah, I think the most important thing for me is seeing Nika back at the top. Like, well, when this roster was sort of going badly, we saw him actually fall off individually, and considering he is still, in many eyes and my own, is one of the most talented players in Counter-Strike, it's good to see that, at least statistically, over the group stage and now coming into the actual finals, he's been performing well. I think Brocky as well, I think exciting prospect. Definitely raised some question marks when he got picked up, because it was one of those moves where that's probably the most surprising move I've seen in a long, long time. Like, I've seen him as a talented player previously, but not like someone where I go, oh yeah, he's going to join FaZe, like straight from where he was.
I mean, is that kind of similar with MIBR and Myron?
If it happens, yeah, sure. Like, that's kind of like a big move.
Yeah, it's
especially. I think the most interesting thing about that is that they've been they're literally MIBR, made in Brazil, and he'd be the first
Argentinian.
I suppose excluding the Americans, but he'd be the first
MIBR.
Well, to be fair, BRA.
Made in Brazil, also Argentina.
Okay, you could have just done BRA, and then it's still like Brazil, but you could say that A was Argentina.
You say, yeah. See, this is your true calling.
What rubbish pun?
It's like branding.
I definitely don't think it's branding.
What would your true calling be if it was not commentating?
Well, to be fair, I have a degree in marketing, so probably something to do with that.
Yeah. See, me, I would personally probably my true calling would be being lazy or sleeping.
I thought it was going to be a sniffer dog.
That would be a fun job.
Just you walking around airports.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you know, a certain streamer will hire me, or not hire me, will adopt me, and then
move away from that. Either way, we do have ourselves the vetoes coming in. I definitely think this is going to be an interesting one in terms of where we're going. I can see one of the maps at least, so yeah, I'm not surprised to see Inferno actually getting picked up by 100 Thieves. I think this matchup really is, again, though, going to come down to like what we see from the individuals. Like we have fairly stacked rosters. Like there's a reason Jacob's been brought into this team. Like he was previously even in the prior organization. I think it's also a sort of a battle of what I want to call the new age organizations, where it's like the people who are sort of previously within like, I suppose, video games playing themselves have like created organizations and actually gone to sort of battle it out. And yeah, I think the Mirage, if we get there, will definitely be like the most exciting map that this can go down to. I think it should be a fun match.
I still just remember JKS and Mirage, though. It's like a ridiculous thing. I mean, JKS here, like I'm going to keep talking about him until he proves me wrong.
I think you're a big fan.
I think the only reason I keep mentioning him is because back when I was casting them, like with Renegades, with like him and Sponge on the team, he wasn't that standout player.
I could see that.
And then, you know, in the time that I've been away, it's nice to see that he's been able to like step his game up in that kind of way and become like the star of the team.
Well, I still remember when I went to DreamHack London, I was like getting different players to sign stuff because it was before I was like ever involved in like commentary or anything like that. And I remember speaking to Havoc, like with the awesome gear.
Yeah.
I went up to him and I went, "Oh, can you sign this?" And he went, "You don't want me to sign this. You want him to sign it. He's going to be like the big star." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Get JKS."
Do you still have it?
Yeah, it was on a DreamHack t-shirt. Like I have a t-shirt with a load of different signatures. And the worst signature on there, which like it looked like it was written by a 4-year-old, was actually done by Pimp.
Well, that is... That does make sense, because he has maturity level of a 4-year-old.
That's true.
I wanted to be even harsher, but I'm not going to say anything. Never mind.
Well, then again, though, I say that Scream did his so badly, he actually had to do it again. It was actually a 2-tap.
Maybe that's why he does 1-taps only now.
Yeah, it's only on the side.
Like, I messed up once, and I never let that happen again. So we have Inferno, Dust2, Mirage. I think we're still waiting for someone on FaZe Clan to join up. I think Olaf Meister is going to be missing at the moment. But yeah, I think, actually, no, my question I did want to ask you earlier when you were talking about FaZe, is Nico still in game leading?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Cold has input, but I'm fairly certain that Nico is still the main caller for the team. Like, the thing is, you have two players who are both so individually talented that, again, like they both like to have input with the calling. There was actually a point in MIBR where Fallen sort of switched away from it and Cold was trying to call, and it just didn't work at all. So that's always been the worry with this team, that the sort of egos would get the better of the team, where like you'd have different players wanting to make plays, because that's the thing, they have so many sort of playmakers. Like in any other team, I think each one of these individual players would be a star or has been a star. You even look at the likes of Rain, like you would consider Rain in many rosters to be the best player in the team. In this one, sometimes he takes a bit of a back seat, and there's been points in time where he's been a top 5 player in the world. In fact, every single member of this roster has been a top 5 in the world except for Brocky, who I think is definitely getting there.
He's, I mean, not top 5 in the world in the past, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe in the
2020.
Future. Maybe we come back in like 5 years and he has been someone to run.
Jeez, he's taking 5 years for him to get there?
No, I'm just saying looking back.
Oh, okay,
maybe he'll have done it a few times. The thing is, at the moment, it's like this FaZe roster doesn't really have like any accolades other than I think they got Blast Copenhagen, and I feel like with the Blast events a lot of the time there's sort of like question marks.
Like an asterisk next to it.
I'm pretty sure it was them versus like NIP in the grand final, which again, they're a team that we haven't looked at sort of fondly, I would say, in quite a while. Like we haven't gone, oh yeah, the Ninjas, they're going to be challenging for the major, or like they're fighting to be one of the best teams in the world. So for them to get that victory, I'm not really going, oh yeah, no, FaZe are now like top 3. Like they're not. They're nowhere near where they used to.
I mean, at least the upside for that event was that they finally got like the pressure off of them, right? Because there was so much negativity from the outside looking in of like you put together this roster of these like all-stars and they're not able to have that performance that you should have as a team. But I think it also shows you can't just take, 5 amazing players and expect the team to be amazing. There's a lot of things behind the scenes you don't see, a lot of, synergy and friendships and such that kind of goes into the whole mix of it. I believe Wolfmeister did join the server, so we should be kicking this one off shortly. We are about to get underway. Remember, the loser of this match is going to be out of the entire tournament. If you were to give me a prediction, about how this series... Actually, no, I'm not going to ask you for like the 2-1, 2-0, etc. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm always going to lean the way of FaZe, and that's mainly because although the success they've had is fairly minimal, they have still like got a tournament in recent history under their belt. Like, it's been a long time since we've had anything for 100 Thieves. In fact, 100 Thieves in terms of this organization has never won anything, but that's fairly unfair because they are quite new. But it goes all the way back to, I think, Shanghai in like 2017, and I only remember that because I was there. So
Subtle brag.
It was kind of like, and I think they beat the Virtus Pro that was like on the downward spiral. So it's like
so like similar teams then in terms of like their victories. Like the trophies they've won is against teams that you're not going to say, oh, they beat
but the thing is, in FaZe that's recent form, whereas with 100 Thieves, I'm using that as like, that's in the past. Whereas if you go back to 2017, that FaZe roster was far better than it is now, at least from what we've seen so far. Also, I think like skill ceiling wise, like although there's some very good players, like for example, say you look at a JKS. JKS hits incredible levels, but so does Cold Zero, Olofmeister, Nico, and Rain. Brocky, we don't know yet how high he can really hit, but there are literally 5 all-star players. And that is the thing. You say, okay, maybe Copenhagen took the pressure off a bit. I don't think it did. I think the FaZe expect an awful lot from this roster. They expect them to be, I would say, minimum a top 5 team in the world. And I think that they need to really start showing it here. 100 Thieves, they're also starting to put that pressure on. Like, like when you were in Renegades, I don't think it was expected to do as much or anywhere near as much as being in this organization.
Oh, here we go. Kicking off the pistol round now of our second match today in the first map of Inferno. We still technically have MIBR up against Fnatic next. We'll see if FaZe Clan can do the deed here in this pistol round. We already have the 100 Thieves setting up to go for a hit onto the A site. Olofmeister waiting over to... Oh my gosh. Well, for any questions about the form of JKS, we'll be bringing it into the match today. He's already able to open things up on Olofmeister. He's able to get one, though. They actually have a player in towards CT spawn. And Rain's kind of traded positions, giving up the actual site over towards the Thieves.
Kit at least in play. So there's some opportunities, at least a little bit of extra time. But the after-plant positions are going to make things fairly difficult. One deep within the site, the pit under control, and even having a little look around arch side is going to be JKS. He's got to be careful that he's not pincered in from behind. But I don't know if Cold will expect anybody to be there. It's a bit of a peculiar position to hold on to because it's so aggro if someone does come around the arch side, but they're not going to be. Gratisfaction, nice shot to kick things off. And
a little bit of a difference between the two teams. But they showed like they're not afraid to continue to go long, where Tyler was just consistently backing away. And then Mirage, I don't know, I feel like 100 Thieves would win if we went to that map, potentially. So FaZe Clan, in my head, want to win this series. They're going to have to do it at 2-0 by taking the first 2 maps. But we'll see as time goes on. Already the initial kill comes through. Gratisfaction takes down Cold Zero over towards Banana. They're going to be rotating back towards this A site where Rain's already going to be waiting with the Deagle. Has a little bit of a crossfire with Olofmeister, but speaking of that, he actually is backed away in towards site. 100 Thieves are definitely taking their time.
Yeah, not really in any of a rush, already with a man advantage, and well, we can already see that the weaponry is heavily in their favor. They've also gained so much control that if we do see a rotation back, they could have the round almost for free, but they're actually going to go pushing into the stack. A lot of the utility hasn't been used for FaZe, but hey, the Deagles are at least doing a little bit of damage. But that will be all. Last man, Brocky, just going to have to save his gun. It's not really the best save in the world, but it's something to bring into the next round at least. And hey, if Gratisfaction has got rid of that mustache, I am wondering if it has boosted. Maybe it was just like itchy and got in his way.
I mean, that's one possibility. I was actually going to go a different route, talking about it was like training weights. Like, you know, Goku or Piccolo wearing weights before they fight. They take off their suit of armor and they also become extremely strong.
Well, so he's now really good at puckering his lips.
No, he's just really good at playing now. Why? What? What?
Well, because you would put training weights on for like, okay, maybe for like running or something. Like you would boost that. But I'm thinking it's to do with like strengthening his lip.
No, it's a distraction. It blocks his vision.
He gives really good comms now.
Yeah.
Oh god, I don't know. If it has, I don't actually know if it has gone, but if it has, we need to bring back the Tash. Maybe he did a reverse Movember, because obviously him having a stash would be a bit pointless because he already has an awesome stash. So
it's true.
Maybe he did it backwards.
Did you grow out your mustache for November?
No.
I mean, technically you did.
Well, it does grow, but no, I shaved it.
Really?
Well, I trim it.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't count if you do that, I don't think.
I wanted to relate that to another November thing. But FaZe Clan are just being walked over at the moment. Not really losing anyone on the side of 100 Thieves. Leah's getting a little bit low, but again, being cautious about this, trying to build up, you know, some bucks, build up some money for them for their side. So even if they do lose a round or two, they're still able to, you know, buy it back into this. Also, one thing we haven't mentioned is the battle between Rain and Jacob. It's like the Battle of Norway. I'm trying to think if there's any other like players that stand out in my head from the region, from the country.
Croman's pretty good. He was when he was on FaZe, at least for a little bit. I see you giving me like a look like doesn't count.
No, I was just looking at Jackie and his paint me like a French girl pose that he has currently on the couch.
I'm enjoying it. But maybe hoping for an exit or two. Nice shot from Nico. And actually a second one as well. There is something about this man and a deagle that you don't really want to go facing into. And hey, that's 2 rifles actually dropped. I'm wondering if Cold is going to be able to retrieve one. They're going to go hunting for it. Jacob is going to make sure to cling onto that gun and make sure that Cold's not going to get it, but it actually flies into his hand. I think he wants the SG. He's going to get it as well. That is wonderful from Cold Zero. A sneaky little play that gains him a weapon that can only be desired on the CT side.
For how safe 100 Thieves played, like getting into the bomb site and the bomb down, they sure as hell lost a lot of players at the very end. I think they lost at least 1 to the bomb. And of course 2 to Nico. But still, the round's going to be 1 for 100 Thieves. They still have the buy up in this round. We got JKS currently on 3 kills, Grass Faction on 5. And I think out of Nico's 4 kills, 3 of them have come from the Deagle so far. But they've got the Olafmeister the up. Now they got him set up over towards short. Oh.
Leah seems to be eating a lot of damage early into these rounds. It wasn't so much of a detriment when they were up against pistols. Banana control is going to be taken. Cold trying to force players into the opening. Actually gets Gratisfaction through the smoke. A good start for the CT side. And T's taking a lot of damage. They're actually going to try and probe towards the A site as well. Nico waiting on the other side. Timing doesn't quite work out, and Jacob also getting tagged. In fact, he's going to get dunked out by the neighbor. A strong trade from JKS at least gives them a little bit of space into this A site. The problem is clearing the pit, and also Olaf is making sure Arch is covered. He's going to try and make sure that he can't have too much vision. Rain needs a kill at least, and we'll have just that. But it is, again, just going to be that trade, and it's the same sort of thing for the CT side. They can't just go down without a trade, and actually, that's exactly what happens to Olaf. He sprayed what looks like through the gap in the smoke. This now falls into a 2 versus 2. A great chance for the T's.
As we're 2 kills already. Position tucked away in towards side. Actually going to push the smoke out. Nice use of it to actually block off a little bit of graveyard, except Liaz is still going to be there. And they know where Brokey is exactly going to be. They have the crossfire to potentially go for. They're just trying to delay as long as they possibly can, and Brokey doesn't have a kill to his name. And it looks like he won't be able to add it here. 100 Thieves start off strong with 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, I feel like that was great work from Azza, of course, but a little bit of a throwaway for FaZe. Olaf just, he kind of gets wrecked. It's an unfortunate death, because I'm pretty sure he had absolutely no idea where Azza killed him from. But at the same time, as said, all they had to do there was trade effectively. And he could have just fallen back, played passive, and basically just waited for his teammates to get there. And they have a 3v2 after plan, which they probably win. So early mistakes, but some strong performances as well from 100 Thieves. And this is something we mentioned in the game versus Heroic, where they were so good in these clutch situations. Like, there were a lot of rounds where I feel like, let's put it this way, in the first half of Vertigo on the CT side, I think we could have easily seen 10 rounds for Heroic. But there were multiple 1v2s that were just won by 100 Thieves, where they come out of situations that you really don't think they should be doing. A lot of that comes down to the experience of JKS and Azza, but it was impressive nonetheless.
Off in the hands of Cold Zero. He gets 1 kill. imagine how much more than this, though, as JKS does confirm that one. And it looks like 100 Thieves is going to be able to get their 5th round. My question actually is, looking at this, is why is JKS not using the SG? I mean, that was his weapon. That was his prominent weapon in the group stage. They always donated that weapon over to him. He could have traded with Grass Faction, or traded with Azza or Liaz. I don't know. Like, I'm saying this for a reason, because literally every round they could have an SG, he would be the one that would have it. And I wonder what's changed since then.
Yeah, it's many things. Like, players might just practice with another weapon. It could be preference. It could be just the fact that he has an AK. And they've only actually faced off against one buy. So not really that much of an issue this early on in the map. We'll see if he switches over. Or, as said, it can just depend. Like, he's already been playing over the last day or so. If he hasn't been feeling it with the SG, it could just be going, okay, well, I don't feel comfortable using it at the moment, so I'll just go back to the trusty AK, which he has been using for years.
I'd actually like to ask him that. But anyways, I mean, they're still winning 5-0, right? So can't really judge too harshly here at all. They're actually going to take a timeout themselves.
That's interesting.
I feel like, didn't they do this in the group stage, and then they would like lose the follow-up round because of it?
I do not remember. That feels like a lifetime ago at this point.
I think it was maybe the second group stage that happened. I don't know. At the moment, Brokey on 0 kills, only 9 ADR, unfortunately. Elfmeister only on 1. We did see Cold. Saw they're up in the last round, probably because he was able to... Actually, yeah. He was able to save it.
I think, well, to be fair to Brokey, I'm pretty sure they've gone A every round.
Yeah.
So he's just been retaken and only once actually had a rifle, so...
I mean, him and Cold had some pretty, like, decent synergy when it came to the B site yesterday on Inferno. Kind of like flashing and bait. Well, not really a bait, but flashing a teammate, switch things up and flashing the other teammate, and they would be able to get a kill apiece.
Look at this, though. 4 players early on to Banana, maybe thinking that the tactical pause means there's going to be a change. That looked a lot closer than it was. Brokey was actually back on the site. There's no way that was going to kill him. Gratisfaction just takes a double nade, and 2 HP is all he has left. He's still with a fair amount of utility to hold them back, but obviously they want to hold on to this as long as possible. They don't want to just be expending it just for the sake of it, just to try and hold them back in the early stages of the round. Especially with how focused 100 Thieves have been on actually going into this A site. And then, to be fair to them, I don't really know why they'd change anything if it's worked 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, unlike Sharks, we're going B. A Mirage did not work out, they kept going. Nico, nice little timing on that spray, catches that Gratisfaction. He was only on 2 HP anyway, so... a little bit unfortunate for 100 Thieves, but you would expect it to happen either way. Even throwing a Molotov off in towards Cubby, too, to clear out that position. And yeah, Brokey on the quick rotate if they wanted to use it. 100 Thieves are starting to run out of utility now.
Oh, Nico goes for the wide face. Does trade 1-for-1, so again they keep the man advantage going, and he's wasted a little bit of time, but we'll see if it plays a factor. Nice work from Rain. He doesn't really need to face anymore. Just trying to hold back any sort of push. JKS with a jump down from above and leaves Olov alone once again. Again, it's the same scenario as before. He doesn't really need to overface. He just needs to wait for his teammates. Knows roughly where they are, just trying to make sure that he doesn't get peeked and taken out. And JKS seems almost certain of where his opponent is. In fact, he's spotting the head of Olov every time he steps up, but just unable to take the shot. Cold coming into support. The time is ticking. They do need to get back in. Nice shot this time from the Swede, leaving JKS alone to clutch, and he can't do it this time. FaZe Clan, they'll get themselves a first round on the board, although it should be Brokey defusing the bomb, really. He actually ran away to go and retrieve a weapon. That could have been a big problem, but he gets back in time.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, luckily for them, they keep 3 players alive, though. I was actually getting a little bit scared if they did lose on a couple more. I mean, luckily they still have the loss bonus going their way, even if 100 Thieves did come back into the next round. And speaking of money, 100 Thieves don't really have much left after this round, too. Liaz still needs to, I believe, buy up a weapon. Actually, no, I think he already did buy up a weapon. But either way, I mean, that's the first little start FaZe Clan needed to start to pick up some rounds here or there. Olofmeister, that's a fantastic first shot, too, with the op. You know, as you mentioned, like JKS really wanted to confirm that kill, but with 2 players on Torch Shore, you had to concede and give up the ground.
Well, I think it was just more the fact that Olof keep going up and down. Like, he would have had the shot. It was just that if he takes it and misses, Olof never stands up again. So it was more just always waiting for the right time, and unfortunately, time ended up running out on them. Also, he ends up killing his teammate.
Again, JKS, no SG. I don't know. Yeah, so anyways, now... Huh?
I don't think it's that big.
I think it's a big deal. Because, like, that was how he was so dominating in the group stage. I'm shooting him a message after this and ask why.
Okay, enjoy. I think he's like 7-3 at the moment, so I don't think there's really too much to complain about.
No, it's more of like the switch of why he's not doing it anymore. At least for now. FaZe Clan have been going for the very stack towards Banana, but they haven't been really fighting for control or setting anyone up. It's not like they're leaving Olofmeister there to hold aggressively or maybe leaving someone else. It seems like Cold and Brokey just want to play in the actual site. And credit to, you know, Cold and Brokey, they've actually done a really good job of just really maintaining their utility. Like, they've not jumped the gun on it. I was kind of hoping Ninja Thieves would try to bait it out a little bit more if they wanted to go in that direction, but it seems like the A side is really the only direction they want to go.
Oh, the CTs have been somewhat struggling to hold down this offense, and maybe they've just done their research well. Like, if you mentioned that the B site for FaZe was the stronger of the two, especially with recent performances coming out from Brokey, I can understand why they might want to go in the other direction, continually bombard this A site until there's a convincing win, until they're convincingly shut down. And, well, in this round, time starting to tick a little bit low. Olof waiting on the corner. He's going to get that first shot. Rain doesn't actually get the kill. I'm surprised by that. And Olof might get overwhelmed for it. Luckily, Nico's there to support, and he gets 2 back. But again, it's not clean from FaZe. It still comes down to a 2v2 scenario, and it still comes down to these B-side players having to make a retake.
I think Gratisfaction getting that kill into Rain just like almost like won them the round. Like, I'm amazed that he wasn't even looking the right way. He's still able to flick directly onto the head of Rain. But now on the 2-on-2, Cold and Brokey, they've got the HP, they've got a kit. And be blocked off by the Molotov for a little bit of time as they throw their own in towards the back of pit. Jacob, he's actually very low in health, and they have to really depend on Azur to help hold off from sight. They're going to push him to help the flashbang. Azur gets the first. Now it comes down to Brokey versus Azur. And Brokey should get a win on this, but Azur again comes up big. His 3rd kill of the round. 100 Thieves losing the last round, ended up picking up the follow-up and are now up 6-1.
Well, he did get 3 kills, so 100 Thieves. There you go.
Hey, yesterday I flew 16.
They should actually. They should also get someone called Reeves, and then they can call him 100 Reeves.
We now know your alias you should pick up instead of Tombiz and then join 100 Thieves if Godsend doesn't work out.
I don't think it will. I feel like I'd have to beg them on my knees.
And even then.
Well, 6-1. No surprise to see a pause called once again. I'm almost waiting to see the 4-1. The 4-1 sort of classic setup. Like, maybe even switch Olof over or give an AWP to Cold Zero. Have him take deep banana control, or at least have the team take deep banana control, because over the last few rounds, okay, sure, 100 Thieves have sort of fought it a bit, but I feel like they need to take that portion of the map away, and then you can rotate that 4th player into the A site, or even have quicker rotations, which could be fairly important for them. Sure, that round was incredibly close, but as mentioned, this is where 100 Thieves thrives. I think Azur and JKS are 2 of the best people to have in clutch situations. I personally don't think of many people I'd choose instead. And the way that things have been going so far, well, you can see the slight change. Olof is going to look to try and get aggressive, not allow them to have that mid control, not allow them to take over the apartment so easily, but even still, it's been a big struggle for them so far, just holding on to this A site. And that's the thing, like, if you're 100 Thieves, why would you change anything? You're winning 6-1 on the T side of Inferno, and most of it's just come down to fairly basic strategy and trading effectively.
The thing is, thinking back to the game versus Tyloo yesterday for FaZe Clan, I don't think they actually got aggressive on B-side defense either. Not exactly sure why, but instead of getting aggressive, they're going to bring in Olofmeister, who unfortunately is going to lose on that fight. Cold Zero with the able to take down Grass Faction to help equalize things, and they more importantly rescue the op that Olafmaster dropped. So Brook is able to have that in his hands. But going back to you said, I mean, if the A site's working for you, why change it? And it seems like 100 Thieves will be doing that. All I have to really deal with is the op out of Brokey, however.
Look at the time. There's only 30 seconds left. This late smoke could actually cause some problems. And yeah, you can see they're just going to opt to execute through it. But Brokey caught out a little bit in terms of space. That Molotov's done so much damage, though. Cold with the UMP has gone huge in this round. Even retrieves an AK for his troubles. And with 15 seconds left, they still haven't cleared the man at the back of the side. Brokey is well aware, but he may not even be near it. The Brazilian just going ham. 5 kills, an ace total, and, well, that's sort of what we talk about when we talk about FaZe Clan. They've got 5 superstars. It's only a matter of time before one of them steps up.
Well, that's what I was saying before about like this combo of Brokey and coldzera. They're so good at maintaining their utility. Like, they still have the smoke, the delayed smoke that you saw, and then you had coldzera's incendiary grenade go down, which just melted 100 Thieves. They're so good at just like making sure they have those throughout the round towards the very, last seconds. And considering 100 Thieves haven't gone B until that round, there was no need for FaZe to throw it out anytime soon, or like any earlier than they actually did.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I get the idea of like, okay, obviously if we just keep going A for the entire round, but they didn't even really, like, I would have liked to see 100 Thieves try and fake it a bit. Like, try and throw some nades into A again and try and maybe pull a player away or at least catch them off guard. The problem is, with their take in that round, is sure they have the aggressive position on Banana, but they didn't really bait out any of that utility. As we saw right at the end, that final smoke went down with only 30 seconds left, and that basically won the round. Also, that pop flash that helped out coldzera get the first kill was important for them, because sure, it helped retrieve the AWP, which didn't really do too much, but more importantly, it left things even when they went into the site. Minute left. It's going to be that execution once again. The incendiary goes down, and coldzera, well, that's now 7 kills in a row for him. There hasn't been any sort of trades. Make that ace. Can we get a double ace? Can we get it? No. Brokey, the youngster, decides that coldzera's had enough. But hey, 8 kills in 2 rounds. I don't think FaZe can really complain.
Oh, Jacobs is trying to save the SG. Which looks like he'll be able to. Yeah, this goes back to what you're saying before, right? If the A site's not broken for you for 100 Thieves, if you're being successful with it time in and time out, I can understand changing things up once. Maybe they were expecting FaZe Clan to go back towards A to have like maybe more of like a stack there kind of thing, or a normal kind of defensive setup, since you can assume 100 Thieves would go back towards the A side, but they read into it perfectly. It was like the read into the read into the read.
Well, it's worth noting that coldzera, up until the last 2 rounds, had 3 kills.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's kind of crazy that he's managed to just get 8 in the last 2. So, yeah, I definitely don't think that it's a bad idea to continue to bombard that A site, or at least, as said, try and bait it out a little bit. Try and, like, make them rotate, because the thing that you've done so successfully is just taking over the site. So eventually FaZe have to make a reaction if you start going in that direction again. The problem now, though, is that FaZe have built up so much money. They've got utility available to them. There's not really any excuses anymore. They have 2 AKs and an SG on their side, and of course, more importantly, there's very little. I like this. Switch things up a little bit. Look to actually try and fight onto Banana. Let 100 Thieves know that they can't have this for free every single round. They have to challenge for it. Nice shot from Gratis Faction. Of course, there's one rifle being juggled around, but even still, Nico's still here. He has some support as well. In the form of Brokey, he's got to be careful. They're actually just around this corner. They should be able to kill him off at least. So again, some cost being caused onto that CT side, and Brokey, I like that. Doesn't opt to continue to fight, doesn't take the risk. Just fades away, make sure they're not going to lose the B site.
I feel like that was almost super awkward at some points. Like with how that kind of like wrapped up with Nico pushed up that far, the boosting over the smoke for Grass Faction and JKS. Well, still 50 seconds left. They have time to really decide where they want to go. Technically, the A site's kind of left open. And I think Rain's holding an angle to spot them crossing back in towards the A position. Are they just going to save? I mean, Grass Faction's sitting very far back. He has no utility or anything. Delayed smoke comes in yet again. I think this time out of Olafmeister. And with 20 seconds now left on the clock, I mean, it's do or die time. Either you rush to the smoke and you go for it, or you just hope you can clear out the 2 players on site. And you obviously have no info if there actually is 3 here. You have no clue where Rain's going to be. Oh my god.
Okay, they've got an opportunity. Now JKS! These are the plays that you just don't get anywhere else. Once again, he's put them into a position where they can take this round. He doesn't even have armor. But a good kill onto him. Leaves Gratisfaction alone. I think he knows that this is all just going to come down to the time, so he's going to try and hide behind the coffins, but he can't surprise Rain. That clutch shouldn't have been needed. But FaZe Clan make it nonetheless. They get their 4th onto the board, but considering that was 1 SG and all pistols, it's still a very good round for 100 Thieves.
Unfortunately, FaZe Clan still have a lot of money. They're built up from prior rounds, but I mean, that's a little bit of life within 100 Thieves coming back through. As you said, JKS, those 2 shots, they have no idea how many players were left in sight. They left it down to what, about 10 seconds left? I think the bomb got planted around like 9 or 8. To depend on getting the 2 kills and the bomb down. I mean, it was basically, if JKS doesn't get those kills, they don't get the bomb plant. If he does, they have a chance. Either way, FaZe Clan still win the round, though. You can see now it's 6-4. MMAC 10, are they looking to rush Jacob through apartments?
To be honest, I wouldn't be against that at all, especially considering we can actually see the setup that's there. Nico this time back on A after a few rounds being aggressive on the other side of the map. Nice nade as well. I think FaZe are definitely expecting a play in this direction after the failures of 100 Thieves attempting to fight into the B site. The thing is, it's still just the straight up 3-2 split, but they have switched their positions. As said, sitting back in the site clearly wasn't working for them, so they're just going to try and battle the middle instead. Have a bit of a crossfire. Rain actually going to stay up on the boost, and they managed to get into the pit. Nice shot from Liaz, and he gets a second as well. Surely Nico's going down. Liaz gets all 3. Sure, one of them may have been slightly stolen away, but nonetheless, it's the same. It's more of the same. Just that A site just seems to be poor.
And that was with the adaptation you said, right? The FaZe Clan, instead of holding back in sight, they hold aggressively.
The thing is, it seems to be that a lot of their plays rely very heavily on Olof hitting the shot with the ult. Like, we've had a round where it was a 3v2, he gets killed by Azza, they lose the round. Then there was a round, the first round they got onto the board, where Olof's holding onto the man on site, he gets the kill, they win the round. Then we have this round, Olof's holding apartments. Now, his teammates are in a position where if he dies, they're dead. Like, there's nothing they can really do other than try and watch 2 angles at once. So he had to get 1 there. He dies. Oh, 6 shot from Liaz. Not going to take that away, but we are at the top level of Counter-Strike, so that can be somewhat expected. He misses his shot, dies, and the other 2 don't stand a chance. So you could see Nico there, like, he was being surrounded in a corner. So I feel like that can't be the be-all and end-all of their A site hold, that he has to connect this shot, especially when he's not. Like, that's where you need to change something. That's where either you need to start like taking the initiative like they are now on the B site, like start utilizing those players. Sure, they've been doing a great job, but we need to see them being able to rotate in quick enough that they can actually have an impact if the other site is lost. Maybe gamble a 4-1, either that, or you could even just go for a passive hold within the pit, have a nice crossfire there, maybe not have an AWP, so that then if there's a few opportunities, you can have that crossfire with the spray. But whatever they're doing right now on the A site has a 0% success rate.
Well, it seems like 100 Thieves have caught on to it and are going back. Olaf off towards long. Nico and Rain going to be holding back over towards pit here. Rain's going to get some shots. He's able to get 1. Nico's going to be blinded up, but he still managed to get a kill either way. Rain's going to peek a little bit wide, so Liaz is able to respond. Liaz again, 1, 2, and 3. As he talked about yesterday, he's able to do it yet again today. Opens up the A side basically by himself, and 100 Thieves should be going to 8.
He's playing so good. Like, I've been thoroughly impressed. Like, when he first joined this team, I can safely say I didn't know too much about him. But he's come in, grown as a player, just been getting better and better. And okay, I don't know what that Molotov was, but yeah, those entries are so invaluable for 100 Thieves. The fact that he can just run into the site, get 3 kills when they've already lost the first 2, a nice spray transition as well, and that's the round. That's it done. And again, like that start for FaZe really wasn't that bad. They get the 2 opening picks, but it's funny that they're supposed to be the all-star roster, the one with the high firepower, where at the moment they're being just totally out-fragged.
Lia's up to 9 and 6. The funny thing is, what, 66% of his kills have come from just 2 rounds alone, 2 rounds in a row. And there are big kills as well. I mean, you have 4 players on 9 kills. Jacob, the only one on 4 for 100 Thieves.
Well, that's the impressive thing, really. Like, we've had Liaz get 6 kills in 2 rounds. We've had Cold get 8 kills in 2 rounds. Like, it just seems to be who is stepping up the most individually who wins a lot of these rounds. Unfortunately, when you're the CT side, it's a little bit more important to have a bit more of a spread of who's performing well, because at the moment, at least, 100 Thieves can just go, well, don't really need to go B, do we? Because that's where the players who are actually performing are. Let's just go in the other direction and have an easy round.
Or do they need to go B? I mean, they have 3 players currently in Banana. I would imagine.
Yeah, but look who those 3 players are.
Gratisfaction.
No, I mean on the B site.
Oh.
They've switched.
Nico.
So it's
Rain.
Cold and Brocky are now on A. So they've literally tried to counter this by just moving the 2 weapons onto the A side. Cold is going to get that opening pick, but now it is only the pistols remaining. Rain, while placed, he's going to be able to get an opener. And actually, Nico's managed to get a rifle, but only for a second. Do anything more? That's the question. As a straight through the smoke is going to dope Olov, and it's left all onto Rain. He only has a USP. Now there's a big gap in that smoke for Brocky to try and utilize. He's going to throw down a smoke, dinked up. They still haven't killed Rain. He's still just sat at the fountain. Eventually he will fall, but now there's opportunities. Now those players could try and get back. Cold, I think, was just making the decision of, okay, I want an AWP for the next round, so let's make sure I save it. That's one of the closer rounds I think we've had in a while, where they actually do a lot of damage on that B side. But it is quite funny, really, that they finally go into the B site and the players that have been performing well on B are on A.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still funny that the fact they go B against just pistols and they like almost lose the round still. I mean, it comes down to Azure getting a nice triple with like 2 kills to the smoke to actually, you know, still close it out. Cold might lose the weapon. What a shot out of Jacob. So that op's not going to be saved into the next round. 100 Thieves up 9-4.
Do you know what I'm wondering? Maybe 100 Thieves have a thermal scanner, because then they always avoid the cold.
But they just killed him.
I meant in the rounds.
They killed him in the round.
Yeah, but maybe they weren't looking for him.
I just want to like make this awkward for you. You're kind of mad at me about it.
Still a joke. I'm proud of myself, whether you are or not.
Hey, I can respect that.
That's what I tell my parents.
Hey, at least your dad doesn't beat you, right?
Dear Lord, please don't go back to that again.
Oh, that was a funny thread. I like how I preemptive is like, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, but before I'm gonna make a post on it. I mean, I like how they're stacking these nades too. I mean, we saw like the kind of like cheeky boost up for coldzera to go for the op shot. He's missing that one, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Just napalming Banana at the moment. But they're at least baiting out utility though. This is something we haven't really seen at 100 Thieves too often towards the B site, where we've seen coldzera and Brokey be able to maintain their utility later on into the round. I think Cold got flashed in, but unfortunately he got killed. 100 Thieves looking to get to double digits here.
Yeah, I'd almost be surprised if they don't. I think something drastic is going to have to change, and while after losing Cold on the other side, they're actually going to bolster B, which, well, it doesn't fill me with confidence in this A site, and that's where the team's T's seem to be going there. Looking to surround in flashbang out. They've still got plenty of utility to clear a lot of these angles. 30 seconds left, though. Yet to really make the decision. They can take Arch control. Smoke's going to be going down. Good counter from Rain. Likely that they're going to have to just go running through this. Needs to be some sort of flashbang. They just run through it as a group, but the spray does a lot of damage, but unfortunately only gets 1 kill. There's going to have to be a save again. And it's interesting how we saw on the B side how effective a late smoke could be. That's just unfortunate for Raid. I don't think he expected them all to jump through at the same time. He still had a chance to potentially get 3. Like, look how low Jacob and Gratis faction are, but with 4 players still standing, it's no surprise that Olaf and Brocky are just going to make that decision, save their guns and move on.
Poor Brokey. It's like he's never like able to do anything because they always lose the A site, and then he's left to just save his weapon almost every single round. Hasn't really had the chance to excel too much. I mean, Olaf Meister only on 3 kills, which is really unfortunate. Looking to chase these down as well. I think Olaf might be able to survive this one. Maybe pick up a kill for it. Actually sprays down and decides to just, you know, crouch. Not get greedy there. Save the M4 into the final round of the half, but 100 Thieves, 10 rounds. Ridiculous stuff here out of them. We had Tai Lu take 10 against FaZe Clan as well, just yesterday on Inferno. And 100 Thieves looking to do one better.
With Tai Lu on the T side?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a worry. I think clearly there needs to be some work put in Facepad on this map. Not one of their comfort picks at the moment, and yeah, you shouldn't be seeing this many rounds on the T side. Pretty much any map. Maybe if it's a Dust 2, you can...
Maybe Assault.
Okay, real maps.
Wow.
Maps that don't involve you being able to kill someone from your spawn to theirs.
Hey.
Although I suppose technically you can.
Overpass you can.
Do that in Dust 2.
Cash, you can almost do that. Almost.
Shoot through
T-spawn to mid.
What?
Overpass, you can do it from like, what, Heaven to T-spawn?
Yeah, that's true. You can do that little, like... Well, you could even do the wall bang that hits into the tunnel as they run up the stairs. Although hitting that is like 1 in a million.
Well, here we go into the final round now. It's going to be 2 players to defend the A side. He's already lost out on Coldzera again. I do like how 100 Thieves are not letting Coldzera be flashed in. It worked once with the ump, remember? He was able to get the early kill.
And that was a trade.
Yeah. But it's not really worked since then. They've been playing a lot better anti-flash. Again, Rain with the delayed smoke. So good at this. They're actually going to look to boost over it. And I don't think they spot him crouching. And now Rain's going to know. The thing is, does he want to actually give away his position and go for the shots, or wait for him to go by him? With 20 seconds left, they're going to wait, or he's going to wait. Does he actually trade positions with him within the smoke? He's behind them, and he gets only 1 kill, unfortunately. But Nico's still going to be on site. He can look to delay this. He gets the bomb down, kills off Gratis faction. 8 seconds left to go as they need to secure this one. He actually transitions onto the box within the smoke, trying to get around the corner to stop Azure from going for the plant. And the bomb will just barely go down with JKS again covering off his teammate. And Brokey will fall. 100 Thieves will take their 11th round and come out of the half of the lead here, Tom.
That's so impressive. Like, they just thrive within the madness. I'm enjoying watching 100 Thieves play. But either way, there's a second half to come. We'll be back after the break. welcome back. We're going into a second half that, well, FaZe Clan need to completely flip the switch. They have been dominated by 100 Thieves, the majority of that being on the A site where they really struggled in the first half. They now come in with a decent amount of utility and looking to battle straight for Banana.
Charging straight forward as well. Jacob trying to stay alive, trying to back away. His rotation is going to come through out of Azure. I still have 2 smokes, so there's potential for like a decent retake here. And they do have a kit on a JKS, but just no one is finding really any kills. Some damage being traded, but really not too much. Bomb's going to go down, and neither team has really been able to open things up on the site. And kills, I mean.
Hazard finally gets an opening. They do still have a kit, and Jacob gets 2 back. This is now problematic. Luckily, the T's have found a couple of their own, but they're smoked off. They're sectioned off from the side. They're going to try and throw their own to get themselves back into this.
He's got a kit.
Stop, but it's going to be dropped to the floor. Now somebody else needs to get over there and get on the bomb. And Jacob has to try and hold on to this. Rain knows his angles. They go through the smoke. Run out bullets. He does! Oh, that was so close.
If both players ran out of ammo in that situation, I would have... everyone would be deaf right now with how high-pitched I would go.
Break the sound barrier.
No, because I'm not moving in speed. Jeez. Wow, that was still way too close for comfort, right? Like, considering it came down to that. The last, like, bullet coming through. A little bit worrying, though, for FaZe Clan. I actually feel bad for the Observer. Like, there was just so many kills happening at the exact same time. In the beginning of the round, there was a whole lot of nothing happening. There's a lot of bullets flying. But now with the MAC-10s and the Galils and the solo AK out of Rain, FaZe Clan need to start to build up some rounds, build up some bank, more importantly. But I still don't want to count 100 Thieves out with how they've been playing so far. The pistols alone can still win it for them.
Yeah, I always like to see these sort of heavy utility investments as well from CT sides, especially on this map. You can waste so much time. We saw some good work at least coming in from FaZe on the B side with how late they were able to throw a lot of their smokes down. So I'll be interested to see how long it takes for FaZe to bait out a lot of the 100 Thieves utility. Still got 3 smokes remaining. Although, of course, only one of them now remains on the B side, which is where you can pretty much get most of your work done in terms of delaying time. A couple of flashbangs available, and it does seem like they're actually going to build up in that direction. And I almost wonder if it is worth just rotating Liazo to try and get another smoke down. The unfortunate factor is he's the furthest away from this point, so chances are that isn't going to be happening. He, in fact, drops his onto short, but there will be a bolster defense, a third member of this side. I'm interested to see most of the players going back in the direction of A. They're leaving it quite late. They do get the entry, though, and Lia as well. He's going to have to perform some miracles. They're going to have any of a chance. He does manage to get a first kill. Bomb quite far behind, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything to stop it. However, Azure has an opportunity. He's going to go running in. He drops a bomb. That might be it. It has to go down right now, and I think he's missed it. I think that round might be done. Oh my goodness, Azure again. Mentioned him being so ridiculously clutch, but how does he get there? How does no one watch through Arch? How does no one stop him getting onto the site?
Who was that player that went back towards short and then immediately turned around when he saw Azure?
I don't know.
I can just imagine what he's going through his head. And it's a word I definitely can't say on air. To see him just sneaking through.
Frick.
It was a Christmas Story. That's an old movie. Yeah, I forget you're really young. But what a like play by Azure to save the round. I mean, it was not clean at all for 100 Thieves. And that's what happens sometimes when you leave it to the last few seconds for FaZe Clan. Trying to get the bomb planted. Good chance to snowball into 14 rounds here for 100 Thieves if they can take this.
I think, excluding the pistol round, this is the worst possible buy you could have on both teams. Like, I don't think I've ever seen both teams with such sucky buys facing off against each other because they both have no money.
I think, was it Jack and I casting? Was it Heart versus Fnatic? Or was it you and I casting when we had... No, it was you and I casting that one where the teams constantly bought up against each other until one team could take 2 in a row.
You still normally have rifles. Like, at least you have an M4 or you have some AKs. Like, there's one AK and some FAMASs. Like, it's really trash for both sides. But hey, 100 Thieves are making it work. That has got to be, like, a real kick in the teeth mentally for FaZe Clan. Oh, Gratisfaction going to get both as well. absolutely flawless from 100 Thieves. They get themselves a 13th. They send the money of FaZe Clan down to naught. And if I'm honest, I think that's it. I think losing that round has put the nail in the coffin. Like you sort of mentioned, like maybe with getting that start, there's potential or something for FaZe, but you lose a round like that literally from that point should have been impossible. That's going to kick you down to the ground, and then you don't win the force buy either. I think if 100 Thieves lose this now, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed.
Little rush through. Grass Faction trying to escape. Molotov actually, well, it won't really save him, but does a lot of damage. Softens up the pretty much entirety of FaZe Clan. It's just here headshots coming in left, right, and center. JKS able to push out and get behind them. The bomb's going to be down over towards long, and they want blood. They want kills. They want money here. So they're trying to chase down the last two remaining players of FaZe Clan. I kind of question this, though, a little bit, because they could give over an AK to the other team.
I think at this point they're just so confident that it doesn't even matter. Like, the chances are, unless they make a serious mistake, none of their players are going to get killed by a Glock. Like, we saw like the triple burst headshot that came in just a moment ago, but recreating that's not going to be easy. I think even Brocky would have to just double dink, and exactly, that's the difference. MP9 shreds through 14-5. There's so much money over on that CT side at the moment. I'm sure Gratisfaction has to buy in. I wonder if we'll see the AWP come up, but on the other side, this could be their only attempt at getting a buy.
Well, I will say this. You forgot that I'm here casting, which means FaZe Clan's probably going to pull it back to 12 rounds at a minimum, and then still lose the map anyways, knowing our track record together. But no, I'd agree. Like, especially if they lose this round, I mean, it has to be over. They don't have a lot of utility even in round number 20. They can't go for control of Banana. They just don't have the utility to back it up with, and 100 Thieves are feeling confident, flying high. Grass Faction and JKS being that movable force, movable object. Got there eventually. Looks like they want to bank in on a middle push. Flashbang comes through. And a big stack out of 100 Thieves to stop the push from coming in. But FaZe Clan will penetrate the defense. They will get the bomb down. But imagine if your 100 Thieves are probably just going to save now.
Yeah, especially Gratisfaction. I think JKS is kind of like, nah, you lose UMP, you're going to be able to buy into the next round anyway. Gratisfaction can drop for Azza, so JKS could look to get some exits. He may just lurk around and try and make sure that they can defend that UMP. Or defend the AWP, sorry. But yeah, much better round from FaZe, trading effectively, getting those entry kills, important ones at that. But at the same time, this is a long, long road back, and well, with the amount of money that they gave over to their opposition over the last couple of rounds with the mistakes made, it's going to be really tough for them to stop them just breaking straight back again.
I wonder what the utility is going to be like at a FaZe Clan into this round if they're going to try to contest Banana. I'm assuming 100 Thieves, yeah, with the full buy-up completely in. Lia's going to be on the ump this time. Meister, yeah, does have the SG. So here we go. FaZe Clan still playing to keep hopes alive on map 1. Remember, loser of this series will be out of the entire tournament. So a lot on the line for both these two teams. FaZe Clan immediately charges straight up towards the top of Banana. There'll be 3 players waiting. Good nade comes through. Nico just gets decimated. Rain down to 51 HP. You saw Azure looking to actually turn around towards CT spawn and run away, but I think once that kill came through on the feed, you realized, okay, there might be more players actually charging straight up. But they got the early man advantage.
Aren't you going to gather up in that direction? Flashbang delays them a little bit in terms of a push. Another smoke goes down to buy that extra bit of time. You can expect to see FaZe Clan just keep an eye on the rest of the map, and actually a rotation coming in from Azza as well will at least leave him towards the spawn. Means he can split back between either side, but here comes the smokes. Incendiary going to be thrown out just to delay them that little bit more. It will give time for Azza to get into position. Molotov's going to be coming over the top, but JKS should be able to avoid it just about. Nice entry from Rain. Actually left blind enough that he's not going to be able to do anything, and Azza tries to be a hero instead. He is met with death. It's going to be the same scenario once again, a saved AWP, a saved UMP, and FaZe Clan. This round is theirs.
Considering they started that round by killing Nico with grenades, getting Rain down to 51 health. Good job by FaZe Clan to really turn it around. You have to wonder that if maybe JKS got a kill, or if JKS wasn't that blind, I guess, or Jacob didn't drop immediately, that actually could have been a hold for them, or at least set the opportunity for the retake. But yeah, FaZe Clan, they might be down, but they're not out. It's another round added to the board for them. It's an 11-4 first half score, and they've been able to finally get 3 rounds on this T side. Bunch of thieves need to be careful, though. Don't want to get caught sleeping with such a lead.
Yeah, I'm not going to invest too much into this round, of course. So this is one where they're just waiting for the next round by, but they still have an AWP on Satisfaction. Yet to really see anything from that AWP just yet, but he gets the opening pick. Can he get back around the corner? No. So it's not really going to be overly worth it. JKS, he actually gets it and drops a smoke. I imagine he would have been hoping he could have retrieved that other smoke as well that was dropped on the floor, so he could have doubled that up, but hey, JKS with an AWP. Something at least. They can at least make things costly. The thing is, what they want to happen is when they finally do win a round, FaZe kind of going to be out of money, and that's pretty much the game. You don't want to allow them even a chance to rebuy. But at the same time, over the last few, FaZe have started to look a lot better. We've started to see some life in some players who haven't really been performing so far.
Good smoke comes in. I was trying to play really close to it, though, with the P250. And 1 smoke left on Elias, who's going to be over towards the pit side of A. It's going to be such a tough hold with an ump, with the range they have to fight with. And JKS with the off would be ideal if they could rotate him in. Azur does get 1, though. Puts it into a 3-on-3. And if Elias can have a resurgence of his glory on the T side with his 3Ks. And maybe 100 Thieves can win this one. Actually get up close here with the help of the smoke. Takes down the first. Unfortunately, he will fall to Nico. Turns it into a 2-on-2. And I mean, technically it is doable for 100 Thieves, though they don't have a kit currently on them. Probably going to be saving these weapons, though. I know they can buy in the next round. But FaZe Clan again. Another round. I think that's like, what, 3 straight?
Yeah, even still, it's a bit of a hollow victory, I would say. Like, losing 3 players when, okay, granted, one of them was to an AWP, but there wasn't that much saved into this round from 100 Thieves. So they're still making things costly with very little, and I think if you are a fan of like 100 Thieves, like, you're not really going to be too worried at this moment in time. Like, you haven't seen, I don't think we've seen any rounds that have been so utterly dominant or so utterly clean for FaZe where you would be worrying about what's been happening. I think like even the early round that they managed to get on A was just like 1-for-1 trades all the way, and then eventually just killing off the players on that A site. Now we get to see 100 Thieves come in with everything. They have the 4x, they'll have the AWP, even a spare AK that can be thrown over. It seems like Jacob's going to be the one holding on to that. And this is where FaZe Clan are now, again, going to be truly tested.
Seagrass faction wants a chance for this early pick. A lot of Molotovs being thrown in towards Banana. Currently 3 and the grenades to follow, but now a 4th Molotov. And yeah, no one's really able to gain any ground off of this, but finally FaZe can look to make the charge. Another nade going to come through, might tag a little bit of damage in. Does hit Jacob for a total of a whopping 1 HP.
Every little helps.
Yeah. And the amount of times we've seen players survive on 1 health, you know?
A little bit wary for this crossfire, though. Sure, you've got the boosted player. You have a single smoke on JKS, who's going to try and use it at the right time. It'll probably be just about now if he actually has it in his hand. It's a little bit late. They're going to be coming through. JKS only able to get one. Jacob gets a kill, but I felt like he needed to fall back there. Getting traded out doesn't really make it worthwhile. FaZe Clan can now sit back on the site, hold for these after-plant positions. Liaz has a full belt of utility, so there's potential there at least, even doing a little bit of damage through the edge of the smoke onto Rain, but they need a kill. They need to section out these players. They need to drop one to get them back into this site.
Smoke comes in to block off Coldzera. Rain trying to actually play in towards CT spawn. Liaz coming the other side. That smoke comes down to who can hit the shots, and it's going to be Liaz switching over to the other weapon. Flashbang as well. Time is taken away, and it's going to be trades left and right. Brokey the last alive now, and I think he stalled for enough time to win the round for FaZe Clan. He will lose his weapon for this. Either way, the damage is done. FaZe Clan get themselves another round.
Yeah, at that point, it doesn't matter for FaZe. They have the money to continuously rebuy. It's one of those positions as well where they're now sat in a spot where they're basically buying to the end of the game. So as long as they have enough to continue to purchase, that's all that matters. They don't need to be building up ridiculous amounts of bank. The streak of rounds is also starting to get a little bit worrying for 100 Thieves. Of course, this is their map choice. This is one where we've already seen FaZe look vulnerable. Going on to Dust 2, I don't think it'll be the same story. I think FaZe have looked pretty good from what we've seen yesterday. Sure, I'm pretty sure they played Tyloo, and Tyloo got battered by
Tyloo looked terrible on this too.
It definitely didn't seem to be a map that they were comfortable on, so I think it'll be a little bit different from 100 Thieves, but at the same time, it's not one of the ones we've seen a lot of.
Well, weapons are going to be lacking for the Thieves, unfortunately. Some utility to use, yeah, but they've definitely not looked like the team we saw over on the T side. Remember, it was an 11-4 first half score. See, FaZe Clan almost kind of doing the same thing what we saw out of 100 Thieves, but the opposite. Going towards B instead of towards A quite consistently here.
That's something I'm surprised by, that we, in a lot of these like eco rounds where you don't really have too much, I don't know why we're not seeing a gamble out from 100 Thieves or attempting something a little bit different. I'd love to have just seen them send 4 players over to this site and then just basically have Azza on the other side with the M4. Like, just go for something risky. Like, this is a round that you're never going to expect to win. It seems like they were just, again, just trying to use the 2 smokes they had to just burn down the clock, but ultimately it achieved very little. And I think just taking those risks, especially when you're so close to closing out the game, a cheese round like that where you just do something a little bit silly, a little bit aggro, can actually work out and get you to that map point and at least take some of the pressure off.
Oh, they'll be saving their weapons nonetheless. Azza still maintaining the M4 and the 2 CZs and the Deagle. But I wonder what's going on within 100 Thieves. I mean, with that scoreline they had, my confidence, especially for like Liaz. I mean, you look on the other side, like Olaf Meister, I don't remember the last time he got a kill. He's on 6 at the moment. Brokey's on 9. You have 2 players who haven't been able to put up big numbers, but Rain, Nico, and Coldzera have been able to maintain that. I can't even say Cold anymore either, because what, 8 of his 15 kills came from 2 rounds back to back?
That is true. I think he had at least 12 on the CT side, so
it's just been mostly Rain and Nico, I guess. Who's really been able to open up these sites and get these bomb plants down.
Yeah, Rain has been performing very well, actually. I think that's something you can give props over to. I don't even know what that was an attempt at, if I'm honest, from Jacob. That was just so unbelievably risky, and the chances of success seemed incredibly low. Maybe expecting that smoke to go down a little bit sooner, just because how far he got. I feel like you kind of expected them to be without vision. FaZe Clan definitely giving this T side a damn good go. And well, if you're 100 Thieves, you're definitely going to start to sweat a little bit with how far in the lead you previously were. Gratisfaction left completely blind, forced off the angle. Again, this execution through mid thus far has been good from FaZe Clan, just throwing their smokes as they go, taking slow control. Azza. That's a little bit of luck. Gratisfaction straight through the smoke is going to be able to pick off one shot. Azza's been traded out in response, but now you look at Liaz in the pit. There's actually still quite a bit of work for FaZe Clan to actually do here. And utility-wise, what? They've got a Molotov, a singular one, which is just going to be used for the pit. There's nobody there. Nice shot from Liaz. He seems to be so clinical. Olof needs to trade this out, and he's going to fail, and it's looking like a 15th round is going to be coming onto the board. Nico, 20 seconds to pull off a miracle. A crossfire of CT players as well is going to make things that much more difficult. He knows that Liaz is in the pit, and Liaz doesn't even have the face at this point. JKS comes round to close things off, and they have their 15th after what was a strong start to this round. I think FaZe Clan just got a little bit stuck in the mud, a bit bogged down, and now they're one round away from losing the first map.
Little did FaZe Clan know, they could have actually went towards B, it was wide open. As a JKS, he actually pushed in towards T side of middle. Could have just easily got the bomb down there, but again, we have obviously the ability to see the entire minimap, and a good job by Gratisfaction. I feel like that kill he got through the smoke just like really helped stall FaZe Clan quite a bit. Just that kill in the presence of them knowing he's there and no way to deal with him really helped prevent FaZe Clan from actually transitioning onto the actual site. But of course, Liaz hitting the 2 kills he got too helped quite a bit. But now we're going to find out. Can FaZe Clan potentially pull it into overtime? They need 5 straight to do that. 100 Thieves have the entire kit booked out for them. We'll be going on to Dust 2 as our second map, and Mirage our third if we do need it. And again, a 3-man stack out of 100 Thieves off the bat for that initial control. But they've actually not really taken any control. They're just like going for the extra damage, I guess, in the beginning.
Oh, fast play attempted. Liaz once again. His 21st kill. It's looking like the beginning of the end. It seems like 100 Thieves have finally rectified their problems, and well, mainly that's just been, let's just wait for them to go A. They also set up the 4-1 stack. This just should be now impossible. Sure, a kill comes in for Rain, still chugging along, but they've got to be careful from behind. Jacob already coming in. They're surrounded on this site. Sure, the pit is clear at least, but they've got to be wary of Short. They've got to be wary of 3 players waiting around that hard side. Jacob almost kills Brocky through the smoke, and these are 2 players who have not performed so far. I think about 15 kills between them so far. They're going to have to add to that significantly here. Olof waiting for the flash. Manages the first. He gets the second as well. Some life in the Swede as well as the Latvian. And leaves just Jacob. This should have been it. A 4 versus 2. And Brocky's going to close it out. As said, 2 players who've been underwhelming so far in this map. But they step up when needed.
I mean, considering Olaf Meister was bottom fragging for the team.
Still is.
But he gets 2 crucial kills to keep FaZe Clan alive. And this is the last time out coming in for 100 Thieves. And they don't really have the best money. I mean, they could force up into this round, but I would guess they would just go for some pistols and some armor and then save into the next to make sure to have everything you possibly could want. But JK has been uncharacteristically quiet. 13 kills.
The thing is it's not really a problem with the other players stepping up. Like, Azaz had a very good game. Liaz as well. The problem is that they should have closed this game already. And I think that's going to be weighing on their minds. Even without that round that just went by, this should already be done.
Yeah, I'd agree. They're actually going to be investing into this. They're going for the double op, the double SMG, and the Mag 7. Something I never really thought I would say too often, that kind of like combo of weaponry.
That's my favorite sort of buy.
I thought it was the XM you liked.
But yeah, maybe just because it can be improved doesn't mean it can't be a favorite.
JKS might hit the shot to Baroki. Just barely off the side. I feel like a pixel or 2 off to the side. And Rain again. He's been doing well on this T side. Gets the kill into Liaz. JKS responds though. Jacob on the side. Nico's not going to expect it. And there's the headshot to come through. Man advantage with Azure getting the kill on the Cold Zera back to 100 Thieves, but we saw a 4-on-2 taken back for FaZe Clan. And now it's going to be a 1-on-3. Can Rain, without the bomb, pull this off? And I want to say no. I mean, look at Jacob. He's just protecting the bomb. You have Azure as well, just trying to scout some things out. You have JKS reinforcing the bomb. With only 40 seconds left, Rain, he just has to run and gun.
Yeah, I think he's hoping to find Azure. Because at the moment, he's surrounded. If he goes for the bomb, I think he can make an educated guess that there's going to be a man on Banana. There's probably going to be a man towards it, and now knows that for a fact. But the thing is, he doesn't stand a chance just because of Azure's position. Either way, Jacob's going to close it out. It took them a little bit longer than we expected after what was a dominant half. They definitely were the better team when it came to this map. A pretty poor CT side coming out of FaZe Clan with only 4 rounds actually coming up in their direction. So still some work needs to be done. I think that's clear when it comes to their Inferno game. If it is going to be something that they're not just perma-banning and they're willing to play, then something needs to change, because their T side actually looked fairly decent. Like, they had some good plays. I'm actually quite disappointed they didn't just keep going to the B side, because it seemed like up until the point where JKS just grabbed an AWP at the end and managed to get a kill, and they got a little bit lucky with the Mag 7. It didn't look like their B-site hold was particularly good, and as you mentioned, like, JKS wasn't having like a flyer of a game. Like, he wasn't playing to his absolute best, and maybe that's part of the reason why they were able to find quite a bit more. However, if you only get 4 rounds on the CT side, the chances of you winning a map of an Inferno are very slim.
I think there's massive holes we saw there, and you kind of talked about like
the
Olaf Meister to get a kill, to have a chance to like lock things down. Then again, you know, I still want to give credit to 100 Thieves. Like, their takes, Liaz, like with his like triple kills he was pulling off, was phenomenal. But you know what, Tom, we're gonna have to find out if 100 Thieves can keep the momentum going into the second map, or FaZe Clan will be able to turn it around with their tournament hopes on the line. It's gonna be Dust 2 next, and it's gonna be after a short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is game fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm a light mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are. No matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where you will again. I know that you
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go!
Well, the FaZe Clan looked to try and steal away Inferno from the 100 Thieves, but unfortunately there was too many of them. And they managed to overwhelm them in that first half. The T side from both teams was actually the better of the two, but it definitely seemed like in the end, 100 Thieves were too much. Enjoy that?
Are you happy with it? Yeah. Are you legitimately happy with how that went for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll let that go then.
I don't regret.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters, you know? Personal happiness. Keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
Scrawny's little sign off of DreamHack was great. Did you listen back to it? You were there.
I think I was in bed. I didn't do the grand final.
Huh?
I didn't do the grand
Yeah, but why would you be asleep?
I was tired.
Yeah, generally, as most people do, when they're tired, they do go to sleep. So you're not wrong. We're going into... Oh, we're like super zoomed in on the camera. Is that just me? I look massive.
I think that's just you.
I always look big, but like I look really big.
Okay, we can move back in.
So Dust 2 now between FaZe Clan and 100 Thieves. I look 100 Thieves big. Like 100 of me on the screen.
Okay.
You can barely handle one of me. Imagine if there was 100 of me.
I think the world would just implode. You can make like a big ladder and reach the moon.
Yeah.
I think that's about the right distance. Probably not quite done the maths right, and there's... Actually, I doubt there's many.
Have you ever measured how many egg rolls long you are?
How many what?
Like lay down the floor and like measure yourself in egg rolls.
In what?
Egg rolls?
Egg?
Like spring rolls?
Oh, egg rolls.
Yeah. What do you think I said?
I thought you said acres. And I was like, that is a lot.
Egg rolls. Acres.
He thought ankles, so...
Oh, well.
Whatever you were saying, it didn't sound... no, that I couldn't care less.
Okay. Well,
it'd probably be about 4.
You know, so you spend your day that way. I spend my day doing weird things.
You must spend so much money on egg rolls.
Now you know where all my talent money goes.
51, 452.
Yeah, but then you get a nice little treat when you're done measuring yourself.
452 egg rolls.
Yeah.
Okay. As said,
could you eat 450 scoops of ice cream?
Could I eat that? No.
Are you lactose intolerant?
No.
Okay.
That's a lot of ice cream.
Wait, no, hold on. Have you ever measured yourself? You know what I'm going to say, right? You know what I'm going to say?
No.
Pain au chocolats.
No.
I thought that would get you. You're a big fan of them.
I am, but I'd rather eat them.
Yeah, you measure, then you eat.
Okay.
So I guess we'll bring it back to the game. I think we're waiting for the 5th player to get into the lobby at the moment. It's going to be Rain, who is currently waiting to get into the server. It's going to be Dust 2.
Not Barup again.
Who's up?
Barup yesterday.
Bless you. You just burp?
Barup.
I'm kidding, messing with you.
Player? You forgot him yesterday, so you might have forgot him again.
You know what? I also flew 16 hours and had to broadcast for 7. So.
No one's forgotten that because you've said it 45 times.
Have to remind you.
I think you spent more of the broadcast talking about that than the actual matches, which seems to be the same at the moment, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we're waiting for the... Hey, he's here. Okay, we're in the game soon. We're going to be kicking off the pistol round. But, I mean, FaZe Clan looked a lot better on Dust 2 yesterday versus Tyloo than they did on Inferno. But then again, like, Tyloo just... I don't even want to say FaZe Clan looked good. I want to say Tyloo looked bad.
Well, they did get slapped on Dust 2 twice in the same day. Yeah. Granted, the other was against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi looked phenomenal throughout yesterday. So, again, it's hard to say like who was good, who was bad, but it definitely didn't seem like Tyloo brought their A game. I'm hoping that means that FaZe are going to perform again, but I do think it's going to be a tougher resistance coming out from 100 Thieves. We haven't had a whole lot of maps to sort of look at this roster yet of how they're going to be sort of playing within the map, but obviously they've got a consistent AWPer. We've seen a lot of them out on their T sides at the moment with how they play as a team. Their synergy seems to be strong, so I'm not as worried as I would be with watching Tyloo on this match. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up going to 3.
Well, of course, whenever you and I cast together, we seem to always go to 3 maps, so... Gonna have more Counter-Strike action for you on the B stream. We still have MIBR up against Fnatic, I believe it is our last game of the day. I think Jackie will be hopping back here on the desk to cover the action with Tom Biz. Looks like FaZe Clan want to go for some early long A control. They did invest into P250 for Rain, so a little bit of a raid boss going on for him. Just banking on him to be able to hit these long-range shots. You can see Jake already set up in between the barrels here. And of course, leaving Brokey to go for a little bit of a lurk play. And towards tunnels. A little bit of a slow round. I was actually expecting the pace to be picked up, but they do have the double smoke set up for the cross if they want to go that direction with Nico and Olafmeister. And that's why they're going to be waiting there.
Here we go. This is where the smokes go in. They've still got a fair amount of control. Nice shot from Gratisfaction. That's going to make things very difficult. They have to kill him off. The bomb's coming in that direction. He draws one and the second as well. Gratisfaction, that's it. That's round over. Surely there would have to be some massive mistakes now coming in from the side of 100 Thieves. And well, it's not going to be happening. What a round from Gratisfaction. And what a start once again. I believe that's both maps now that he's kicked it off with a fantastic pistol round.
I mean, you could not ask for a better start than that, right? To be able to take that first on a Brokey, then to back away and get both. I like how he actually moved to the left-hand side as well. Like, maybe expect the second player to come around so he still keeps the one-on-one instead of making it a one-on-two. Just trying to, like, optimize the chance he can to win out in that exchange. And, well, just like that, FaZe Clan going to be on the save. 100 Thieves should have a relatively clean round here with the Glocks. Let's see if they can secure it and maybe ideally pick up some extra money.
They're not going to do too much, but as you mentioned, this is just going to be an all-out brawl for who can earn the most cash in this round on the 100 Thieves side. They do have to be a little bit careful because they don't really want to be losing any weaponry in this round. There's nothing invested. FaZe Clan side just can't afford to really do anything in this round. And I wonder how it's actually going to go in the next, because that's the thing, like the bonus round scenario is not really that much of a thing anymore unless you really do make a huge amount of cash with these SMGs, and even then you kind of need to get a kill off the back of the remainder, like in the next round. Like if you go down without getting a single kill in the next, it's still not going to be the best of buys. Now, luckily for them, nobody dies, so all they have to do is rebuy utility. But even still, like say for example, you've got Jacob. If you had 1,400 into his next round purchase, it's not going to be ideal.
Do you remember, by the way, the like 4K we had out of JKS on Dust 2 with the SG? I think you and I were casting. I was up like towards Gandalf a little bit. This is like one of the maps that I just kind of
think, yeah.
This is like one of the maps that I kind of have the reason why in my head him and the SG just go hand in hand. If he can maybe secure it from the other side, because we do have FaZe Clan with the buyout here. They're lacking utility, and they're also lacking in players. 100 Thieves have shown up to play, just walking all over FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I like that even though those mistakes have been made, though, FaZe Clan looked to try and find a hole in the defense elsewhere. There was a lot of players stacked into long. Nice shot from Olaf as well. And that completely sectioned off one man and one man alone. Now, it's the person that I think me and Jason would both want to have to try and make the play. It's going to be JKS at the back of that B site. Now, they are taking their sweet time, which has given at least a response from Azza to get that a little bit closer, as they are going to be sneaking their way further up. You can see Olaf waiting. So smart in these trades. Gratisfaction going to be coming around, and Olaf's just going ham. He's almost got as many kills as he got in the previous map in the first few. As mentioned, they've got to try and clear JKS. He is going to be able to get to the corner. I don't think he knows that they've managed to get that far. And although the trade comes in, the bomb has dropped into the site. But it does drop right into the hands of Gratisfaction. Already 8 kills. They need to hit double digits by round 3 to be able to win this one. 30 seconds left. coldzera coming around the corner. He knows that he's that close. He knows that he's right in the corner. I think this may just be a bait, trying to get Gratisfaction to peek, but it's not going to be happening. Olaf just watching onto the window. And now he's going to be sticking the plant. Olaf doesn't connect, and he has the chance here, but he doesn't quite hit the spray. He has to fall back to reload. coldzera now with the advantage. The bomb in his favor as he makes the peek back around, and coldzera will clutch it out. Still way too close for comfort and consideration. A 9-1 at the moment for Gratisfaction. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough.
I mean, Olaf Meister saved that round for them, right? The first shot onto Liaz, jumping and spawn onto Azra and Jake as well on the rotate. I was getting really worried for FaZe Clan when Gratisfaction gets that first kill into Olaf in towards tunnel. If that transfer was a little bit, you know, smoother, a little bit cleaner, it could have been 100 Thieves getting onto 3 rounds. Gratisfaction, as you mentioned, getting onto 10 kills. Unfortunately, only onto 9. They're still going to be able to buy up here, as you can see. Utility will be a little bit lacking, but then again, FaZe Clan don't really have the best of buy-ups either.
Yeah, it's definitely the right call to buy, especially with how much damage they managed to do. But yeah, no, like, utility's not great. Weaponry is also unfortunate with a few pieces missing. They managed to do more with less in the previous round, but they had a lot more utility, a lot more grenades, and they got off to a very, very good start. Like, those first 2 kills. Oh, in-kit from Gratisfaction. I don't know where this has come from, but he is playing phenomenally well early in this half. It's difficult to keep this up, though, so definitely need either get his AWP, change the way he's going to be playing, or for somebody else to step up to the mark. Normally I'd need to check, but I'm almost certain he's got more kills than the rest of his team combined. I'd be very surprised if that's not the case.
Well, FaZe Clan will have control of short. We do have 4 players in the vicinity, though. It's going to be Jacob to watch long, but there's not going to be a single player there. You get Gratisfaction able to rotate back and help out if they need. As there's going to be the one tucked away inside JKS. I don't know if he's going to expect Nico to push into the smoke towards his left-hand side. And the push towards Catwalk will be breaking off. Azur's gonna get the first kill. JKS does not kill on a Nico, so they're gonna know there's a player in towards CT spawn. Cold's gonna fall from behind. The bomb is now down. They know Nico's the last one here, and a little job by 100 Thieves to shut down that push, only limiting the deaths to one player, and that was only because Nico snuck through a smoke. A smoke. All done here for 100 Thieves.
Three to 1. Nothing can really be afforded by FaZe once again. 100 Thieves are going to be off to a flying start. It is interesting with the dynamic of this FaZe team, talking about all the star power, all the players that they managed to pick up, and then in terms of fragging power, not only in this map but in the last as well, you would say that 100 Thieves have been better, like individually. Try and pressure onto Azur, which will be successful. You've still got Gratisfaction here. You're looking to pad those stats even further. Double digits hit, and, well, just clinical as ever. 12 to 1 for him. Can't really ask for a better start. Now, well, we are going to see that by an AWP picked up for Nico. That is something about this FaZe Clan team which you can enjoy. There's plenty of players who can pick up the AWP. But with Gratisfaction performing so well so far, they're going to be able to fight against it.
Yeah, 216 ADR. He's got the AWP now. And I guess that's the ideal player you'd want to have to step up with the AWP. Or at least to be having a good game, I should say. Nico, though, and we get the first kill onto Jacob. And that's, I mean, he hasn't been too quiet, but I feel like Nico hasn't been the Nico of old.
Especially as we've seen a bit of a comeback of Nico recently. Like, yeah, he's not played to the best of his abilities. There's no question about that. He should be out and out the best player, and unless coldzera has a good game.
So I find it weird that he's still in-game leading for the team. I feel like you would want to, you know, free up that kind of player.
It depends, though, because a lot of the time with his in-game leading style, he would set himself up. So it depends the way you look at it. Sometimes with his teams that works, but it seems like today, at least, that hasn't really been the case. Still, though, pretty much all utility expended. There is no on B. So, yeah, this round is already over. There's nothing JKS can do. He's got to be careful as well, even just trying to fall back as Rain is holding into middle. Yet to get a kill after being one of the top fraggers in the previous. Going to be looking to try and hunt down JKS, and he will be successful as well. The remaining players within this CT roster are just going to have to save. They'll have a flawless buy going into the next round if they're able to do that. And for the T's, well, with currently 5 alive, they can afford to throw one into the wind. But Rain not going to be overfacing, not going to be over hunting, just being fairly patient.
Yeah, they can't afford to hunt. Want to make sure to... Actually, funny enough, so Nico goes for the initial pick towards long and then gives the op over to Olafmeister. Guess he had the spawn. But not a bad job by FaZe Clan. Again, like, these rounds have been so dominating. I guess there's an ups and downsides to having one player really step up like Gratisfaction has, is that if he's not in a position to get the kills because they go a different direction, then what does he really accomplish doing that round? Or if he dies early in the round for some reason, then you kind of lose a lot of star power within the team. But still, I mean, with the double up setup they have, JKS is going to be securing the second one at the moment. A lot of utility to use behind this, and FaZe Clan going for a timeout just to talk some things over. Still kind of impressive that FaZe Clan have 2 rounds with like the limited amount of kills they do have. And coldzera on 1, Rain on 1, and he only got that just in this last round. And on the other side, Gratisfaction's just been hogging them all. 12 kills for him. 100 ADR still after 6 rounds is ridiculous. But I wonder if FaZe Clan are just going to put themselves in a position to just avoid him.
Well, the other thing as well, as I said, like, I've seen many players get like 15 kills in, say, 6-7 rounds, but they're not going to keep that up. Like, it may help you very early on to get a start, but once the opposition starts like working out what's happening, things can easily change. And well, one of the changes that have actually come in is actually for 100 Thieves. They've invested into a secondary AWP. This is a risk from Azza. I think he knows it as well. Plans to try and fight the remaining members of this FaZe clan on long, but eventually makes the decision. It's better to just stay alive. Only lost one man in the form of Jacob. Now, this seems to be one of the main points of contention for FaZe clan. They want to be battling for long.
I would like to see 100 Thieves put up like a better defense towards long. Like you're mentioning, like this seems to be the FaZe clan's go-to, the bread and butter. This is what they did against Tyloo, and consistently Tyloo would just give it up without actually going for like a proper challenge.
Well, to be fair, that might be because when they played against Na'Vi, I think Na'Vi went long once. So it's sort of like if you look back at your demo and you go, okay, everything else was going wrong, let's fix that. And then FaZe clearly played a very different way. It's also one of those spots that a lot of the time it comes down to if you have a decent spawn or if you have the right grenades to challenge it properly. But back to B they go. Now, in the previous round, there was absolutely no one here. Instead, there's JKS. They do have 2 Molotovs. He doesn't have armor, so him surviving here seems fairly unlikely. They're also going to put the smoke down. He's waiting for the timing, not going to hit anything, and just trying to spot them over the top. They're pushing through. JKS gets one, but that is all she wrote. Flashbang going over the top. They're trying to buy a little bit of time. Liaz wants to get in. And actually, time. There isn't much left. He doesn't quite manage to drop the bomb. They have to go for the plant, and Brocky is just about going to get it. You can see the hunt coming in. They wanted to try and deny that plant. Instead, now the crossfire's been set up. Brocky actually going to get up high into the corner, and with Nico sat back, just waiting patiently, and no utility for the CT side, this becomes more unlikely, but an important kill. Gratisfaction once again gives them some space, gives them an opportunity here. They've still got to clear this corner spot, and they need to do it fairly quick, and it's going to be Nico and Rain combining. A good crossfire that ultimately gets them the round, and I think they might have found that weakness. You mentioned that they didn't want to, or may not want to, fought against Gratisfaction. Well, luckily, it's JKS playing on B, and I have to say now, that's 2 maps in a row where that's been where they've actually got a lot of their success, trying to exploit the positions that JKS is playing.
So I wonder if they're going to switch things up. I mean, we saw Gratisfaction holding short for the most part, right? That's where he's, you know, rocked up to his 13 kills. And that's where he's going to be yet again. So maybe it's a time for him to get aggressive towards short. Then if they're not going to come to him, he can come to them. That's going to be obviously very hard to do in this round. Azur. No, there's going to be a player up towards top of mid, which is maybe why Gratisfaction is not pushing. There's also a player in towards lower B. So these lower tunnels is actually, it's going to be Brokey and Nico together in tandem. Looking at maybe contest over towards short, and there we go. The head popped right off Gratisfaction. Man advantage back to FaZe clan. It's not where you want the smoke to go.
No. That is one of my like sort of favorite adaptations that people have started to use all the time now. It's just that little smoke. It's very easy to do.
Well, clearly not easy enough.
Realized after I said it. But you don't see most players missing that. This round though, it's over. There should be nothing coming up for 100 Thieves. A kill or 2 is all they can really hope for. The next round they'll have a relatively good buy. JKS, at least retrieving the scout. Not going to try and keep into the round, just wants to try and get a kill with it, do some damage, but ultimately nothing coming up, and FaZe looking much better.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, most of success has come from just not contesting Gratisfaction anymore. Giving him some time to cool down. You know, you talk about like timeouts to freeze the kicker in like American football, or timeouts just to like stop momentum for teams in Counter-Strike. Well, I guess timeouts plus not going the direction of that player has been able to, you know, cool Gratisfaction down. Still going to have the op now. I wonder if they're actually going to send him long to try to contest it, to try to not give up that free ground to the other team. I mean, Meantime, Wolfmeister's going to drop down towards Suicide. Look for the early fight there. These have invested a lot more attention to the early long A hold, which they should be able to maintain here. But they still have 4 players towards A. They're leaving JKS alone towards B. We talked about earlier on. FaZe kind of been doing a decent job of kind of punishing JKS. The Thieves have used up, like, honestly, a ton of their utility early on. All they have left is just the flashbangs and 1 grenade. Here we go, Grass Faction. Let's see if we can hit this shot here. It's only a single scope, so there's a good possibility, but a nice little airstrike comes in out of Nico.
Yeah, flashbang will give him at least enough time to try and reposition, but you can see the change from FaZe Clan. Last few rounds, they've been relatively quick with their takes of certain positions. They've slowed it down, maybe expecting some sort of counter, some aggression to come in. Being a bit more patient. Jacob's spot does worry me a little bit because although it's a strong position, it's normally a one and done. For him to get more than 1 kill, he has to pull off a pretty big play, and he's going to be pressured. He has absolutely no support whatsoever. 30 seconds left, though. He can buy some time, and that's going to be the biggest thing. Azza starting to rotate his way in, but he whiffs the spray completely. Azza does manage to get one, and more importantly, the bomb's been dropped, but only for a second. They'll retrieve it. There's still enough time for FaZe Clan to make this move. Smoke's going to be going down, and I don't think there's much they can do to stop this. Oh, I think maybe if the... Oh, maybe if the gun comes out a bit quicker. Liaz, just around the edge of the smoke, wary this one.
Oh, what?
He had you just jumping headshot Nico through the box. That is disgusting. Didn't get to see it. Probably a good thing, because it would have lost my vocal cords. But now Cold Zero left in a clutch situation. He is completely blind. And Liaz, once again, alongside Gratis Faction, have combined to give themselves a 5th. I really want to see that kill that came in from Liaz, because I reckon it was Phil.
Well, Tom, if you're going to want to see that, I think you have to go back into the demo to watch it.
Oh.
It's a hell of a shot, though. This shot right here was also a nice little pluck of the head by Gratis Faction. Again, like, they go towards the position he's in, he gets 2 kills, and they win the round. So I wonder if they're still going to try to avoid him. And we saw, you know, Nico be donated the op from Olafmeister. He was able to get the kill onto Azure towards long. But at what point do you just, you know, stop going towards A and head towards B? That's been their, I would say, their most successful bomb site so far.
I am loving just looking at the scoreboard. Like, just ignore Gratis Faction, and it's like 6, 6, 6, 5, 5, and then like 4, 2, 1, and then 15. Just 15, and the score's only 5-4.
Yeah, there's a 1 and a 5 in there, so.
Just grotesque how well he's been playing. And the thing is, sure, it's had big impact in the rounds that they've won, but it kind of shows that at the moment, if he goes down, it's a problem for them. JKS, once again, is going to go for the battle in middle, and this time Olaf will be the one to take it away. Liaz has to be careful if he is going to go for a battle into mid, and again, their response when they lose a man seems to be just give up B, just abandon it completely, which is understandable, because most of the time FaZe are going to try to exploit the space. But they've had so much success into that B side, I feel like you can't just leave it clear.
Oh, you're not escaping this. Jacob's going to have the smoke to protect you. If they do Molotov you, they're going to know you're there now. Nico doesn't have one. Rain does. Oh, and it misses, goes a little bit far. Didn't even really need to use the smoke, to be honest, but better safe than sorry. In the meantime, Liaz is able to get 1 kill, gets a second as well as they go for the entry on towards B. They know the bomb's going to be there, and actually the bomb is just left alone. Cold Zera's got to be careful here. The rotation's coming out of Rain. Sorry, not Rain, Nico in T-spawn. A little bit of drop Gratis Faction, but still it does leave only 1 player on the actual B site.
Yeah, luckily it's Cold. I feel like he's an expert at staying alive, and Nico... Ooh, okay, there was a chance. I'm actually interested by the fact that Azza's come all the way back around. This might be a surprise. He's going to get him behind and now has it down to a 1 versus 1. It's Cold versus Azza. Azza doesn't feel like he has the time to go for it. Just going to be waiting maybe for Cold Zero to exit the site, make things as costly as possible. He's realized, he knows that he's there. Azza just trying to jump up and down, wants to hold on to his gun and even gets the kill at the end. Going to look to try and save an AWP. But even still, scoreline equalized, money far better for FaZe Clan. And the CTs, do they actually go for something here? Or is this just a half buy for... Yeah, I think it's just a half buy.
Yeah, Azra had the money, donates the op over to Grass faction from the last round. Oh, close shots coming through. It's a nice little hold out of Lias too. Like in another world, like if he gets that third kill, like they win the round. There's a very good chance he could have potentially pulled it off, but to be able to spray 2 down as he already did was a tough feat. Now he's gonna have a lot of players barreling in towards the B side, trying to play with the P250. They have some backs to him, and unfortunately not really able to get much of anything. Azra gets one, but it'd be hard to get much more than that. Grass faction gonna be able to punish Brokey. They're taking a little bit of damage from the fire. I still think, though, if you're Grass faction, you got to save this weapon.
Yeah, this has been a good streak of rounds actually coming out from FaZe. They've been very good at getting opening picks. I think Olaf is having a completely different map to the last. I think even if you just watch the way that FaZe play this map, they seem way more comfortable. Like, you can see each player, like, having their specific roles, knowing where they need to be, like, very comfortable at the duels they're going to be taking, the positions they need to clear before they actually fight into a lot of these angles. Of course, in the last map, it was their CT side, which was a little bit underwhelming, but at the same time, I don't really feel too worried for them here, and, well, just going to be getting nice and cozy up in the corner. Jacob not going to be really challenging or anything. So they keep the AWP. It means that going into this next round, again, we'll have a reasonable buy coming in for the CT side. I wouldn't mind seeing 100 Thieves actually throwing in another pause and maybe trying to come up with some different ideas of how to try and shut down the B presence. And also, mid just seems to be... I feel like it's, again, like... Some of their plays rely so heavily on JKS just outgunning their opponents. Like, either he's the solo player on B or he's fighting mid with an AWP, which is a lot easier said than done. So if he then goes down, it seems like the rest of the play falls apart, and he's about to be pressured once again. Rain already leaves him blind, has no choice but to fall into the site, and this is looking like once more a fast B play.
He has to hope that maybe Lias can watch his back, because they're going to be pushing through tunnel at the same time. Grass faction can't help cover things off. JKS and door, going to get sprayed down. And Lias is going to fall as well. B site taken. Bomb should be planted. Though Azure, maybe just give them a chance to take this round. You see Cold Zero on 4 HP. A lot of utility out of FaZe Clan, though, to defend.
Yeah, they have none. They have no nades, they have no kit. Like, this is not a round that we should be seeing 100 Thieves going for. Like, maybe on the A site, you can, like, work some picks and you can try and fight around it a little bit, but on this map, it's just not, on this site at least, it's not a possibility. Like, you're not going to win those duels, and it's another unfortunate circumstance where during other portions of the map, we've seen some great work done. They're going to be trying to catch players on the exit. Nice shot from Jacob. But yeah, something needs to change. Like, this B site, again, that was almost too easy. Like, that was a fast take, decent smokes, Molotovs forcing people out of positions. Again, JKS is not able to hit the shot with the AWP, and that's it. They're done. Like, once they're that far into the site and you haven't managed to stop them, it's just aim duels, and, well, you'd be silly to bet against FaZe Clan in a lot of those scenarios. In the early rounds, when they were going towards A, you could see the players like Lias, for example, like Gratis Faction, who were able to battle directly versus FaZe. But at the moment, the players who are currently on B are just unable to do that, and that means that these rounds are slipping away.
Nice little delayed flash out of 100 Thieves, gets them the control of long A. Pair that with the smoke, and they should be able to maintain this for a little bit of time. Grass Faction has switched things up, by the way. He's not going to be towards short. He's going to be watching in towards middle. Maybe this is the adaptation we needed to see out of them. Keep 2 players towards B, 1 towards mid, 2 towards A. Nico gonna flash him up, but it doesn't seem to matter. Grass Faction doesn't miss too many shots. Counter flash comes in so he can peek. Maybe if they did this a little bit earlier on, we could have seen 100 Thieves in the lead with 7 rounds. But they haven't won it just yet. They still have a little bit of a weak buy-up with the SMG and with the Scout. But that's a good step forward here for 100 Thieves to finally get a round back.
Well, yeah, the way he's playing at the moment is reminding me of a certain Ukrainian individual who has managed to drop heavy amounts of frags and still lose maps before. There's also a certain French individual who is very similar in that regard.
Yeah, I need names.
Sorry, you'll have to work that one out for yourself, Jason. You should know this.
MBK?
Yeah, let's go with that. I was also thinking of Markelov. That was the other one.
Well, were you? Isn't he Yugoslavian? I don't know.
No. Cold Zero, though, once again, it's going to be JKS dropped to the deck. And Liaz with everything to do. And MP9 now. Cold Zero is actually very low on HP. That's the bomb in his hands. A missed shot from Gratisfaction. Haven't said that too much today. And Cold Zero is going to catch the man in the smoke. The time, 7 seconds. He has to go and get that bomb plant. He will with a second to spare. The nade is going to drop just too late and doesn't even kill him. 1 HP. Leaving Jacob once again in a situation where he has to fall back and save. Maybe just going to try and do some damage on the exits.
I figured it out.
It took you that long?
No, I was kidding. Come on. I knew who it was.
Come on, Jason. It was a very easy, simple question.
Well, you live in Ukraine, so you're talking about yourself.
Sure.
I've seen the odd numbers you can put up.
Because that's definitely how it works. That's why you're now German.
I mean, I think at one point, someone in my family was German. Kind of counts.
No, it doesn't.
I'm like part German.
How much is part?
I don't know. I don't do that ancestry.
I'm an 8th Irish. I don't go around telling everyone, "Hey guys, I'm Irish."
Maybe you should.
I don't think it will benefit me that much.
Wow.
Maybe with my passport in the future.
Yeah, that is the upside for you. FaceClan do have that first half victory though, with 8 rounds now done. Nico down to 16 HP. Getting tagged up quite heavily. Look at this FaceClan picking up the pace quite a bit here, looking to charge up towards short. And of course, just as I talked about, they slow some things down. A little bit worried about Azra there. Gratisfaction still will be over towards the long A position. Nico can be dropping down, and he actually has the opportunity for a shot, but Gratisfaction secures it, gets himself up to 19.
Oh my God.
Now 20. He's not missing too many shots.
Imagine getting 20 kills and a half and losing. Like, this is unreal.
Welcome to Navi.
Maybe Azra. Oh, he's going to double up as well. I think they're doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Cold Zero, well, didn't know when to time his peak.
Saiwu. Or Ziwu.
Oh my God, you're so slow.
Oh, no. I was talking about for this one. Imagine getting 20 kills and losing the half.
I even made that reference earlier when I said there's a French player.
That's not what I was referring to. That's not what I was referring to. I was referring to this one in particular. As you just said, imagine getting 20 kills and losing the half.
Unbelievable. Okay. But nonetheless, right at the end of the half, it seems like they have stabilized things. And by stabilized, I mean they went towards Gratisfaction again and he killed everyone. Now we'll see what FaceClan can do. An 8-7 half would, all in all, be not bad for either side, although if FaceClan's previous CT half was anything to go by, it may not quite be enough. We do also see slightly more T rounds coming in. A lot of the time that comes down to momentum. The other thing that worries me a little bit is if this is going to be even 8-7 or 9-6, do I think Gratisfaction is going to get another 20 kills in the next half? I'm not so sure.
Well, hey, they can't avoid Gratisfaction if he's on the T side.
That's true, but will he be as impactful? That's the real worry. Azza waiting, the flashbang is perfect, and he gets a kill onto Nico for free. The rest of the team are looking to try and make their way through. Molotov will be missed, but Liaz just tapping, doing a lot of damage. Hasn't quite killed anyone off, but JKS in the corner, they have a strong setup for this B defense. I don't think there's any chance that FaceClan get out of this one alive, and they get absolutely slaughtered. The half finishes with FaceClan in the lead by 1. but this map is not done by any stretch of the imagination. We are back after, well, what is pretty much as close as half can be. An 8-7 in favor of FaZe Clan. Still a fairly close one, and considering that, well, you got 36 kills on 2 players. Like, we were talking about Gratisfaction a lot, but Azza still came up with 16, and they're still losing the map. That kind of really tells a story of how things have been going. A lot of closer rounds that eventually ended in the favor of FaZe. Now onto the CT side, and they're going to be pressured towards B very quickly.
Olaf not able to really get much damage done. Cold Sarah gets goosed up immediately, and Brokey, he's got too many targets to find, to be honest, for him to be able to do too much of anything. But it's stalling for a lot of time, to be fair. It allows the rotations to come in out of FaZe Clan. How is he still alive? Anyway, 2-on-3 now for the retake here for FaZe Clan.
Got the bomb down at least, so that's some extra money for the next round. They've got to be careful from the tunnels. Gratisfaction is watching, but he can't hit the shot. And now it's left all onto JKS. This would have to be a miracle play, and it isn't going to be happening. Rain ends up with a triple. A 9th will be onto the board, but the real question in my mind now is not so much about the result of the pistol round. It's the result of what the buy will be in the next round for 100 Thieves.
I feel like Brokey actually just won the round for FaZe Clan there. Him just staying alive that long prevented 100 Thieves from playing the bomb and just getting set up for some good crossfires. Obviously, Rain getting a triple. You can't really complain about that.
Well, it's got to be frustrating, because I agree. Like, if you kill him off, you have more time to get into afterplant positions. They couldn't really do anything until he died. And so their setup was kind of weak, and one of their players actually dies in the 3 versus 3 really fast just from being open to the door. So, yeah, definite problems. I wonder if we're just going to see a blast through short this time, because you see a couple of SMGs. The Galils will give them that extra bit of range. It's very good for getting a bomb down, and well, Rain is going to have the majority of the work. He does have Nico to support him, but it's very easy to get overwhelmed with a scout in hand. lots of utility brought up as well for 100 Thieves. So they're definitely well set up for this position. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to get too much done. Rain, the flashbang is good. The peak does damage. He may be able to finish off one with a nade. In fact, he gets 2 and even gets the 3rd as well. Nico's there to close it out. That was phenomenal from FaZe Clan. Double digits hit, and they made that 4-spy look like a Glock eco.
Well, that's exactly what we're going to be having now out of 100 Thieves, unfortunately for them. Did not go the way they wanted to. And Grass Faction was there in the party, finally. He's been on, what, 21... I feel like he's been on 21 kills for, like, quite a few rounds, to be honest. Like, you know, maybe 18 to 21. I feel like he's definitely slowed down, like you mentioned before. It's kind of hard to keep up a pace like that the entire game. And FaZe could have to be building up a lot of confidence. I mean, Mirage is the 3rd map. They did win that one up against Tyloo 16-7. Again, the nades coming through. The utility damage is just ridiculous.
Come on, Jason, work out how much that was. That was absolutely disgusting. Olov probably has the highest utility damage in the server now, just from that one grenade alone. That was, what, at least 200 damage?
213.
I think it was more than that.
Well, you can't prove me wrong, so.
Someone can.
70, 143.
It's elite, it's about 250.
143 plus 46.
Plus another 50.
So 210, 260-ish.
Not bad. Not bad from $300. Can't really complain. 7-11. It's going to be a decent buy now coming up for the T side. They've got the AWP onto Gratis Faction as well, and Cold Zero, we'll see if he can do a slightly better job on this CT half. He's going to be the anchor, so they're going to need him to perform here. Kind of stuck in the corner and looking to be overwhelmed. Nico only with a scout. The Molotov actually gets extinguished by the edge of that smoke, but it doesn't matter. Jacob just kills him through and actually gets a 2nd as well. This should be the round done already. I don't think FaZe Clan are going to want to throw caution to the wind in this scenario, and, well, maybe we're going to get a running theme in this map, because it was a poor B-site defense from 100 Thieves. I don't think there's going to be many arguments there. It was fairly easy for FaZe Clan to take control. This round, it's fairly easy for 100 Thieves to take control as well.
Yeah, it was a nice job by Jacob to basically win the round by himself with the 2 kills. You saw the missed Molotov came through. I was expecting maybe Cold Zera then to actually have a fighting chance to maybe take 1, maybe 2 people with him. And then Nico peeking into through the window, didn't have a chance. But still, it's a long grind left to go for 100 Thieves. Even though they're only going to be now, what, 3 rounds behind, it still feels like a monumental task considering how the first half went. You got to see these other players step up. Grass Faction can't do it all himself, and he's gone a little bit quiet.
I think it's very early in the half, to be honest. I don't really worry too much for him just yet, and I also think that I expect to see more from others. Like, I think Liaz is going to be better on that T side. I think JKS as well, because the B side role, like, obviously it's one where you need to put in a good performance, but if it goes wrong, I don't normally blame the individual player. I think I blame the team for not switching things up, changing the dynamic of their defense. So, like, as said, if they're relying on JKS to get an ult pick and he doesn't get it, like, sure, that's not ideal, but I'm not going to sit there and rail on JKS for not performing. Whereas if he's able to now be put into more of a luck role, like have the positions, like, or strategies that he likes put into play, I think we'll see more from him in this half. And at the same time, we're now going to see how FaZe Clan actually cope with a lot of these positions as well. So they've already set up with 2 players actually into the B site and a little bit more presence in mid from Rain as well.
Seems like 100 Thieves want to make their way over towards the actual A site. Yeah, Leah's kind of lurking maybe for a push in from long A. Rain just going to be waiting in towards CT spawn. He's all on Nico then to defend the site. It's going to have the op, and I imagine we're going to have the smokes to push him out of that position. There you go. Smoke's being thrown in. Nico trying to throw out the needle with the incendiary grenade to do a little bit of damage as they transition towards the side, and he gets the first kill onto Jacob as well. Almost getting the 2nd. He gets the tag onto Azur, but still, 100 Thieves going to be able to get the bomb down. FaZe Clan gonna have to play for the after plan.
And they don't have a massive amount of utility to get them back in, but they do have a lot of map control. The one position they don't have, though, is short. And I think that's going to benefit 100 Thieves a lot. They almost have to work from that. They know they can't be picked from that angle. They'll have to be careful from CT. Gratisfaction takes one of the members down from long. May not necessarily expect there to be a second, and he doesn't connect his shot. Nice work from Azza, though. This same position we've seen from them so many times before. Brocky and coldzera have no choice but to just fade away and save. And once again, it's going to be a big round coming in from 100 Thieves. They'll capitalize. They even get rid of one of the extra weapons that was there for the CTs. And money, it's not terrible for FaZe. But the question is it worth risking a buy? Well, clearly, Brocky's already dropped an AWP, so I'm guessing they're going for this.
Actually, I was wondering if they're going to go for the double up setup, Nico and coldzera. That was actually a great kill. I think Gratisfaction dropping Nico just alleviated so much extra pressure for them from the long position. Then again, they had a lot of players rotated over towards short. And he, what? Sorry. What a shot at Gratisfaction. That's one off now down. Broky's going to pick it up. The B site's going to be open. And it seems like the stash is carried over.
Yeah, I was about to say, I
Stash is back.
I don't think we can say anything anymore about him maybe not having a good second half, because that was dirty. Looking for a little bit more. 23 and 9. He really is having one of those standout performances. Look at this full rotation. Look at this stack. Every member of the CT side is here ready and waiting for this take. This is the best possible chance for FaZe to steal this round away, as they literally have everybody here. The smoke down actually makes things a little bit interesting, though, because the bomb could get planted. They're doing damage with these AWPs. Brocky has now retrieved the secondary. It's actually becoming quite difficult, actually, for them to get the bomb down. Olov is going to get dropped, and Nico actually burns, but again, it's just trades backwards and forwards as they do make their way back into the site. And this is problematic, actually, because Gratisfaction is out towards long. The bomb is actually in the hands of their opposition, but he's still just pinging off shots at the moment. They can't do anything versus Gratisfaction as he waits to try and get his teammate in to kill off Rain, who's going to try his best to clutch us out, waiting for them to make it round that corner. Gratisfaction retrieves the rifle, does some damage, and he'll even finish things off in the end. This man is on fire. 3 kills in this round, 25 to his name, and 100 Thieves. He's one of the men dragging them through.
Again, you can't avoid Gratisfaction when he's on the T side. The shots out of him, that first one was phenomenal on coldzera.
It was
the second as well.
The replay sign was almost still in the way.
He's a quick guy. And now we're seeing FaZe Clan pretty much save things up here. And they're going for another stack towards B. 4 players there. They're leaving Wolfmeister to kind of hold over towards middle for information.
I really love these plays that are coming out from FaZe, though. Like, that last round, granted, it was won by their opposition, but they wouldn't have even stood a chance if it wasn't for their crossfires. And the same in this round. Look how much damage they've done. They actually have a genuine chance of winning this round, just based off risks, based off gambles. Like, if you go into this round with USPs and P250s and whatever you like, there's no way you're going to just get 3 random kills, or it's really, really slim. Instead, they set up this wonderful crossfire and turn it into a...
Well, this is what you said. You wanted to see at 100 Thieves on Inferno, right?
Exactly.
You want to see them go for these like risky stacks, especially when they had such a massive lead. Yeah, at least this round will keep the economy in check for 100 Thieves. There might be a slight chance to pull this off since you have Nico rotating in from long, but I would imagine since you have no kit, you might just look to save unless somehow Brokey can open things up.
They're both too far away to get onto the site quick enough to defuse it. Like CT, you have to not only get past the T players, but you have to run around and get onto the ramp. Long, you have to run all the way down long. So there's no way that they win the round, but they were just seeing if they could get any extra damage. But I still like it. Like the last round, for example, a 5 versus 4, you've lost long control, you have a weaker buy anyway, and you have weaponry missing. What do? You stack A. It's an all or nothing play. If you lose, or if they go the other direction, you just keep all your weaponry. And then they
win-win situation.
Yeah, they almost managed to win that round. This round, they had nothing. There was nothing in their arsenal at all. They get 3 kills, they save an AWP and an SG, and they do a lot of damage to their opponent's economy. Like, that's why I am surprised when I don't see teams making these sort of calls and they just fall for a default. Like, of course, if you initially like spread out and then you rotate into one of these stacks based off information, again, I got no problem with that. But if you just try and individually fight while having just your normal default round, it's just so slim that you win it. Like, you're basically just hoping for pure individual brilliance. Whereas a crossfire like that on the B site, whoever was being killed, there was another player who was not being shot at. Because the chances of all of the Ts running in and checking all angles and winning all the duels at exactly the same time, it's impossible. They have to have someone lurking, they have to have someone elsewhere, or someone a bit delayed. So it basically just meant, for example, coldzera in that round was able to get an easy P250 headshot because he was the second player behind the little sandbags. It's just intelligent stuff.
We're moving into round 23 as finally 100 Thieves get a step closer and 1 round away from taking the lead back. It's been a tough grind, but it's been successful in the last few rounds. Again, the utility damage just ridiculous out of FaZe Clan. We even saw like 2 rounds before where they transitioned from long towards the actual site. So a little nade netted like an early 40 damage. Here Azur's gonna take about 62. But still, 100 Thieves able to get the man advantage, so not really going to worry too much about the early damage they took from the grenades. Looking to set up a short push yet again. This time it's going to be coldzera. It's going to be Rain to defend it with Olaf Meister towards pit. So they still actually have the majority of their players towards the safe side. The problem is there's still going to be 5 players pushing in against them.
Already looking to get overwhelmed. coldzera in the corner. He's been overlooked. The Molotov burns him out. He took the damage and then he returned it tenfold as well. It's going to be the bomb retrieved at least for JKS. He can earn some money for his side, give them a buy into the next round. And I think the CT side are going to opt to gather up together. There's even a nade onto Brocky. That would probably do the trick. There really shouldn't be a way that JKS is able to win this, but it is JKS. Oh, that is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Brocky reads that like a pro, and, well, it's going to be 12-11.
You say he reads it like a bro?
Pro.
Oh, it's like, I mean, all right. Like, I've never heard that.
He's just like, yeah, man, bruh, I knew what he was going to do. Like, no, he reads it like a pro.
I mean, bro, too.
Good lord.
Unfortunate times for 100 Thieves, but well done by the 2 defenders, Rain and coldzera. Well, they picked up 4 kills off of that.
I think Cold in particular, like just sitting in the Molotov. Like, because if he just runs out and takes the peak, there'll be someone watching it for sure. If he just waits that little bit of extra time, it's a high risk, high reward play.
Well, it works. It gets FaZe Clan back in the lead. I think 100 Thieves probably going to be saving if they lose this round. Should be saving if they lose this. And that could get FaZe Clan up to 14. It's a really important round here. Catwalk's going to be open yet again as they have 2 defenders. Nico and Olaf Meister going to be over towards the actual longhouse. I do still have the double up set up. This time it's going to be coldzera towards B with Brokey. I would almost like to see like a mid to B play yet again for 100 Thieves.
Well, even just like their overall B takes have been strong when we've seen them thrown in, but they haven't had to put much pressure over that side of the map for a while. But this is it. Molotovs being expended by the CT side to at least try and slow them down. Rain, is he going to go for the play through the smoke? I don't know if he's going to do it on time. Rocky, though, combines with coldzera. A nice job from there. But Liazzi gets 2 back. The entry kills are phenomenal. Unfortunately, Gratisfaction, he's caught in the corner. It will be left into the clutch once again. JKS is going to pick up the AWP, and he connects onto Olov. switching back to the SG, knowing that there's unlikely to be a second player coming in that direction. Liaz playing around the door position with the CT side, just trying to find a way back in. They have a couple of flashbangs, and it looks like they're going to utilize them here. The clock is ticking, though. They're going to try and gain Rain some ground, and while he's spotted out, it's a nice crossfire that's very difficult to break down. There shouldn't be a chance for Nico, and while the time just being played by JKS, Defusal is just going to be stuck. Does he actually have enough time to get this? He's just going to stick it completely, and that's a mistake! It slipped away. Nico manages to just outbrain the youngster of Liaz, and well, they're going to be absolutely kicking themselves. That should have been a 100 Thieves round for sure.
I really don't know what to say about that round. After the nice little double kill out of Liaz, and he sees Nico go in, he's like, all right, well, you know, time's going to run out. The bomb's going to explode anyways, right? But for Nico to pull that off, I would be so tilted if I were 100 Thieves.
That's just one of those, like, big brain plays where it's right in the middle of basically a horrible situation, and Nico is just the calm within the storm. Just like knowing exactly what to do. He gets the kill on the one player that could actually stop him defusing the bomb, and I think most or more unexperienced players would have panicked in that situation and just looked for the kill. And no, he knows his focus. He knows what he has to do and gets the defusal.
There is
like 13th on the board.
One ray of light, though, is that if 100 Thieves can somehow pick up this round, they're going to be able to equalize at 13 because there's just no money for FaZe Clan. They've done way too much damage. They killed off the entire team in the last round, even though they won the round. So there still is a chance here for 100 Thieves to come back, and FaZe Clan need this to like solidify a potential map victory. Third map of Mirage, keep themselves alive in the tournament.
Oh dear, I don't think they expected that many people to be in the corner. Coldzera! He's the snake in the grass. The 3 men sprayed down. A sick round from him once again as we hit 14 rounds for FaZe Clan. And well, you mentioned, if they somehow won this round, they would destroy FaZe Clan's money. What we didn't speak about is the flip of the coin. And that's the fact that 100 Thieves don't have any of their own.
Well, looking like Mirage is going to be played here to decide which team will advance further and which team will, unfortunately, be going home. Go again, nice little pick on a JKS here. Mainly going to back off, realizing, yeah, we probably don't want to challenge the op. Definitely not Nico. Maybe trying to sneak someone out towards middle. A little bit of a sneaky snake. I mean, Grass Faction, again, 27 kills. He had, what, 20 in the first half? But FaZe Clan have definitely woken up. I mean, Inferno, you still have to look back and wonder, is that just a really bad map for them? They lost it now twice in 2 days.
It doesn't look great, let's put it that way. But Dust 2 is definitely one that seems a lot better. Even with some of their stars not necessarily performing in the first half, it still seemed like they were able to get the win. And I think if it wasn't for Gratisfaction and Azza just playing out of their mind in some scenarios, I don't even think this would be close. Like, it is the clutch power of this team, and with 50 seconds left, barely anything invested. A map point at a minimum is looking almost certain for FaZe Clan. Pistol is going to be running through. Olov not really needing to take the fight here. He has the support back on the site, and knowing that there's only pistols on the other side, they don't really need to take anything too risky here. He's going to be standing in the open and eventually falls, but that should be it. And Jacob almost has to make the decision if it's just worth trying to get a kill and then dying, because ultimately he needs the extra money for the next round. 15 to 11.
Oh, you know what that sound means? FaZe Clan now 1 round away.
What sound would that be?
Am I only hearing it in my own headphones? No, I did not hear a chicken on the stream.
Sort of like that.
Then you are... Leave the sound effects to Dust. Oh, man. It's bright lights here in the studio and bright flashbangs. It's like we just got flashed as well, you know? And that's what it's kind of like in real life.
Yeah, ours lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah, last the segment. Still 4-on-4. 100 Thieves looking to try to take it overtime. They still have a lot of work to do. Jake can be the sole defender, or sole pusher, sole attacker towards Catwalk.
It's also the signal that production doesn't believe in 100 Thieves coming back.
Biased.
So
I mean, this is a rerun, so.
Well, the long take going to be coming in. Incendiary thrown down to try and buy a little bit of extra time, but Jacob, he times it perfectly through the smoke. He's doing so much damage, but Olaf has somehow survived. And he needs to a little bit longer. Azza is not going to allow for that. It's Brocky and Cold. I think they kind of have to say money's actually not that great. Like, it's not in a bad state for FaZe Clan. They've got enough money to buy, but the T's with a blast through long. They've done enough in this scenario. They are going to be fighting on that a little bit longer. The thing is, I definitely don't think that overtime is out of the question in this series, especially the way things have been going. Streaks in either direction, players stepping up to the mark at the right time, and I don't see 100 Thieves as a team that sort of loses their composure throughout, like especially with the mix that they have. They have 3 hugely experienced players and then 2 that just seem to, well, one of them is the top in the server and the other is Liaz, who has still been putting up numbers when it comes to entry fragging, so I don't think this is over yet, and I hope that FaZe Clan themselves have not got into a situation where they're sat there thinking, oh, you know, this is done, we've done what we needed to do, because until they hit that 16th round, there's still possibilities for 100 Thieves.
Ooh, all SG buy up here.
Happy now?
Side.
JKS
really.
is an SG.
Only has 12 kills. Still hasn't hit that kind of stride we saw before.
Oh, Gratifaction's dead within the first few seconds as well. He was trying to play that quick play onto short that we saw in the previous round from Jacob. It looked like they were going for a similar play, maybe just utilizing a player who had the better spawn. You have to wonder if it's going to be as easy to overwhelm these opponents. And actually, Nico's completely switched his position. Before he was playing over on short, that's where he got caught from. Now he's the one looking to try and take the fight onto the players on long, utilize that AWP. Falling back to group back up as the T's to make their way further onto the site. Molotov's going to be expended to try and force him from position. Peeks back in and actually gets domed by Liaz, but again, the trades are effective. CT side still coming out on top for now. JKS, he's going to be waiting for anybody to try and make their way through the smoke, but they still have at least a bit of short presence here. Problem is the 2-man disadvantage. Luckily, these are definitely the 2 players. If I was going to choose anyone from 100 Thieves, if I want, Azza already kicks it off with one. Do they know JKS is around the corner? Azza trying to do it alone, but it's not going to happen. FaZe Clan, they'll be there to close out the map. They'll take us to a third of Mirage, one that was their bread and butter when they sort of first formed with Nico in the roster. The question is it still going to live up to the hype?
Well, I told you, Tom, when you and I cast together, we're destined to go to 3 maps every single time, and FaZe Clan coming together when they needed to, especially with the dominating performance off the bat by Gratiffaction, having, what was it, 20+ kills within the first half alone. But unfortunately, I think FaZe Clan wised up to him in the later half of the first half.
36 combined in the first half.
Not bad.
Which is mad, and they lost the first half, in case anyone had forgotten at home. So, yeah, that was a impressive performance from FaZe overall. I think they definitely rectified things. It was a more team performance as well. Like, we have to mention that it was that B site for the side of 100 Thieves that was really vulnerable, and they were able to capitalize on it and exploit other positions as well. So, yeah, I think a good job from them. They've managed to turn this series on its head.
Exploit other positions. Basically meaning just don't go towards Gratiffaction.
Yeah.
Just go B.
But to be fair, if you're getting wrecked by someone and on the other side of the map you can walk in and kill him with one trade, you're going to take that all day long.
I mean, the same argument is also to be said for Inferno when Renegade just went A over and over again, so.
Yeah, that's true. Like, Cold Zero, if he gets 8 kills in 2 rounds, you go, don't go near Cold Zero anymore. And normally it's the case where you go, oh, well, I've got to run into Nico, I've got to run into Olaf instead, but they didn't really step up in the first map. Luckily, we're seeing a lot better from them. I think Rain has been chugging along nicely within this series, and it definitely leads to a nice climax going into Mirage, which will be the third and final map of the series. But first, there's a bit of a break for us and for the players.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartentennis spielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Before I joined FaZe, I think I didn't win a tournament for 1.5 years. So it was kind of hard when you be at the top and after you start to get in the bottom and things go wrong every tournament and start to get in your mind a little bit. But I think what's good for me when I changed the team, I reset my mindset. So I was kind of fresh when I joined. It was good for me have this break for 3 months. It was really important. And playing with them now, it makes me feel like even better. We are getting on shape as a team, but like our goal for this year is keeping like a good energy, a good atmosphere inside the team, have a good result as well, and start next year really strong. I think Brookie, like he's doing a really good job. Like he's not feeling the pressure. I played with so many new kids when I was in MIBR and SK as well, and they were kind of like shaky a little bit, working really hard, but like they feel the pressure. He's just playing his game. He's pretty calm, and he's doing like everything as possible he can do it. We lose for Australia 16-0, but I told them like that's fine. Like we play really bad. Like we feel like we're not inside the game, but we keep our heads like up and we keep like working really hard. Doesn't matter like if we lose or beat them. 16-0 for us doesn't change anything. So we keep like a good mindset inside the practice. So we are checking our mistakes, what we did wrong against them, and we prepare new stuff for this tournament as well. I think we are pretty confident. We're gonna show a good success.
Both teams have won their respective map choices here in Odense, but unfortunately, well, it sort of seemed like 100 Thieves had a chance. I think that's what I'm looking at here. It's like, when it came to the first map, their opposition was sort of so far behind that you kind of sit there and go, okay, they didn't really stand that much of a chance. But in this last map, it was fairly equal. Gratisfaction was playing well. They got some decent starts over on their T side, and then FaZe Clan just sort of walked away with it.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder if Gratisfaction wasn't hitting the shots he was doing in the first half, like, would they have even had any sort of result like they did? I mean, 16-12. I was a little bit distracted by the dog on the screen, by the way, a little fluffer. So
I'll be honest, I was not paying attention.
It's fine. It's fine. I like to see the city. We're not there, unfortunately. We're here in Katowice, so I like to enjoy the city by the B-roll that we get with that.
I imagine it's as cold there as it is here, though.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, it was
Danish winds.
Dealing with like the weather change of being -1 here and 30 where I was. It's not too fun. But hey, there's snow. I'm a big fan of snow.
Yeah, I was in Sweden. There was snow there too. So here we go. A rush into the A side for the T side. It is going to be 100 Thieves starting on that side of the map. Rain ready and waiting, and it's a sneaky Nico in the corner.
A sneako, you could say.
Or I could not say. And yeah, they're going to be looking to try and retake all from CT. 4 players making it back through that direction. There's a smoke for Brocky, which can either be used for the bomb or to just try and section off some of these remaining Ts. Jacob with a bit of a wild spray, but it's still the Ts that are coming out on top as they get all the kills, excluding the one onto JKS. And it's actually going to be Gratisfaction. I think that's 3 out of 3 first pistols where he has basically been the best player in each one. Definitely 2. I'm 100% sure on Dust 2, but I'm fairly certain on Inferno he had a good pistol round as well.
Oh, well, Dust 2 only got 3 kills too. Yeah, I'm trying to think back to Inferno.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it definitely was. Let's see though, 100 Thieves taking the first round. Having a strong start to their T side would be a godsend considering how the last map went for them. Nico's trying to get a little bit aggressive with the Deagle. As you saw in connector, but gets burned away. I don't know, I still want to favor 100 Thieves on this map, even though we did get to see FaZe Clan just decimate their opponents before. That was Tyloo yesterday.
The thing is, I feel like at least with this iteration of FaZe, I feel like pretty much every player has been on a team where this has been either their best map or one of their best maps. Like, Fnatic was always fantastic on this map. You go back to, for example, the Brazilians, like Cold. He has one of the most legendary moments on this map ever, if not the. And then, well, as I said, when the original sort of remake of FaZe happened, Nico and Rain on this map were unbelievable. So there should be something there. Ooh, hello. Straight through the box. That's not a bad shot from Olof. Brocky's actually going to be able to find another one as well. Made this interesting, especially with 2 low players on the board for 100 Thieves. That Molotov, though, alongside JKS's spray with the MAC-10, should put this to bed, especially with the amount of time that's remaining. JKS even has an HE. That almost kills off Brocky. I don't think they get past Jacob here, although never mind. Brocky's found a kill with the scout. Either way, they're making this very costly. It's more just down to the time. Can they kill these players off before the clock runs out? I think Cold threw that a little bit further than he meant to, but he is going to be able to escape with the rifle. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the T's at least try and hunt them down a little bit. But hey, 2 rifles. I do wonder, did the CT side buy into this? I wouldn't be against it at all. They managed to retrieve so much into this round. Brocky could drop a FAMAS. Cole could actually do the same. It really wouldn't be that bad of a buy at all, especially because the T's have to spend everything. But it looks like they are just going to play it safe, not take the risk.
All right, yeah, not taking the risk like you mentioned. So, Broky and Coldzera, like with the weapons they have, where are they going to be? 9 and 0. We're going to have 1 over towards B, 1 over towards A. So not keeping the 2 rifles together. Hoping individually they can hit the shots. They actually, in the meantime, have pushed out towards short. And look at this, Rain. On the other side of the smoke. Jacob's going to back off. Coldzera has fallen, so they've already lost on one of the weapons. Not able to recover it just yet. I don't think they're actually going to be in a position to recover it, unfortunately. Drop down on... Oh, man. Azza takes down JKS with the following shot. Broke is still going to be there now as he's rotated in to help out. He gets one, but one and done, unfortunately. Olaf comes in with the USP, picks up a MAC 10. He's going to get sprayed down, so not investing into that round, but they still did a little bit of damage, taking down 3 players, but the money's still going to be here for 100 Thieves, and they get the 3-0 start.
Yeah, that's not bad at all for FaZe. They made every single one of those rounds really costly. Money is not going to be ideal for the side of 100 Thieves going forward. Like, they'll have this round. With a bomb plant, they'll have the next as well. But if FaZe can win this one nice and clean, they could even send them back to what will be at least a dicey buy into the next round. So definitely going to be interesting. They bought up with the AWP onto Olov, and the rest of the players still going to have rifles alongside a reasonable amount of utility, but they're definitely going to look to get a little bit more aggressive in this round. And Rain, well, he's punished for it on the ramp. Liaz gets quite far out, but still dies. Boost up into the window. Azza's one of the masters of this position. I like watching him. I like watching Hunter as well. Fur. We have 3 players that can do so much from this position. It's looking like his teammates are going to try and move their way back to the B site. Now, Azza's making a fair amount of noise in middle. If Cold falls, then this round is almost definitely over. But if they can get rid of Azza, Jacob's low, and this really isn't a bad position for FaZe at all. Oh, Meister, he goes from the no-scope there. Actually had a little bit more time than maybe he expected. Cold will connect the kill anyway. And now the remaining 2 players, they have to get into the site. They have to get that bomb down, and Gratisfaction just about gets across.
It's definitely doable for 100 Thieves to maintain. Azur has opened up the floodgates here for the Thieves to potentially get a 4th round on the board. The op's not going to be the most ideal weapon to use on the retake. Gratisfaction takes down Cold Zera, and it's just all on Olaf Meister now in a 1-on-2. Time taken away. Those where both players are going to be. Switch over to the USP, trying to take down Grant, but Grant again. 7-1 start for him so far. 4th round in a row for 100 Thieves. And they're going to be happy about that considering how Dust 2 played out. I do want to bring up, by the way, Tom, over on the mainstream, there is Astralis versus G2 going on. G2 won the first map, 16-13 on Dust 2. And Astralis won Inferno, 19-15.
Ooh.
And it's currently, from what I can tell, 12-9 on Train in favor of Astralis.
That'll be a shame for G2 if they don't manage to take that over the line. Here we go, though. Fast play. Moving into the slightly more stacked of the 2. Cold Zera! He's just found 2. One Diggs even gets a 3rd as well. This is that explosive nature from FaZe, and leaves just Liaz trying to fix the issues. They went for this fast play. They ran into that Deagle, and well, that's not something many players can pull off. Nico even going to hit an extra tag, and Cold is going to close it. A 4K for him. What a round from the Brazilian. And look at the damage he's done. The money for the T side is just 2 players. Well, 3 with a purchase. This was just monstrous. To correct that second one, Olov even chimes in with another, and then the 3rd is just a little bit of extra spam. What a sick play from Cold, and he hasn't had the best of series so far. If he now awakens into Mirage, there could be some problems for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, he's actually like middle of the pack for the team, 31 and 35. I think before, or at the end of the second map. JKS actually is bottom fragging for his team, 26 and 33. Very uncharacteristic of him. Azur's the one top fragging for the side of 100 Thieves, and Rain for FaZe. Meantime, we do see the push coming in towards the A site. Going to be 3 defenders here. Smoke's going to be put down. Rain, actually, I really like that smoke he threw. Really prevents him from dying early on, gives him a chance to do some decent damage. You can see JKS on the other side of the smoke, looking to potentially get the bomb down. Azur goes up high, but he's going to fall to Rain. Now they know at least he's going to be here for a guarantee. Olaf Meister's going to fall to Gratisfaction as he tries to get on the high ground to see over the smoke, and now 100 Thieves have a chance to take this round.
Yeah, all the positives that were there for the last have been isolated with the 2 entry kills that have come in for 100 Thieves. Molotov's also going to be thrown over the top to try and force Nico into the open. He is going to be pushed. He burns all the way down to 11 HP, and that's it. That's the call being made. Let's just save our guns. Let's get out of here. Brocky in the corner. I don't know if Gratisfaction will check this. He may not need to. Brocky doesn't necessarily have to move, but he is going to be killed off anyway. Gratisfaction should just about survive. And there's going to be 2 weapons saved, which is actually fairly important. You have to remember the last round they won was based off pistols, so they got a big injection of cash on the CT side. And they are going to have a buy at least.
A little bit of a timeout coming in for FaZe Clan. Gonna talk some things over.
How do we kill Gratisfaction?
I mean, that is kind of the running question for this map and the last one. He's continuing his performance, 10 kills. He's doing the T side as well. He didn't really get too many kills on the second half of Dust 2 when they were forced to play T. I wonder if he's going to continue to play like that as they swap over to the CT side. Like FaZe Clan, you got to see a little bit more out of them. I mean, Coldzera showed some life. But I feel like Coldzera in general, like you think back to Inferno, and the biggest thing I think of is the 2 rounds he got 8 kills, like the ace and the 3K after. It's just been kind of silently getting kills. He's not like necessarily performing the worst on his team.
See, I'd actually say it's the other way around. I would say he's loudly getting kills and then doing nothing else. Like,
well, I mean, he's middle of the pack, right?
No, but that's what I mean. Like, I remember more of his kills than most of other people in the server, but they're very few and far between. Like, he'll get an ace in a round and then do nothing for 3.
Well, let's see if he can pull off more than the 1. As again, middle presence comes out of FaZe Clan and they completely catch out 100 Thieves. The bomb down towards top of mid. JKS separated from Liaz. Well, now he's joining the other 3 players of his team who have already been picked off in the round. And it's just aggression out of FaZe Clan. Catches them off guard. Nico gets a 4K now. And there you go, second round picked up.
Well, 5 and 2. It is a little bit worrying that the 2 rounds that have been won by FaZe were like, I don't want to say this one was purely based off individual brilliance, but it was still some just 6 shots being hit by Nico. That was more of a strategy thrown in, one that I'm surprised you didn't really mention because it is your personal favorite of pushing mid.
I talked about it enough already today. Remember, we did, Jack and I have Renegades playing against Sharks on Mirage. So
I did walk in to this room, and one of the first things I heard you say was, I would love to see them go for a mid push.
Big fan. Biggest fan.
Yeah, I would actually agree. Well, 100 Thieves. Money a little bit thin here. It's a good chance now. The thing is, in a lot of these situations, I feel like 100 Thieves have been able to get away with way too much. Like, you look at FaZe Clan with the big advantages, and I don't feel like they capitalize a lot on them, and that's a bit more of a problem. Again, a lot of that does come down to some individual brilliance coming up for 100 Thieves a lot of the time. Like you, as mentioned already, we've seen Azza and Gratisfaction put up big numbers throughout this series so far. Liaz as well has still been performing, especially on the first map. But this round, well, this is building into a bomb plant attempt. I'm going to try and play it from there. They managed quite a lot of success previously, although they had a couple of SGs. The one smoke is going to go down to leave Olov without any vision, and now the bomb can get onto the site, and they'll have no problems. JKS is even going to get the opener onto Nico, which gives them some space. Unfortunately, it doesn't give them a rifle, and you can see that in CT, Olov has actually fallen back a little bit. But this would be one hell of a round for JKS to now show us what he's got. Already 2 coming up. Trades coming back in. Brocky and Olaf combined to bring it back into a 3 versus 3. Orb going to be juggled over onto the low player. But the bomb's been ticking for a long, long time, Jason.
Hazard still has a P250. Well, never mind. He's going to follow Gratisfaction, the last alive. He does have the Glock to come around the corner. He gets the headshot. The time is ticked. I think he's done it. I think 100 Thieves at the back of JKS getting the 2 kills might have been enough to clutch this out. Brokey trying to pull this one off, and the bomb just barely diffused. I could have sworn that was going the way of 100 Thieves. Brokey just nearly saving it at the very last second.
That must have been like a 0.1. Like that was so unbelievably close. I feel a little bit bad for Gratisfaction because you know for a fact that say he slips up a little bit with his Glock and just kills him like a split second later, he wins the round just off that. But he was too clinical with the Glock. Or even if he just dances a little bit better away from the pistol. But nonetheless, again, it's what I said at the beginning of the round. Like, FaZe Clan do seem to struggle against these pistols. They don't seem to be very good at keeping these eco rounds clean. Incendiary will actually split the offense, leaving Jacob and Liaz to try and make these entries. The rest of the team eventually make their way out. But again, they've got an opener and they've got this A site with far too much ease.
You're lucky to get the tag on Liaz, but you need to be getting these kills. Man advantage to 100 Thieves.
I'd like to talk to the man advantager.
Don't know what's going on with me right now. coldzera is going to fall. It's good peeks coming through out of 100 Thieves. Making sure they force the 2-on-1, having a man advantage in the fights. Nico's still alive, and Nico's still fighting. He's going to be very careful of the fire burning. Again, the bomb going to be taken away. Azure trying to push in to stop the defuse. They actually pulled off the defuse themselves to try to spam through. He's going to run out of ammo here. He's going to have time for the reload. Can he potentially pull this off? And he gets the kill the last second. And Azure will save the round here for 100 Thieves and put them up to 6.
Yeah, and everyone will die as well. So this leaves both teams in a little bit of a dicey situation. There will still be a buy coming in for either side, but more importantly, 100 Thieves, as mentioned, in these clutch situations, they're the ones coming out on top. We've seen 2 clinical rounds coming out from the CTs, which have been enough to pretty much gain them the 3. Then there was obviously that eco round, which, well, we didn't really get to see anything, but yeah, 100 Thieves just in those late round scenarios, someone like JKS, be it Liaz, just steps up at the right time, and it seems like FaZe Clan are really struggling to deal with that. We're going to have a pause called. I can't say I'm overly surprised. The CT side are going to have another buy coming in. But this is sort of what I mean, right? So, coldzera, 4 kills in 1 round. It's memorable, right? The kills he got. But he's only got 6 totals. That means in the rest of the rounds, he's only had 2 kills. Now, granted, it's been a lot of plays towards the A side, so it is somewhat forgivable. But the other thing as well is, if you know that they're going to do that, either you have to have more of a dedication into the A side, or you have to try and do what they did previously, which was play for the retake. And the one thing that was somewhat frustrating there is the first time they play that round, Olaf falls back, waits for the retake because he knows he's not going to be able to do anything. This time he pushed forward and get absolutely wrecked within the first few seconds of the round. So I feel like they don't actually have much of an answer, at least initially in this, onto the A side hold.
I think we're seeing a little bit of differences as well. If you compare like Sharks and 100 Thieves on the T side, we saw Sharks go B almost every single round up against Renegades, and it just did not work. They kept butting their heads against a brick wall, hoping that wall would break. 100 Thieves is going to be a little bit more open to new experiences, like heading towards a different site. Saw a lot of utility damage out of this man here on your screen on Dust 2. For a little bit more, and they have a little bit of a 3-2 split. So 100 Thieves do have, let's just Azure and Jacob towards the top and middle. There's actually no one really to spot them either, funny enough, because coldzera is holding very far back in window, but Olafmeister's going to get the initial pick down to 2 HP, and they're going to be pincered in from short.
He needed that kill. A lot of damage done. Azure a little bit lucky that Olaf was so low. Flashbang's trying to force coldzera out of position, but they've switched it up. They've changed their play. coldzera actually, I think, had moved away from playing on the B site and just lurking around a bit.
I think him and Olaf traded.
Yeah. I think that, well, obviously that was the AWP trying to be a little bit aggressive, but didn't pay off this time. And the CT side, again, it seems like these are the classic situations for them. Of course, in the A site, there's a little bit more of a chance to get back in, a lot of open angles, but with B, especially if you don't have anybody up short or with a quick flank, this becomes over fairly quickly. JKS needs to get his unbranded running shoes on, so he doesn't want to die to the bomb. And yeah, the CT side just going to hold on to their money.
Good start though, 7-3 for 100 Thieves. FaZe Clan don't really have the greatest money to spend in this round. I mean, Olafmeister is going to be onto the M4. Brokey's only on 2.4K. Same kind of thing though for the 100 Thieves side. Like, because these rounds have kind of gone back and forth every once in a while, and because they've lost a couple of players in the rounds prior, they don't really have you know, the greatest of follow-up by after. At least they got 7 rounds. Like, that's not a bad start here for the T side. Obviously looking to take the guaranteed first half when they possibly can. Not much utility for FaZe Clem. I mean, they obviously prioritize quite a bit of it. Though I'd say, you know, comparing 100 Thieves here to like Inferno, they're definitely using, well, they're not using as much time to make these rounds happen. Where on Inferno, you would see a couple of moments where it's down to 10 seconds when they plant the bomb. This time they're definitely open to, you know, moving the pace up a little bit, being a little bit quicker with their decisions and their takes. That's obviously, I guess, the way Inferno plays compared to Mirage. All right, well, you hate to see it.
That is not the best start. That's a wasted smoke, but hopefully there's another teammate throw one down. Nico going to do the same. CT side actually doing quite a good job of holding on to their remaining utility. Rain and Cold still both with a bit in hand, although it has to be said, they're still fairly heavily dedicated over to that B site. I wonder if this is also a read into Azure. Now, Azure is someone who loves to get up through the window, climb through the murder hole, and then try and back into the B site. They've actually got Cold watching at the moment. Oh, sorry, Olaf, but he gets domed. He gets absolutely wrecked, and now Rain is the only defender. He loses his duel, and in a matter of 10 seconds, that was it. That was the round done. They killed 3 people. They got the entries into the site. Cold now playing around the murder hole. As said, I think Azure is one of my favorite players playing around that window room. Like, he is so good at that role for this team. And again, like, that kill was clinical. The second he finds that player, like, holding off the rotations, he knows that, okay, the other players are probably a little bit deeper within the site, and his teammates can go and hunt for them.
It's also a good little window. There was something that happened right before. I can't remember exactly. I think they picked up a kill over towards the A site, which forced Olaf Meister to start to rotate towards A, which allowed Azure to get the kill.
I think Nico killed one of the 100 Thieves players and spotted some of the others, so then he started moving. Then Olaf, Nico, and Rain all died within a few seconds.
Because I'd imagine like Olaf's going to win that fight if he just has to hold the angle, but he had to rotate through CT.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking maybe Azure would actually push in towards CT spawn through the hole.
Well, yeah, I do wonder if that is a counter read, because that is something he does quite a lot, or if they just wanted to bolster their B defense. Already, 3 pauses now used for FaZe Clan. It's understandable. An 8-3 scoreline in the map that if you lose, you're eliminated. It's not what... Well, it's nowhere near what FaZe's goals would be in this tournament to go out in the second round of the lower bracket. Especially after what their one victory was, what, versus Tyloo, right? Who basically got smashed by Na'Vi, so it never really seemed like they showed up.
Yeah, it was, what, 16-5 on Dust 2, 16-7 on Mirage for them up against Tyloo. I know, Rain, who was basically, yeah, he was top fragging for the team at the end of the second map.
Well, he definitely top fragged on Inferno as well.
Oh, no, I mean, after the 2 maps, he was top fragging for the team.
Oh, okay, total.
But he's, at the moment, currently on 2 kills, having a rough start here.
Having a bit of a mare.
A bit of a what?
Bit of a mare.
Mare?
Like a nightmare.
Oh, I thought you were saying like meh, like M-E-H.
No.
Ooh, look at this, Tom. Tom, I'm getting excited. They're going for a middle push here. Brokey looking for the second kill. He does get it, but Grass Faction will still finish him off. Down to a 3-on-3, and Coldzera does have the M4. JKS has the SG. I just think he's being very careful about this again. Nice little nade. Does give him the man advantage. Rain looking to push in towards T-spawn. We switch things up into Palace. Actually could get behind JKS. And now it's just him versus 3, and to Rain to clutch this out, he'd have to get more kills in this round than he has so far in the half.
Are you trying to tell me you don't believe?
In Magic, yes. In Rain, no.
Oh, I'm from England. I always believe in Rain.
It's because Rain is gonna have, like, it's one of the few guarantees in life, you know, like death taxes and raining in England.
Yep.
I like how one of the hottest summers to you guys was like 23 degrees.
That's not true.
Last summer.
It was hotter than that.
Yeah, it's like 23 degrees. It's like,
didn't it get to like, I wasn't
like 28. Like 28, we got to like 40 in Germany.
I think it got to like 34, 35 in England. It set records. And also, just like in Germany, air conditioning basically doesn't exist, so it sucks.
Yeah.
The equivalent of air conditioning in Germany is... That's it. That's all you're getting. 35.
What was it?
It's 35 degrees.
No. What's the equivalent to air conditioning in Germany?
For anybody wondering, my Twitch is /Tombiz, and I'm going to be starting an ASMR stream soon.
You know what? It wouldn't be worse than some of them out there. So I've heard.
I have bought myself a lifetime supply of pickles, just ready for the ASMR stream.
Why pickles?
They make a glorious sound when you bite into them.
I guess it depends on what kind of pickle.
Okay, I'm sorry that
some have a proper crunch.
Well, let's say that they're
some are more of like a squish
in this mythical scenario, which I've just made up.
Oh,
they're the crunchiest.
You had me sold. I was actually about to subscribe. Grass Faction gets a kill on Inigo as it pushes straight towards the site. Rain again, unfortunately, can't pick up the kill. In a matter of a couple seconds, 100 Thieves have made their execute work out. They have gotten the bomb on top of the site. Don't have necessarily the cleanest of plans. Ultimeister can't get a break.
I hope that the last flashbang also blinds him. just the one the Gratis Faction is holding. It's just unlucky as it gets. Jacob's position's fairly risky. It's one where you could definitely be picked off, but he hits the shot instead. Well, he's not going to be blinded because he's got no face. Hazard also finding the traders left onto Brock. He sprays wild, but he actually gets away with it. However, left into this 1v1. He doesn't have time. Just going to go running away once again. It's double digits for 100 Thieves. I'm getting flashbacks to the first map, where they were so dominant. And FaZe, it seems like nothing they do works. He's even going to kill him at the end.
That's rough. That's very rough now for FaZe Clan. 10-3. Just imagine a potential 12-3 first half score for 100 Thieves. To fight back and that, to keep your tournament hope alive is just almost impossible. But that's what the stakes are, right? I mean, we have to obviously reiterate it. Like, loser of this map is out. You're not advanced further into the tournament. Some of these teams, it might be the year ending for them in its entirety off this tournament. And they really have a shoddy buy. You know, the 2 SMGs, a FAMAS, AWP and M4.
Yeah, it's a position where they can't even really have taken a save, because if your goal or your basic finish point, best case scenario, was to get 4 rounds, it's not really ideal. Rain surviving under the Molotov, does manage to get an opener, actually finally steps up to the mark with a couple of his own, and Olov is there to close it out. And they finally stack up the defense on that A site after being bombarded again and again and again. I wonder if, this is the thing, this is the mind game from 100 Thieves. Do they now go B, or do they go A again? Because, of course, why would anybody go A after they've just lost?
It's the mind game on the mind game.
Exactly. Like, well, you think that because we just lost on A that we're going to stop going A, but we'll go A because we know that you think that we now will go B because we just lost on A.
But then what if they think... Nope, that hurts. My head literally started hurting the second I tried to work that out.
Well, basically, what if they think that you think that they'll think that you will go towards A because you wanted them to think...
I feel like you're about to have a seizure here.
You would have gone B because you lost on A.
Now, one step further.
No.
Go one drink deeper.
I think I'll just like fall into a
infinite loop.
Yeah, not even that. Just like a state of unconsciousness if I go any further. So I'm going to opt against it.
Well, we're into the last round of the half, and we do have actually Rain finally able to get a couple of kills. My couple, that's actually the perfect word to use. Gets 2 in the last round, doubles what he had overall in the half. Which is kind of unfortunate considering the amount of times 100 Thieves have gone A, right? They only have 4 kills. But it does obviously explain, you know, the 10-4 scoreline.
Yeah. And they're actually trying to sell a bit of a fake in this direction once again. There's currently 3 players there as a... Well, let's see how well this fake goes, because he already managed to get 1 kill. In the meantime, there's going to be a split towards short. You can see the hesitation from Brocky, but if Rain goes down, he has to. But Rain gets the kill. Will he get back in time? That's the real question. And actually, Olof's homed in. He may not even realize that they've made their way all the way out short before it's too little too late. Brocky, he has made the realization, but already Liaz will, well, give him no more thoughts to have. Olof is surviving in the corner, but with an AWP, it's hard to see what he can actually do, and Liaz will get the kill onto him as well. The late round entry fragger strikes again, and it's left all onto Cold, and there's nothing he can do. They do mind game them by switching it up to B, and they get themselves that 11th round onto the board. It's 100 Thieves firmly in the driver's seat. We'll be back after the break to see if FaZe can turn it round. Find ourselves once again with FaZe Clan on the back foot. Just 5 rounds from being eliminated from the Pro League finals in Odense, and well, it will be a fairly horrible trip home at this point of the tournament if they aren't able to bring this back. However, 100 Thieves looking to do the job expected of them under this relatively new organization. JKS, we haven't seen the best of him today. We'll see if he's going to be able to perform on this A site of Mirage, not willing to take that initial fight after so much control taken. They do have a reasonable amount of utility and a kit available in the retake, but there's definite possibilities here still for 100 Thieves.
Interesting to see the adaptation. Typically, if you leave CT open, you just kind of rush it down on the T side to go for the early kills. Flashbang's being thrown out, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Mike's in a really good position, though, to net quite a few kills. 1, 2, 3. Not going to get the 4th, though, as Grass Factions able to finally strike back. Smoke's going to go in. He does have the kit, like you mentioned, so he does have the opportunity to potentially pop the smoke. The problem is he's been spotted up by so many different people. Going to walk straight into this. And FaZe Clan will take the pistol round here the second half. Now, I'll say this during the break. It's kind of funny. Today, we've had 6 maps played now, and in 5 of the maps, it's been an 11-4 half. 5 out of 6.
How many of them were converted?
Into what?
wins.
For the team that had 11?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, and I don't know the 5th one yet.
You only said there was 4.
No, there was 5.
Wait, oh, okay. So
this one hasn't finished yet.
Okay. So basically you're saying, statistically speaking, there is a 100% chance 100 Thieves will win.
I'm not saying that, but numbers are saying that.
Well, that's why I said statistically. Well, already, that's a damn good start. They've got 3 players still on this A site for Tees to deal with, and they're actually going to continue their push forward. A fair amount of risk, JKS! That should have been a free kill. That should have been the easiest kill of his career, and instead, well, Liaz is left alone, just trying to hide. Nice shot onto Cold, at least. They don't need to fight this. They could just run for the hills. He's actually going to be able to cross over as well, and there's still some weaponry to be retrieved. There was a Galil onto Cold Zero. They're going to go running back, and with Nico low, Olav also tagged, there's potential.
I wonder if he's just going to start running towards... Oh. This is like the most ideal situation for him. Spot to Olaf Meister. We own Nico's low, like you mentioned, 18 HP. Liaz, can he clutch this out? The bomb's going to be down towards the top middle. Nico has snuck his way up, though. And Liaz actually just gone straight towards B. So could Nico flank in behind Liaz? Will the hunter become the hunted?
This is going to become a big game of Ring Around the Rosie. I wonder if they're just going to go
He has to run, though.
Back.
I mean, Nico's going to have to run eventually because there's 20 seconds left. He needs to pick up the bomb. Liaz is going to spot this out. And then he can just kind of play safe.
The only way I think that Nico wins this is if he gets behind him. But yeah, at this point...
Oh, no.
He doesn't have time.
Yeah.
This is already done. I think he's so confused as to where Liaz has just gone. And yeah, Liaz has just won the round. Like, Nico has been well and truly bamboozled.
Counter-terrorists win.
Wow. That's... They could have gone the long way to B and been fine. They could have tried to force the 2v1 and potentially been fine. But then they go middle, and he gets the 1v1 against Olaf Meister. And then if Nico just picked up the bomb and then went for the chase, it would have been fine, because then he would have got the bomb plant at B. Like, what was the downside to not getting the bomb? Maybe Liaz would have peeked window and killed him?
I think that's the thing. Like, he's so low on health that it becomes very difficult to work out what to actually do there. I think the reason they go back through middle is because they expected if he did rotate, it will be the quick play, like, going around the back. So I don't think they expected him to fight middle. Actually, a smart play coming out from Liaz. But yeah, and in all honesty, there's so many different ways that could have gone. At the same time, I think Liaz just played that very, very well. And well, already... Yes, lots of damage, but the pistols have still done a lot of damage of their own. They're going to be able to get towards that bomb site as a quick rotation. Nade timing not bad, and he even dunks out Brocky just before he gets killed. Leaves it all onto Cold, and we've seen some heroics off that deke, but...
This might be 14. Look at the money.
It should be 14.
Yeah, it should be, but you know, we've seen some crazy rounds so far in this match, so I don't want to say it's like a guaranteed thing.
To be honest, I have a lot more faith in the anti-eco rounds from 100 Thieves than I do from FaZe. I think other than that 4K coming out from Cold, which was actually more just individual brilliance than anything else. Like, it's almost impossible to trade that kill when he literally goes bang, bang, and just 2 players die, and then your teammate gets a third one deep. Like, those are sort of rounds that although, like, sure, a different strategy could have come in, they could have been a bit more methodical. I don't think that 100 Thieves will look back in that and even be too bothered. Whereas on the other side, I think there's been a lot more close rounds, a lot more damaging rounds that came out from 100 Thieves that probably should have been round wins for FaZe. Like, there have been so many clutches and so many, like, positions where players have gotten to the bomb and they've been killed, or different things where I think FaZe Clan will look back and be kicking themselves. So, like, even just the clutch that came through just moments ago from Liaz, like, there's many different ways that could have gone better for them. At the same time, I think that's something they do the best. This round at least, hey, they've done a decent amount of damage. This is more than I expected already from FaZe. Brocky, where has this come from? 3 kills from him straight off the bat. Maybe they're going to pull off that miracle round after all, as Cold is still left with nothing. But if Brocky can keep doing what he's doing, anything is possible.
Must feel like he's going to need the ace here to win this one. Nade comes through. Cold Zero down to 66. Jacob's going to be low on HP, though. Flashbang comes through, and Broky's not blinded up. And Liaz does get the first. Now Broky on 4 kills. Needs the 1v1 against Jacob. The kit not in the hands of Jacob, who does get the kill, but he doesn't have the kit. And one thing that leads me to ask, what was that about the faith in the 100 Thieves at the anti-eco?
I could still have faith in the team and they could screw it up. That's not my fault. And maybe the commentator's curse, but yeah, that was surprising. And that's the first time I think we've seen Brocky have like a truly massive round throughout this series so far. We've seen a couple from Cold, we've seen from Rain and Nico, but that's the first time where I truly think that Brocky has stood up and really put in a massive round, and that could be the difference maker. In fact, so much so, 100 Thieves are actually going to take a tactical pause. It may be also to discuss what to do with their economy in this round, but that is a big, big boost for FaZe Clan, because they had nothing. Like just maybe a flash. I don't even know. They invested barely anything into that round. They just managed to overwhelm the first player, and yeah, this is what they come up with. All that bonus money is going to be invested here. They've got 4 rifles for utility and AWP as well. And I actually quite like this from 100 Thieves. Sure, you've got Jacob with a solo rifle, but ultimately, this is all just coming down as an eco. Some damage, or hopefully for them. And then they go back in with a proper line in the next round.
Can you guess what I'm gonna say, Tom?
No.
It's hoping for mid play.
Oh, that's a surprise. Don't think you've ever said that before.
I mean, you put Jacob there, you put a couple other players, maybe get a kill and pick up another weapon, or just set Jacob up to get a kill, period, even though you're going to lose one or something. And they've not really done too much middle aggression, so hasn't really been too many rounds anyways in the second half, but I would have liked to have seen it maybe in the future. Nice little boost up, though, to, again, try to use this rifle. So FaZe Clan taking the time to push out of Palace, and JKS will be here with the USP. I would imagine they're dropped in on top of him. Oh, okay.
I've seen quite a few TKs, to be honest.
Yeah, there's been a lot today.
A little bit of help. I like the idea that in that scenario that, so Cold obviously killed JKS and then Rain kills him. I like the idea that Rain was like, I was helping you. Like, this was me just helping you. Still the M4 survives.
Can I use that excuse in matchmaking?
You can try. You might get shouted at by an angry Russian man.
Yeah, probably.
I might get that more because I live in Ukraine, so that happens quite regularly. Although there's a beautiful clip made by Declan, which was truly wonderful, where we played in a 4-stack. For anybody who doesn't know, he's a ESL talent manager. Actually, ranges for a few different companies.
He's a freelancer.
And he does a lot for ESL, though. And he had a Nova, and he actually heard someone step, turned around, and shot his own teammate in the face, insta-killed him, and then you just hear an angry Russian man over the comms, and it was a truly beautiful moment.
Wait, Declan did this?
Yes.
Oh.
Declan.
That does sound like something Declan would do.
It was wonderful. Definitely worth playing Counter-Strike with him. May not win you a match, but he'll definitely give you a laugh.
Well, let's see now into round 21. FaZe Clan on the grind. Both the back coming back in for 100 Thieves. Faction was a massive threat when it came to the CT side of Dust 2. Hasn't had the opportunity to so far here on Mirage. FaZe Clan not really forcing the issue onto the A side. They're trying to cause a little bit of distraction towards B, just doing like a standard kind of setup, allowing Nico to play over towards the B side to keep 100 Thieves honest. But it still is technically like a 4-man stack over towards the A side, with Azur on the quick rotate towards A.
This is something that 100 Thieves do very often. They rely heavily on Liaz in tough positions, but he brings them results. That's why he may not necessarily always have the highest numbers, but I do think he is a core important player for this team. And also then plays the entry frag role a lot of the time on the T side, so they do rely on him heavily. You'll see the same across maps like Vertigo as well. Here we go. Push into the side. JKS is removed without much of a fight, but do they check for Jacob? It's going to be one, and he actually gets the second. I'm surprised. I thought Cold Zero would have the trade for sure. Now it's all on to Jacob as they're looking to pincer him from behind. Gratisfaction chimes up with another, and of course Liaz is there as well to give them their 14th. The T side, I think they're definitely going for a buy here. Sure, Rain's a little bit low on cash, but the rest of the team can make the purchase. I'd actually like to see them get him a Mac 10 and put pressure on Liaz. Like, get players running in towards him and see if they can put him down. As said, I think he's a big part of this team, but doesn't mean he's always going to be ready for a rush B. But no, they're seeming like they just want to default back towards this A site again.
Thing is, Tom, though, if you're FaZe Clan and you lose this round, you've basically lost the game, right? The money's not going to be there. The loss bonus isn't really there as well. Obviously, we did see a massive anti-eco, but Jake has a nice triple and a quad kill as well. 100 Thieves put themselves up to 15. And now 1 round away from knocking FaZe Clan out of the entire tournament. And look at the money, 2K across the board for FaZe Clan. And why wouldn't you use the timeout right now?
That is one of those moments where that's a JKS round. Like, he's not been having the best performance here, but to just get, like, that looked like it was versus a Glock Eco, what he just did. Because it was like, there was no time for anyone on the other side to even get a response off. He just sprayed down 4 different players clinically and just sets them to their 15th round. It is now going to be FaZe Clan with, well, not a particularly good purchase. They've only got a couple of rounds of loss bonus. They didn't get a bomb plant. They got barely any kills in the previous round, although that seems silly to mention. Like, you look at how bad their economy is, and an extra kill or 2 really could have made a difference here. Instead, they've got a lot of utility. Surely Olof's going to buy a P250, right? Really? It's not. He's going to go with a Glock. Okay. You keep your secrets.
All right, Elijah Wood.
Same height.
Same amount of fame, I guess, as well. I could see you as a Spider-Man. More like the Peter Griffin kind, but yeah.
Okay.
From Family Guy. No, let's see, though, if FaZe Clan can keep themselves alive. It's a very important round. Again, their tournament life on the line here. Cold Zero could open things up. Jacob, is he going to expect this? Oh. You with Cold Zero having to jump on him by spotting out the barrel of the gun. Jacob still gets the kill nonetheless. And our Rain gets caught looking the wrong way.
I'm quite confused by that. Rain definitely should have known he was there, unless he just thought he pushed back through the window. 3 players now gathering up. Even if they get Gratisfaction, I don't think they're going to expect Liaz to be in this corner, just ready and waiting. Gratisfaction, he's been so good in this series. Combines to close things out. It's going to be a 16-7 domination in the 3rd and final map of this series. 100 Thieves go marching on within the ESL Pro League Finals. And unfortunately, that means we do have to say goodbye to FaZe Clan. They definitely showed a good performance versus Tyloo, but it definitely seems like there's some weaknesses within their map pool, and they just didn't really perform on any map other than their choice.
Inferno, like that map just leads me to really wonder quite a few things. I mean, they did obviously bounce back. It ended up being like 16-11, but that was still like such a one-sided affair for 100 Thieves on their T side. There was no existing CT defense for them. Dust 2, like I said, they looked good. I mean, if you take away Gratisfactions, you know, 20 kills in the first half, that would have been like more of like a 16-6, 16-5 potentially.
Also, their CT sides throughout seemed pretty weak. Like Inferno, I think they got 4 rounds. The same for Mirage as well, which it's not really acceptable. Like, you just let too many slip. Like, again, there were a lot of clutch situations in the first half of this map where they tried to get players onto the bomb, and like Azza killed someone through the smoke, and there were just moments where you go, oh, if you win that round, you could have been back in the game. Like Liaz in the 1v2, just managing to drop the bomb and then having like that weird sort of circling of different players. Like, you remove 1 or 2 of those rounds, maybe the map goes in the other direction. Unfortunately, that seems to be where 100 Thieves just have pure expertise, where it gets down to clutches and they just win every single one. We saw it versus Heroic as well, where Heroic just couldn't win any of those situations, like 1v2s, 1v3s. It would always be 100 Thieves coming out on top, and that is just something that you can't really teach. It just seems to be that the players are just very good in those scenarios.
Well, especially when you have like Gratisfaction stepping up like he was able to in this series. You can see 66 and 45. Az are at 62 and 45. But look at the bottom though. JKS. very uncharacteristic of him, having a tough tournament, I'd say, so far. Maybe his fate will change over the course of the next few days. Rain, though, he had 5 kills on Mirage, but still ended out the entire series at 51. He really played out of his skin in the first 2 maps. Just unfortunate he couldn't carry it over into the final one.
Yeah, and I think that Olaf down the bottom is definitely one of those players that was quite underwhelming. The 2 maps that they lost, he was put in like pivotal roles. Like he was AWPing the A site and he was AWPing, well, but actually the A site on both maps. And each time, he seemed to be so easy for them to isolate. And there were so many rounds on Inferno especially, where you would almost put it down to, okay, if he can get a kill with that AWP, if he can get the opener, they probably win this round. And it would always be that he just gets wrecked. Like, Azza killed him so many times on Inferno without really having to try too much. And I don't know if that's something they need to change as a whole, or something that maybe he needs to work on individually, or he just had a bad tournament. That's also a possibility. But whatever it is, 100 Thieves, they've made it through to the next part of the lower bracket, which is, it doesn't sound like that much of a celebration, but it's still a survival at least.
Yeah, survival at least. And that means that rounds out our second match of the day. We still have MIBR up against Fnatic coming up next. That's going to be brought to you by Jackie and Tombis. So make sure you guys stick around for that one. You're not going to want to miss it. And we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. This is the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. And we'll see you in, I'm going to guess around 10 minutes.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Karten ist, Spielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, the new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Turn into a star, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, this is fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, this not an AK, it's a Uzi, I pull up and shoot it to movie, I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie, cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci, word of my niggas from the 021, you count 6 shots and I count 2 guns, some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun, yeah, you can come over here, swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea, soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah. Push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah, I aim too far. I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Reminiscing the late nights, we'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt
Ladies and gentlemen, we join back now for our final best of 3 of the evening here of the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals live from Odense. It's time for Fnatic to face off versus MIBR. And I'm joined once again by the
I'm a little lower down now. Didn't think about that, did I?
Taller than you now.
Yeah, I'll probably fix this at some point when it cuts off us on camera, because sounds... I don't know.
If you do that, that's just going to make you go down lower.
There's too many things on this chair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fantastic chair, of course, because it has...
There you go.
But, you know, I'm just not very good at it.
Just, what, not good at operating a chair?
Not good at operating chairs, you know? I'm much better with my pickles, clearly, as it's now.
Oh, yeah, apparently.
I love the idea that Striker thought I said that you could blow into a pickle and make a sound.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, if you hold like a conch shell to your ear, you can hear the ocean.
Oh, what, if you
blow on a pickle, you win the next 16 rounds of any matchmaking game you play. That's fact.
Heard it here first, so there you go. You got to try that at home. Tell us if it works.
So I wonder who's been blowing the pickles out of MIBR and Fnatic.
That is not a phrase that you should ever say on air. That is a worrying one. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup, because we had Fnatic play, obviously, earlier, where they had a kind of like sketchy match, I would say, versus Heroic. Like, they just about scraped it through. They ended up winning on Vertigo, which I didn't really expect them to, which I don't think is a map that they particularly wanted to be playing, but managed to make it work anyway. They then also did the same on Overpass, where it's still very, very close. It could have gone either way. And they lost their own map choice of Inferno. So it's kind of tough at the moment to see what sort of form they're in. And then you had MIBR, who I can't actually remember the first match they played, but I remember the second match they played, they got absolutely smashed by Na'Vi, who have been looking really good. They won 16-9 on Train. I think they won 16-4 on Dust 2, which is even more dominant than they won versus Tyloo earlier. So it's, again, we're coming into this tournament, and a lot of the time it's hard to say whether or not MIBR are performing badly, or if we're just seeing the opposition actually playing very well in the form of Na'Vi, for example.
That's what makes it a little bit awkward to call, right? Is where it's just like, right, some of the opponents they played over the course of this have just been banging it out.
They beat FaZe.
Yeah. Whereas now you go up against Fnatic, a squad that, you know, they've been causing a couple of upsets here and there. They've got a bit of momentum going for them. There was definitely wind under their wings coming into the event. However, they've struggled a little bit. They've faltered. They need to do those Hello Kitty jerseys proud, Tom. So will they be able to bounce back here today? Who are you favouring?
I'm leaning the way of Fnatic. I think they're always one of those teams that starts a little bit slow in a tournament and then seems to rise to the occasion. They'll be close, but they seem to just be very good at just grinding out the last stages of games. Whereas if the rumors about MIBR are true,
Yeah.
I don't know how you're really going to cope with that. Like, it's sort of the talk of Lucas potentially being removed from the team, which again, it's still in the rumor stages, but if I see an article come out on HOTV with a rumor, I normally almost want to treat it as fact. And obviously they're just more inquiring into this player, but that's got to be a massive knock to your confidence. Either that means Lucas knows that something's going on, or he's found out through somebody leaking it, and that's even worse, because then you start to doubt everything going into the server. And it has to be said, like, if you look at him statistically, he was brought in for extra firepower. He was brought in to be like another sort of heavy hitter on this side, because some of the players who used to be like fragging heavy have sort of fallen off, and KNG is like a literal roller coaster, like be the best player in the server, or he'll just be non-existent and countered. So they needed someone extra, but it's just not really worked. Mayan is a prodigy, like 17 years old. He is one of the main reasons that Sharks are even were at this tournament. But
until a couple of hours.
Yeah, until a couple of hours ago. But one of the reasons they got here in the first place have started to really rise. I think him and Lucan have been the sort of stars of that show. So I understand it. But it's one of those things where I think just the release of that has come at the worst possible time, because they're now going to be sat in the Pro League finals with just millions of thoughts running around your head, and you're going to have to face off against Fnatic, which in the past at least, I'm pretty sure it was Flusher who actually allowed helped the Brazilians even move her in the first place. So it's like these guys have so much respect for each other, and you have problems, and Fnatic are good as they go into a tournament, get deeper and deeper, they get better and better. You're sort of going to be sat there going, it starts to stack up.
We've got a lot going into the mix on this one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential storylines that could develop over the course of the game. We do have the VO as well, so we can see how that's going to be affected by this on the best of 3. So opening it up with Inferno and then Dust 2 as our 2 picks. So this is actually quite spicy, Tom, based off the previous results we've had so far, even just this tournament alone.
Yeah, like MIBR got absolutely smashed by Na'Vi.
Oh, yeah.
I am starting to think that some of that was like Na'Vi yesterday were insane.
Their Dust 2 was unreal.
Like the first match that we casted with you on Tyloo, that Tyloo didn't get into it at all. Every single player was performing well, so I can understand. I actually quite like that both of these teams actually have picked maps they've lost, which firstly, obviously Fnatic were finishing quite late yesterday, so I imagine they've got up early, had a look at the demos and sort of gone through this and said, okay, well, how can we improve? I think there was definite changes that need to be made, a few players that definitely didn't step up to the mark. I'm pretty sure their top fragger may have even been Golden, which, hey, I think Golden's a talented individual. I think he's a great in-game leader. But if he's top fragging, that probably means you're losing.
Yeah, something's gone wrong if your IGL is on top. It's an old phrase, but it's definitely something to live by. We are into the action, though. MIBR versus Fnatic. Inferno kicks off here. Lucas. Oh, you can't be missing those. Swung out by Top Banana above Car. Wanted to try and find the opening frag, Tom, but all of them were duds. There was no connection, and he goes down.
Yeah, definitely not the start that you'd be looking for. From casting MIBR's CT side of this map previously, when it came down to them actually getting to the Pro League in the first place, which, for anybody wondering, was very, very close. Like, they were 2-1, I think Fury were 2-1, and they went through on, like, round difference or something. Like, someone else, one of the admin guys, good old Michael, worked it out for me, and I just sat there and went, yes, I agree. But, yeah, they really love their double op setup. And, again, I spoke about it yesterday when we were talking about Na'Vi. I think they have a very powerful double op setup. So do MIBR. Like, Fallen and KNG, it should be phenomenal. So, look forward to that. Definitely going to come in sooner if they can get themselves the pistol round as well, but we'll have to wait and see as it goes right into the A side.
Bursting their way out through the apps. They're able to find 2 frags here and clear out the defense that was set up to hold down A. So now this is claimed as Fnatic territory. Flusher getting a bit aggro though, pushing out behind. Fallen's already been able to slip his way in towards Library, but he's been detected. And Flusher can backstab for free. This should be a nice little easy frag. Oh no, Flusher, don't do it. Oh, you naughty gamer, Tom. Already spilling blood with a blade.
He's taking that money back that he gave to them to help move. It's like, you know, I've earned this. Extra bit of money.
Oh, the wallbang spooked Fur completely there. He was worried.
I think that's one of the main real worries for MIBR at the moment is I look at this team and I do actually question the fragging power, because Fur is explosive. KNG is explosive. Taco can have very good games, but it's not really the reason. There was like an interview with him where you were asking people their roles, and he went, I'm the support player, I think. Like, he doesn't even really know a lot of the time. Like, I don't think those are necessarily, like, roles are set in stone. On this map in particular, he normally plays around the pit. But Fallen can have a very good game still. Lucas could step up, but it's all could. Like, when I look at the other side, I expect Brolin to be a decent fragging power. I expect Crim's the same. JW maybe a little bit more hit and miss. Flusher as well. Like, they're three players I can almost rely on a lot of the time. Whereas on the other side, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, stuff like this. Like, that just came out of absolutely nowhere for Lucas. 2 kills up with the Deagle, a scout headshot as well for Fallen. And this round now quickly falls into the Brazilians' control out of nowhere.
I mean, out of really what was just a deco from MIBR with 1 scout thrown in for good measure on Fallen, this has gone incredibly well. Fallen opens it up with a scout kill. Lucas, as you said, just punishing towards top banana. Now it comes down to the 8 play that's coming through. Brolin denied on the push, as the grenade is going to slow him down and it'll also break his ankles. And he'll have his neck broken by KNG. Delivers death straight to his door for the final frag, and that was very clean from a MIBR. A nice way to get back into the game, instantly nipping at the heels of Fnatic, and they tie it up 1-1.
That was just a sick round, like across the board.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, Lucas with 2 kills of the Deagle. I think KNG gets 1. Is it Fur getting 1 and Fallen? Like, that doesn't happen very often. Just like every single player stepping up in a round. But it sort of shows, again, like, if MIBR play to the level of all the players, they can probably beat most teams. Like, maybe someone like Astralis is still going to have the sheer talent to beat them. Fnatic, you could say the same. So this game really does come up in the air. I favor Fnatic just because I believe that later, in like the further they go in tournaments, that when they get into the best of 3s, maybe they'll get off to a slow start, but they just seem to have this resilience that has just been built up over the years. Even the players that have joined them just seem to absorb that resilience, like Brolin in clutch situations. Golden even as well, like when they're having a bad map, he seems to just frag, and it never really makes sense. It's always like with Pronax, like if they were having a bad game, Pronax would get like 20 kills, and you'd always look at it and go, what? And they'd lose. And blah, there you go, once again. Like Golden's now just found a Deeg. Had a very little, almost the kill coming in there, but this is a bit of an elaborate ruse as the rest of the players look to try and make some presence known. The only problem is with Golden going down, yeah, I was about to say, that means someone has to go back and get the bomb. Bit of a dicey spray, but still going. Actually, Brolin is going to get the kill.
Fallen's on 1 HP, and he's the player that's rotated over towards Arch side as well. It's a 1-1 split in terms of the Fnatic players that are alive, though. Brolin, starting to back off now, wants to regroup with Crims if possible. He has the utility, so he does need to be there. They can smoke off towards CT, push in. This will isolate KNG, make it much harder for him. 20 seconds left into the round. KNG just holding strong, waiting for the push to come. Fnatic, if they're going to go for this, it has to be soon. They're going to do the smoke on the fly. Instead, using it over towards Coffins. KNG's got a clear angle for him. He should be able to spray him down, but Brolin, he gets the kill. Fallen's there. He's only got 1 HP, but he's still fragging. Time's up. They can't do anything into the round. It's over.
This was a mess.
That was very weird.
I understand the idea of like going for the smoke towards that side instead and just trying to fight the Coffins, or fight CT, sorry. Because you kind of know that the CT player is likely to be that little bit closer. And if you try and get a plant where there's someone still in the church, chance of you getting it down are very slim. Unfortunately, their focus kind of went away. I don't think they expected anybody to rotate in that quickly. So it is going to be a second onto the board, and more importantly, a chance to really build up finances for the CT side. Although there's still going to be Brolin with a gun. Flusher actually has a CZ. Golden with a Molotov. Like it's kind of weird, but hey, we'll see what they do with it.
2 nades used towards second mid. Fair bit of damage done. Not a crazy amount, but nice enough. Brolin just trying to peer over the top of the smoke towards Boiler, seeing if he can turn up the heat here, but there's not really a chance for it. However, someone that is going to be quite heavy-handed into the round is definitely going to be KNG. Looks like they're setting up for the mid burst. He's primed and ready. AWP scoped in. Just a matter of time until he starts laying them down. However, are they going to commit to this?
Looking like the build-up's there. I think that Molotov was just used to stop players pushing down B. I think that was sole purpose from Golden. Peek out, missed shot. That is going to mean that position at least is isolated, and they're going to try and quickly move on to short. Chance of them getting away with much is slim, and now that the rifle's gone, this should just be an easy cleanup. A confidence boost around for Lucas as he sprays down 3 kills, and a flawless one for MIBR. So more importantly, they got a big boost of cash.
It's a great start on their CT side, right? If there's one way to bring it back instantly from the pistol round, this has been the way to do it. Looking a lot more effective into these rounds. Fnatic, though, reinvesting. AKs are coming out on parade. We do have 2 UMPs as well on Brolan and Flusher. They have got a nice amount of utility. MIBR going for the 3-man setup towards the B site as well. One of them not being the AWP. KNG still going to be aiming towards the A side. They're battling for Banana. They want to establish control very early on. Lucas, quite bold, just pushes down. Does find the opening pick. At this point, they can fall back and just sit pretty. They're going to be happy with this. She'll have the rotation from Fallen over towards A, and he needs to get there quick. Because Fnatic, they're coming through the apps.
Yeah, they're just playing patiently, though. KNG will be watching, but he's taken down by JW. It does a lot of damage. Fallen re-peaks with such low HP. I don't think he realized how much he had been tagged, but Taco, he's looking to survive. A rotation's already come in. There's actually a fairly stacked site now as Lucas once again is able to get a kill, but it's JW doing everything. 3 now to his name. An AWP retrieved. The thing is, though, Taco knows that his survival is everything, and look at the rotation back. JW has been informed by his teammate that B site is going to be completely clear. Golden doesn't have to do anything here. He can just wait patiently. There should be absolutely no way that Fer knows he's here, and with the bomb about to go down, this should be a free kill. Very smart movement coming out from Golden. Some great shots hit from JW. Taco's still in with a chance here. Money's not in the best of positions. He's going to try throwing out the smoke, but he's making a fair amount of noise. Luckily, there's nobody close enough to hear him. And I actually like how Golden's repositioned as well, because now Taco has to check absolutely everything on his way forward. And the chances are, by the time he gets there, he will have run out of time.
Yeah, he's not really going to be able to efficiently go for this. Golden, he spotted out a little bit of leg as well, so they completely have the read. They know where he is. They can both exit towards Banana. Actually, Golden, with time ticking away at 63 HP, he's going to have to try and push out here. He does get spotted. Rapid little headshot coming through there from Taco to take him down, but it won't matter too much. JW was the one they needed to survive. He had the AWP on him with only 1 HP, and he gets away. 3-2 as Fnatic finally get another round. Going to drop that AWP across as well. So they'll reinvest into this limited cash, but they'll still be able to get an okay buyout with what they want to play with. 2 AKs, they've got the AWP there. JW will pick it back up. Now they've dropped the guns out. 2 UMPs. Pretty much the same as what we had last round, really, so it's not all doom and gloom. KNG has gone for the glass cannon AWP, and we've got Fall on 1 as well. So here comes that double AWP setup that is a bread and butter play of MIBR top.
Yeah, and I think this is where things are going to become that much tougher. It's basically one of the legendary primary AWPers who's been pushed to a secondary, basically off his own doing, because he did bring in another AWPer. But it means for certain maps, certain plays, somewhat a little bit unexpected. Like, you have to remember, most teams don't run a double AWP setup on Inferno. Some teams don't even run one. Like, a little bit rarer, but 2 AWPs definitely sets you up in retake scenarios where it can be difficult, especially when you consider plays like bursting out apartments. It can be a problem, but MIBR are definitely a team that seem to make it work. In fact, a lot of their CT side seems to rely on this. Now, in this round specifically, they're relying heavily on Fallen. They've gone for the 4-1 rotation. It means that they're set up well on this A site as players look to run in. Brolan's already going to be gone within a second, and the crossfire from Fer is going to be integral. He almost dies, but more importantly, he keeps KNG standing. The rotation back, they now know that there's only going to be 1 player on this side of the map, but Fallen, you can see the more important thing from him here is his movement. Just falling back to the site, taking pick after pick. There's no way they can trade this frag because he just doesn't give them the chance to. And now Fer can do Fer things, peeking through the smoke, leaving JW alone. And that is the round over. It's a good round out from MIBR. Everything pretty much goes to plan, except maybe Fer almost dying. And they're going to have one flawlessly again. The second one out of the 4 rounds they won, which is going to be clean. Unless, of course, Taco goes down.
Yeah, it was a nicely predicted round. Ball confidence there, the full trust in Fallen to just hold. and defend towards the B site, which he did to a good level, obviously being able to lurk around, gets the frags when they do eventually push through. It all worked out the way they wanted to. A lot of trust in the double AWP setup, but you know, with 2 primary AWPers essentially on one roster, you can roll with it. You know they're going to be able to hit those shots, and MIBR looking fairly effective here. CT side early on into the game, Tom.
Yeah, I think that's something you can rely on with Fallen more than most, is that, okay, he may not necessarily hit every single shot, but the chances are he'll be able to do it without going down. And then that's, when you're playing a solo role on B, that's so valuable to your team. Like, if he can just fall back, get into a new position, and basically mean that they're still trying to kill him off while all the rotations are happening, can't really ask for much more.
Well, it's like the methodology of, like, you know, a device-style AWPer or a simple-style AWPer. I mean, it's just in that way where you're either going to be very outlandish and know, I'm going to hit this shot 100% of the time, so I don't care where I stand, and I'll go for the flashy play, or I will go for the really high percentage play where I'm going to stay alive and guarantee a frag.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many AWPers that do that. I think Otto's actually another one where he's very much the high percentage AWPer. Like, you'll sometimes look at his stats and see, like, 25 kills, and you'll go, but how? Like, but it will just be, he'll be getting a pick here and there, and he does it so consistently that it's very valuable to the team. And again, that's something that, although Fallen can be a very flashy AWPer, he still knows his positioning so well that you can't even tell that he's missed 3 shots because he's also got 4 kills. Fur, his aggression once again almost punished. You have to bear in mind that this round is still a minimal investment for Fnatic. Now, the problem is their backwards and forwards rounds has left them in a position where they don't have too much money, and they're relying so much on JW to get them picks here. And unfortunately for them, the CT side are just hiding in the site. They're playing passive, dinked up a second player. They're doing a lot of damage here. In fact, a third player, somehow, the pistols have done enough. It's left them in a 3 versus 2. The rotation from the CT side, I think they're questioning whether they even move because Fur's only on 11 HP. Fallen also has an AWP. We mentioned this. Retakes with AWPs. It's not ideal. And somehow Fnatic have managed to win a round with 1 AWP that only got 1 kill. I think it was a P250 and a Glock.
Yeah, they've brought the ruckus to A site. Heads have started rolling. I don't know how they've managed to do it, but they do win out on those firefights. Ones that should have been so advantageous for MIBR, but not today, not here, not right now on Inferno. They've crumbled under the pressure, and Fnatic do get a 3rd round, finally coming back into it. Looking pretty good into that. They're keeping it close, though. It's a competitive early game here on Inferno. The rounds being traded between the two. MIBR, smart stuff. I like to see it. Instantly going for a tactical timeout, though. Slow it down. You've lost 1 round. Talk about it. See what went wrong. See how you can adapt as well. They'll use this to work out the buy as the cash isn't phenomenal.
No, in the game that they played yesterday, they did struggle a fair bit on their CT side. So it would definitely, like, I think it was a 9-6 half in the first.
Right.
Where they actually managed to get 6 rounds on the T side, which is not awful, but it is definitely surprising that all in all they weren't doing too much on the CT side. I don't know if that's something that's going to be recreated as well by MIBR. I'll be interested to see how their T side goes. I actually expect them to get more rounds on their CT side as well, especially with this double AWP setup. But I definitely think this is going to be a close matchup, probably all the way through. I would not be surprised to see this go to 3 maps, but at the same time, I could easily see one of the teams like scraping both, like 16-13, 16-12, whatever, where it just comes down to maybe a bit of momentum and some individual brilliance. The problem is, as said, I do see Fnatic just being so resilient in these best of 3s. Like, we've seen them win tournament while dropping a map in every single series. They're not brilliant at winning it clean. Nade stack onto Taco. He plays this position so commonly that it's fair enough. Like, give that a go, and it did a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Golden is also down to 35, and in fact, the total amount of damage has actually done more onto Fnatic.
It was a nice bit of presence established, at least, towards the A site. And you have got 4 players stacked there. The only man that's on B isn't Fallen this time around with that solo AWP. Instead, it is going to be Fur, trying to lock it down with a Kalashnikov if he is tested. Both of the AWPs that are available for MIBR this round are in play on A. Fallen finally starts to rotate. But is it a little bit too late into this? They're setting themselves up. Crims has the flash ready. And there's going to go the smoke for CT. And this is where Fur needs to do some damage.
Fallen smoke's actually quite well timed. They don't even have a smoke for CT. They're going to have to face this AWP, and this is just exactly what Fallen wants. He still gets taken down by Flusher, though. And once again, it comes down to Fur, but KNG now rotates in fast enough. I don't know what's going on with Fnatic when it comes to utility, but they're definitely making mistakes. Nonetheless, they've managed to take control of the site. The bomb is going to be going down. And you can see, oh, I thought JW was going to be able to catch someone on the rotation. That position from Taco could actually win them the round because JW is not now looking in that direction. The problem is no kit.
Taco's also taking it very slow here, inch by inch, waiting until they cleared the site so he can try and have a better inkling of where exactly both of these Fnatic players are in the post plant. JW probably gets the frag here as he spins out. And Flusher, he could be so pivotal to the success of the round, but he needs to get the spray down off. It's a 2K that comes out, 6 HP left for him, but time is gone. There's no chance for Taco. He has to run out of there. Flusher will die to the bomb blast as he spams into the corpses, but Taco does recover JW's AWP at least.
I'm liking this. I always like seeing Flusher playing well, and that was a huge round from him. 4 kills, the most important one, obviously. Well, I don't know, he got the 2 edges into the site and the 2 to clutch it out. So basically single-handedly dragging them through. And I have to say, like, seeing him back in that Fnatic jersey makes me very happy. I think he's been dearly missed by this team with just the fact that he can just dominate maps. I will say, though, from what I've seen so far in Pro League, Crims has been fairly disappointing, which before like Flusher came back, or at least when Fnatic ever played well, or even if they played bad, it would seem like Crims would get 20, 30 kills no matter what. It would just be the rest of the team that were underwhelming. Maybe it means he's taken some more sacrificial roles, which is a possibility. But I don't like to see it. Brolin, though, he's been fantastic all the way through, and he's looking to just pad those stats, get those numbers that little bit higher, have a better HLTV rating than everyone else. He's going to get a couple of eco kills. It's only going to be Lucas now with that AWP. And once again, they're going to look to pressure. I am liking the way that Fnatic are so happy to just switch their gaze back towards the other side of the map after getting the openings, expecting rotations to go in the other direction. JW going to be able to get the bomb down without any resistance.
Lucas. He was set up for the shot, but he's not going to land it. Doesn't fire off quickly enough there, and Flusher punishes with the AK. This could be a flawless round for Fnatic. Fur hiding behind the sandbags, but Golden, he knows about these tricks. Spams around the corner, will get the kill. And it's all up to Taco just by speedway. Doesn't really matter what happens to him here. He is going to go down. The Flusher will push. And Fnatic, they've got the advantage.
Yeah, now 5-4 up on the T side. CT side, as mentioned, they have a very expensive setup that they like to run, and it's not going to be coming in for a fair amount of time now. Like, even if they manage to win this round, unless they retrieve the AWP, there isn't going to be another. And as said, I think they're quite reliant on it. Like, we watched the rounds that they won previously. It was KNG able to get an opener, falling back on the B site. Like, they seem to go hand in hand with that double op setup on opposite sides of the map. And without it, I'm not saying they can't win rounds, but their CT side just seems a little bit flat.
The chance of them winning the rounds definitely drops off a lot more. They're not able to find the opening picks that they really need. Fallen isn't able to find a pick at all there as he rotates around towards Arch side. Luckily, Lucas will come out to play. He's come out swinging. Gets the first back on a Golden. Flusher will trade it. They're left into a 3 versus 3. A site is being tested. Fnatic want to take it as their territory, but they've lost JW in the apartments. And this is where it gets really awkward, Tom. It's just down to Crims in a 1 versus 3 now. From rags to riches, MIBR have brought it back in the round.
Yeah, they've even retrieved that free AWP as mentioned, and there isn't a smoke for Crims. Luckily,
there's a completely empty B-bomb site.
Yeah, no one's rotated yet, so this is absolutely fine. But he expects someone to be there at this point, which, fair enough. And I'm liking it. Like, this shows how slow that rotation actually was. So there you go. That's the first peek. Now Crims knows, okay, there's definitely nobody here. If that's someone just like having a little shoulder peek, then there's no chance that anybody could be within the site. It is the clutch king of Crims. This is the man we always want in these sort of situations, but he gets wrecked. A peek out from Fur, a little bit further forward than he might have expected. And now they can go on a retrieval mission for all that extra weaponry, get the defusal onto the bomb, and even up the scoreline once again.
This game is very back and forth at the minute. A lot of rounds being traded. Krieg going to be scavenged as well. The AWP goes through on KNG and the AK for Taco. So they'll be pretty happy with the way things went down in that round, only losing 2 players overall. It's not that bad. For Fnatic, at the very least, they got the bomb plant. And they do have money to invest in the AWP. Flush is going to drop that back over to JW. So the Wonder Child still has his Wonder Cannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, so far, I feel like a lot of their rounds have been very reliant on Brolin and, more importantly, Flusher. And then it's been some sort of ecos in between. As mentioned, the AWP is going to be back in play, but only the singular, which means they're actually going to switch KNG over to the other side of the map, at least for the early portion of the round. Just make sure that there's nobody able to really get aggressive and set up his teammates quite nicely. And then they'll go back and bolster that defense. Crossfire from Lucas and Taco, I think, has been strong so far. Golden, the classic, getting stuck on a smoke. Love that, right?
It's my favorite. The nade does enough damage as well. Ooh. There's the follow-up. Eventually comes in as it updates. A lot of damage done. It's Golden. He's tanking them. He's taking all of the grenades to the face today.
Fairly small amount of information at the moment for the CT side. This is sort of the problem of playing so passive. Like, that's why we always like to see Fall and having that sort of peek around the wall is they have much more of an idea as to where their opponents are actually going. And that's actually why Fallen's starting to get a little bit aggressive, because he doesn't want to pull any rotations away from the A site before he knows that something's actually coming. KNG, timing's going to be everything here. Golden facing the wrong way, and that's the free kill. This will now give them the information there's going to be a B play, because why would a man be trying to fight around the arch with 20 seconds if there's no one else there?
This time CT is smoked for once, but what isn't blocked off is the line of sight for Fallen. However, he won't be seeing things anymore. His eyes have been torn out by Brolin. Fur at the back of the site, no one's expected it, and at the right time he strikes. That's the round over. There's no chance to get the bomb down now. Everyone's caught in disarray. Crim's barely trying to stay alive. His head's going to get popped off. JW will find one as a consolation prize at the end of the round, but it doesn't matter. The round goes the way of MIBR. It's 6-5 now, Tom.
Yeah, I'm surprised that if you go into the site that late, you kind of have to make sure that you've cleared everything. Well, MIBR are going to capitalize on that. That's a couple of times now. Fur's been in a bit of a sneaky position. It's going to be a reason for Fnatic to take a tactical pause. And I think the other reason is that their money is in disarray. Like, you've got two players who can buy. You've got JW, who has no choice because he kept his gun from the previous round and has $700 total. So this does seem like a forced buy situation where you kind of have to go for a buy, just because otherwise you'll have disjointed money all the way through the map. As we can see, though, Lucas actually performing very well. We've seen some decent spray downs from him when they have rushed into his crosshair. Fur at the back of the site. And these are sort of the people you want to be performing. Like, Taco doesn't necessarily need to be the man hitting those highest numbers, the biggest stats. He's just the man. He's the last form of defense in a way, because he's playing pit. Whereas your people like KNG, Fur, Fallen, and even Lucas at times, they're going to be the aggressors, the ones looking to actually take map control away, look to fight a little bit more aggressively on other portions of the map. So KNG goes right back to it. It is going to be a somewhat investment, but mainly just down to JW once again.
Standard early round aggression from Fnatic towards top banana. Flusher this time is the man that pushes up towards the wall. He might actually find an opening frag with a Eagle. Takes their damage as they're just spamming out. He survives on 1 HP. And look at him, he's wilding out. He's on the trampoline, jumping up and down. Golden, bit bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, he's killed Brolin. This could be a little bit awkward, especially as they're going to have to run through the fire and the flames to get towards the bomb site now. And the rotation's coming around. KNG, he's arrived on the scene. JW, you absolute superstar. That is disgusting, Tom.
They shouldn't even be going for this anymore. I'm surprised that Lucas is actually rotating in the direction, and that's another kill that's coming from JW. He's been relatively quiet so far, but this round has been a step up from him, and that's twice now. That is twice where Fnatic have come into a round with some pistols and an AWP. The AWP, initially at least, hasn't done too much. Brolin seems to be one of the stars of the show when it comes to those rounds, and Fnatic have taken it away, and these are rounds that MIBR can't afford to lose. Now, I will give them the benefit of the doubt that it can happen more on Inferno. I think there's lots of opportunities with pistols. You see it all the time with apps bursts and with aggressive rushes like that. Like, players can be overwhelmed, but it's still not rounds that you can afford to lose in the grand scale of the map. This evens things up now. The buy that comes in is just going to be kind of shoddy from MIBR. They've taken a tactical pause off the back of it, and now they need to try and recreate some of the miracles that Fnatic have with their pistols. And it's the same problem that we actually saw yesterday in the match versus Heroic, where Flusher on the B side of Vertigo was just able to get so many kills with the CZ that made absolutely no sense. And it ruined the map for Heroic. Like, if you remove all of their CZ kills that Flusher got, 100% guarantee Heroic win the game. But because of just that alone, it was enough.
It's always been a gun that historically has been so powerful under the Fnatic banner. Fnatic CZ.
Yeah, well, the Flusher CZ in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this map and Flusher and the CZ is some of my favorite stuff to watch. He hasn't actually had it yet. I don't expect it to really come in on the CT side, but he's performing well. And as said, it brings a smile to my face at least, because I have very fond memories of Flusher doing some of the craziest stuff in Counter-Strike history.
Oh, very much so. They were at the forefront of it. Now, come back in time, really, as the Deagles are out for show. Round 13 here, 6-6. It's all tied up as we get close towards the end of the first half. Best of 3 between MIBR and Fnatic to see who will carry on in the tournament here. Fur, very aggressive. He's pushing up close towards the wall. He's about to be tested so heavily. The flashbang is perfect. Unfortunately, he doesn't get any frags. And Flusher, he's popping heads, ripping craniums off left, right, and center. Fallen over the Deagle. Absolutely disgusting, Tom. He gets the follow-up frag onto Roland as well. He slowed down the push for now and left them into a 3 versus 2. But Lucas has the M4. Taco only has a Deagle.
Taco's definitely one of those players, though, that can pop a head or two. The problem is you have to realize this isn't like one of those like half buys or where you're just investing a few pistols ready for the next round. This is everything that the Brazilians have in the bank. So even if they kill every single player and lose the round, they're still going to be stuck for the next round. And Taco does a lot of damage at least, but the T side literally can just wait for that bomb to tick away. They don't even have a kit, so they have to kill them so ridiculously fast. And JW over the last few rounds has started to become more and more clinical. Gets better with time, it seems. Lucas is at least going to be able to kill him off, and that's the AWP drop to the deck. He may even finish off the remainder of the team, but he also goes down to the bomb. And weird that that was the scenario I mentioned with everyone dying.
Yep.
But at the same time, it is the result I said. Still money for Fnatic. They can buy into this round with no problems at all. MIBR, they can't buy at all. So sure, it's a great amount of damage. It's a nice little thing to go, hey, look how much damage we did with this little. Oh dear, I did not expect this.
Oh dear, indeed. Going into round 14, this is not ideal whatsoever. 2 MP9s have been brought out from MIBR. So there's a 3-man stack over towards top banana. They've been fighting quite heavily for banana control. They've really wanted to battle for it. I don't know why they've been so aggressive, but into this round, Fallen just straight sprints down. He's been sat down as well. Left laid out on the ground. Flusher, he's hungry for more. He's got a taste for blood. JW, a bit of an awkward miss. He's been hitting some tasty shots, but he couldn't get the easy one. Luckily, Flusher's there to trade it out. And already, Fnatic are in a great position for the round.
I do genuinely feel like I'm watching some of the older iterations of Counter-Strike sometimes when I watch Flusher. Like, he's incredible with the CZ, which was nerfed.
Yep.
And he's now playing with the UMP, which at one point was probably the best gun in the whole game. Now he's kind of, it's okay. But he's just like, oh, it's still good. I'll show you it's still good. It's sort of like watching Chris J with his obsession with the MP7. It's just like, no one else uses this gun. And it was the same with the SG. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we get to like 6 months' time and someone's like, wow, the MP7's actually really overpowered. And Chris J's like, no, shut up. don't say that. Taco, he's got to lurk him from behind. But this is what I mean. Like, that looks like the old UMP, where he just taps someone's head off at range. Wasn't even an assist on that. He's going to do it again. He just got 4 kills with a bleeding ump.
Missed the old UMP. Straight from the go UMP. Not the new UMP. The Flusher fragging
I think he's got the old one.
He's brought it out.
He's got his own patch. We've got to see how quickly he can switch from an AWP to a CZ. If it's too quick, then we know that he's managed to somehow patch his game differently to everyone else. That was just seems to know the pattern perfectly every single time. And this is the problem. I didn't expect MIBR to force into that round, I'll be honest. That's what I was talking about ecos. Now, I kind of get it because they did so much damage, but at the same time, they've now ended up with this buy, which is almost exactly the same. I like the setup. They've done a lot of damage early on, and Golden was completely disorientated pushing in there. JW trying to hit as many shots as possible. Are they going to peek him together? I assume they're going to peek him together. Oh no, they're just going to smoke him off instead.
Oh, it's all about the deagles this round. We saw 2 from Lucas, 1 picked up by KNG. He's also been able to scavenge himself a Krieg. And he can be a bit of a contract killer with this gun. Flusher and JW, the last 2 remaining Ts. Make that just the 1. Scratch Flusher out of the equation as he has been laid to rest. JW, he wants a piece of the deagle-based pie. He'll get a single frag with it, but that is it. He is done. Stick a fork in him. It's over. 8-7 at the half. We'll see how this one's going to carry on in the second half after the break. We are back to business. And back to basics here on Inferno. Fnatic, 8 rounds. MIBR, 7. It's as close as it could be at the half. How's it going to go, though, in the opening round? Round 16. Let's get into the second pistol, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Fnatic have today, because their CT side was poor when we saw them versus Heroic. That was one of the main reasons they lost the map. But also JW wasn't performing at all, so that could be the trade-off. Already, Golden going to be starting things off. Nade goes down, or at least I thought it was going to. They've kept onto them. They've still got a couple. Could look to try and dunk it onto the planter, which seems to be the idea. And Flush is actually just going to dome him instead. And speaking of the dome, it's going to be Taco already managing to do a lot of damage. KNG has found another in the meantime, back into a 3v3 situation. I'm not sure if there was actually a kit either for the CT side, but it doesn't seem to be the case, so they need to get on this defusal relatively quickly. Taco with another headshot taken out, and this is just clinical as it gets, leaving just Crims alone, and MIBR, they've got another pistol round.
That is a beaut of a pistol round. Incredible stuff. Tasteful shots from Taco as he tackles anyone that came towards him. Clean stuff. A lot of headshots and a lot of damage done. That's one way to kick off the second half and definitely shows there is momentum for MIBR.
Yeah, the worry is, can they get past these pistols? As mentioned, we've got the CZs out. Flusher, I would say, like, over the course of the life of the CZ, I'd say he's the best CZ player of all time. I think there's been some players like Kenny, for example, where you could, like the buffed one, where you could flick to it, who was probably better at that point. But I think over the full Gun's life, I think the Flusher's the best CZ player ever. Although people can shout at me and tell me I'm wrong if they feel like it, because
I think he's definitely the most iconic for it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not talking about statistics.
No,
I'm talking
but
about
like
feelings.
Yeah. He's got a lot of, you know, bangers. Certified bangers with that gun, Tom.
Let's just ignore the Cloud9 era, though. Just in general, not even like...
Yeah, don't worry about
for
that.
the gun. That didn't happen.
You sleeping on Cloud9?
Yes. Currently, they don't even have a team, so I don't think that's too much of a too much of an insult.
Fair enough. I mean, it'll probably be quite comfortable being on Cloud9.
Oh!
That's not going to be comfortable at all. Fur.
Oh, he even gets the next one as well.
This is disgusting.
They just got two. They got a 1D, 2 nade kills. This is going so well for Fnatic. Taco has to be the savior here.
There's his nade.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Not as effective.
No. But I would have had to be very good to kill anyone in this scenario. Crims is having fun with his deagle animations at the moment, but they haven't thrown down the smoke. This is interesting. I suppose at range, they do definitely have the advantage. There it goes. Taco's still trying to get it. They've got 15 seconds. I didn't even notice that. The time's almost gone. I've been enjoying all these kills coming in. Flusher does get taken out, but they've still got to deal with Gold, and he's now moved to the back of the site. All he has to do is get these final kills, and that's exactly what will happen. Brolin steals one away. You can't stop this kid getting his stats up. But yeah, this is something else I said. Like, it seems like Golden just has these rounds, which I don't think we see too often from a lot of other in-game leaders, where it's just so impactful and just changes the game. And that's exactly what he's done here. He's almost single-handedly won them around. Like, obviously, the 2 dunks that came in from JW and Flusher definitely helped. But without his kills, hey, probably would have slipped away.
Yeah, it was a very beautiful round. Literally, like, the 101 of CT side Inferno utility usage was on display there. It was basically just the tech demo for it, so go watch that round again if you want to learn some top tricks with the grenades. Flusher showing off the KZ moves as he glides through the air like an acrobat. He is slain. Fallen is done for. Everyone else is probably going to follow suit fairly quickly as well, as it's all been left on Taco. 1 man and a deagle in a pretty awkward location. Oh no! 7 HP, Tom. He was nearly banged through the wall. Oh! So many deagle frags over the course of this match, and we're only a couple of rounds in.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. But 10-8, that was a full investment as well from MIBR. So the polar opposite to what we saw from Fnatic, like managing to win a round away, steal not only 2 SGs but an AK as well, and now there's an eco. So this, let's put it this way: if Fnatic now lose this map, they have had almost every advantage. They did enough on their T side to get 8 rounds. They win the force fight in the second, which is now the worst the T's economy can be. You have weapons from their side, you have a boost of economy, you're facing an eco, and you're 11-8 in the lead. So if they now go on to lose this map, either they have completely thrown it away, which is the one I'm leaning towards, or MIBR are going to have to step up massively and really show a strong T side. So it's definitely looking good for the Swedes on their map choice. Of course, Dust 2 is to come up next, but we're a long way away. Brolin again, getting a lot of those anti-eco kills. I don't think they're going to mind. A couple of fairly clean rounds. 4 and 5 players staying alive. Look at the money already, which is one of the things you really want to stop happening on Inferno especially. Like, one of the main things that helps the T side out is, okay, let's not let them build up a stupid amount of utility. Instead, they can have anything they want.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The bank spiraling out of control. With the amount of money they've got here, they could make Lethal Weapon 5, Tom.
They could. Don't know why they would, but, you know,
not going to get lethal, though. This is where the action definitely is going to be just that. Fleur and Lucas. Oh, Lucas with a double kill. As heads are rolling all over the shop. They've been able to push their way up towards the B site. Crims tries to slow down this onslaught. It's just barreling their way through. They have got side control. He's been warded off as the smokes go down. Line of sight completely restricted for the 2 CTs that remain. Roland comes over, but can he aid them?
So they've got a lot of money on the CT side. I'd still like to see them just hold on to their guns. Firstly, they're 2 guns they can't even buy. Secondly, you've got a full, or almost a full set of utility.
Or you can do that.
Yeah, I don't really understand that play. I get the concept of wanting to reduce the amount of money that MIBR are going to be making, but just keep your guns. Like, there could be a time where MIBR win a few rounds in a row, and you now have that extra money because you saved these weapons, and that was in a round that you never really stood a chance of winning. Now, Crims is just going to do that. He's going to retreat back. But yeah, great trades, great aggressive play coming in from MIBR to start off this round. It is one of those rounds where I feel like it is quite difficult to recreate on a regular basis, unless we're going to see the same mistakes made from Fnatic, which, hey, I don't have a 2020 vision. I can't see into the future. I'm not going to claim that they won't, but just for anybody wondering, I don't think 2020 vision allows you.
I was going to say, is that just like
clear
that standard across the board? If you have 2020, you can just see in the future.
I don't know. I think I was told that I needed glasses because I was like 0.1% short-sighted by my optician, and I left. I was like, how much for the glass? No, I'll take the 0.1%. I think that's okay.
It blew my mind when I first went to the cinema after I had got given glasses for the first time and realised that cinema screens aren't blurry just because they're big.
Are you sure you didn't try and go into a 3D film without the 3D glass?
That would have been a mistake.
That does sound sort of like,
wait a minute.
Wow, this is really blurry.
The pictures come at me now? Well, let's see if this one is going to be looking like a 3D film with MIBR bursting towards the A site. Not right now. Instead, they're backing off. It's going to be more of a 4D experience towards B, Tom, I'd imagine. Means you get to smell the round.
Yeah, or you get hit by shrapnel, which I'm not sure that's the most wonderful thing in the world. Either way, Golden, this is such an aggro position. He now knows there's players here. He gets one, but is he just going to be traded out? If so, not worth it, but he doubles up. Smoke's going to fall as well, which will now mean that Flusher could just hide behind a smoke. Where else would you want Flusher to be? He's going to trade out all 3! This is where this man lives, behind the smoke, waiting for you.
That's quite sinister, isn't it?
It is. He just murdered 3 people. Like, I don't think it gets much more sinister than that.
Somebody call the police. This is not okay.
John, I actually did go and see the first Matrix film, right, in 4D.
Yeah.
And it had like a chair that would punch you in the back. Like, literally, like you got hit whenever he did. And for the first time it happened, crap myself because I was like, what? And
you like drop your popcorn everywhere.
Yeah,
and
scared the life out of me. It starts raining in there as well. Like when it's raining, which happens quite a lot in the first Matrix film.
It's quite wet.
Just,
it's quite damp.
starts dripping down, and
so you were moist and getting punched about.
Yeah, it was a good film though.
Yeah, it sounds like a good day.
I hadn't watched it in the cinema ever.
Right.
I was a bit young when it came out, but yeah, it was a good experience. Back hurt a bit by the end because he does get into quite a lot of fights.
Yeah, there's a lot of
bit of a violent man.
Yeah, he's an angry boy. He's an angry boy. Much like Flusher. 21 frags. A lot of killing has been done. He's been punching people in the back all day today.
He did get a knife kill. So.
Puncher in the back on that one.
There you go.
Oh, that nade could have been absolutely glorious. So close.
It seems like the T's are now just opting to avoid it. It was one of the ways that they managed to win a round early on in this T side was to just try and brute force it. And in this round, I wouldn't really blame them. They don't have a massive amount of utility, even a few weapons missing. Flusher, I think he just got the slightest spot. Golden's going to get wrecked by Lucas, and it's going to be the same again. The 2 players on that B site completely overwhelmed. JW a little bit late to the party. They didn't even have to smoke CT in the end. Again, it's one of those scenarios where I kind of understand wanting to try and get that pick, maybe give your team a chance to get back into the round, but handing away the AWP, sure, they're going to be able to buy another one. As said, money's not really an issue at the moment for Fnatic, but it seems like an unnecessary gun to give away, and KNG, well, he could smell it from the other side. He was like, there's an ult back there. I'm gonna go get it, guys.
It's this Tom Biz ASMR.
We've already had that once with the pickles.
Oh.
I was supposedly gonna... Well, that was gonna be my new stream.
Right.
Me just eating pickles, but you know...
I'd watch. I'd give you my my Amazon Prime sub, mate.
The worst thing about that is it was a joke just for the sound
that
they make when you eat them.
They're quite crunchy because they've got a lot of water in them.
Because I don't actually like them. So it really would. I would need to get a hell of a lot of subs for me to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't think I think I have the dedication.
We'll do it for the post show. We'll just get you a crate of pickles and let you go wild.
Definitely not. that would be horrible for so many reasons. Mainly for me. But you know what? We should probably start telling people where people are going to be standing in this round. So we are going to have some aggression into Banana once again. Maybe not expecting so many nades to be thrown down. Flusher only with an SMG. Ooh. I wonder if they might expect... Yeah, I'm expecting to go running and gunning.
Hold W, hold mouse one. Oh my God. One success. That's what he's going to get. Flusher causing atrocities with his unrivaled ferocity into the round. This man's a bit of a lunatic, and it's going so well for him. We're left into a 4 versus 2, a mere matter of seconds into round 23, Tom. This is not good whatsoever for MIBR.
I reckon he's that guy that plays DM with an SMG. Because the control he seems to have over the MP9... Like, most people are accurate with it, but he just sprayed perfectly and headshot someone through smoke just based off the few traces that they shot back through.
He really is a 100% sick gamer.
Yeah. I'd be comfortable giving him any weapon. Even an R8. I bet you the Flusher's a dom with the R8.
Do you know it's still 100% accurate whilst moving?
Yeah, but it still sucks.
Yeah.
It's sort of like if you look at the stats of the dual breaders. It looks really good, but it's not.
Well, 2 guns are always better than 1, Tom. Don't be ridiculous.
Cool. It's just like more bullets with the PB Bison is better than less bullets. Either way, they're going to try and make a play into the B site. 20 seconds left on the clock. Golden up above. Waiting, but he gets wrecked. They should have enough time to get the bomb down now, and Flusher not going to be challenging this alone. Look at JW, though. He's on a hot flank. It will be heard. He comes jumping into the angle. Fallen has to get off the bomb, and JW returns to prominence. 13th on the board for the Swedes. And the T's, well, they've got by. Thereabouts.
Yeah, they can afford to reinvest. They'll splash the money. That's the last pause used as well now from MIBR. I mean, at least they've used them all to talk about this, considering just how close this game actually has been, but it's not a good sign if they've not got any left going forward, especially when Fnatic just looks so dominant, and I don't know, Tom, it's getting quite worrying here on Inferno.
It's this second one. Like, he sees the traces and then just goes, yep, that's the spot.
This was
sick
as well.
I said sick, you said nice. So it's the slight difference.
Yeah. I'll call my mum. I'll tell her you copied me.
Yeah, I think people can tell by looking at us that we're slightly different people. You are covered in hair. I have none. I have a completely plain T-shirt, and you have one covered in cherries.
Yeah.
If anything, you have the cherry on top.
You're saying I'm quite fruity because you'd be correct.
I'd use the word snazzy.
Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. You know who else is snazzy? JW with some of the smooth moves he's been bringing out. He has definitely not been pulling any punches today. That's the first awkward miss that he's going to have go into the round. The follow-up doesn't connect either, but he's got an awful lot of information into the round. Starts the punish as Fallen will go down, looking for a little bit more. There's the trade back from Fur, as Crims is going to have his head ripped off.
Roland in this pit, though, is going to be a tough player to remove. You don't expect him, and that's the bomb. That's the bomb already dropped. Roland also gets a kill, but this round has fallen into disarray. Taco is left all on his lonesome. I don't even know where he took damage from there. Oh, it's from the pit. 1 HP. Roland just tagging him down for JW to finish the job, and well, now we get to the worst case scenario, really, for MIBR. $2,250 is the maximum we see after the loss bonus is minimal. And even a save here going in with 2400, they'll be getting a bare bones buy. I don't even think we've seen an AWP that they've purchased on the T side. I think KNG managed to save one once, and I think it's had 0 impact. And to be fair, it's him and Fallen currently sat at the bottom of the board, which was something I said on their CT side shouldn't be the case. They should be the ones leading the charge. It does show a lot of these rounds have been fairly close with the way the frag distribution currently is. JW still has to be careful here. He's going to be up against a lot of pistols, and he's going to get overwhelmed.
Crimson Flusher, both by Arch side. I'm expecting this to be a Brolan banger of a round as they start to push. They're actually so fragmented as they come round. They walk into Crims. He's the one doing the damage with the M4. Oh, Fallen trades it back as well. It's now a 2v2 out of nothing, and this is classic Fallen on display. Normally, he starts to clutch these rounds. Goes for the bomb plant, gets it down. It's a glass cannon AWP. Fallen 1v2. History really writes itself in these rounds. This is where he thrives. They push their way on towards the site. Sets up on a nice one-and-done angle, hoping for the push. Fantastic Molotov, an awkward miss, and he goes down. Fnatic, they get match point. There was a hope, a lifeline given to MIBR, Tom. They couldn't snatch it.
I think there's so much to just talk about even in that clutch. Like, Golden was the solo B player, and he came into that retake with, I think, a flash, a smoke, and a Molotov. And that wins them the round. Like, there's absolutely nothing that Fallen can do. The second that Molotov goes down, he either hides and loses, or he runs through, and, well, you witness what happened. Like, they knew exactly where he was going to be. So, although Golden doesn't get any of the kills, he still plays a big, big part in that round. It did come a little bit too close for comfort. Nade's going to be going down again and doing a lot of damage. JW even going to find a pick through mid. This is looking like the beginning of the end. The flash comes through. JW misses, but he's given a second chance. And now MIBR need a miracle. Like, they have shown very little. Just 3 rounds over on their T side, and they're fighting with just 3 players remaining.
They need a hero. Someone to save them. It's all going wrong. Who is going to step up and lead by example? KNG waltzes through the smoke. He's got the backstab potential. Trigger discipline as he holds it. Gets the first. Here could come the second as he spams around. Flusher barely gets away. Slowed down as the bullets connect. We're into a 3 versus 2 now. KNG just runs out towards the site whilst reloading, Tom. Gives Crims a frag. And it's all left on Lucas to try and keep MIBR alive into the game. 50 seconds on the clock. He has the bomb. If Fnatic win this round, it will be a 16-10 victory on Inferno, and they will take their map pick in the best of 3.
I'd be very surprised if they let this slip. I think, although you'd have to give props over to Lucas, you'd have to criticize massively Fnatic for mistakes, and I just don't think they've been making too many in this CT half. Like, there's still been rounds that have been given away, like the first one we saw from MIBR where it was just a brawl on Banana. There's so much experience left alive. 15 seconds left. Nice shot from Lucas. That could be the chance. It's Crims still waiting on the site. He's trying to just pre-fire out because he knows he has to with only 19 HP, and he's going to run out of time. There is no way that he doesn't get killed by Crims here. It's a 16-10 scoreline, and in the end, not that close, considering how things started off for Fnatic. They did the job on the T side and then was able to close things out on the CT side, and that was much, much better from the Swedes. Like, what we saw yesterday was kind of underwhelming. We saw a big step up from Flusher, 28 kills and 18 deaths. I think it was Golden who top fragged in the match yesterday, so as I said, that kind of says it all, but I forgot to change my chair.
Oh yeah, it's still a little bit low down.
Yeah, I would say that I will do it after this one, but I said that at the beginning of the map.
You might forget.
I didn't do that either. So, you know, maybe I'll be a bit taller when I come back. That'll be part of the mystery.
You'll never know.
We do have Dust 2 coming up, and yes. I think that's going to be a better map for MIBR. It's another one that has a strong double AWP setup, which unfortunately for them was really underwhelming. Like, we're sort of building up that moment where it's fallen in the clutch, but I think that was a moment where he didn't really get much to do. They also had on their CT side a lot of close rounds where they ended up forcing up. And because of that, they never really... I think they got that double AWP set up once or twice. And one of the rounds, it was Fallen just showing perfectly how to fall back and how to play it. And after that point, they never really got anything done. I think also the B site was really tough for them.
Yeah.
Like, it worked a couple of times, but Flusher was so good. And then it just started setting them up into other positions on the map where basically people like JW got free roam to be a little bit more aggressive, and you never want that when you're playing against Fnatic.
No, the double up setup, it was pivotal, but it did really bankrupt them in a lot of these rounds. It was a little bit too few and far between. There was some potential moments that could have given MIBR a chance, but in the end, Fnatic looked very dominant. Flusher with some huge rounds and a lot of frags found as he nearly hit the 30 bomb in that match. And that is the end of the opener, Tom. There is more to come in this series, though, as we are not done yet. When we return from the break, we'll be sliding in with Dust 2. For now, we'll leave you with the replays, and we'll join you with Dust 2.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartentennis spielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer 1, to drop. You.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh away stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
Time to see who will be biting the dust on Dust 2. MIBR or Fnatic as we move on for our second game of the series. Are you trying to bring your chair up? Are you alright? Did you forget?
Where even is the...
Is that... Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that handle. Get your hand on that. Oh, well done.
Yeah.
God.
Much better.
There you go. Well
Still
done.
shorter than you, but you know...
A little bit.
At least I'll just stand up.
I think it's mostly hair. It's the foof.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like your beard somehow makes you taller, even though that makes absolutely no sense.
I'm not sure. I don't know
I think
how
it just
that would
makes
work.
your whole head look longer.
Yeah. Makes me look a little bit more like the robot devil from Futurama.
Yes. Yeah, a little bit.
That's the look I go for.
And Kylo Ren from Star Wars.
Yes, that is also true. That's,
I think you got that look.
Yeah.
Not quite the same.
Not the Swolo Ren.
Weird
just
body.
Straight, flat chest. No.
All right, that was a perfect build up to the game.
Well, that's gone well. Yeah,
Sure that's what everybody wanted to hear going into this matchup. Yeah, they're all going to be in the spawn, so there you go. That's their positions named as well. But either way, we are going to have a decent amount of utility purchased up by the T side, who are looking to just bombard their way, at least initially it looked like that, into the B side. But it's actually going to be a switch up, potentially a mid to B. Now, this is a map where both teams currently, in the last 3 months, have a 50% win rate. A lot of the losses of Fnatic are from EG, who've proven to be a very good Dust 2 team. Vitality G2, again, the French scene has been renowned for their Dust 2. So I'm interested to see if this is actually going to be a pick for MIBR, I suppose, because it does feel like it can go either way.
They're doing Tour de Dust 2 at the minute. It's an absolute marathon. They've gone down through lower, out through mid, back up through mid towards top mid. They found the kill on towards
the bomb so low?
You know what? It doesn't matter. They've got the kill, and it looks like maybe now they're going to go back round to B. It really is Tour de Dust 2.
Well, Lucas is on A site. This is so confusing. Like, there's so many positions which, if you actually look at this round, make no sense.
It's like a Rubik's Cube.
Like, Crims is just kind of the man just hiding in the back. He needs to do something very impressive. And that's it. That is what he needed to do. He gets himself a couple. Lucas is going to be able to trade onto Brolin, still leaving this all onto Crims. He's the man with the majority of the work to do. Tags down Taco at least a little bit, who doesn't have any armor. There's two players who love their pistols. The dancing queen of Crims has managed to stay alive that little bit longer. They're still trying to kill him. How's he still alive? And Golden even saves him at the end. Yeah, you twiddle that knife around. I have no idea how you didn't die.
That's madness.
I imagine that being like the scene in Ali G, where there's just
shooting around
all
him.
around him, and there's just like an imprint on the wall. Because like literally while he's in this corner, there's like 10 bullets shot at him, and he only he goes down to 1 HP.
Slaps them both down, just goes respect. Rough. Wow. A round that looked like it was MIBR's for the taking. I don't even know. They just got hit by the absolute storm that is Crims towards long. The one play that could dismantle them, and he did.
And the worry for them is that I don't think we've seen anywhere near the best from Crims. Like, anywhere near it. So if he now gets off to a flying start, I think they'd actually be screwed. Like, Flush has been really good. And we've seen some big rounds coming out from JW, Golden as well. Like, and again, in the last map, Brolin didn't even play that well, and he can be someone to take over a map, so could be troublesome times coming, but it's only one round gone, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
It's a good start, though, for Fnatic. If you're just joining us, they're one map up in the series. They won Inferno. We're now on Dust 2. This is an elimination match as well, so if you lose this, you are going home. And Crims is trying to send them home. Gets the first frag as Lucas will be eliminated. Golden's good for 2, good for 3 on the follow-up as he will claim the hat trick. It's all down to K and G. That's probably just going to get converted into cash for Brolin.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets. A pistol round that probably should have gone the other way, and then a flawless second round. Of course, normally we're going into a scenario where you go, hey, that was a flawless round, so that probably means that MIBR didn't spend anything. They're going to go into this one with a buy. No, that was a pretty big investment from them. That was all their money gone. So they now come in with the extra 2,400 loss bonus that they get in that round. And in the next, they'll have basically a full buy. But by that point, realistically, we should have seen a buffer build for Fnatic.
Ooh. The HE towards top mid, up by Palm Tree. There's a fair bit of splash damage on towards Taco. This is a much more fast-paced round from MIBR. They're sprinting their way towards A, but they are being annihilated by everyone on Fnatic.
It's not looking good. Crims, another triple kill for him. Gets up to 7 kills already, and well, there's only been 3 on the other side, and I'm pretty sure all of those were in the pistol round. So, as mentioned, this is the buffer for the CT side. They didn't have to use too many nades there, so you can see the purchase up, the most spent is $1,300. So they're going to have a flawless buy going into the next round. So this is a rare case where you now have a bonus round still in Counter-Strike for Fnatic. So we'll see what MIBR are going to be able to do. JW Scout looks awesome. I don't even know what one that is. Risky from Crims, but it pays off. Could he get the second player as well? Not quite. Fur finally puts him to the deck, but in the meantime, Brolin has got aggressive and also retrieved the rifle. Something that they had few and far between, and to turn this into a 3v3 and get down to, well, a scout and a couple of rifles, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's an equal situation into round 4. JW, as you said, a very tasty looking scout. That is a bit of a bad boy. Can he wield it to such a high proficiency? Of course he can. He's JW. Taco, gone. 1 bite is all it takes to devour that boy. And now there's only a duo remaining from MIBR, but they are damn dastardly. So proficient with these Kalashnikovs and Kriegs. They're making their move up towards the site. The double molly forces JW back. There's one of their own for good measure to try and stop the push from the cross, as they'll slow down this round. MIBR stuck as they push. They go straight into JW, and they are being devoured.
Yeah, they don't even have a smoke anymore. KMG's just into the open, and yeah, that's it. Round done. JW with some tasty scout shots. Not going to be able to retrieve a lot of the weaponry, but that doesn't really matter too much. They've got so much money now. They win the bonus round. They keep 2 players alive. Flusher, just doing Flusher things. He had about 8 grand, maybe even 9 grand going into this round, and he buys an MP9. Not happy. always looking for the dollar. And on the other side, just a few pistols. Now, we have seen the Deagles be ridiculously effective throughout this series so far. Can MIBR recreate a little bit of magic?
They've all been so strong with them up to this point. Inferno had probably some of the most Deagle frags we've seen over the course of the entire tournament so far, as everyone was popping off with them. Taco trying to do what he did there once again now, but can't really find himself a nice opener. They have got the side control, they've all been able to swarm across, but there's no kills on Fnatic yet. Oh, and they're doing damage across the board, softening up everyone that comes to fight.
How is JW getting away with this? So many shots and coming in from behind now. He's bought so much time. They didn't even have enough time to plant the bomb just because of what he was doing. I do feel like they could have got it down behind the box, at least, but decided they wanted a better after plant, which is understandable for MIBR, but I felt like in a round where you don't really have that much to go on anyway, I think just get the bomb down and try and work off the time, because that almost came too easy for Fnatic, because it took so long to try and kill JW that in the end, they're sat in a position where they don't have time to get the bomb down. Now, he's on $11,000 because he hasn't had to buy anything since the scout in the second round. 10-1 for Crims. As said, like, he has been quiet for Crims. That's what I'm going to call it. Because I don't think he's been, like, terrible, like, not fragging at all. But he's not been Crims. He's not been himself. And the fact that he's got off to such a flying start has set Fnatic up wonderfully with this 5-0 lead.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge way to start things off on Dust 2. The dream scenario for them. For Fur, he's just going to be lurking and hoping for some overconfidence, some over-aggression from Fnatic here, so they make the first mistake. JW won't be pushing, he has the scout. Oh, the Flusher might. Molotov goes out, forces Fur back, and they start to establish control towards long.
It's actually quite funny to me that Flusher just keeps buying an MP9. Like, and it's so successful with it as well.
Well, it can be damn lethal, and he's been showing that the entire time. Like, as long as you hit ahead with it, you're pretty much going to be able to just rip your way through him.
The other thing as well is we haven't actually seen a whole lot from JW either. Like, he's been hitting some nice AWP picks along the way and had a few impactful rounds, but again, statistically, not been like phenomenal by any stretch. So if Crims and JW are both going to step up their game, this could be over very quickly. And considering that we've already seen MIBR struggle on this map earlier in the tournament versus Na'Vi, it's definitely possible to be recreated. We're going to see the smoke thrown, and this is all just an elaborate ruse. There's 4 players on the B side at the moment. A complete gamble coming in from Fnatic, and it has failed miserably. And unfortunately for them, the one man that is on this side of the map has an MP9. So realistically, this should be MIBR's first round. And if they do throw this away, I think me and many others will have some serious questions.
It's all about the retake. Flusher, he's not going to be breathing very soon if he pushes out on long here. Depending on the timing as well, he could be backstabbed by Fur. As he starts to head his way back up, walking along. Taco should spot him with a Krieg instantly if he does extend round the corner. Everyone else is on short. But it's not a short order, it's definitely a tall one that they have to answer to into the round. Fallen with the AWP. A lot to do here. They start to back off, Tom. They realize it's not worth it.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a massive fan of the strategy, just like stacking everyone in. I guess they do still have some weaker weaponry, and they are going to lose a couple of players, which the players they lost are actually Flusher and JW, so they're going to be buying back up with an AWP and probably a rifle now. So considering that basically Fnatic just had about 3 bonus rounds in a row and managed to just keep it going, this is not a bad situation for them at all. The T side finally have a round on the board, and they keep 3 players alive, so they're at least making a little bit of extra cash. But they've got to start streaking together rounds as well. Otherwise, this is going to be a real problem for them. And this is the first time they're actually facing a 4-buy, which, considering we're going into round 7 and they're losing 5-1, that's mental.
This is mental. Smokes the Molotov, pushes out, gets the opening kill, as he's going to dispatch Flusher. JW trying to be bold and brash, but he has been brushed out of the situation in a matter of seconds, taken down. As they've established the long control, they can start to work their way up. The smokes do go down to at least slow it, grind it to a halt for now.
They need to do something very impressive here. You can see Golden jumping in, flying through the air, but that is going to be it. Brolin still going to hold on to the cross. It's still only a 3 versus 2. The problem is well, one problem is that smoke. I don't know what has happened there, but that doesn't even cover off half of where they need to cross, and they don't have another one. Crims, if he can just tap away, there's possibilities here. This is a round that never should be lost. With those opening picks, it should be simplistic even. And Crims gets another! He's 14-1 at the moment, and that is 2 players facing off against someone who has 6 HP. They're so confused that they're even starting to look back in the other direction, as the bomb is going to go down on the A site, in fact. I think Fur's even going to be confused as to what's just happened here. And they're going wrapping around towards long. There's a good possibility here that Fur is not going to be expecting this. We're going to have the SG thrown over to Brolin. Crim's happy to just be cannon fodder in this scenario. And Fur's just slowly seeking out the map, trying to work out where these players have currently gone as they do look to cross. He's going to hold on to it. He should have the kill for free onto Crims. That's the first. Second going to be coming in as well. Nice work from Fur. 4 kills needed for him to win a round where I felt like that should have been done way earlier.
Yeah, great individual brilliance, though, as he can close it down. MIBR, they do pause instantly off the back of that round. A rough one to win, but still a win for them nonetheless. This was just bizarre. The fact that he was able to even find that frag as he's flying through the air. Crim's doing work into the game now as well. He is perked up massively.
We are going to get a purchase at least. I don't think the AWP was even saved, so I don't think Fallen is going to have that into this round unless it's been purchased up by one of his teammates, which is a possibility. There was some extra money lying around. I think he may have just dropped the Galil back. So yeah, there's an AWP on the floor. We can see it. So that's something at least. But at the same time, any of these rounds will be enough to set back MIBR. The thing is, if they can keep doing what they've been doing, just grinding them out, just winning these clutch situations, there's still a possibility for him. There's also a chance that Crims does eventually run out of steam. But at the moment, I don't see it happening. He's just going nuts.
Up to his old tricks once again as he fights for long. Smokes the molly, pushes out through it. The sparks of rotation from Fnatic as Flusher will deviate back, play from the site instead. He's boosted up, put into a better position. That is where the bomb is as well. Lucas currently carrying that. But they haven't committed to anything. They're just testing the waters around the map, running their default. They're actually rotating the bomb back round towards the B site as well. But Brolin rather, actually as he pushes in towards Tons, if he can find this frag, so much could be done. He gets the info, but he loses his life in the process. And this is where it could go really, really bad now.
Yeah, there is only going to be Golden here. A player in middle as well. And a bit of aggression from JW. This round is looking much better. The patience of MIBR is paying off. And they've got this completely wrong again. This is the second time we've seen a full stack in the wrong direction coming out from Fnatic. And this site is not really the one you look to retake. It does seem like they're going to try and get in there a little bit early. Golden running through with a flashbang, only able to get one. But it might set his team up a little bit better. Are they going to expect Fallen to be here? Are they even going to have to deal with Fallen, though? Because everybody's rotating through the mid position, so it does basically turn it into a 3 versus 3. A little bit late to the party. Bomb's still yet to go down. Spam going in. Shot going to be missed, and the nade will, however, connect. And so does that one. So low, that gives them a way back into the round. Peak from JW. He's going to expect the player to be in that corner. However, he needs someone to get cleared out before he can really do anything, and his remaining teammates are still watching for Fallen. They're trying to work out where he's going to be. Surely Taco should have one of these kills as they go facing into the site, but he starts to get pre-fired. Both players go down. It's left all onto Fallen in the clutch. He hits the second, though. Flusher, in the meantime, needs to kill him off, and that's exactly what he will do. These rounds coming so close in the end. That was, what, a 5v4 retake from Fnatic? I don't know how they managed to do it, but they succeed.
That's absolutely crazy, Tom. Literally leaving it down to the wire. The wild opening play from Golden as well as he sprints into the site, goes 1 for 1. Everything was so perfect.
This was just sick.
Yeah, it's mad he didn't get the kill as well. Brings him down to 4 HP. And then Fallen left in a 1v1. Doesn't get more classic than that.
Well, he gets, well, from a 1v3. I think that's what I've mentioned.
Yep.
Like, they get all entries into the site, and then Fallen almost wins it for them. Once again, this battle for long, but Golden has won it. And that's a position on this map that they've had for free over the last couple of rounds, and this is loose. I think that's the best word I can use from MIBR. This is just fight after fight after fight. They almost line up for Golden. He avoids the flash. He knows the Fallen's still going to be around this angle, or at least it seemed he was. And well, Crims just comes in and I don't even know how many kills he's got at this point. It's starting to get silly. 17. He's 17-3. I want to look how many stats he's got over in the last map at least, or maybe even in the last series they played, because I just have a feeling that he has not had a map anything like this so far. So in the first map, Crims was 12-14. He was the bottom fragger. He's already got 17 kills. So that was in the whole map. He's done that in 9 rounds. In the last series they played, I'll have a look and you can talk over this long rush again.
Yeah, the standard play as they sprint their way out. They're all going for actually. The full 5 this time, out through long. JW. Elevated angle. Can he hit the opening shot with the orb? No. Does get the read onto Taco. Falls back towards the site. They're all going to walk up in the close wall, but they could be walking right to the jaws of defeat. Flusher, he's blind, however. He can't fight because of it. They get on towards ramp as well. Fallen, he's there trying to stay alive with just 16 HP. JW with the orb. It's going to be a little bit weird in a close angle like that, but here comes the Golden Boy. Big man Golden himself. Playing around the smoke, but he won't need to do too much as Crims is doing everything! The Krieg of Crims is unbeatable.
Well, to follow up on that, so in the series he won yesterday, his highest fragging map was 23 kills.
And he has 20 kills in the first 11 rounds of the game.
Yeah, well 10.
10, yeah.
So he's definitely not had a map like this so far. Obviously, not many people have a map like this, but that is sometimes what we expect from Crims. The difference between him and even second in the server is 11. And he's still going. He's just peeked out completely blind. He's killed off Taco. This is one of those maps where Crims is utterly unstoppable. Everything he touches turns to gold. And I'm sure his in-game lead is pretty happy with that. Oh, messy from JW's. In fact, giving KNG an extra AWP. There's going to be 2 on either side, so the success of Crims has not rubbed off onto JW just yet. Still, though, see how they play into long. There's actually a lot of control being given over at the moment by Fnatic in this portion of the map. It's only really fair pushing, but we've seen in the couple of rounds that they managed to win, that's been enough. Flusher this time is going to be the one to get the kill. Should be a trade. I say should be. There we go. Fallen gets it. Golden hits the deck as well, and it's left all onto Brolin, who thus far, the B-side player, has had very little to do.
He's been quiet, but he hasn't been tested that much. Realizing how low the cash is, though, and the position they're actually in the grand scheme of the game, he doesn't want to risk anything. There's no point going in and throwing away that Krieg, a weapon that they can't get back into the next round if he loses it. So he will head away and save. 8-3, Tom. MIBR, they get another round. But how many can they win? How many are going to be sustainable like this?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that came off to just sheer aggression. Like, so we had, obviously, Crims initially. He wins his duel. Yep. So that one, I suppose, is a bit of a counter to everything. Then JW just misses his shot, and that's him getting owned. Then we have a repeat where Flusher gets another kill, but also him and Crims die in return. So that's just basically Fnatic trying to just, well, basically like the old days, I would say, just like disrespect their opponent. Like basically say, we're going to take every position on this map that you want away. Because, what, we've only seen them go B once, I want to say? And that was just that retake that we witnessed.
The one successful round where they got the bomb down. Yeah.
Oh, or was there one more where they all gambled on the wrong direction? I can't remember. Or was that that might even be the same round? I think it was. So yeah, really haven't seen MIBR go B. I think they might be about to here. They got a very good spawn for it.
Fallen is leading the charge with an entry AWP. Does get stumped by the flashbang, so that's going to slow this wolf pack down, pushing in. Deviates them as well, back round towards lower. Crims is there. He's been so good at finding frags, but you're up against a Krieg, and it's Lucas that is in the driving seat for the weapon. And he delivers hard, finds an opening frag. Crims and Flusher both gone. Fnatic, the defense, it's breaking. They're crumbling in the round. JW's left on 16 HP. Thankfully, he has an AWP.
And they're going to put pressure now onto Golden. good flash will help him out, and they now know there's a couple of players there, but look at this push that's come in from Brolin on the other side. He's looking to try and flank in. Towards the spawn he goes. He's got to be careful. Taco's behind him, and that's a freebie for the Brazilian. Leaving it onto Golden, and they're just going to retreat away. He's aware. Can be reloading. Can easily negate the Molotov and should be able to get into the B site before them, but they're going to flash him off. It doesn't actually catch him. He's got an opportunity here. Spots the peak, sprays one, but it's a good trade from Taco. 3 kills for him. A step up into this round at least. I want to point out that in that round, Flusher gets a kill. Now, we did not see it, but from the position he was in, I think he just pushed out long doors, and KNG was on the very left side of middle, and he kills him with an MP9. I think he gets instantly traded, but I was just looking at the distance of those 2 X's like after they died, and I was like, you didn't do that. Like, come on. Like, most people would like, okay, let's sneak up on him. I'll sneak up. Flush is just like, I reckon I can get that spray from here, like, perfectly accurate. It wasn't even a headshot, by the way.
Yeah.
So he sprayed him down. It's finally happened, though. Fnatic, after a fantastic start to this map, started to slip away from them a little bit here. They're also back on an eco, so can't really expect much in this round. And Brolin, he goes looking. And he does find out some information. This round, though, is looking decent. Crims, I don't even know if he's had a single round without a kill at this point.
He is so perked up into this game. Like, he's had his Mountain Dew amp game fuel.
At this point, he has already got more frags than in any other map he's played so far in the tournament, and we're in round 13.
It's crazy! And he's carrying on as well, the Deagle! Rips Lucas's head off his body.
Yeah, they're going the other way. I don't blame them. He's 23 and 5. He's matched it, I should say. He's matched the amount of kills he's got in any other map, but what would you even say at this point?
How is Crims doing this? 159 ADR, 23 kills.
The thing is, at this point, we could see an 8-7 half with him almost getting a 30 bomb.
Yeah, literally in the first half, which is just ridiculous.
It does sort of beg the question of what's going on elsewhere. There have been some close rounds won by MIBR. The timing of this is going to be important, and they get rid of the Krieg. That's important for them. Make sure that no one else is going to be able to have that in the next round, and it was actually a pretty big deal because the CT side economy is not particularly good.
Yeah, you also do not want to give that gun back to Crims. He's been causing some absolute atrocities with it over the course of the map so far, specifically the one round where everyone was coming up towards crossover, and just massacred 3 of them in a matter of seconds. I suppose it doesn't really matter what gun he's got, though, proving that with the pistol prowess in that round. So here's the buy. 1 AWP, 1 scout.
Okay, this does annoy me a bit. He had 5k and he bought JW an AWP when he has been the best player in the server by more than double anyone else's kills. Like, I understand that you want to sacrifice for JW. I appreciate it, but you have 23 kills in 13 rounds. Like, come on. You have to prioritize him getting it. And also, JW is banging it with the scout.
Yeah, that is true.
Let him keep his own scout.
Golden's also got an AWP out to play. He's taken that over towards the B site. He actually could be tested. It seems like he's going to have to be a very big blockade.
Wait, so how's that happen then? Why doesn't Golden have the scout? Crims have a gun and JW have the AWP from... Okay, I'm just gonna accept the fact that this is illogical and that is not the start they were looking for, but Golden's already managed to get another. He does get traded out. Brolin here, as we mentioned, he's not really been tested, and well, when he is, it's only going to be a 1-for-1. This retake is not really a possibility, so they kind of have to get in now. Get in early. Flusher is going to be able to spray down one. He drops the bomb. More importantly, JW's quickly traded out. Peeking from Flusher again does a lot of damage, and Crims not going to be able to connect with the AWP. Oh! Okay, this is starting to get a little bit scary now. He hits the shot. Both players low, but so is he. 9 HP is all that's left for Crims. The bomb is in his grasp. Surely there's no way he does this. He gets the kill. Looks for the second, but just about. Fallen's going to hold on. That's unreal. Like, that's unreal that was even close.
The wall bang, gets the shot off. Like, a milliseconds of difference could have been what saved him there, and he would have literally clutched out that entire round.
So he dropped an AWP over to JW, and he currently has 4 times the amount of kills.
Man, that's wild. Look at how close he was to shutting it down to win that round for Fnatic. That would have been a 9-5.
Oh, he's gone though. He's gone, and they have struggled without him so far. Golden, that's a nice kill with the Deke. He's actually the second man on the board. Something we'd probably be talking about if Crims wasn't just banging it. And he's actually getting another kill in this round. He's keeping them in it.
3-on-3. Golden waiting over by Pit. Expecting the push to come his way. JW's there, he's back on the scout. Oh, if he can land the headshots, he'll be able to absolutely own them, but he's struggling here. Overthrown by the Krieg, and it all comes down to Brolem. He's not exactly had the most impactful map. Now he's dead. 8-7, Fallen will punish. They keep it close at the end of the half. Crims, can he keep this up into the second half? We'll find out after the break. Back in with the action now. 8-7. Fnatic, a one-round advantage at the end of the half. A scoreline that you might think means both of these teams are having a pretty average game. However, Crims is the exception to that. 24 frags to his name. He has been an absolute mad fragger the entire time.
Yeah, and Golden's actually been performing very well as well. Like, it's something we haven't highlighted too much, but he's 15-8, and the fact that this scoreline is so close just sort of shows how a lot of the rounds that Fnatic were winning were actually fairly clean, and on the other side of things, MIBR, they had to really grind through them, but they did, and that's the most important thing for them, is they've come out with a scoreline that's very respectable going on to their CT side. Brolin, no, okay. Oh. It's 1 for 2. Not the best deal in the world. especially when death's involved. But, you know, already Fur getting aggressive, feeling confident. Crim's looking for that push, but there's a man for him to deal with. Of course he will. Looking for a little bit more, finds a shot again. Maybe he is going to carry this on into the second half. Watching for the cross, but Fallen finally puts him down. Flusher left to clutch it out versus Taco, and Taco's going to take it. A close round once again, of course. But it is going to be that bomb going down at least. Fnatic have given themselves some extra money, and I wonder if we're going to see that early buy.
God, Crim's still trying his damnedest. 2 kills picked up into the opener here, but it wasn't enough. 8-8, as it is all tied now going forward, meaning we are going to have a very competitive second half. MIBR, as the buyers come back in, going to have the M4s out to play. This was nice. The synergy on the kills that came through. The anti-flash stairs play, short control, just down to a T there.
Synchronized dying.
It's a new sport.
Yeah. One that I don't think Tom Daly's going to be as involved in, to be honest.
No, you can only really do it once.
Got to make it count.
Imagine if you messed it up.
That's the thing, though. At least if the judges gave you harsh scores, you'd never know.
That is true.
151 ADR, 16 rounds in. That's kind of crazy. And the thing is, you remove him as the anomaly, and everyone else's stats are kind of like back and forth. Like it's fairly reasonable. But then you look at the scoreline and you go, well, I don't really know how this is happening. But we are going to get that force buy-in. It's going to be Golden taking the hit, JW on his Scout, which, to be fair, I think he's had most of his kills with the Scout. I remember a fair few on that right near the beginning of the game, and he has not really kept it going. Let's see if he's able to do anything here. He's facing off against Fallen, who's clearly feeling confident at this point in time in this duel, and you can kind of understand it. Hasn't had too much resistance from him, at least. Also going to see Brolin potentially have a face-off against Fur, who is just trying to look into top mid. They don't have a whole lot of utility here. They've invested into the rifles instead. He comes out. There should be a kill onto Brolin, but somehow he actually wins the duel. But 2 trade back.
Brolin, Flusher, a killer piece, but they get traded, as you said, and now we fall into this. An awkward scenario for MIBR. Fur, full HP. Fallen and Lucas, both quite low. He's the man backstabbing, though. And this could be so critical to the success of the round. Fnatic, they start their great migration over towards the A site. They smoke the cross. They look to try and strike while the iron's hot. But Fur, he's going to do just that from the rear. Punishes the first, but Golden with a deagle. Still performing. Deviates back as well. Grabs a rifle to run absolutely rampant with. They've still got 40 seconds, Tom. So much time to play with. Lucas covers the cross. JW, whilst moving, kills him with a Scout. They've opened up the round, and now they've just got to close it down.
Oh dear, but he does miss that one. Fallen only on 26 HP. Golden. Wow, this is an angle that if Fallen checks it, I'll be surprised. He's actually going to go peeking in. He gets dinked, but it's just about stolen by the T side. Again, some impressive plays. It's Golden once more, who seems to be stepping up when they need him. I think the kill onto Fur was impressive. Was that him or Brolin? I think their names are so similar in length that I just get them confused. But one of them just 1D'd him.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to see a tactical pause taken by MIBR. It's not a pretty situation.
Yeah, no, it was Golden with the deagle. That absolutely wrecked him at long. It was crisp as well. Crazy round to come in big on. Fnatic finally, pretty quickly, actually make their move back in to being the dominant force in this matchup, as it is 9-8. They've got the map advantage as well after winning Inferno, so this is scary. If they can start adding to this scoreline and really build it up here, they could be close to knocking MIBR out of the Pro League finals.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have not been clear-cut, though, over the last few, so I'm not going to count out MIBR. The Brazilians with these pistols have been fantastic. Taco, actually one of the leading forces at the moment for their side, is an absolute maestro with the Deeg, so definitely a little bit of a worry there. JW just going to take sheer amounts of map control and the aggression. They check! Nice shot from Taco. He doesn't even have a Deeg this time. He's got the 5-7. There is going to be a trade back, but in return for a dink onto Brolin. Lots of damage being done. In fact, they are getting bogged down. They need to get their move on here. They've got a couple of smokes available to them to make the cross. Flashbang going to be coming through. Taco, oh sorry, Lucas even hits the shot. So many players dying within a matter of seconds. It's starting to get very confusing, but JW, he's caught that kill. In from behind again, he's going to get another. Maybe the UMP's his weapon of choice as Taco will fall to Crims. 29 kills to his name, a triple again. As he does still lead the board by, what is that, 12 kills? Let's put it this way, if they were allowed to swap one player to their team and on MIBR, I'm pretty sure they'd take him.
It's so ridiculous. It's also quite wild just how many Deagle frags MIBR have had. Like, just alone. Or just considering the amount of Deagle frags we've had over this entire series as well. You don't normally see this many. JW back on the AWP. Golden with a MAC-10. Oh, he's read the economy. And he's about to read him like a book into the round, but he only gets one.
Why does that always happen? I feel like that happens so much, where you're like, and this is it, he's going to make so much bank, and then it's like, oh, he gets like 2-shot by a USP. It's like, where is that elsewhere in the round? Fallen, this would be a great way to make some money. Unfortunately, oh, this man, he's been put down. Still got 31 kills. I mean, I'm going to keep just tracking that, by the way, because it's a bit silly.
Oh yeah, it's getting out of hand.
We're going into round 20. So he's still, this is going to be the quickest match of all. He's still averaging about a kill and a half a round.
Mm-hmm.
That only works because it's round 20.
Yeah. He's doing well, though. God. I mean, it is mad. Like, Crim's coming into this. He's absolutely come into his own on Dust 2. And that's what we needed. I think Fnatic have got such an extra sort of boost, really, from it. Although, KNG could be the one to boost MIBR up into the round here as he capitalizes on Golden. Catches him on the flank. Oh, the angle as well. If you can get behind the smoke, you could have a line of sight towards Brolin. The smoke's going to dissipate as it starts to fade away. Brolin swings wide, gets away with a frag for free though, and survives! KNG fights strong, kills Flusher, Brolin trades it, and it's left to a 3-on-2.
And they're starting to put pressure on Taco as well. Even a 1-for-1 trade here wouldn't be enough. Taco has to go really big in the corner of the site. I think they might expect him to be here. I don't know what JW expected to achieve by jumping there, but well, Crims is going to get the trade, so it doesn't really matter. He can't cross just yet. He's going to wait patiently. I'm sure Brolin has communicated that he has a smoke, and that smoke will make this cross so much easier. At the same time, Fallen, he's been having a good map. He's got his trusty AWP, known as one of the clutch kings. Can he do it for them once again?
Is he going to go for this straight through the smoke? Or will he hold? Peering into it as it does fade. AWP out, ready to punish. He's been detected though, and it won't take much as Crims, he's still on form. 33 frags as Fallen will fall to the ground.
Currently on a 3 KD.
It's pretty good, isn't
it? See, this is something that I'm gonna teach the viewers at home. If you put all your statistics in at points where it's really simple maths, you never look like an idiot. Unless you explain it like this, in which case it looks like you're a massive idiot.
And this is your only
like coasting
method of
his
coping.
Way. Yeah, exactly. But you never do complicated maths on stream because there's no point. It doesn't benefit you. Even if you get it right, no one's going to be like, ooh, look
Unless you're a big brain.
Yeah, but even then people just be like, ooh, look, you can do maths. It's impressive. Whereas doing simple maths, they're like, oh, I knew that one, but...
If you're the smooth brains like us, then, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 33 and 11. Still going to keep pointing out. It is ludicrous how well he is playing, and it's only pistols once again, although, as we mentioned already, the Deeks have been impressive. Looking like they might try and put some early pressure in onto this B site. It's only Taco being there, but he's pretty much renowned for these sort of roles, like being the anchor of a site. The only person with Kevlar on his team, and a 3-man stack on long, or 4 if you include the flash, I think has basically been put in because of how much presence Fnatic have put there over the last few rounds. Crims, however, is going to hear the flash. So I think he knows at least, or has an idea. I wonder if they'll actually spot them if they do go to peek into mid or go on across, because it seems like they've switched their gaze, switched their position. Maybe after being detected, Molotov is going to force them out. But actually, Broden's the one to take the majority of the damage here. I'm liking how much we're seeing MIBR actually maneuver in this round. Not staying static. Trying not to give away too much information to the T side. And actually whittling down the clock. Now, considering they had no utility going into this, or other than a flashbang, they have managed to waste quite a lot of time, but now comes all the counter utility. This is where Fnatic just look to force them into angles. KNG with a nice shot, but it is going to be quickly traded out. They've got to be careful for the man on the ramp. Lucas not going to be able to connect, and yeah, they've rectified things.
Yeah, from this point forward, it should be smooth sailing, really. They've got control of the site, the bomb's down, Fallen. Looking to try and do something a little bit cheeky with that USP, but not really a high chance of that. Taco, the last remaining member of the CT side defense, will just squirrel away and bring that Armored Eagle into the next round. 13-8 though, Tom. Fnatic, God, they're looking like they do want to just take this in a swift 2-0.
Yeah, that's not something we ever, well, at least a lot of the time we don't see from Fnatic. A lot of the time it's like a real grind. They have like struggles with one of the maps, lose it, and then it sort of fades away. Whereas last map was a 16-10. At the moment, they seem firmly in the lead here. Like going onto the T side, they've just seemed to get better, and a lot of the close round scenarios have gone their way. Also, I think that a lot of the plays from MIBR just haven't really been working. Like their aggression has been countered. A lot of the picks have gone in the other direction, and as mentioned already, like the clutches just always seem to go the way of Fnatic, which, hey, it's something they're renowned for, but normally you see someone on MIBR step up and do something similar, so eventually it needs to change. Money actually not insane, considering how many rounds they've won. Fallen, though, peeks in and then gets one-tapped by an SG.
Never a good way to start things, but that's definitely one way to try and bring it back. KNG, overkill. Very strong as he's providing overwatch towards mid. He finds that headshot, takes down Crims, the God King. And this is a good pick to find. It could slow down Fnatic enough into the round. JW, does he know there's a man lurking so close to him, hiding in the smoke? It's an awkward confrontation between the two. He nearly turns on him, but Fur will find the kill.
Yeah, Fur, that's been one of the battles that he's been able to win fairly consistently versus JW. He's got aggressive into the long doors on both sides of the map, and it really hasn't been working too well. And most of the aggressive positions he's taken are untradeable positions, so his teammates can't really do anything to try and keep the round level. I think it's definitely a problem. It's always been a part of JW's gameplay, the risk and reward, and obviously when he's playing well, the reward is normally off the charts, but in this game, it's been a little bit questionable, some of the plays. Already, though, looking like they are going to try and split this site once again. Flusher watching for rotations. There is only going to be a man in the form of Fur watching onto short. The real worry at the moment is just the amount of time and the fact that they only have one smoke. They really need to get this kill onto Lucas. And, well, more importantly, get rid of Fur as well. Flashbang going to be strong, and Lucas is going to play off of it, and he gets both kills. Flusher now with very little time and not much hope in this round. It's looking like MIBR are finally back on the board.
Flusher, 1v4, no chance, no time, as he will go down. MIBR, they do at least get that one added to the bank, because rounds are the only commodity right now. This is what they need so dearly to stay alive and keep on trucking here. Not only in this map, but in the entire tournament, as they're fighting for their lives, fighting for survival. And Fnatic, they're looking like the apex predator when it comes to hunting them at the minute.
Still with a decent buy, JW almost gets the timing. The Molotov actually didn't even spread far enough to do so much damage. Lucas once again. I'm not sure what's going on. Like this is like 2 or 3 rounds now where I feel like JW has just thrown away a weapon and given away that opening pick far too easily. And again, it's in a position where there's no one able to trade him. Like it's such a high risk play, and I don't really see the way that he was going to ever win that duel, like peeking out through a smoke. Maybe it just was the barrel of the gun that gave it away. KNG now starting to step up with that AWP. And they've even got a good setup onto this B site as well. Means that getting in is going to be fairly difficult. Counter incendiary thrown out. Taco even going to be ready and set to try and hunt them down through the smoke.
Oh, Golden brought down to 37 HP. Molotov gets thrown out for. It's a cheeky angle. They normally do a lot of damage if they don't suspect it, which they won't. They're caught off guard. Taco, very nicely done. The transition from Krieg to Deeg as he lays each and every one of them out. 10 rounds now for MIBR. They're starting to add some fuel to the flames.
Yeah, and then the way that these rounds have been going as well, they've been shutting down a lot of the players that have caused them trouble. I think that we need to see some sort of just group up play from Fnatic. I think that there's been a lot of positions where MIBR have taken risks. And I think if they just like maybe go for a blast out short and just try and trade effectively, I think that's where they win a round. Instead, it's been a lot of pick play. Like, you note that KNG is able to get the pick on a player through mid. There's also the aggression from JW 2 rounds in a row where he just hands an AWP over. Those are the sort of picks that I don't think they're not benefiting them at all. They're not winning them. So why not try and, well, exactly this. Group up, run in, try and get that bomb down, try and fight back. This round, of course, is only some pistols, but Crims is still going to be able to get one with a Glock. Lucas, however, really having a step up over the last 2 rounds. Him and Taco just with a shooting gallery to close this one out. And JW would have to do something very impressive to get a kill. It's not going to be happening. It's only 1 man dropped, of course. It's only an eco.
Crims is having a worldie, isn't he? He's still finding frags, even like the worst possible positions they can be in, and rounds that are basically just throwaways to try and grab cash.
Oh, but he's only been 1 in 3 in the last few rounds, you know? The thing is, it's like you look at that stat of 34 kills and you're never going to, like, obviously point him out, but most players will slow down at some point.
Yeah.
And considering how close the score has been kept, considering how well he's been playing, it's a definite possibility. Roland does make it out into long. That's one of the things they've been struggling. And I like that they're playing this together this time. Crims. Okay, never mind. He is going to be able to find the kill through the smoke. KNG looking to try and get aggressive. Golden's waiting for it. And KNG is actually going to continue the fight. I'm quite surprised. He's got to be careful of mid. It's going to be the peek in from the top. And, okay, it's a little bit more dicey, but Crims still going. Up to 36. The 40 bomb almost looking inevitable at this point, and I think Taco did just spot him crossing. I think he's a bit wary. But they are going to try and make their way back into the B side, but again, it's JW to fall. I don't think he's had a kill in 4 or 5 rounds now. It's been a struggle. And a bit of a standoff into the round.
They're so fragmented. So far apart from each other. They're going to try and regroup, I'd imagine, over towards long at this point and make their move up towards the A site. They've got about 45 seconds left now as the clock starts to tick through. Fallen. Hard. Holding the angle. Just scoped in, waiting for the push to come around. But Brolin, he's in a good spot. Fallen is ready for it, but depends who's quicker. Fallen will be the one to actually open it up. Punishes, takes him down. Here comes the spam out from Crims, though. He's been so on fire. And he is not cooling off anytime soon. They're able to get the smoke across as well. They can take the site now. 15 seconds left. Lucas, he should spam the smoke here, try and get the pick. He is going to do so. They get the tags on Flusher. That'll be the frag. In the last 10 seconds, Crims will plant. And he's into the 1-on-2. He's had 3 frags. Can he make it the ace and walk away with a round? He starts to fall back, looking for a better angle to play from as he's trying to spray. Lucas advances over to Elevator. He gets the headshot on Taco. It's all into the 1-on-1. Crims, he has been causing mass hysteria on a global scale into the round. Incredible amounts of damage done. And it all falls into this. A 1v1 to save it and get the 14th for Fnatic. And I think he may have just done it. Lucas pushing in, gets killed by the spam. No, he survives it, jumps on a bomb. He's got the kit. He might just grab it in the last second of the round. Somehow he clutches it out. MIBR win the round.
That is unbelievable. Like, it starts to beg the question, like, what more can you do? Like, 4 kills coming in for Crims, even tagging down Lucas right to low HP at the end. And the bomb just couldn't quite do the final job for him, but That is utterly ridiculous. 38 kills, and the round difference is 1. Still, he is 18 kills above anyone else in the whole server. And there is a genuinely good chance that Fnatic will not win this map. This is ludicrous performance from Crims. They feel like a broken record at this point. It's going to be a B play. There is Taco up close. It's going to be important they clear him. He's facing the other way, but avoids the flashbang. Nice kill from Brolin at least, and Crims, he's 1 away from 40 now. A bomb should be planted. It's going to be a quick play in. The nade's thrown out, but not really going to do anything. Trying to find something through the smoke. Of course, weaponry still a bit of an issue. But there is another smoke for Crims to throw down. He's going to wait for the timing. Incendiary looking to go down as well to try and deny any further presence. Brolin, he's almost killed off just from that alone. The fact is, though, the CTs are with a lot to do. Fur, he does have a lot of utility on his back. There's going to be the Incendiary bounced over. That will force Crims out of the close angle. He's going to have to push in, but he still gets the kill. 40 on the board now. Brolin and JW need to try and hold on here. In fact, it's just JW left. AWP in hand. He misses the shot once again. That's been the story of his game, and they're just going for the defusal here. They've got it once more. These rounds, they're so close for Fnatic, but they can't quite grind them out.
He's got the 40 bomb. But they're not getting the rounds. And that is what is really going to be rough for Fnatic. 13-13, MIBR. They've brought it back. Shown incredible resilience the entire way through. They've stepped up to the mark where Crims is towering above everyone else. His teammates, they're not giving any support, Tom. He needs help, and he just isn't getting it. This is a lot faster paced, though. A different approach as well. Straight out through mid. They've already established control of it. Smoke goes down. There's the molly follow-up. Fur trying to jump on the box. He's a little bit lost. He doesn't quite know what's going on. He's taking a fair bit of damage. He will die the Crims.
Oh, JW's found a pick elsewhere on the map as well. He finally wins that battle over into long. Fallen is going to be there to turn things back. He's been having a decent game. It's obviously not the player we've been watching, but there comes another one for KNG. Crims just going to be throwing out the Molotov, and this round has started to slip away. JW, he had the bomb. Again, it's such a risky play coming out from JW that I don't really understand. He's now given the CT side not only a man advantage, Crims clinical once again. I don't even know what a record is in kills in a map in regulation. I know Nifty got 50, but that was in OT. Crims is on 42. He's finally going to be put down and leaves it onto the youngster of Brolin. KNG spotting him out, and it's going to be close, but he will survive. Knowing that the bomb's still in long, it will be the turnaround.
1v2 on the cards. Brolin jumping for joy as he turns the corner, nearly the aerial. Headshot, but it wasn't meant to be. KNG will kill him. 14th round picked up from MIBR. They now have the lead. And Fnatic use their first pause of the entire game here on Dust 2. Finally. Crims, 142 ADR, 42 frags.
It is the record.
Really?
Peter has just tweeted that in regulation, 40 kills versus Liquid is the record. That was on the 15th of December, 2017.
Wow.
Crims has a few more rounds to go, and he's already on 42.
This is crazy. He literally has been having a worldie the entire time.
Oh, he has had the best performance of anyone ever in regulation, and he's losing! It doesn't make any sense. Like, what more can this man do? My beautiful bald brother is suffering at the moment.
He needs help, Tom. No one's giving it. JW's been losing these fights towards long. Brolin, he's had little bits of impact here and there, but he can't win out on the clutches. Golden goes down to open it up. There goes Brolin. This could be match point, and Crims, he's still trying his damnedest. Another headshot onto Lucas. What more can this man do?
This is ridiculous. Peek out. It's looking like he's going to need another big round if they're even going to stand a chance. Flusher falls. Maybe they're just trying to get him to hit the record at this point, because the amount of individual peaks we're seeing coming in from Fnatic, this is some of the most disjointed Counter-Strike. Like, leave the fact that Crims is doing what he's doing and just look at the rest of the team. There's been so many lost jewels over this round even alone. Now JW's lurked out He knows, or has an idea at least. Surely KNG is going to be getting this kill onto him. He's not even looking in the right direction, just still trying to be patient, turns his gaze, and actually, he's done a lot of damage, needs the kill and finds it. He's given an opportunity. Now, Fur's still in the pit. It seems like JW is aware that someone could be around this angle. The footsteps are going to be heard as well by Crims, as he should be able to make his way up onto short. This battle on long could be what decides the round if JW still knows he's here, but he could even just hide in the corner, try and allow for his teammate to get the bomb down. He needs to check right below him. That's the freebie. JW finally steps up, and now they can look to get that bomb on the site.
It's a 2v2. It means so much. This really could essentially decide the game right here. Nades traded between either side. Crims backing off as the smokes and HEs will roll in. He's looking towards short. He hasn't realized Fallen's jumped in, but Fallen takes so much damage. The tick from the Molotov burning him. They boost up Taco. Crims barely stays alive on 3 HP. Killed as he's wall banged. And now it just comes down to this. The lone wolf, the superstar sniper of JW, who has to try and punish them as they'll head over towards the bomb. Still paranoid about his location. They flash out for Fallen to face it. Fallen falls, and it's all on Taco. He can't do it. 14-14 Fnatic. They bring it back.
And that was all JW. Like we've been singing the praises of one man, of course, but JW with an important 4K, maybe the most important one of the entire map, as he's now going to do serious amounts of damage to the CT economy. The winner of this next round could genuinely be the winner of the entire map, as it will set both teams' economy relatively low. Of course, MIBR have been on a comeback, so there's a bit of loss bonus here. But what a time for JW to come alive. And a quick play potentially coming into the B side. There's going to be a smoke going down. Flusher just looks to expect another tackle. He's got a lot to do. He gets one through the smoke, but he falls. And that's not a bad trade all in all. KNG left blind. Smoke going to be going down. He's just looking for that timing shot. It's not going to be happening, and already JW holding on the rotation. That's an impactful kill. Maybe even the decision to just save at this point. They've still got an AWP. They could even retrieve, I think, the extra rifle that was in tunnels. I think that's what they're going to have to do. Fnatic are going to get their 15th round onto the board. And MIBR are going to have to fade away.
Finally, when he needs them the most, his teammates start stepping up around him. Fnatic living it large now. Crims is living his movie. He's living in MIBR's head rent-free, Tom. That's match point. The 15th round, finally, barely achieved for Fnatic. But can they close it down, or is this going to overtime?
Well, unfortunately for all the people watching for those statistics, the 50 bomb in regulation is now impossible. Now, he's broken a record. I don't think he's really going to care by how much, as long as they win.
Yeah, it's
48 is the max. But dear Lord, has this been a performance. If it was to go to overtime, well, we can then start looking at other records maybe, but nonetheless, let's see whether or not MIBR are going to be able to cling on. I've been talking about other things, but the fact is this could be their last round in the whole tournament if something doesn't change. I'm liking the slowdown as well. Like JW is getting caught off an awful lot from these aggressive long plays, and I think maybe finally learning his lesson. Golden's going to be the one watching it. Flashbang over the top will leave KNG without vision for now, and they will force Fur out of position. He takes a lot of damage, but it's not a kill. This battle could be everything. Lucas in an aggressive position. Flashbang comes through. It's avoided. Crims! He gets his 44th. The stats still going strong, and more importantly, an entry into long. He has taken a lot of damage in return, but that's one of the only rifles that was there. In fact, I think the only worthwhile rifle, at least. The AWP, at least, is still standing, although it has been spotted by JW.
JW. He's finally come into form in the last few rounds of the game here. Spots out Taco as he's shifting his way across towards mid. Lands the shot, kills him. Golden goes out on a bit of a suicide mission towards mid. He gets the information, but that's all he's going to get. He's now dead. Left laid out on the ground. And here comes the B play. It's been slowly developing over the course of the round. This is what it comes down to. KNG looks to try and be the defender of the site. The breaker of dreams as he gets the double kill, the collateral, and it's all left on JW.
It's done. He doesn't have the time. There's absolutely nothing he can do. We're heading into overtime here as KNG, out of absolutely nowhere, just pulls out a worldie of a round. It's been an incredible match in regulation. Back and forward all the way, but overtime is where we've been taken here. And just look at, like, this round in general. This has never should have gone back. KNG, that was the perfect time. It couldn't have been any better for him. But we're not done yet.
It's the game that just keeps on giving. Fnatic, they were one round away from knocking MIBR out of the tournament, but now we go into overtime, where MIBR must fight for their survival. First to 19 to pick up the win on Dust 2. Is this going to be the 2-0 series that Crims has been fighting for over the course of this entire game? Or will MIBR take us to our third and final map? Only time will tell, Tom. Brolin looking for the pick towards short fur. He's pushed out quite aggressively. Jump spot does give him the read. He chucks out the Molotov. A trade of grenades. Unfortunately for Fur, the HE bounces back and lands on the box rather than doing damage. Oh, talking of damage though, Fallen. A fast face and a heavy hit.
Yeah, interested to see that Crims has now decided to pick up the AWP. Not a weapon we've seen him use in regulation, but who knows at this point. KNG is going to be watching that cross if they do opt to try and make their way into the A site, and it has to be said, although they have had a very good game, they were firmly in the driver's seat, and they did let it slip and let MIBR back into the match. Even if it was close in a lot of the rounds, and I've seen some ridiculous plays, but this is where the move begins. Fur, he's getting so aggressive, just looking for the moment to find those kills as they come running into his crosshair. He's only going to drop one, and Crims through the smoke picks him off, but still the CT side remain with the advantage. KNG holding that cross, looking for more picks, but he misses. Crims is going to be able to get that bomb down. Not important for money, but it will buy them some time. Flusher is only going to be able to get one, and Taco puts down the Maestro. It will be the lead taken now for MIBR. Looking to take it to that third and final map. An important start.
They want one more map, and they're going to get another round. The 16th finally picked up. It went the full 30. It took us to overtime. And MIBR dominate into that round, looking very good on the clutch. A double up set up in play going forward as well. Still going to be able to carry that out. They've also recovered 2 Kriegs. So that's an extra edge in their arsenal. That's not good at all.
This time the challenge for long isn't going to be something thrown in Fur, though. Oh, the timing is perfect for him, but he's not going to be able to capitalize. Golden's the one that's looking to try and challenge into long up against the Krieg. You have to feel like they should hit the shot. The flash is good, and actually Brolin does manage to get the opener, but look at the damage done in return. So much, and while Golden, he picks off another. We've spoken about players having big rounds. This could be one of them. As they look to just barrel their way onto the site, they still have the utility available. Fur going to make his way back to try and hold back the long pressure, and Flusher just domes another. Leaves only Fur and Taka remaining, of course. They're going to be fighting this. It's OT. They've got loads of money, and why the hell not? But there you go, Golden. He's had that big round we spoke about. Leaves just Taka remaining. The nade is going to do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, he might just want to save the Krieg.
Looking to see what he can get from this. The exit frags being the ideal point. Crims in the air, quite high up, left himself very susceptible. He was in quite a frightening height, and he just slammed back down to reality. Taco doing so much work. He's still got time. He's got a kit. He's had a 4K into the round. This could be the dream scenario for him. He sneaks onto the bomb. JW is left in a 1v1. He's got to go for the jump shot, but there's no possibility for it. Taco takes the round. What on earth?
I honestly thought at a point in that he was just going to save the Krieg. Was that 1v3?
Yeah, and everything just went right.
That is massive for MIBR. They now get 2 rounds on the CT side, the side that I don't know. I think it's arguable which team struggled more on, but in the early rounds, what, we were looking at 5-0 scoreline when it came to the T side for Fnatic.
Didn't we literally have an 8-7 half?
Yep.
So that's what I mean. Like, this has been so back and forth. T side, I feel like they were let down a little bit just by long control. After the first couple of rounds where it did work, there was an adaptation from MIBR. Since that point, they just weren't able to do anything. It looks so fragmented. It's rough, though, Tom. And this is not a good position to be in at all. They haven't been able to pick up a round yet in OT. They need one soon.
I'm surprised we don't even see Fnatic just go for like a load of AWPs and try and do damage down mid. This money's not going to go anywhere. You don't get to take it into the next. Nonetheless, Nade is going to be going out just some counter utility early into the round. Smoke going to be falling to allow the cross KNG. Potentially going to get a little bit aggressive here, watching for Golden, but can't find anything just yet. Incendiary still denying what looks to be a play towards the B side. A nice shot from Fallen to start things off. I think they now know that they have to make this play and they have to make it soon. Taco, he was so fantastic in the last round. Can they recreate this here? The rotation already looking to come in. The spray a little bit wild, but so much damage being done. They've been stuck in the mud, and this is looking perfect. Fur just sprays down 3. And leaving JW all on his own. He does manage a couple back, but that is all she wrote. 18-15. MIBR with an awesome fight back. And now Fnatic have to create this once again. They have to do it themselves.
Goddamn. Fur. The spray down of a lifetime. A huge, huge hat-trick. A fantastic way to round out the first half. They need 19 rounds to win it in overtime. They've had a flawless first half on their CT side. They now move back over to the T half here. Fnatic, it's do or die. MIBR, if they win this, they're going through to our third and final map at Decider, splitting the series 1-1 apiece. Here at the Pro League Finals, live from Odense. Tom, this is going to be a rough ride for Fnatic. Here comes the bombardment. Golden. Ronan actually finding the opener. Crims as well, assisting as KNG goes down. Here comes Golden into the fold. He's had his lips removed by Lucas, but they're into a 3-on-2.
Utility going to be expended to at least try and hold them back. The spam through. Not quite connecting. And that nade might actually kill off Crims. Not quite. Didn't land where they wanted it to. Crims managed to get just around the corner. More smokes being expended. It's getting troublesome in the terms of time. How are they going to get back into this one? Creating a little bit of a smoke wall to try and get themselves back into the site. More being expended and the bomb's still ticking away. Fallen just waiting for this play with Lucas alongside him. And they've run out of utility. They just have to go into the site now. The flashbang's going to land right in his face. That should be the chance to kill him. Fallen actually hits the shot. And Flusher, he's going to put them down in the end. He should just about have this defusal and Fnatic keep it going. This is 16th, but damn was it close.
The edge of our seats on that one. They somehow save it. It looked like it was going to be MIBR to win it, and no. In the last few moments, Fnatic, they dominate in the round. The double-up setup comes back out to play as well. JW with one, Golden with the other. A Krieg that has been snatched is given to Brolin. And he'll be wielding it to try and cut his way through MIBR. 18-16, JW, CT side previously. He was pretty damn effective when they tried to push towards it. Can he do it once more? Golden, he's got to be the defender of mid, but Lucas, he's already pushed through. He's done an awful lot of damage onto Flusher as he's tried to flush him out. Crim spams back. It's a smoke warfare right now as the nades are what are doing the most damage. Falling up from 22 HP. Here comes Brolin to the party. He'll find a headshot on KNG and wants one more as he tries to take a bite out of Taco.
This is all about the trigger discipline. Decides not to go for it. Maybe not sure if he'll be able to get the kills. Just looks to hold on to the site instead. As his teammates are going to go rotating. They've completely given up a nice shot, though. That's actually going to be the bomb dropped, at least for a moment. Taco just trying his best to retrieve it. There is a second player up there. They've got to be careful. He's going to be holding on to mid as they do look to cross, and Taco's going to connect that shot as well. Now it's a question of where they go. Do they even know that Flush is here? That's the problem. I think they do. It's going to be walking back. This is a question of timing. Fur comes around the corner and he gets that kill as well. It's left all onto Brolin. Can he catch them before they get to the site? I don't think so. But at least both players are tagged.
35 and 37 HP. Still paranoia in their minds. They're dubious. Unsure of where Brolin is exactly. And they've left him some time to work with, but it won't matter. Taco closes down the game. It didn't matter what Fnatic did over the course of Dust 2. It was not meant to be their victory. 19-16. MIBR win it in overtime. Crims might have broken the record, but he couldn't win the game.
It's a crazy thing, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense. Because if it was a dominating game, he wouldn't have needed that many kills. But it's just mad to think that you can drop, what was it, 44, 43 in regulation? Either way, it's a LAN record. I did get someone tweet me and say that it's actually, like, Config got 46 online, but or 47, but it's on LAN. That's what matters. No one cares about online results anyway, unless it's a qualifier for some LAN. Exactly. But I genuinely can't believe it. Like, Crims breaks a record. They play really well up until a point, and then just MIBR grinded it back. And I think that's something we may have kind of undersold just because of what was going on at the same time. But we saw step-ups from players. We saw KNG with a ludicrous round to take this to overtime.
Oh, the collateral was
right at the end there. Fur, just with the trigger discipline, not to go for the extra kills, and maybe the crazy play that wins you the game, and just play it safe. And yeah, even if you just look at the scoreboard, like, there was... Like 17 kills is the difference between him and anyone else, but Taco having a great map as well. And it almost just defines Counter-Strike as a whole. Yeah. Just because you have the best player in the server, it does not mean you're going to win. And I think that was evident here. Like, the team of MIBR was the better in this matchup. There were a lot of mistakes being made across the board, and there were reasons why Crims was having to be put into these ridiculous situations where he was having to clutch out rounds. And, well, now we go to a third map. This is where things is just completely up in the air. And you know what? I'm sort of speechless about what's just happened. So I think we just go straight to the break. We let everybody watch what is mostly going to be the Crims montage. And yeah, you guys enjoy that. This has been a ridiculous, ridiculous map.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
It's game fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
always told. Stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. That sounds like a pop song.
47 kills in the course of the game on Dust 2, 44 kills in regulation. Straight from the horse's mouth, as Fnatic said themselves, Crims breaks every land record and still loses on Dust 2 here at the Pro League Finals live from Odense. Tom.
Should have got 45.
You know what? I probably would have swung it. If you kill KNG...
Yeah, that is actually true. Like in 15-14 KNG with that collat and an extra kill. If Crims kills him, 45.
So like the madness of that round, the fact he's killed 3 players, literally just peeking from window once, then again, and just wild.
And now,
stuff.
as our reward,
Vertigo.
Which have you cast a Virgo with this new ESL map yet? Because it does take a little bit for the eyes to get used to. Just make sure that if they walk through a yellow arrow, you continue to watch the yellow arrow. That's where they go. That's my top tip for all of you. Golden. Oh no, Brolin has actually found another. The goal for anybody wondering now is 45 kills in regulation. If we want to double back-to-back. Record breaker. Bomb still goes down actually, and Fallen is going to try as he might, but it is going to be the pistol round going the way of Fnatic. Even still though, considering how badly that went to get a bomb plant, not too bad. I will be interested to see if they actually force this. I'd be inclined to say no, purely based off the fact they don't actually get many kills. And although it seems silly, that does actually make a difference in these scenarios. So might just go for a few deagles and try and do some damage.
No. Getting us to Vertigo as well means the series is now split 1-1 apiece. So whoever loses this is guaranteed to be going home. There's no more shenanigans, there's no more lifelines, there's no more KNG collaterals that are going to keep them in it. We delve back in. Round 2. 2 Famuses, 3 M4s are out in full force for Fnatic. And Taco, what shenanigans does he have up his sleeve with this deagle? Over close towards A ramp early on into the round. Going to start peeking up. Won't spot anyone out. Eventually gets a tag across over on towards JW. Both of them trading pretty much equally.
Yeah, nice little bit of aggression there. This is something I actually want to see more from Fnatic. They did actually manage to win this map facing off against Heroic, although it was a slugfest. And Heroic are actually a team that I think are fairly good at this map. It's just that they really did struggle when it came to, like, firstly, shutting down Flusher on that CT side. Like, he was just a pure annoyance when it came to that B site. And then the A site, it seemed like a lot of the time that it was just like clutch plays. It was big performances coming out across the map. So definitely be interested to see how they're going to perform today after what was an absolute slog of a map. They ended up on the losing side of it. Even if it was the choice of MIBR, there were so many opportunities for Fnatic to close it. Nice shot from Lucas at least. They're going to force a rebuy, which, considering there was 5 rifles on the CT side, it's going to leave their buy into the next round a little bit dwindled. If they can get another kill, that's big. That's a lot of money that Fnatic is now going to have to spend into the next round when MIBR will come up with a pretty decent buy.
KNG, the saving grace of MIBR. Can't get anything else. No extra bang for his buck into the round. Luckily, both of the M4s that were purchased do come through there, and it is just the Famuses that go out of fashion now. So they only lose 1 M4. It's not the worst thing in the world whatsoever, but still is going to be quite costly. It's good use of the deagle there from KNG. Now this is where the buy does come out from MIBR. Krieg's out. AK on play. What are they going to do? Where are they going to opt to try and slay?
Oh, this is definitely going to be one of the points of contention. Crim's looking to try and maybe get an early peek around that angle. We saw a lot of spam kills coming in from S-Tag yesterday, but let's see if there's much of a response. Nice kill from Broly. He actually gets away with 2 there. Golden finds another, and they're really looking to fight this ramp. However, KNG, he's done a good job. However, they've still come with a man down. Luke is going to hear the footsteps rotating, even trying to trace them. Maybe trying to calculate where they're going. Some people do seem to work better with their hands than maybe while they're thinking. So he's going, ooh, he's going that way.
Yeah?
JW, he's well placed here. HE could be dunked round to his head, but I don't think that Lucas wants to give away his position, and I don't think he knows all the timing of the turn as he gets the kill onto JW. It's left all onto Flusher. 40 seconds left. Now Lucas, at this point, although he was trying to work out where his opposition was, there's no way that he's going to be able to read exactly. It's just going to have to be a game of predictions. Try and read into where Flusher currently is, and he's not going to be able to do it. A 3rd round in a row for Fnatic. It isn't going to be a weapon retrieved at least, so they won't get the extra SG.
Just something funny.
What?
Crims hasn't got a single kill yet.
Dun dun dun. Maybe he used them all up.
I think he has. It's just amusing though, isn't it? There's like a tidbit.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean much, but it is just quite funny.
You're ace now.
Oh yeah. Straight
Every
back
round.
into the game. 70 kills! My goodness. Well, round 4. MIBR, because of all the money that they spent the prior round, they don't have that much here this time. It's just KNG that has a Krieg. Everyone else is back down to the Deagles. Ow, KNG. That's a backbreaker. He's been snapped in 2. Fallen. Gives them a taste of their own medicine, though.
It's definitely an interesting purchase up from KNG. Like, we see the hero rifle come out for a few different teams. Na'Vi spring to mind. But at the same time, I guess it's going to leave him with a detriment. Maybe just not being able to afford an AWP into the next round, or someone else is going to take the hit instead. Fallen does have a little bit of extra cash, and with already dropping one player, if they can try and steal this round, it would be hugely beneficial. I wonder if the CTs are going to try and aggress here. They managed to get away with quite a bit a couple of rounds ago, but in reality, if the T's get caught by this twice, it would be quite disappointing. That flash, one of the only grenades they have, is so sick from MIBR. There shouldn't be much of a chance now, in fact, for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's Brolin and Flusher. M4, MP9, Smoke and Molly, that's all they've got. But this Yin and Yang squad can't really go for the play in towards the bomb side. They're just going to back off, save over towards B, concede this round and give MIBR their first into the game, as they will be picking this one up.
I'm surprised. That flashbang was awesome. I blinded both players completely. Set MIBR up with the complete sight hold, and that's a great way to get onto the board. Strong utility usage. Spoke about the hero rifle and say that there are a fair few teams that like to throw it in. Didn't necessarily work for the player that bought it, but it worked very well for Fallen. Now they retrieve 3 extra rifles.
Round 5. It's a 3-1 split. JW is going to buy up the old Fateful Scout. As another MP9 comes out to play as well. Fnatic, will they bite back, or is this just going to be a MIBR starting to get a little bit of momentum going on their side now with the weapons they have brought over? Because they do have a whole ton of M4s in their back pockets. Trying to take a bit more of a faster paced pay over towards the B side. The nade's going to get casted out. A little bit of damage, not too much, a small smidgen there onto Flusher. So he gets brought down to 64 HP, and they start to dial it back a little bit.
JW in quite an aggressive spot considering there's only the scout. He did manage to perform with it early in the last map, but he's basically just going to have to hit the shot and fall back. He's given the headshot onto Taco, though. Offered up on a play. Crims, this is risky. He can go for the push down. He'll get one. Fade away, not really going to be too beneficial, and considering he had the only rifle, not really sure that was worth it. He's now actually up to execute in this direction. JW's here with the scout. Golden with the dig, and both should be removed, but a nice shot from Golden once again. Looking for more! He hits the second dig as well. Now KNG left in a 1 versus 3. He's got plenty of time at least, but surely just going to be surrounded.
Golden, he swings out with a deagle. He was looking to get himself the third and make it hat-trick into the round, but he doesn't land the shot. Luckily enough, Flusher swings and kills. Fnatic, straight back, Tom. No dilly-dallying, no messing about. They want these rounds, and that is the 4th.
I think as though they're still coming in with worse buys than MIBR every single time. Well, the loss bonus is with the Brazilians, and they've come up with, what, 5 rifles? 4 and a bit, if you include the Galil.
Oh, Brola, you cheeky gamer.
We saw him do that a lot versus Heroic, and he was able to get to the ladder room almost every single time. It seems like MIBR have shut him down quite early, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to recreate the same sort of success. And this could be a bigger problem. Although there's an early lead brought up for Fnatic, they now need some sort of hero play to turn things around. Crims is still standing, but yet to have anywhere near the same impact we saw in the previous map, although I suppose that was the best performance on LAN ever seen in a map, so you can forgive him for that. Does hit the dink onto Taco, but ultimately the kill is far more worthwhile, and the remaining 2 CTs are nowhere near the action.
KNG is incredibly low. Taco as well, even worse for wear, back down on 18 HP. JW with a spring in his step, sprints over to try and build up the defenses on the A site. Does drop a smoke. Flusher starting to make his move as well. Flusher falls short in the fight versus KNG, and this makes the life of JW a million times harder. And he's super paranoid about this being B. He's fully convinced that this is going to be a play on the B site now as he double flashes it and starts to make over in there. This is not good at all, Tom.
Time is ticking for them. They do have to go back to that A site and get the bomb down. Tees, I don't really want them to face JW too much. Like, I guess for them it's sort of like just remove all that weaponry and hey, Lucas wins the battle straight off the bat, but it's just looking at the risk of if they do lose too much weaponry and don't actually make any cash, finally building up into things. The problem now for Fnatic is, because of even the backwards and forwards nature, their loss bonus should be at absolute 0. And even buying in this round or the next is going to kind of suck. So they're actually going to go for the early chance, I suppose, just have a better possibility of destroying your opponent's economy, but it gives MIBR a really good chance to get back into this.
Nice early nade going out. A little bit of damage done on towards Flusher. This Fleur even starts to make his sprint up. Put him at 10. Ooh, Golden with a deagle. So that cone goes flying. Golden hoping to recreate that, but instead one of the MIBR players' heads if he can, unless they want to pop off those melons. Wow, okay, that was a clean shot. Finally gets the connection that he was hoping for, as Lucas will be the test dummy on that one. Fallen, shooting through the rail. A big trade. Both of them fall down to 13 and 15 HP. He's got to grab the bomb back as well. Ooh. Nice recovery.
Still though, defense on the A side of the map fairly minimal. It's only going to be JW here with the deagle. He's going to go for basically the early spot. They need to have these sort of risks taken in these rounds, and MIBR playing very slowly. Could actually work into the hands of Fnatic. Give them that extra member back in the form of the time. Crims peeks out, doesn't manage to get anything done, and I think that might now be the moment where they decide to go back in towards this B site. Although with a couple of players seemingly going up the ramp at the same time, it's a question of if they're actually going to continue in this direction. They might just be able to make their way all the way back over. But instead, they have to force their way in. Bomb is going to be planted, a couple of players low. JW and Brolin, the healthiest in the server at the moment, and Brolin still has a rifle on his back, but can he actually do anything here? It's looking fairly unlikely. JW, that's an impactful kill to say the least, as Fallen as well is tagged desperately low, but Fur in this corner could have everything to do, but he goes down. It's left all on to Fallen in the corner. A rifle's been retrieved. Did JW actually not spot him? No, they have realized they just tried to bait him out. And with the kit in play for JW, they'll have plenty of time for the defusal.
Right, get their 5th round. It's been going very well so far on Vertigo. They're going to be pretty happy with the results they've been able to clamber together. MIBR going to buy back out. For Fnatic, they're going to have to scrape and scram a little bit, though, with the cash. It's not too fantastic for them whatsoever. So Flusher, he's forced down just to the MP9. However, Brolin and Golden both have a Krieg, so that's going to be worth its weight in gold and definitely provide an awful lot more stopping power for that CT side.
Yeah, the problem still remains that although Fnatic are winning these rounds, they're not quite able to crush MIBR's economy. They're all set up over onto that A ramp. Of course, rotation's still fairly quick on this map, but it does seem like they're dedicated in that direction. And for the CT side, they do have multiple players around this angle. Crim's hoping to find someone through the wood, but he's actually taken the most damage, which isn't anything to write home about, but it just seems like nobody's able to connect in the right angles. Still a minute left on the clock, so the T's not really wary just yet. And Crims, he gets into this position once again, but it's so predictable. We see so many players make the same mistake again and again, and well, that's given them the entry, handed it for free. Brolin, though, with 2 quick headshots, looking for his third, but it isn't going to come. Taco, he doubles up as well. JW just hiding through the edge of the smoke, and that's what this has become. A game of hide and seek. And Brazilian in the mist. They don't know he's behind them. How much damage can Taco really do? It's actually onto his teammate. Seemingly a flusher. The smoke criminal spots out the man trying to steal his title. Lucas left with only 15 seconds, no control of the bomb, and no idea if there's even players behind him. And there is.
JW turns the corner, sprays him down, gunning him down in the streets. And that is another round achieved. Locked in as Fnatic are building themselves a very healthy buffer here so far. CT side is looking pretty darn glorious. MIBR though, it's basically just the pistols that are coming out. Maybe a bit of a deco. 2 P250s there, one thrown in for KNG, one on Lucas. And Taco finishes it off with a nice deagle at the end. They tried their luck at A, didn't really work out. This time it seems like maybe it's a bit more of a B site bonanza.
Yeah, this is a round where if you are a fan of Fnatic, you want to see them keep this nice and clean. They have struggled with some of these pistols over the last few rounds, but the Kriegs seem to be helping out with that magnificently. It's only going to be Fur remaining, and there is going to be a huge amount of irony, isn't there, if they now win this map and Crim's bottom frags. Because that is what's happening at the moment. I think he has either 2 or 3 kills.
It is quite funny.
Maybe it's just one of those things where it's like, I already got the record, what's the point? For anybody wondering, I don't actually think that's his mentality, but it would be quite funny. He's just like, well, I've done my work and we still lost, so you guys can do the rest. Brolin, he really is having a fantastic performance. Got caught out a few times in mid early on, but he now sits 11-3. Second tactical pause, or sorry, first tactical pause called from MIBR. And the thing is, in a lot of the earlier rounds, I don't really blame them for not calling one. Like, they managed to get a couple of rounds here and there where they actually did a lot of damage. Then the next round, it was really close in like a few smoke plays, getting caught out a little bit. So I don't think there's been anything drastic that they needed to change. The problem now is with 7 rounds already on the CT side, Fnatic are looking so strong. They've started to build up a bit of a bank as well. It's kind of a worry for MIBR, more in terms of, okay, we actually need to start putting some rounds on the board. What can we change?
Yeah, this is where they've got to try and actually start coming into the game and leaving a bit of a mark on it. You got 2 rounds. You need more. It's not really enough on that T side of Vertigo. Step back into the action though. Downturn is going to carry this one on Fur. Very aggressive. He launches his way out mid. Golden! With one foul swoop, 3 heads have all been lopped off. That's how you get the mid control back. And don't allow any aggression from IBR. This round should quickly go the way of Fnatic from this point forward, which it will. Crimson JW a frag apiece. Taco down. Lucas also going to hit the DECK. And Fnatic secure number 8.
That was impressively clean.
That was really nice.
Like, considering that was like an investment as well, that looked cleaner than the pistol round they just won. And that was flawless as well. So Fnatic finding their rhythm, and more importantly, the Brazilians falling a little bit flat. I don't know if this looks like a comfortable map for them at all on the T side. Like, we haven't seen any, I would say, particularly good executions. Like, we've had the sort of standard ones, but we haven't really seen a proper B take with all the smokes and molotovs going down, and that was actually something that was pretty effective, at least versus Heroic yesterday when Fnatic were doing it. Now, is that 3 back-to-back flawless rounds for Fnatic? I'm fairly sure it is.
Yeah, Fnatic have got momentum here. They've also got entirely T-side weaponry. Their arsenal is literally just Kriegs and 1 AK.
I hate this game. Like, oh, God.
It is madness.
They have more Kriegs than the Ts do.
They actually do.
This game's stupid. But either way, we'll see if they're going to be able to out-Krieg. That was it. Oh, wow! How does Taco get away with that? Crim's actually having a bit of a mare. They're going to go over the top, but doesn't kill off Taco. Oh, what has happened?
Golden! Caught his pants around his ankles. Luckily, JW, being a sneaky, sneaky beaver, waiting to punish as he sits behind the sandbags, hungering for the correct opportunity to strike like the mighty Cobra. But instead, MIBR, they back off. They're not going towards the A site, Tom. They've set their gaze over towards B. And Fur, lurking the whole way through. If he turns the corner here, Brolin should be ready for this. And he is. Fur's done. No more ferocity coming out from this man, but the B site will be taken as their territory.
Yeah, it's completely open. There's absolutely no one here, and JW's lurking so deep, like he almost waits too long, which is sometimes the curse. Like, because they've gone back in the other direction, his position's kind of null and void. Luckily, Brolin is just absolutely killing it. We've seen it from Crims, now we're seeing it from the young gun. 16-3. That would be even funnier if he just went and took it straight off him, but it doesn't look to be the case, at least in this round. There's a lot of damage done onto the remaining players, only 33 between them to the 100 of JW, but sometimes the numbers don't seem to weigh up in the favor. JW needs to hit a shot here, and it's not going to happen. Lucas, clinical as he gets his third kill of the round, and more importantly, gets the third round onto the board for MIBR.
JW has the AWP. So I'm curious to see what the Wonder Child's going to get up to. If he'll play a little bit more aggressive going into this, maybe try and take the fight towards ramp. Just go for a straight swing. Try and find that opening pick and then potentially fall back and play from there. This could be the dream scenario as well. They are actually fighting towards it. Another A push is coming out from MIBR. JW playing towards the side out. He'll be forced off by the Molotov, so he won't really have too much of a chance to find success. They are going to spam through. Nice use of the HE as well. 20 damage done to KNG. And this is where Golden this time hopefully won't get caught reloading. Oh! Yikes.
Nice shot from KNG's not going to get the return, and the AWP is going to be picked up by Crims. Spammed through, actually dinked up through the wood as well. A fairly even trade in the end. Flush are going to be left alone on the B site. Taco holding. He's made the same play before, so be a bit disappointed if we do see anybody go down to that aggressive peak. Once again, we see a slowdown. This T side. Flusher just going to be spotting. That should be now the smoke thrown out. Tries to burn at least a couple of extra seconds off the clock. And Lucas looking for those openers once again. Incendiary falls to his feet, so he's forced to wait. Spammed through, though, the last bullet of Lucas. Gets him a kill. He actually hits Brolin as well. So much information gathered. The bomb might be going back in the other direction, though, as they're starting to expend utility. It's a complete rotation that's been pulled by the CT side, and they're going to be a little bit late to the party. They're still trying to sell this play onto the A site. Crims needs to connect the shot here. It's actually Golden to get dinked. The second one comes in as well, and while Brolin is forced into a save, but what he doesn't realize is Lucas never left.
A little bit of body hurt there. A single stab on the corpse. That's the most BM we've seen so far. Here's a pause from Fnatic, though, because they want to slow down the pace of the game a little bit, talk about what's going wrong, what they can adapt. It's 9-4, so it's still pretty good in terms of the half. They can really squeeze the most out of this if they carry on playing at the level of caliber they've been displaying. And that's the dream scenario. MIBR, they're getting momentum, starting to come into their own a little bit. It's been Lucas and KNG, though, that have been really the divine force behind it. Taco dropped a 30 bomb in the prior game, 7 frags right now as we go into round 14.
Yeah, Crim's only 39, or sorry, there's literally 40 kills off of breaking his own record. I think the maths will just about allow it, but I'm not even sure at this point. Stop going for safe math. That's a nice nade, though. Already tagging them down, and Crim's in a very aggressive position. You can see Flusher once again just using his MP9, spraying through the smoke and catching them. They're just going to run through it, one by one, into Crims. What is going on? That is such a poor round to start for MIBR just walking into the crosshair of Crims one at a time, making it far too easy for him to get those kills. A triple off the back. I said he was going to be a nuisance to break down on this B site, and he has. No one should be able to get away with that much off the back of an SMG. And although you have to give credit to Flusher for those kills, you have to take away from MIBR. Like, why were they making such a all-out play when they had... Well, they knew that there was a man on the other side. It just seems insane.
You had Crims on the brain on that one, didn't you?
Did I say Crims instead of Flusher?
You said Crims twice. You doubled down on it. I was like, my goodness. Oh dear, oh dear.
They're both Swedish, it counts.
It's fine.
Even shaved his head, you know, so...
Yeah. I can see where the misconception came from. It's like the Mandela effect. Ooh. What on earth? Taco and Fur get killer piece as they start to push out. Golden will spray down with the Krieg and eliminate Fur. It's a 3-on-4, and this is going to be a bit of a conundrum over at the A-bomb site in the last round of the half. Tom, is this going to be 11-4 or 10-5? Roland, he knows what he wants out of the round as he cuts his way through Taco. Lucas on an absolute Kurt angle gets that shot off with a Krieg. Kills Golden and KNG. Oh my. The backstab with a headshot that breaks the neck of Flusher, and it all comes down to Brolin. 2 more frags to find. Can he get the 4K?
Planted on the other side. Lucas, that's the peak up, and he's going to get that kill as well. A decent way to end the half, at least for MIBR, but it was the Fnatic show all the way through. Just 6 rounds away, but we've been here before. We'll see if MIBR can turn it back once again.
It's 10-5 at the half in favor of the superstar Swedes. MIBR, can they make another comeback like they did on Just 2 here, Tom?
They're going to have to. Unfortunately, it seems to be more than just one suspect stepping up for the Swedish side this time. It was 44 kills previously. He's only just got past 4.
Now he's dead.
He's already dead in this round, but luckily for them, it's been Brolin, Flusher, kicking it off. Flusher's going to go down. This aggressive stance working out, but there's Brolin and Golden once again. Finding 2 quick kills, giving them space back into this round. They're going to look to try and pressure into the site, which is currently looked after by Fur. He as well has not been having the impact they desire, but KNG has been chugging along. Bomb going to be faked out, trying to get rid of Fur, and the triple burst will actually be enough. Is he going to try and wrap around? This is interesting, but it's kind of leaving Brolin absolutely screwed. I think the CTs are going to be a little bit confused by this. And we'll see whether or not Golden can win the clutch.
Imagine if he did it again, just went the whole way around. Came out back to B. Back to B, back to basics, back to fragging. Glock in hand. Can he rock out with a Glock out into this one, though? A 1v2. KNG and Taco set the scene for the retake. Up close to burst with the Glock. That is a ridiculous shot to find as he ends the life of KNG, but he's taking so much damage. And Taco spams his way through him, beats him down, and clutches it out.
It's almost like he hit the hard one and couldn't get the easy one.
I know.
Unfortunate, but it is still going to be the round for MIBR. They get the pistol victory. One that I think they needed going into the CT side. Now we look towards Fnatic with their choices here. Golden, well, it doesn't seem like there is one. He's bought that Krieg straight up. Obviously getting enough kills in that round, plus the bomb plant to give himself plenty of cash for a purchase. The rest of the team are going to go alongside it. And, of course, we see the selflessness of Golden once again, making the ultimate sacrifice of trading an SG for a Galil. That's literally like you giving someone $1,000 and then giving you back like 40.
And then that $1,000 just gets left in the street after you get shot. It's like GTA.
Hey, Golden got it back though. He found the other 950 KNG. Oh, we saw that exact same position used by the opposing side, so it's no surprise that Golden expected it. Flusher with that CZ. Yet to see any brilliance yet. Golden actually going to go down, fallen, doubles up. Nice shot from JW, but he's still dinked in response. He's got to be careful because I think he's about to meet. That was actually Crims meets up with Taco. JW left in a 1 versus 3. We had a big round from him in Dust 2, and he's had a much better start to this one. But this would still have to be a huge play from him.
Yeah, JW, the last remaining member of the Fnatic squad. Galil in hand. Smoke and a flash. As he takes his time. 45 seconds still left on the clock. Debating where exactly he wants to take this. Has now been spotted. Taco's seen him. He can throw the smoke. Actually, though, wastes so much time as he's in the air. Takes a ton of damage. Brought down to 17 HP. JW does start to slowly advance. Oh. Here comes Papa Fallen, though. The big daddy himself. And there's the backstab.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big boost now. SG found. They keep the rifle at least, and for the T side, they can't really afford to invest into this one. They will come up with a decent buy into the next round at least, so it's not really the end of the world for the Swedes. I'll be interested, however, to see if they can do any damage. All right. The problem is with the majority rifles and, of course, Fur with his trusty MP9, I think the likelihood is fairly slim. But they've got some P250s, at least up the range, a flashbang and a smoke. However, this is where Fur normally flourishes. To get aggressive with that MP9, the SMG that gains him so much cash. Crims as well. I said he's been fairly underwhelming, I guess if you say he's got about 50 kills in 2 maps, that sounds decent. But when 44 have come in the first one, it's not quite as impressive.
It isn't, right? Like, oh wow, did you break the record for most kills? And then you got 5 kills, what's going on? It's one of those. It's rough. Hopefully there's still time for him to use some of the demigod powers that he displayed on the opening map. Beautiful HE though. Everyone has been torn to shreds by that. There is limbs flying all over the gaff as KNG and Fallen start chopping them to pieces. Fallen with a 2K. Just comes down to Flusher and a 1 versus 5. And Lucas advances to find a frag. They make some money as well.
Up 10 to 8. T-side now finally get their first fall buy. Of course, we saw the sort of early force buy that they went for with a Krieg and a Galil, but this is where everybody finally has some weaponry to their name, and they're going to be able to challenge versus the Brazilians. And although they did have a relatively clean round in the last, it's still going to be one where there's possibilities for their economy to be broken. Sure, Taco, even KNG and Fallen have some extra money to spare, but it won't be anywhere near as good as this buy, and they have got rid of every single SMG they had. They've gone with the rifles, they've gone with the AWP, and already, well, KNG's gone.
Already had their first casualty in KNG. Taco went behind the sandbags, hoping someone was going to push towards him. But everyone else is moving as far away from him as possible. They back off. Crims is going to pick up the bomb, and they do start to make their move over towards the B bomb site. Flusher is the first in as he walks up the stairs. Is this going to be the stairway to heaven? Will he be absolutely annihilated as he tries to set foot on the site, Tom?
Oh, Lucas in a decent position here. And they've in fact got a stack on this side of the map as we watch the execute come in from Fnatic. Through the smoke goes JW, and he just decapitates two members of the defense for not really near the action. JW just, he's got his mind reading him. He started shooting before he even got around the corner. Maybe saw the shadow on the ground, but Fer now left with just 13 HP, and I don't think Taco's even really rotated. He's just been waiting on the other side of the map. Maybe Fer's just going to try and stop anybody trying to leave, but other than that, it is going to be an 11th.
Great round from Fnatic. They're going to be happy with this. Taco, at the very least, he has been able to clutch on to that Krieg. So holding on to that bad boy will be beneficial as the game develops. It's still quite a close scoreline. It's not too ridiculously spiraled out of control yet for Fnatic. MIBR are keeping it close. They're keeping it competitive. But they don't have that much money. That'll be the only big factor. They will be buying up the FAMASes around it. They do get the AWP out on KNG and fairly happy with their utility. So it's only the one FAMAS that has to come out. Only one kit though. 2 kits.
Yeah, it's definitely not as bad as it could have been. But at the same time, one round victory for Fnatic, and they could be firmly into the lead. The thing is, we saw this on Dust 2, them having an advantage, letting it slip. Some big clutch moments coming out from the Brazilians, and plenty more where that came from. Prolan, though, he's looking like a completely different beast. He goes walking into the site. Crim's even just going to predict the position. Oh! Prolan, though, has to be careful. Taco should be traded out. The youngster still doing work. Gonna make his way back around the corner, comes back for more, and even gets his third. He is playing out of his mind, 24 and 10. The bomb can now rotate back. The B site has been completely taken by Flusher. And Fallen, I guess he just saves.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, 1 on 3. What can you really do into this round? Now they've got the bomb down. They've got complete, uncontested control of the B site. There's no real chance for the retake. He does find a kit, so that's going to save him a little bit of moolah going into the next rounds. But even then, that's now 12 rounds picked up for Fnatic. They're getting pretty close to winning this, and this is the series decider as well. Both teams 1-1 apiece. Whoever wins this carries on in the tournament. If you lose it, you go home. You will be leaving Odense. That is your run at the Pro League Finals over.
This really would be classic Fnatic, though. Like being in a moment where they could have easily won Dust 2.
Yep.
Being in front, letting it slip.
They like making it hard for themselves. I don't know why, but they
maybe they just like the extra hours of Counter-Strike.
It's all about the experience. It's all about the growth.
Sure. And you know, they're like, after this, they should still have a decent amount of time to sleep before the next match.
At least a couple of hours.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It is amazing how Crims is still on 5 kills, by the way. Like, he really is just having a nightmare in the server, but it's almost like he's channeled his energy into the rest of the players, because everybody else seems to be having a step up. Like, Brolin has played completely different to he did on Dust 2, just looking far more comfortable. Golden is still performing. JW stepping up to the plate. It really is.
He was actually told that he was too powerful individually. And what happened was he had to divide himself into 5 separate pieces and give a fragment of himself to the other players. So he only holds on to one of those fragments now. So, shadow of his former self.
Does that mean that Harry's going to try and kill him?
Yes. Yeah, those are the Horcruxes.
Just Harry GG. He's been gunning for bald people all his life. First it was me, but you know. Fallen. He's going to get that opening pick. It's the hero AWP in play. Almost caught with his pants down. Taco has actually come in, and Lucas has found one as well. Maybe the AWP doesn't need to be the hero, as it seems like other players have been able to step up. I don't even know what just happened there. KNG round the corner just takes off one head. Crims, this will be one hell of a moment to step up. Knows where KNG is, but he can't do anything about Taco. And just as we talk about Fnatic starting to move this one further into their favor, they let a round go that really shouldn't have happened.
Not great whatsoever. MIBR, they had a huge comeback on Dust 2. It was absolutely monumental, and if this is the start of one of those once again, it's a good start. It couldn't come at a better time. Round 22. Fnatic. What are they doing on their T side now? Are they going to start to run into a brick wall? Are they going to try and keep them guessing? Faster paced stuff from Brolan. He's already been able to bypass the side alley. Because this time it's not as aggressive MIBR on their CT side. They're actually playing quite lax. Thought the paint counter
Does it manage to wall back that initial kill, and Brolin maybe not realizing that he exposed himself to KNG. Still holding the angle. They've managed to stack this site fairly firm as they leave Taco as the lone defender. Also a little bit of presence in mid. JW is going to try and make this play around the side. Flashbang leaves him blind, but Brolin's there again with the trade. However, still keeps the CT side in check in the lead. The bomb in the meantime starts to lead back in the other direction, but they haven't done too well of a job of actually baiting the rotations away. Sure, we start to see a small amount from Fur looking towards middle, but eventually they're going to have to try and get rid of Lucas, and with all the noise that's currently being made, they've actually pulled a player back in.
Taco, tackled. As Brolan will get a further frag into the round. That's just picked up. Wow, massive spam onto Fallen. Bringing down to 32 HP. Golden gets caught as he tried to pick up a double kill towards the B site. 2 on 2 now. Fallen bounding through the air. The bunny hop king as he lands with a heavy thud.
Killed the bomb.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the round done already. Yeah, that was the most crucial kill of the round, and he was jumping around. I don't even think he knew that anybody was going to be around that corner, but a very disjointed one from Fnatic. I think they just had too many ideas on too many different people at once, and it eventually ended up causing them trouble. 12 to 10. Once again, we see the grind back coming in. Brolin actually does save his gun, and that probably means we're going to see a force out. Golden and Crims still with Cash. I think they're going to take a tactical pause to actually talk this one over. We do also see at the same time that Liquid have actually beaten Mousesports. And they're going to play against Astralis to see who's going to get the spot straight into the semi-finals. So I think that means that both Astralis and Liquid are through no matter what. But the winner will go to the semis, the loser should go to the quarters.
Whereas here right now, with Fnatic versus MIBR, it's round 23, 12 to 10. Fnatic, not the most money in the world to play with really here, Tom. It seems like it is just going to be the Deagles that come out.
I'm actually quite surprised that they don't opt to take a risk here. Considering the money on the other side, I think they'll have a decent idea of what that currently is. I guess the argument is if Brolin can do enough damage here, which he has been very good at so far, then it doesn't really matter. They can go to the next round even if he just gets a few kills with a full buy. Still in the lead. And they don't have to put everything on the line here and risk a 12-12. Mid control is something we haven't really seen fought for at all at this map, actually. KNG and Fur are going to be set up in a crossfire, so maybe expecting a bit of a play in this direction. Fur, bit of a misplay. In fact, both players not connecting initially. KNG is going to come back for more, and he just continues fighting, maybe not expecting the SG to be on the other side. Both players look to try and jump away. I don't think they expected Fur to reaggress, but even still, they've killed off the man on the B site. And now do they make the switch?
Free on free. Heading back over towards A ramp. It will be an A site attack that comes out. Fur hiding in a great angle. If they don't clear it, if they don't check it, he can punish so heavily with this M4. But they're heading towards the side alley. Two of them have bypassed him already. And it looks like Flusher will follow suit. He's not going to peek out. He's not getting any of the info. Fallen started to rotate over. Catches off Flusher. That'll be the kill. Good timing from Fallen as well. Oh, beautiful double kill. As Crimson Broland both go down 12-11.
But yeah, sort of as said, like there was a good opportunity there for Fnatic, so I think they will still feel a bit disappointed they weren't able to do more in the 3 versus 3. But at the same time, they have kept the CT side honest. They forced them to buy up a fair few weapons. If they can now win this round in their full buy, then they're still firmly in the driver's seat. It's just if this one now comes up for the Brazilians, then this is a different story. Fnatic have let it slip once again, and well, we could be seeing the map closed out. If I'm not mistaken, was it a 10-5 half?
It was, right, yeah.
So to see this now 12-11, Fnatic are definitely letting them back into the game, or, well, maybe not letting them, but having it taken. A bit of a standoff with the X-ray, at least. Now, I imagine JW is just playing the pixel angle between the door for anybody who pushes through. Molotov will go out, and a lot of utility be expended early into this round towards the B side. There's in fact 3 players here. An early stack set up. Lucas is going to get that opener. KNG probably being fed information that there's not actually anybody else here. You can see him just shake a little bit, and I think that makes me wonder if he maybe got fed some information that they could be coming his way. We're going to see the rotation come back in from Fallen as well. This orb, this rotational orb has been effective so far. It's interesting to see that he's been the one manning it. Taco as well, winning a further duel onto JW, and well, this T side at the moment is looking bleak for Fnatic.
Ooh, Fallen has his face ripped clean off as Broland is unleashing hell. 1 frag away from the 30 bomb, doing an awful lot of damage into this matchup. Oh, and there it is. Guaranteed now. As far as the final kill that he wants, a 4K. The rapid flick down onto Taco, finished off by Golden, eliminating Lucas for the 13th round. Incredible play from Broland.
So what, that was a 5v3. I don't know what it was about the Fallen position, but it looked like he forgot to click left click. Like he just kept looking at him and going, observed? Sort of like a bird watcher. Just being like, nice Brolin just fluttering around. And then it just like took a dump on him from afar.
And that was it. It's over.
And that's basically what Brolin did in this round. He
pretty much, yeah.
Took a dump on MIBR.
31 kills.
14 more to go.
I mean, at round 20 on Dust 2, this is what Crim's had.
Yeah. The thing is, that puts a downer on it, but Brolin has been playing out of his mind. Like,
just for context.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this isn't bad, because it is damn good.
Especially the actual KD is impressive as well. Only 12 deaths to his name. He has been a force to be reckoned with. Not a bad trade all in all. A bit unfortunate for MIBR that they don't have anything else really invested into this round. It was just a few pistols, and unfortunately typically the one weapon that they steal is the one that's unlikely to have much impact on the round. Right, a UMP, fairly unlikely. Brolin has tried to take a leaf out of S-Tag's book with just knowing the sprays. Crim's trying to make sure his record's not broken by stealing the kill. What has just happened there? How does he take so little damage? That was like a full clip just sprayed by KNG. There's the second assist for Brolin. While Lucas, he runs to try and retrieve that weapon, but Golden's there to put him down. 14 rounds for Fnatic.
That's such a massive yikes. The spray that was just hitting the metal and did nothing until like the last 2 bullets.
I'm pretty sure that there's like a video that Dom put up recently where if there's someone standing below and you shoot that metal, you do 0 damage.
Oh.
But even still, it just looked so ridiculous seeing it that way around with just Brolin literally jumping into the bullets and just not taking any damage. It's possible that somebody in the server has accidentally given him God mode.
That would explain a lot.
Oh, Fallen this time is going to get that opening pick. We've seen this in a few rounds though, like the 3v5 that happened not too long ago. Oh my god! He's so clinical. Finally, Taco's going to put an end to it, but Crims is there to find the trade. This player's very close. Fallen looking to use this gun as a shotgun, but he misses completely. I feel like the wrong player may have run through the smoke there. Fur now trying to play from afar, and Crims is back to his old self, leaving Lucas lonely and lost.
Sad. Stuck on an island.
I didn't begin with an L, so I didn't.
Yeah. That's, you know, limited the amount of words.
There you go, limited. That would have worked.
No, that's not too bad. God, losing as well, though, as this is going to be match point for Fnatic. Tom, 1 round away from winning it now. And that does mean if they take this following round, MIBR are going home. They will be out of the runnings here at Odense.
The funny thing is, in the match on this exact map yesterday, there were definitely moments where Heroic could have knocked them out of the tournament as well, after beating them on Inferno. In this game, Fnatic had a match point, series point, in the last map on Dust 2, and they got wrecked by KNG on an AWP, so there's definitely been some prominent players. A record has been broken, and now Brolin sits with 32 kills as well. There's been some fantastic performances for this CT side right now. They need another. They need somebody to step up. They need somebody to basically just send Fnatic packing and give them that overtime once again. They managed it in the previous map, as you can see, a 19-16 scoreline as they dominated overtime. Taco with an incredible clutch there, and he's the top fragger at the moment, but not quite close to what the young Swede has managed to do.
Boulevard of broken dreams here, potentially, for MIBR. As we delve back into the game. Round 27. Will this match point be converted into the victory? Brolin, he's not happy with 32 frags. He wants more.
Look at his face.
Very stunned. Very, very frustrated. A nice amount of damage done as well. Taco brought down to 13 HP. There goes JW though. As Fur will be able to find the early opener into the round. Crims casting out the Molotov, extinguished by KNG, so we can stay sitting pretty in this position. There's the spam, but there will not be a connection.
Taco close. Brolin waiting patiently. KNG still wasting a lot of their time. They ain't even going to go down and do a little bit of extra damage onto Crims. They've got the majority of their players now around this A site. Molotov will go down again this time, KNG. He's going to get supportive smoke. I love it. Just keep him alive. 6 HP now. It should be a very easy kill, but just having him there is going to be frustrating. Finally, Crims will be there to put him down. They know that Taco's just around this corner. The trade comes back from Fallen once again. 3v3, though. bomb still dropped. They have to get it down, and look at the position of Fur. He could just double back around and try and deny the plant, but he's going to come in from behind instead. He may have taken too long. However, he does get the kill, but he's left alone, and they know where he is. Brolin again with another double. A 34 kill in any other day would be magnificent. Of course, he's been outdone by his teammate earlier. However, he's the one that helps them take the map across. Flusher combines with him to send Fnatic through to the next round. Unfortunately, that means we lose another team today, with MIBR packing their bags and making their way back home.
16-11, Tom. They win it. A 2-1 split on the series. History was made. And MIBR were shattered. That's going to be a bit of a sad state of affairs for them. But Fnatic, they brought it back. They found stability on Vertigo. They did what they couldn't do on Dust 2. The map that looked like it was going to be theirs with a commanding result. Wild.
Well, that's the thing. This series literally had absolutely everything. We had fantastic Deagle kills. We had a record broken. We had a best of 3 that went all the way. We had a decent game of Vertigo. I actually enjoyed that, which that doesn't happen very often either. Brolin, a young star shining through. Unfortunately, we have one team going home. That's just the way it seems to happen for these two teams. But hey, it's been a phenomenal day. It's been a long one at that.
It has been. There's been a lot of highs and a lot of lows for all of our teams here throughout the course of the day, Tom. Some magnificent moments from Fnatic, though. Crims breaks the record for the most frags in regulations. Had an absolute baller of a game. Brolan then goes on to dominate on the server here on Vertigo. Crazy, crazy stuff. At this point, it feels like Inferno was eons ago.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that's us pretty much done for today, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we show the brackets after this or if we can just wait till tomorrow. Oh no, we can show. I've had the Magic Man in my ear, who's giving me all that information. For now, we can pretty much just enjoy all these highlights. I'm still bemused by that round with Flusher, where they try and like push through the smoke one by one. Like, there were definitely some mistakes from MIBR in this map. It didn't look like a comfort pick for them. They mounted a bit of a comeback on this CT side, but it wasn't one that was particularly impressive. And as said, with the way that Brolin was playing in that map and the step up, I think from Golden as well, performing very well, it seemed like much more of a team performance. Even if Crims wasn't dropping like record-breaking numbers, it was a much better performance overall on Vertigo. At the same time, this easily could have been a 2-0.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be at one point, and then, you know, MIBR out of nowhere. Well, I say MIBR, KNG, really. Yeah. He was the sole survivor, the sole savior that brought them through into overtime that allowed them to win the game. And here are the results over the course of the day, though. Of course, as we start with the upper bracket of Bracket A, you can see where our teams moved on as Na'Vi faced off versus Evil Geniuses, Tom, to see who would be heading through to the semi-finals and who would be going to the quarters.
Yeah, no, that is a really interesting matchup. We've got an informed Na'Vi who've looked phenomenal all the way through, and then EG, obviously one of our top teams in the world at the moment. So I think that's going to be an absolute banger of the match. And I already know that on the other side of the bracket is basically the legendary Brawl. So yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting one. But yeah, we got a few highlights from the matches earlier as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves versus FaZe, obviously the game that was covered earlier on today, that also went to a 2-1 split where we lost another one of our teams. FaZe Clan also went home today, so on the B stream, we've seen quite a few faces getting sent packing today, Tom.
Yeah, no, it is a shame. That's always the way that these tournaments go. I'm thinking losing FaZe was definitely one of those things that's a little bit disappointing, but at the same time, I think the better team definitely did win. Like 100 Thieves look better overall, and we'll get to see them face off again tomorrow. One of them will be eliminated. It's been Fnatic fighting all the way through the lower bracket, and of course it's 2-1s all the way along. This is just how we like to see it, but again, I think that's going to be a very good match. Of course, the rankings are the ESL rankings, so the fact that they managed to win an event definitely puts them quite far up.
Yeah, it does boost them a little bit compared to where they would be. And then finally, the first game we had of the day here to open up and kick off the stream, the best of 3 between Sharks and Renegades. that luckily in the final moments of the game saw Renegades secure themselves and keep on moving with the tournament. It looks like originally it was going to be Sharks that would be the dominant force, as they looked really, really good coming into the day. Unfortunately, Nuke proved to be too hard of a task to tackle for them, as they did fall short and they did fall down.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at this sort of bracket and kind of seeing what we expected in the end, like G2 getting through. G2 almost managing to take down Astralis, which was definitely a surprise. And now we get that sort of all-star battle, which we love to see. Astralis versus Liquid. Of course, both make it through to the playoffs anyway, but it's still going to be an absolute banger of a match.
Yeah, should be greatness. Literally always an exciting one to witness. I imagine we'll be delving into what's occurred on that side of the lower bracket, but we'll see how things are progressing over there.
Well, I already know one of the things that just surprised me quite a lot, which is the fact that North have been sent packing by ATK. Like, ATK definitely looked decent from what we saw previously when they faced off against Mousesports. A very strong start to their match. Unfortunately, Mousesports just proved to be too strong, too much firepower, and ended up sending them down to that lower bracket. But yeah, going forward again, like, I think we've got some interesting matches. I think G2 is going to be a real struggle for ATK, but they've already knocked out one of the top 20 teams. They're going to be looking to do it again, and I think that's something they're going to have expected. Mousesports also losing as well, but again, that was one of the top matches of the day, and versus Liquid, it ended in a 16-14, which if they won, they went through. All 3 maps played, so Renegades have definitely got the worst end of the stick, I feel. Like, that's going to be really tough for them. But yeah, this is our schedule for tomorrow. Some absolutely ridiculous games going on the B stream. Of course, the A stream have taken their elimination matches. All the teams in the latter matches of the day go through, but the G2 versus ATK one will still be an elimination, so definitely make sure to check that one out. And basically just see us back here tomorrow. It's going to be another long day of Counter-Strike, I would imagine. Plenty of maps to be played. And yeah, I think you're going to see our faces for at least one more time, but I think we should just throw it off there.
Yeah, it looks like that is everything. Some very, very exhilarating matches to come tomorrow, but that is everything for today, really, Tom. All wrapped up in a nice, neat little package. We've seen the teams that have been sent home. Tomorrow, we will see who progresses deeper, and we'll be going to the arena, because that's what it's all to play for. But now the sun has set in Odense. The same must happen here. It's time for bed, I believe, Tom, isn't it? You want to go back? You want to get some rest? Rest up like these teams before tomorrow?
Maybe a piece of pizza over there.
Maybe, potentially.
That's what
sort you right out, mate.
Yeah.
You'll be happier than Crims was with his newly broken record. But I believe that is it. We are done for the day. Join us tomorrow, though, as we carry on with the tournament here on the B stream at Pro League Finals. You will not want to miss it, but for now, we'll bid you adieu.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is game fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm a light up. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the same.